Li Qi traversed into the world of swallowing the starry sky, and if given the opportunity, he would certainly wish to ally himself with the protagonist. Luo Feng, however, he was only aware that the planet he inhabited belonged to the lava empire, with no further knowledge beyond that. Fortunately, he possessed an extraordinary talent for comprehending the laws of the universe, coupled with an initial gene multiplier of 32, which propelled him from an ordinary cultivation planet within the lava empire to the pinnacle of the cosmic genius tournament. It was at this juncture that he discovered the current iteration of swallowing the starry sky diverged from his memories. What? Humanity has 1,004 cosmic nations. What? The strongest contender in this cosmic genius tournament is named Kadi. Only at this moment did Li Qi realize that he had traversed too far into the timeline at this point. Luo Feng's mentor, the true Yin King, had yet to be born. Had he indeed traveled too far? No matter. Li Qi expressed confidence in his own legacy, which he believed to be even more formidable than Luo Feng's. He was destined to stand above the God Kings in the future. Chapter 1. Li Qi. In the afternoon, the sun shone brilliantly. Li Qi, with his short black hair, languidly reclined beneath a grand tree, savoring the cool shade. In this lifetime, still in his adolescent years, he possessed a handsome visage, his youthful face fair and smooth, while his black eyes were distinctively oval and slitted, unlike those of his previous life. At this moment, he was clad in garments fashioned from animal hides, with two pouches, one large and one small, tethered to his waist, and a grayish-white bone shield resting upon his back. That it feels as though time flies. In just over a year, I will embark on my training at the Radiant Academy. Chi turned his gaze towards the direction of his family, his heart brimming with warmth. Each time he witnessed the birth of his younger siblings, a profound joy welled up within him. Raised by his grandfather, Li Qi had lost most memories of his previous life, yet he found solace in the familial bonds he shared with his current parents and Eldersa connection he had long yearned for. After bidding farewell to his grandfather at the end of his life, he had intended to embark on a spontaneous journey, traversing the splendid landscapes of his homeland before settling in a picturesque locale to spend his remaining days. Alas, this journey was abruptly curtailed just days into its commencement, as he was unceremoniously thrust into the world of swallowing the starry sky. Initially, he was unaware that he had entered the realm of swallowing the starry sky, as the customs and environment of this life bore a striking resemblance to the pastoral existence of nomadic tribes. Simultaneously, the tome in his mind, titled 9 Transformations of the Primordial Body Refinement Method, evoked imagery akin to the mystical and fantastical practices of otherworldly realms, leading him to assume he had traversed into a fantasy or Xinxiao world that it was not until he inadvertently demonstrated his talent as a mental energy master, combined with the terminology of apprentice level and planetary level mentioned by his elders. While using a communicator to contact his grandfather, that he confirmed his presence in the world of swallowing the starry sky. His certainty stemmed from the fact that swallowing the starry sky was one of the novels he had cherished in his previous life. If possible, he wished to ally himself with Luo Feng, for with his worldview and character, as long as he remained prudent, he would undoubtedly evolve into an immortal being of eternal existence. 9 Transformations of the Primordial Body Refinement Method. Chi silently recited the name of this secret tome, a look of helplessness and frustration creeping onto his face. That, if only I did not possess this arcane tome, at least I would not be tormented by its absence, pining for its contents that remain obscured from my view. This clandestine text reveals only its title to him, shrouded in a veil of confusion, its essence forever elusive. He cannot even articulate its name. Even if he were to utter it, others would be oblivious, perceiving no movement of his lips. According to Li Qi's understanding of the original work, Swallowing the Starry Sky, it is highly probable that the contents of this tome transcend those of the universe's mightiest beings, namely the divine realm. Thus, it has been blacklisted, concealed by the consciousness of the primordial universe, rendering its name and contents inaccessible to all but the chosen heir. Fortunately, I am not reliant solely on this singular advantage. Li Qi mused to himself as 16 slender bone shards erupted from the small leather pouch at his waist, soaring through the air to coalesce into a vivid representation of a grayish-white beast in a fierce roar. From the comparative intensity of my fourth sister's 7th-tier object control attacks, it can be deduced that the strength of my mental prowess exceeds that of my peers by more than tenfold. Although the method of measurement remains imprecise, I cannot ascertain the exact magnitude of my superiority. Nevertheless, to be so significantly stronger than others of the same tier, devoid of any amplification, can only be rationalized by a genetic multiplier surpassing 10 times. If I am not mistaken, this is also a gift bestowed by that meteor. Li Chi recollected that his elders had mentioned a meteor streaking towards their family's abode at the moment of his birth, dazzling in its brilliance. Yet, when they ascended to intercept it, the meteor mysteriously vanished. Subsequently, they endeavored to search for it, but not even a trace of its existence was ever found. It was utterly bizarre. A genetic multiplier exceeding tenfold this is the foundation of my confidence to traverse the ranks and confront foes beyond my tier. With this thought, Li Chi brimmed with exuberance, though he soon shook his head slightly. Regrettably, the gift of genetic multiplicity must remain concealed after all. This talent stemmed from my very being that the physical talent implies that it could be usurped by others. To reveal it recklessly could attract the attention of cosmic adventurers intent on seizing control. One need only look at the formidable Manka aliens, who, despite their might, were likewise captured and possessed. Yet, he understood that such concealment is merely temporary. Should a stage akin to the cosmic pinnacle of genius battles arise, he could readily demonstrate his prowess. In the realm of swallowing the starry sky, masquerading as a mere swine is an unwise endeavor. One might find oneself genuinely transformed into a pig. With this in mind, Li Chi extended his right hand and clenched it suddenly. The grayish-white beast surged forth, leaping into the air to launch an assault, then pivoting to execute a sweeping tail strike. However, at that moment, the grayish-white beast began to tremble violently, as if attempting to break free from Li Chi's grasp. Crack! The beast disintegrated, scattering into 16 slender bone shards that fell to the ground. Although he yearned to remain with his family, he was nonetheless committed to honing his mental prowess, for an opportunity to ascend to the stage lay before him. The Lava Empire has been diligently nurturing prodigies, with clearly defined pathways for advancement on their training planets. For instance, on Kukistar, where Li Chi resides, the journey begins at the Aurora Academy in Aurora City, progresses to the Joint Training Camp on Kukistar, and ultimately leads to the legendary stellar training camps located on distant planets. Provided one possesses talent and capability, they may ascend to become a legendary figure of their own planet. However, within him lies a profound conflict. He yearns to become a formidable being, to traverse the vast cosmos. Yet he is reluctant to part from his home and family. Furthermore, the uniqueness of his physical gifts instills in him a trepidation towards venturing into the Morning Light Academy. Kukistar serves as a nurturing planet, and to acquire the resources for his training, he must integrate into the Lava Empire's cultivation system. Entering the training framework that commences with the Morning Light Academy necessitates undergoing a series of rigorous assessments, which could potentially unveil the peculiarity of his physique. Otherwise, he would have long since embarked for the academy, but he has postponed his departure time and again until he could no longer delay, finally resolving to attend the academy at the age of 16. A gentle breeze caresses the earth. The tranquility of the afternoon is abruptly shattered by a piercing cry. Caw. A bird's call resonates through the sky, urgent and exhilarated. Has the thunder hawk spotted some prey? Perplexed by the sound that reaches his ears, Li Chi gazes upward, in the sky above the family's base. A small black dot moves incessantly, and upon witnessing this, his expression shifts dramatically. No, that's not right. The family's stronghold. What prey could be there? With this thought, Li Chi swiftly flips and hurls the grayish-white bone shield into the sky, bending his legs slightly before launching himself upward. The ground sinks beneath him, and fragments of earth scatter. Boom! He leaps into the air, and as he begins to descend, the bone shield glides beneath his feet, propelling him towards the small black dot above. Whoosh! 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 A flurry of grayish-white bone spikes erupts from the large beast-hide bag at his waist. As Li Chi fixates on the enlarging black dot overhead, 16 bone spikes encircling him in vigilant protection. As he draws nearer, clarity dawns. It is a dark, soaring avian beast, its razor-sharp beak and claws dripping with blood, its feathers glistening with a metallic sheen. At that moment, its keen eyes fixate on a cave nestled in the hillside below, revealing a blend of cruelty and exhilaration. The nightbird, a nocturnal avian beast operating in family units, can reach the seventh tier of apprentice status in adulthood, with a wingspan of 3 to 4 meters. Li Qi halts the bone shield, the creature's profile surfacing in his mind. Contrary to the records, this nightbird boasts a wingspan exceeding 10 meters, highly likely to be a planetary-level creature. Why is this nightbird here? Confusion envelopes him as he follows the gaze of the nightbird, his pupils constricting in shock. That is the secret base of Little 19. Chapter 2. One must have a background to survive. Lowering his gaze, Li Qi discerned the situation below with his keen eyesight. The massive stone that had originally obstructed the cave entrance had shattered into several pieces, covering the entrance partially. Amidst the rubble lay a hint of white. Li Qi lifted his head, his fierce eyes fixated on the nightbird. The nightbird tilted its head slightly, casting a glance at Li Qi with its beastly eyes, filled with disdain, mockery, and a hint of wariness. As a planetary-level beast, its intelligence was on par with that of a human. In the eyes of the nightbird, a human who was not even planetary-level warranted little attention, yet could not be entirely disregarded. Li Qi refrained from attacking. He was rational enough to recognize his course of action. Had he not known that Xiao Shiba and Xiao Jia were not clad in white beast skin garments today, he might have been consumed by rage. The nightbird, dismissive of the weaker yet potentially threatening human, spread its wings and dove downward. To ignore me? How arrogant! Seeing the nightbird disregard him and prepare to strike, Li Qi's gaze turned icy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With a piercing sound, 10 bone spikes shot forth. These spikes spread out, effectively sealing the nightbird's descent. As if anticipating this, the nightbird tilted its body, folding its wings to shield its head and abdomen. Spiraling downward. Thud, thud, thud. The bone spikes collided with the nightbird, sending it tumbling through the air, several metallic feather-like fragments falling from its chaotic form. Caw! Finally. With a pained cry, the nightbird flapped its wings several times to stabilize itself, gradually lifting its previously protected head. It had underestimated this human before it. The force of those bone spikes far exceeded its expectations, nearly breaching its formidable feather defense. What it had initially perceived as an insignificant ant had unexpectedly posed a threat. Seeing that the nightbird had only shed a few feathers in response to his 10 bone spikes, Li Qi felt a pang of alarm. With his mental strength being 10 times stronger than that of others at the same level, and utilizing bone spikes crafted from the fangs of a planetary-level Tier 3 beast, he had only inflicted such minimal damage. The hardness of those feathers indicates that this nightbird is likely not merely Tier 1 of the planetary level. Since a single bone spike cannot penetrate its strong feathers, I shall employ a duo. Li Qi narrowed his eyes. From the 16 bone spikes surrounding him, 12 were directed forward in pairs, leaving 4 to guard him. The nightbird observed Li Qi's actions without making a move, simply watching in silence. Suddenly, it flapped its wings and lunged directly at Li Qi. Go! With a thought, Li Qi commanded the 4 pairs of bone spikes to launch as the nightbird moved. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 4 pairs of bone spikes hurtled toward the nightbird with relentless force. Meanwhile, the remaining 2 pairs of bone spikes descended behind Li Qi. As the 4 pairs of bone spikes approached, the nightbird flapped its wings vigorously, ascending rapidly and narrowly avoiding the spikes. It then descended swiftly, seemingly intent on catching Li Qi off guard to eliminate the 2 human cubs concealed within the hill below. I had anticipated you would resort to this tactic. Aware that the intelligence of a planetary-level beast is not inferior to that of a human, Li Qi had already prepared a contingency plan. He could not allow the nightbird to descend upon the hidden base of the young ones in the valley below. He maneuvered 4 groups of bone spikes to closely pursue it, albeit at a significantly reduced speed. Meanwhile, the 2 groups of bone spikes that had previously separated ascended to flank the nightbird from above. Indeed, the cunning of a planetary-level beast is formidable. Yet it pales in comparison to the astuteness of humanity. Beasts, accustomed to resolving matters through brute force, are still leagues behind. Realizing its intentions had been uncovered, the nightbird faced a dual assault and swiftly made a decision. Weighing the 2 evils, it opted to endure the human's attacks while continuing its pursuit to capture the 2 human pups hidden within the hill. It discerned that those 2 young ones were of great significance to the human, making them a more challenging target. However, the prospect of confronting a flying, combat-ready human was far more daunting than the easier prey concealed within the hill. Thud, thud, as the two groups of bone spikes collided with the nightbird. Two resounding metallic clinks echoed through the air, reverberating for miles around. Each group positioned one before the other. The foremost spike struck the nightbird's resilient feathers, while the subsequent spike collided with the rear of the first. Harnessing the force of the latter's impact, the former successfully penetrated the nightbird's flesh, burrowing deep within. Following the metallic clang, a faint squelch could be heard as the spike pierced through the sinew. The tremendous force of the bone spike caused the nightbird to falter. Its form momentarily propelled upwards. Thud, thud, thud. The relentless metallic sounds continued as the four groups of bone spikes crashed into the nightbird. However, the impact from these four groups was considerably weaker than anticipated, failing to hasten its descent. How can this be? The nightbird pondered, its wings now riddled with wounds, attempting to dive downward once more. Yet at this moment, another two spikes struck it from beneath, causing it to hesitate. A furious screech erupted from the nightbird. Yet it was met with an unyielding barrage of spikes from the sides. Feigning a distraction? To think it could engage us humans in a battle of wits is rather presumptuous. Li Qi observed the beleaguered nightbird, calculating the passage of time in his mind. It should be arriving soon. Meanwhile, at the Royce family's encampment in the valley below. What was that sound? What transpired? Whoosh. 6 figures, emanating a faint glow, emerged from the tents scattered across the area. Before the tent flaps could fully descend, they had already ascended into the air, hovering above the cluster of tents. They exchanged glances for a moment. Finally, someone noticed the commotion in the sky and exclaimed, "Look up. Someone is battling a beast." Without further deliberation, the 6 all planetary-level experts quickly discerned the situation. It and Oppos, Li Qi. One of them effortlessly identified the combatant. "Let us go." Another called out, promptly soaring into the sky, followed closely by the others. Noticing a radiant glow rising below, the nightbird, unable to resist its curiosity, cast its gaze downward. To its dismay, the sight was startling. Powerful human warriors, and not just one. Realizing the presence of formidable foes, the nightbird hesitated to continue its pursuit of the 2 human infants below. What was the mission? Surely, survival took precedence. Flee. It must escape swiftly. If it lingered any longer, it would surely meet its demise. Harnessing the momentum from its bone spike attack, the nightbird flapped its wings with fervent desperation, propelled by an instinct for survival. It sought to escape. Yet, a planetary-level warrior below wielded a telekinetic weapon in hot pursuit, astonishingly swift. Hovering on a bone shield, Li Qi observed the fleeing figure of the nightbird. In a direct confrontation, I may not stand a chance, but fortunately, I need not engage in a duel. All I require is to ensnare you long enough. For I have allies at my back. There will be time for further discussion later. I must ascend and investigate. Chapter 3, Calamity. As Li Qi approached the hill, he discerned the situation below. The massive boulder that had once blocked the cave entrance lay shattered into several pieces, revealing a small white creature lying amidst the rubble. Its abdomen torn open and lifeless. Indeed, it is Xiao Shiba's pet, Xiaobai, following the demise of the previous 4 Xiaobeis. This 5th incarnation had met the same fate. Leaping down from his bone shield, Li Qi reached the cave entrance, locking eyes with a pair of large, fearful orbs within. He softly urged, "Come out, Jiao. Where's the big bird?" A little boy, no older than 5, with a face smeared with dirt, cautiously poked his head out, glancing around as if wary of the aforementioned big bird returning to attack. Brother 11, a second-stage apprentice, the girl AI, collided with him, causing Li Qi to stagger slightly. Paying no mind to her soiled attire, he scooped her up, gently wiping the mud and tears from her face. "Why are you crying so, Xiao Shiba?" The big bird was so fierce, it took Xiaobai in an instant. As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks once more. "It's all right, stop crying. In a few days, Brother 11 will catch you another Xiaobai." "Okay, Xiao Shiba won't cry anymore." The little girl wiped her eyes and nodded earnestly. 11. A planetary-level powerhouse clad in black leather armor descended slowly from above. Li Qi recognized him as his father, Delicar Royus, the 7th in line of the 2nd generation of their family. "7th father. Hug." The boy, Jiao, reached out to Delicar as he landed. Ignoring the little boy, Delicar took Xiao Shiba from Li Qi's arms and softly comforted her for a moment. Observing his father cradling Xiao Shiba while Jiao reached out for a hug, Li Qi felt a sense of familiarity wash over him. There was little choice. The Royus family was characterized by a predominance of males, having only 3 females across 3 generations, with Xiao Shiba being the youngest and thus most cherished. After soothing the little girl, Delicar inquired. Li Qi shook his head slightly. I'm not certain. That nocturnal bird has been fixated on. He glanced at Xiaoshiba and Jiu, choosing not to elaborate further. Watching his father carry Xiaoshiba away, Li Qi looked down at the envious expression on Jiu's face. Let us go. Without waiting for Jiu's agreement, he lifted him and, using his bone shield, soared toward the family encampment. At that moment, 3 beams of light surrounded a dark figure, delivering a righteous beating. Without telekinetic weaponry, it is quite challenging to threaten a planetary-level beast with a bone cone crafted solely from the teeth of such creatures. Li Qi pondered. Given the formidable size and strength of the beast, unless the bone cone can breach its defenses to strike a vital area, such as the heart or brain. Recalling his battle with the nocturnal bird, he remembered how his bone cone pierced through its resilient feathers, entering its flesh. Although it appeared to inflict considerable damage, to the bird, it felt merely like a mosquito bite, an immediate sting with little lasting impact. However, Li Qi, after driving the 2 bone spikes into the flesh of the nightbird, found himself ensnared by its muscles and could no longer exert control. If he were to engage in a one-on-one duel with the nightbird, he would undoubtedly succumb in the end, as he would eventually run out of bone spikes to wield. If only I possessed a psychic weapon, slaying that nightbird would be a trivial matter. Psychic weapons are renowned for their sharpness. Even a fragment of such a weapon serves as a formidable instrument of slaughter for a psychic master. For instance, Luo Feng, at the pinnacle of the 9th rank of an apprentice, managed to kill a planetary-level opponent clad in a first-rank energy suit using only the escape sky shuttle. Yet to acquire a psychic weapon, one must journey to the Morning Light Academy or a joint training camp. Li Qi shook his head, choosing not to contemplate such matters for the time being, as he was reluctant to leave his family. Upon returning to the family and entrusting little 19 to his parents, Li Qi was soon summoned to the family tent. Inside, he found 3 individuals seated, his father, Uncle Horu, and Uncle Garabir, all of whom were planetary-level powerhouses. Frankly, Li Qi had harbored suspicions regarding his grandfather's lineage, speculating whether it belonged to the 2nd or even 3rd tier of human ancestry. This doubt arose from the fact that every adult in the 2nd generation of the Roy's family was planetary-level, and 2 stellar-level individuals had emerged among them. The 3rd generation, upon reaching adulthood, had all attained the 9th rank of apprentice level, with his eldest brother reaching planetary-level 9th rank. As he entered, Li Qi greeted each of them in turn before taking a seat beside his father. Uncle Garabir was the first to speak. 11. You performed exceptionally well this time. You showed no hesitation against the planetary-level nightbird. Had it not been for you, little 18 and 19 would have been in peril. It was somewhat disconcerting for Li Qi to receive praise from Uncle Garabir, who was known for his strictness toward both others and himself. He recalled the many instances when he had seen his 4th sister reprimanded by him during their training sessions. His father, Deliker, nodded slightly before saying, 11. Please recount the events as they transpired. Li Qi then detailed the encounter with the nightbird, adding his observations. For some reason, that nightbird was incredibly fixated. It persistently aimed to attack little 18 and 19, seemingly unconcerned by my assaults. In response, Horu advised, we should keep the little ones indoors for the time being. Li Qi was indifferent to the mention of a reward by Horu. The safety of little 18 and 19 was his greatest reward. Horu then raised his left arm, tapping a black communicator on his wrist, which conjured a luminous screen. It was a message from his father. Upon seeing the sender's name, he tapped the screen again to open the email. After reading the contents, Horu's brow furrowed deeply. He forwarded the email to several absent brothers before solemnly declaring, something has happened. Chapter 4. Patrol Mission. What message did grandfather from Morning Light City send? Li Qi pondered, awaiting Horu and Appo's subsequent remarks. The emergence of the night bird was not a mere coincidence. According to the intelligence obtained by his father from Morning Light City, it was not solely their family that faced the onslaught of planetary-level beasts, but tribes situated along the periphery of the grasslands were also under attack. The beast had a clear objective, prioritizing the assault on human children, swiftly abducting their corpses after the attack. Furthermore, not just Morning Light City, but similar reports were surfacing from the other 5 major cities. After listening to Haru, Li Qi finally comprehended why the night bird was fixated on attacking the young 18 and 19. This planned assault by planetary-level beasts had resulted in the death of 4 planetary-level warriors from Morning Light City alone, with several tribes annihilated, leading to casualties exceeding 1,000. The loss of 4 planetary-level warriors left everyone in a state of silence. This figure was beyond the imagination of the crowd, equivalent to the toll taken during 1 or 2 beast tides. Moreover, a beast tide was imminent. During the preliminary inspections prior to a planetary-level beast tide, assistance was required for the migration of other tribes to shelters if deemed necessary. Hora concluded the contents of the message. Assisting other tribes in migration was unprecedented. Garibule spoke solemnly. Horu replied. Father stated that due to the attacks by planetary-level beasts, the Council of Morning Light City believes this beast tide to be extraordinary. To prevent the shelters from being overrun, each shelter will now be fortified with 2 stellar-level warriors. Additionally, they believe that powerful tribes should bear greater responsibilities, endeavoring to protect weaker tribes during their migration to preserve their living strength. Garibule nodded slightly, understanding. Shall we depart immediately? Horu turned to inquire of Derical. What about you? 7th brother? Me? Derical glanced at his elder brother, then called out to Li Qi, 11. Li Qi, perplexed, wondered what his father wanted from him. You should join this patrol. Aren't planetary-level warriors required? Li Qi was somewhat astonished. Could he, as an apprentice-level individual, undertake such a significant responsibility? Given the strength you demonstrated today, you are more than capable of patrolling towards Morning Light City. This direction is rife with apprentice-level beasts, and the likelihood of encountering planetary-level beasts is nearly non-existent. You've also heard that this beast tide is unusual. Every additional person adds to our strength. And the longer those weaker tribes remain on the grasslands, the greater their peril. Derical placed a reassuring hand on Li Qi's shoulder. You could save many lives. After hearing his father's final words, Li Qi was persuaded. Wait. Derical called out to Li Qi, removing the communicator from his left wrist and tossing it to him, instructing. Take this communicator. Should you encounter a planetary-level beast, you can call for help. Moreover, it can also serve as a map and direction finder. Understood, Father, Li Qi replied. Additionally, do not inform your mother about your patrol duty just yet, so as not to cause her worry. Gather food and water from the dining tent later. Li nodded, wishing to spare his mother any concern. Delacour waved him off, urging him to go. Once Li had departed, Garibule spoke up. Old 7. Do you truly feel comfortable allowing 11 to venture out on patrol? Delacour sighed. There's no alternative. This lad has grown complacent in recent years, absent some pressure. He will not strive to better himself. He must witness the harsh realities of the prairie to grasp the significance of strength. Moreover, if he could entangle a 3rd-tier planetary-level night bird for such an extended period, he should be able to escape from any beast below planetary level 5. Both Horu and Garibule wholeheartedly agreed with Delacour's assessment of his son's complacency. They recognized Li and Appo's exceptional talent and believed he would be the 5th in the family to attain stellar status. However, they perceived that he had been rather lackadaisical in recent years. Apart from practicing the basic 28 techniques of the controller, he rarely engaged in the gene origin cultivation methods. And even the purple-orange fruit allocated to him remained untouched. While not rare, the purple-orange fruit could gradually enhance one's physique. Yet he had given it to little 18 as a treat. This neglect had resulted in the barely 4-year-old 18 nearing 3rd-tier apprentice physical conditioning, while her twin brother, 19, had only just reached 1st-tier apprentice status. They speculated that 11's reluctance to leave the family stemmed from a desire to remain close to his loved ones, especially in the unfamiliar environment of Morning Light Academy. Indeed, it was time to apply some pressure. Haru and Garibule nodded in agreement, believing that a little pressure might spur 11 to change. All right, I shall head to the mess tent to prepare food and water for 11. Delacour announced as he rose to leave. Haru watched his younger brother's retreating figure, silently lamenting, alas, who would have thought 11's character would pose an issue? The family seems cursed. Meanwhile, at home, their mother, Winnie, was busy stitching leather boots. 11. I heard you encountered a planetary-level beast. You weren't injured. Were you? Winnie said, inspecting Li with concern. I'm fine. Please don't worry, Li replied with a smile. Seeing that her son bore no injuries, Winnie felt relieved. That's good to hear, she said, cupping Li's face in her hands. You did wonderfully. You saved little 18 and 19. You're a great brother. Mother, I'm no longer a child. Indeed. 11 is now a named adult. Mother, I have matters to attend to outside. I must take my leave. Recognizing the dismissive tone in his words, Li understood that reasoning would not sway her, and he gently extricated himself from her grasp. Grabbing a spare bone spike from the room, he exited the house and made his way straight to the mess tent. At the mess tent, Delacour sat at a dining table, a modest beast hide bag resting atop it alongside a water pouch. The contents were limited. Yet their efficacy far surpassed that of ordinary food and water, primarily serving to replenish energy during travel and should not be used indiscriminately. Ordinary provisions could be acquired from other tribes, and such supplies would also be provided by those tribes during escort missions. Moreover, your prowess far surpasses that of the warriors from those feeble tribes. The adversary worthy of your intervention is none other than the leader of the beast horde. Thus, the primary objective should be to dismantle the beast coalition. As Dereker pushed the items on the table towards Lequi, he elucidated the inspection tasks and focal points of their work. With the beast skin pouch and water bag secured before him, Lequi attentively absorbed his father and Appos, as words, committing them to memory. Once Lequi was prepared, Dereker gently waved his hand, signaling him to proceed. With a nod, Lequi exited the dining tent, maneuvering the bone shield as he ascended into the sky, heading towards the direction of Dawnlight City. Subsequently, Dereker took to the air, lost in thought as he observed Lequi's receding figure. Chapter 5. The authentic prairie. Departing from the family's encampment, Li Qi soared through the sky while examining the communicator. After familiarizing himself with its functions, he activated the map. This was a detailed chart of the prairies managed by Chaowang City, delineating the grazing territories of various tribes along the periphery. To ascertain the strength of a tribe, one need only observe the size of its grazing land upon the map. Powerful tribes possess vast expanses of pasture, situated near the inner prairies teeming with monstrous beasts, serving as the first line of defense against their incursions. In contrast, the smaller tribes, positioned at the fringes of the prairie, face minimal threats from these beasts, resulting in significantly smaller grazing areas. Some tribes even required special markings to denote their territories. Otherwise, the extent of their pastures would remain inadequately represented. As Li Qi scrutinized the tribes marked upon the map, he pondered. Numerous tribes lie along the route from the family encampment to Chaowang City. However, from a distance perspective, only 9 tribes are suitably positioned to seek refuge at the family encampment, while 4 others are closer to alternative shelters. These shelters were formed in response to the beast tides, which occurred during periods of monstrous upheaval. During such upheavals, planetary-grade beasts that typically roam the inner prairies lead apprentice-grade beast hordes to the outer periphery. Occasionally, a scarce few stellar-grade beasts may also participate. In anticipation of the impending beast tide, the stronger tribes would consolidate their dispersed members, retreating to their encampments for defense to minimize losses. The contraction of forces among the major tribes, positioned as the first line of defense against the beasts, allows previously elusive beasts to infiltrate the outer prairies with ease during this period. The weaker tribes grazing at the prairie's edge, unable to contend with the multitude of beasts, are thus compelled to temporarily migrate to the larger tribes for sanctuary. Over time, these shelters came into existence. I shall first notify the 9 tribes suited for refuge at the family encampment to ascertain whether they choose to migrate individually or gather together for a collective exodus. Afterward, I will contact the other patrols to check if they have communicated with the 4 remaining tribes. After a brief contemplation, Li Qi solidified his plan. Approximately 10 minutes later, he arrived at the first tribe's grazing territory. Maneuvering the bone shield to hover in the air, he glanced at the map, making a rough estimation of the distance. My speed while commanding the bone shield at full throttle should range between 500 to 600 meters per second. Though I was not flying at full speed earlier, I still maintained a velocity of 300 to 400 meters per second, based on a flight duration of 10 minutes. This location is approximately 200 kilometers from the family pasture. 200 kilometers, given the migration speed of these weaker tribes. I wonder if they can reach the family pasture within a day. After examining the area meticulously from above, Li Qi finally spotted signs of the pasture's inhabitants. In the distance on the prairie, a dark speck emerged, with wisps of blue smoke curling upwards. There, he murmured softly, directing the bone shield towards the rising smoke. As he drew nearer, Li Qi felt a sense of incredulity. This seemingly weak tribe boasted a surprisingly considerable population. He roughly counted the tents of the tribe, estimating around 120, which, if calculated at 4 individuals per tent, amounted to approximately 500 people. However, among these 500, there was not a single planetary-level warrior. In contrast, his own Royce family, comprising fewer than 100 members, boasted 6 planetary-level fighters. Hovering in the air with his head bowed, Li Qi remained silent. The impact of the scene before him was incomparably greater than the beast tide he had witnessed 2 years prior. Back then, as a 7th-tier apprentice-level psionic, he had observed older apprentices of 4th and 5th tiers participating in the initial trials of the beast tide alongside him. That experience had been profoundly shocking. Yet now, he truly comprehended that not every tribe could be likened to the Royce family. This was a stark contrast to the peaceful and stable past he vaguely remembered. As more and more people gathered below, Lichi maneuvered his bone shield to descend slowly. Below, many young men, armed with bows and spears, vigilantly gazed upward. Some arrows already knocked. Meanwhile, the elderly, women, and children had retreated into the tents, their curious eyes peering through the seams. As Lichi gradually descended and recognized that the visitors were not beasts but humans, the vigilant young men exhaled in relief, lowering their bows and spears. While some called the elderly and children out from the tents, landing in a clearing, Lichi surveyed the surrounding crowd. Noting that most possessed strengths around the 5th and 6th tiers of apprenticeship, with a few better-equipped individuals reaching the 7th and 8th tiers. The 9th-tier apprentices were exceedingly rare, with only 2 present. After probing with his psionic abilities, Lichi sighed inwardly. 500 people, yet only 2 9th-tier apprentices. This tribe is far too weak. No wonder it is classified as a minor tribe. As Lichi scrutinized others, they, in turn, examined him. The audacity of this lone individual venturing into another tribe piqued their curiosity. However, upon seeing Lichi and Apos' youthful appearance, expressions of astonishment adorned their faces. He was remarkably young. In their tribe, an individual of his age had not yet qualified for the initial beast tide trials. Yet his solitary arrival indicated a profound confidence in his abilities, suggesting that typical apprentice-level beasts would pose no challenge to him. I am the chieftain of this tribe. May I ask who you are, esteemed guest? Soon, a tall, robust middle-aged man of 9th-tier apprenticeship approached Lichi. I am Lichi Royce, ranked 11th in the Royce family, currently serving as a patroller, he replied, revealing the communicator on his wrist. The sturdy man appeared astonished. A patroller? Could it be? He struggled to believe that it had been such a short time since the last beast tide, and now a new one was imminent. This was a message dispatched from Dawnlight City. The man, familiar with the universal language, quickly read through the message and had no choice but to accept the impending arrival of a new beast tide. Once the man finished reading the message, Lichi stowed away his communicator and urged, quickly arrange for the tribe to relocate to the Royce family's refuge. Time is of the essence, and I must depart swiftly. There are other tribes unaware of the impending beast tide. Having spoken, he deftly maneuvered the bone shield into the air, hastening towards the direction of the next tribe. After Lichi's departure, an 8th-tier apprentice approached the towering figure of the chief. Chief, could it be that he is a planetary-level powerhouse? The robust man shook his head, his expression complex as he gazed at Lichi's receding silhouette. So young? He surpasses even you, chief. The admiration in the young man's voice was palpable, yet it was overshadowed by a deeper sense of envy. After departing from the first tribe, Lichi soared through the skies, alerting one family after another. As night approached, he meticulously ensured that each tribe suitable for migrating to the Royce family for refuge was informed, even reaching 3 more distant tribes. Only one final tribe remained unnotified. Chapter 6. Family and old friends in the home of the Lequi family within the Royce household. A conversation unfolded. Where has 11 gone? He never needs to be called for meals. Upon facing this inquiry, Delacour fell silent, hesitating on whether to divulge to his wife that he had assigned 11 the role of patroller. Seeing her husband's silence, Winnie grew furious. Speak, Delacour. With a resigned sigh at his wife's ire, Delacour finally responded, I have appointed 11 as a patroller. A patroller? Delacour, you truly are something. That position is reserved for those of planetary caliber, and you've sent a mere apprentice of the 9th tier. Delacour hastily explained, given 11's capabilities. There is no issue with him serving as a patroller. Even the 3rd-tier night bird of planetary caliber cannot contend with him for long. Even so, you should not have allowed 11 to go. He is only 14. Indeed, 11 is 14 now. Delacour nodded, then countered, do you not think he has become somewhat complacent? Winnie's tone softened slightly. 11 may be a bit, but he still cannot take on the role of a patroller. Why not? Delacour pressed again. Are you aware of the current state of our family? Our family? Isn't it doing well? Winnie inquired cautiously. Has something gone awry? Well? Delacour shook his head. The family's situation has not improved over the years. 40 years ago, due to Ron Royce, the second in the 2nd generation, shining brightly in the stellar cultivation camp, the Royce family reached its zenith. The family founder, Royce, bypassed the council seat of Morning Light City and directly campaigned for the position of City Lord. With 2 stellar-level warriors and 10 planetary-level ones, our comprehensive strength surpasses that of over half the council families. Yet, proposals to become council members remain stuck in Parliament, unable to advance. The root of the issue lies in our family and Oppo's short establishment period and shallow foundation, provoking jealousy due to our rapid growth. The only way to break this deadlock is for Xiaoyi to enter the stellar cultivation camp, while 11 showcases his talent at Morning Light Academy in the United Cultivation Camp, thus suppressing all hostility with their gifted prowess. It will be beneficial for him to truly experience the vastness of the prairie. Having listened quietly, Winnie began to understand her husband and Oppo's good intentions, yet her worry lingered. But I still feel uneasy. Delacour comforted her, wrapping his arms around her shoulders. There is no need to worry. 11 will be fine. Leaning against her husband, Winnie gently nodded. All right. Meanwhile, beneath the dim sky, Liqui gazed at the flickering lights of tribal encampments on the distant prairie, feeling his spirits lift considerably. Finally, we have arrived. Setting out from the family residence and traversing from one tribe to another, he found his body weary and his spirit equally fatigued. Each of these tribes housed only the strongest at the apprentice level 9th tier, compelling him to hasten his pace to the next location. Each incursion of the beast tide inflicts significant losses upon the weaker tribes, not solely in terms of human casualties, but rather due to the substantial loss of their domesticated beasts. From a tribe, Li Qi learned that once the beasts invading from the inner grasslands encounter human tribes, they often prioritize attacking the larger domesticated creatures. This is especially true for packs of carnivorous beasts. If they happen upon these tribes during migration, the losses can be catastrophic, potentially leading to the complete annihilation of the domesticated beasts. These creatures represent the most crucial wealth of the grassland tribes, with every part of their bodies holding great utility. Thus, when a tribe suffers extensive losses of these domesticated beasts, it faces an existential crisis. I am Li Qi Royus of the Royus family, currently serving as an inspector. As I approached the camp, I halted over 100 meters away to avoid any misunderstandings before daring to enter. After a brief moment of turmoil within the camp, a middle-aged man emerged, introducing himself as Yax, the leader of the Hollow tribe. He presented the message from Morning Light City regarding the impending beast tide. As Yax scrutinized the projected message and confirmed its authenticity, he took note of Li Qi. At first, he perceived this young inspector as merely youthful. However, as he scrutinized further, he recognized him, as if he had encountered him before. After a moment of contemplation, he tentatively inquired, "Are you the 11 of the Royus family?" "I am indeed the 11 of the Royus family." "And you are? Do you recall the beast tide from 2 years ago? We were stationed in the same defense zone." Upon this reminder, Li Qi's memory conjured the image of Yax, the commanding officer responsible for defense at that time. "It's you. The uncle who was in charge of the defensive operations," he recalled. 2 years prior, during his initial participation in the beast tide trials, he had been somewhat bewildered, relying on the guidance of the defense zone commander to navigate the complexities of the situation. "I never expected you to recognize me," Yax responded, a mixture of joy and melancholy washing over him. Time had transformed the once novice who needed guidance into a capable inspector, while he himself remained stagnant in his progress. "I remember, uncle, you imparted much knowledge to me," Li Qi reflected, his emotions swirling. The once apprentice level 9th tier commander remained in the same tier, a testament to how this threshold from apprentice to planetary level had thwarted many, including Yax. "Very well," Li Qi affirmed, having already intended to proceed. The two men entered the Hala tribe's camp. Under the flickering flames, Yax noticed the exhaustion etched upon Li Qi's youthful face. "Thank you for your timely arrival to inform us," Yax expressed, fully aware of the timestamp on the message from Morning Light City. It was evident that Li Qi had hurried here without pause, solely to deliver the grave news of the approaching beast tide. "I am a patroller. It is my duty." Li Qi smiled, and then inquired, "By the way, has your tribe decided on a refuge?" "Not yet. We must consult with the tribal elders before making a decision. If your tribe intends to seek refuge with my Royce family, I can accompany you along the way." Upon hearing this, Yax paused, a glimmer of joy appearing on his face. "Really?" "Indeed." With Li Qi's affirmative response, Yax beamed with happiness. "Wonderful. I will persuade the elders to relocate to the Royce family's refuge. With a 9th tier apprentice level mentalist stationed there, their losses during the journey will be significantly mitigated, provided they do not encounter planetary level beasts." After resting for a night with the Hollow tribe, Li Qi set off early the next morning. Chapter 7. The attack during migration. As dawn broke on the second day, Li Qi emerged from his tent after a brief wash. He looked up to see smoke billowing into the sky. Surveying the surroundings, he noticed that the once bustling campsite had become considerably more sparse, with many tents dismantled and loaded onto vehicles, leaving only a few still in the process of being taken down. At that moment, the entire Hollow tribe was bustling with activity, people moving about with various belongings. Even the children were engaged in the efforts. Upon seeing Li Qi step out of his tent, Yaxis, who was directing his tribesmen in the camp, hurried over. On his way, he snagged a bit of food from a passing tribesman. Li Qi, you're awake. Have something to eat, Yaxis offered, handing him the food and then producing a water pouch from his waist. After accepting the food and water, Li Qi took a sip and inquired, has your tribe decided on which refuge to seek? He gestured toward the busy tribespeople, remarking, look, we started preparing for migration before dawn. It won't be long before we set off. True to Yaxis' words, shortly thereafter, the Hollow family commenced their migration. A procession of large and small vehicles encircled a herd of tame beasts, stretching several miles in length. Li Qi sat atop a canopy-less four-wheeled cart drawn by long-haired beasts, positioned centrally within the migrating convoy, ensuring he could swiftly provide aid regardless of the direction from which danger might approach. Yaxis, the chief of the Hollow tribe, was also aboard the cart, boasting about his ancestral spear, which featured a tip crafted from the remnants of a weapon. This spear has been passed down through generations of chieftains. I am its seventh bearer. It is said that the spear tip was forged from the remnants of a weapon wielded by a stellar-level powerhouse. Li Qi was skeptical of Yaxis' claims, fully aware of the immense value of second-tier stellar weapons. He recalled that the original text had briefly mentioned the distinctions between lower, middle, upper, and extraordinary grades of the same tier, with the price disparity between inferior and extraordinary items reaching hundreds of times. Even an inferior second-tier telekinetic weapon would be valued at 2 to 3 dozen times that of a first-tier extraordinary telekinetic weapon. Any fragment from a second-tier weapon would likely hold a value comparable to or exceeding that of a first-tier inferior weapon. Observing the spear resting beside Yaxis, Li Qi speculated that it was likely a remnant of a first-tier telekinetic or energy weapon. The migrating party set off at dawn and paused for a meal at noon. Throughout the journey, they encountered only a few solitary beasts, without any groups of monsters. However, not long after their meal, a warning horn sounded from the rear. Accompanied by shouts, there's a pack of beasts. With a swift motion, Li Qi tossed his bone shield into the air and leaped, using the shield to soar towards the back of the convoy at full speed. Upon hearing the alarm, Yaxis had just begun to rise when he witnessed Li Qi's rapid departure, leaving only the silhouette of his shield in flight. Filled with admiration, he thought, truly a mentalist. As Li Qi soared, 16 bone spikes emerged, hovering around him. With the sound of the wind rushing by, he reached the rear of the convoy in mere seconds. He observed a pack of black-gray, horned wolf-like beasts trailing behind the migration. These creatures typically measured around 4 meters in length, with some reaching 5 or 6 meters, totaling over 40 in number. Memories of the horned wolf species surfaced in Li Qi's mind. Horned wolf, a pack-dwelling beast of 5th-tier apprentice level. At that moment, over 20 warriors from the Hollow tribe, armed with spears, stood atop carts drawn by shaggy beasts, fiercely thrusting their weapons at the audacious horned wolves daring to approach. Upon striking, they would immediately release their grip, allowing the wounded wolves to tumble with a howl, impaled by the spears. Behind the spearmen, additional warriors were bending bows and knocking arrows, targeting the relentless horned wolves in pursuit. Amidst the convoy of carts, an elder of 9th-tier apprentice level was commanding the group, shouting, "Fire! Fire! Do not let the Wolf King close in." Among the horned wolves, one particularly massive specimen stood out, significantly larger than its kin, flanked by 3 slightly smaller wolves. Whoosh! Several arrows whirled through the air, aimed at the horned Wolf King. In response to the incoming projectiles, the Wolf King nimbly leaped aside, effortlessly evading the onslaught. A 9th-tier apprentice horned Wolf King, Li Qi discerned after observing for a moment, a cold glint in his eyes as murderous intent surged within him. Die! With a swift motion, 16 bone spikes hovered around Li Qi, launching towards the horned Wolf King. The spikes intertwined in a dazzling display, their trajectories obscured to the naked eye. The Wolf King reacted swiftly, jumping aside to evade, but it was a futile endeavor. The bone spikes traveled at incredible speed, guided by Li Qi's will to pursue their target, reaching the Wolf King in the blink of an eye. Thud! Thud! The horned Wolf King, unable to leverage its strength in midair, was struck repeatedly by the bone spikes, its 6-meter-long form lifted by the overwhelming force. Blood gushed forth, splattering through the air. staining the fur of many horned wolves and soaking the earth beneath. The Wolf King's once proud, resilient hide proved inadequate against the onslaught of bone spikes crafted from the teeth of planetary beasts as they pierced through its body. With a heavy thud, the dying form of the horned Wolf King collapsed onto the grass, blood oozing from its grievous wounds. In mere seconds, the once menacing horned Wolf King, who had sought to attack the migration, lay lifeless. Whoosh! Following the demise of the horned Wolf King, the 16 bone spikes divided into 3 groups, soaring through the air towards 3 larger horned wolves. Thud! Thud! The sound of spikes penetrating flesh echoed as the 3 horned wolves were impaled upon the grassland. With the death of their king and the 3 larger wolves, the remaining horned wolves ceased their assault on the migration. After a brief exchange of glances, one horned wolf turned tail to flee, prompting the others to follow suit, scampering away in retreat. Soon, only the deceased and those incapacitated and unable to escape remained behind the team, the once formidable unicorn wolves. Impressive. Truly. The patrol has proven its mettle by so effortlessly vanquishing the unicorn wolf king. How long have we sought aid? Remarkably, he has dismantled the beast horde in such a brief span. The warriors of the Hahiru clan, witnessing Li Qi's ease in resolving the predicament they still required assistance for, could not help but express their heartfelt admiration. All right, let us swiftly clear the battlefield and then catch up with the rest of the team. The elder, who had previously commanded the resistance against the unicorn wolves, felt a deep gratitude towards Li Qi, yet maintained a composed demeanor as he instructed everyone to tidy the area. Approximately an hour after the migration party departed, a mound began to rise from the ground, making its way from the distance, halting beside the land where the unicorn wolf king had met its demise. Chapter 8. The Mixed Beast Horde on the 3rd day at dawn. After the migration caravan had been assailed by the pack of unicorn wolves on the 1st day, they safely reunited with another migrating group on the 2nd day. Consequently, the number of 9th-tier apprentices within the caravan increased to 5. Suddenly, Li Qi had barely rested when sharp, urgent whistles echoed from both sides of the caravan. Instinctively, Yakes sprang to his feet, sensing trouble. I'll go take a look, Li Qi exclaimed as he leapt up, his bone shield propelling him skyward. Ascending to several dozen meters in height, he surveyed the entirety of the migration caravan. Simultaneously, he spotted 2 vast, dark swarms of beasts approaching from either side. 2 beast hordes. Li Qi furrowed his brow and maneuvered his bone shield for a rapid descent. Whoosh! Hovering above the cart, he pointed to the right and shouted, Yakes, you head to the right for support. That side has fewer beasts. I'll handle the left. Yakes was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Li Qi was directing him. However, he quickly recovered, letting out a war cry, Ola. The thunderous sound of hooves resonated as a long-haired beast, significantly larger than its kin, approached the cart. Grasping his ancestral spear, Yakes leapt onto the back of the long-haired beast, patting its right side. With the rhythmic pounding of hooves, the beast galloped towards the right side of the caravan, allowing the tamed creatures along the way to swiftly clear a path. Meanwhile, upon reaching the left side of the caravan, Li Qi did not rush into action. Instead, he lingered in the air, observing from a distance. The number of beasts here is approximately 300 to 400. No, something is amiss. A look of confusion crossed his face. 1 type of carnivorous beast. 2 types of herbivorous beasts. Why is there a mixed beast horde? Even during a beast tide, mixed beast hordes are rare unless. As this thought crossed his mind, his expression grew grave. Unless there is a planetary-level beast leading them. Otherwise, opposing carnivorous and herbivorous beasts would not band together to act. Planetary-level beasts are easily identifiable, as they are more than twice the size of their kin. Where are they? Where are they? Li Qi meticulously scanned the beast horde. Yet he found no trace of a planetary-level beast. Could it be avian beasts? He looked skyward, but the sky was clear, devoid of even a single cloud. Let alone any beasts. No, how could there be none? Li Qi muttered to himself, beginning to doubt his deductions. Was the emergence of this mixed beast horde merely a coincidence? Reluctantly, he searched once more, but still found no sign of a planetary-level beast. I can't afford to wait any longer. During Li Qi's search for the planetary-level beast, the migration caravan had already engaged with the approaching horde, and he witnessed individuals falling victim to the beasts. First, eliminate the 9th-tier apprentice beast leader. Soaring towards the horde, Li Qi began his search for the 9th-tier apprentice beast. Found it. After a brief search, his eyes lit up as he spotted a 9th-tier herbivorous beast. With a swift motion, the 16 bone spikes that had previously encircled him were launched towards the 9th-tier apprentice beast. Sensing the imminent threat, The beast hastily leaped to evade. Yet such futile efforts were in vain against the bone spikes, which were deftly manipulated by mental force. The spikes curved gracefully and struck the beast's midsection with tremendous force, sending it hurtling through the air. Typically, due to the tough hide and substantial fat of herbivorous beasts, it is quite challenging for carnivorous beasts of the same tier to inflict harm. However, the planetary-level beasts, having undergone a profound evolutionary leap in their cellular structure, wield bone spikes fashioned from their own teeth, exceedingly sharp and lethal. With a sickening sound, the bone spikes effortlessly pierced the herbivore's body, emerging from the opposite side. Blood sprayed forth as the beast was propelled several meters before crashing onto another creature, shattering its bones and rendering its limbs limp. First one. After the 16 bone spikes had penetrated the herbivorous beast, they continued their trajectory, tracing elegant arcs through the air towards another 9th-tier carnivorous beast. Though it attempted to evade, the beast managed to dodge only a few spikes, while the remaining ones still pierced its body. Second one. Li Qi mentally counted as he directed the spikes towards the next target. Moments later, a 9th-tier apprentice beast lay lifeless in a pool of blood, the spikes having already set their sights on the subsequent quarry. Third one. Fourth one. Sixth one. This is the last one. Upon vanquishing the final 9th-tier apprentice beast, Li Qi commanded the bone spikes to slay more than 10 7th and 8th-tier apprentice beasts. At this juncture, the beast horde, bereft of their 9th-tier leader, exhibited signs of demoralization, save for those engaged in combat with the migrating warriors. Observing this, Li Qi flew towards the warriors, intending to assist them in eliminating the remaining beasts that still possessed the will to fight, thereby minimizing casualties. The 16 bone spikes divided into 4 groups, targeting the beasts still engaged in battle. A series of piercing sounds echoed as one beast after another was struck down. The migrating warriors were taken aback. The creatures they had just been battling suddenly sustained grave injuries or collapsed lifelessly. They glanced around, realizing that the same phenomenon was occurring among their comrades, bewildered by the swift demise of their foes. Only upon spotting Li Qi soaring through the air with a shield and the floating bone spikes did they comprehend that the esteemed inspector had come to their aid. Warriors stationed atop the carts had a broader view and noticed that numerous large beasts within the horde had perished. Impressive. Truly, the inspector is formidable, effortlessly dispatching so many 8th and 9th-tier apprentice beasts. The rapid resolution of the beast assault was nothing short of remarkable. Those with a keen sense of time recognized that the entire ordeal had lasted barely a minute. One exclaimed in awe, "How powerful! The esteemed Lord of Inspection might indeed rival the might of planetary-level powerhouses. Perhaps he falls just short, yet the difference is negligible." Another individual concurred with the assessment of Li Qi's formidable strength. Praise reverberated among the crowd, each voice expressing admiration for Li Qi's prowess. However, Li Qi remained unaffected by the accolades, his mind preoccupied with a singular dilemma. Could it be that I have erred in my judgment? Is there truly no planetary-level beast commanding these creatures? Observing the rout of the monstrous horde, with not a trace of the planetary-level beast in sight, he began to question whether his suspicions were unfounded. Suddenly, a realization struck him, his expression shifting dramatically. No, this cannot be right. Chapter 9. The planetary digging beast to the right of the migrating caravan. A horde of over 100 carnivorous beasts, known as the split-toothed beasts, launched a scattered assault on the procession. The split-toothed beasts, cunning and ruthless predators, reached the 6th tier of apprentice-level maturity, living in family units. They were relatively small in size, resembling lynxes, with adults measuring just over 2 meters in length. Their agility and explosive speed rendered them formidable adversaries, particularly against large, unwieldy herbivores. However, the warriors within the migrating caravan possessed considerable experience in combating such nimble foes. While a few sharpshooters continued to rain arrows upon the beasts, the others armed themselves with bone shields and battle blades, coordinating with the shield bearers wielding spears. A handful remained to protect the archers, while the rest dismounted their carriages in groups of 3 or 4, bravely confronting the advancing split-toothed beasts. "Kill!" they roared, their battle cries intertwining with the feral howls of the beasts. It was a clash of equals. One side was well-equipped and battle-hardened, while the other was sharp-toothed and swift. In one skirmish, 3 warriors formed an impenetrable defense with their bone shields. Despite the ferocity of the split-toothed beasts and oppos, sharp fangs, they could not breach their defenses. Shortly thereafter, a warrior armed with a spear struck down one of the beasts, and the 2 other warriors quickly joined in to slay it. while another split-toothed beast soon fell to their concentrated fire. In another combat group, however, coordination faltered. A young warrior, due to a misstep, found himself caught by the jaws of a split-toothed beast, tipping the scales of victory in the beast's favor. Across the battlefield, skirmishes erupted with varying outcomes. As the split-toothed beasts attacked in pairs or threes, maintaining a distance of several dozen meters between groups as they assaulted the caravan. When Ajax, riding atop his massive shaggy beast, finally arrived, he beheld dozens of skirmishes unfolding, the front line stretching nearly 1,000 meters. Such an extensive front would have been impossible for the Halura tribe to defend alone, had it not been for the support of other tribes joining the migration. Charge! Ajax bellowed, directing his spear towards the nearest skirmish. With a squeeze of his legs, he commanded his shaggy beast to charge forward. This creature, an apprentice-level 9th-tier beast, thundered into the fray, its hooves resounding like a war drum. With a low growl, the shaggy beast lowered its head and collided with a blocking split-toothed beast, sending it flying. The impacted beast suffered shattered bones and gushed blood from its mouth and nose, its insides grievously injured. Upon landing, it struggled to breathe, likely near death. Die! Ajax thrust his spear, delivering a fatal blow to another split-toothed beast that had been caught off guard. Having dispatched 2 of the beasts, he pressed on, directing his shaggy companion towards the next skirmish with relentless determination. In mere seconds, he tore through multiple combat groups, an unstoppable force. Just as he prepared to charge into the next skirmish and expand his victories, an unexpected disturbance erupted. The ground exploded, sending dirt flying as a gray-brown entity emerged from the shattered earth, obstructing Ajax and Apos' path. Suddenly, the indistinct gray-brown creature above split open, revealing a gaping maw with a diameter of 10 meters. It was a monstrous beast. This is bad. Axton sensed the imminent danger and reacted swiftly. Aware that the hooves of the long-haired beast beneath him could not halt their advance, he propelled himself upwards with one hand, landing a foot upon the creature's back, swiftly launching himself backward. Just as Axton's front foot departed from the long-haired beast's back, a massive maw lunged forth, sinking its teeth into the very spot where the beast had been, devouring it whole. Fortunately, his decisive actions were quick enough. Otherwise, he too would have been consumed by that cavernous mouth. At that moment, the yawning maw was merely 2 or 3 meters away, allowing him a glimpse of its sharp, slender teeth and the decaying flesh caught between them. As he soared backward, Axton braced himself against the ground with one hand upon landing, adjusting his posture as he fell onto the grass. His feet plowed into the earth for over a meter before he raised his head to witness the extensive patch of grass that had been gnawed away at the spot where the long-haired beast had been devoured. Staring at the gray-brown monster, Axton gripped his ancestral spear tightly, a grave expression etched upon his face. A planetary-grade burrowing beast. The burrowing beast, upon reaching maturity, classified as an 8th-tier apprentice monster, is devoid of hair and scales, with exceptionally tough skin. Having lived underground for years, its vision has deteriorated. Yet its perception and hearing have been significantly enhanced. Axton's heart sank. This is dire. If he did not eliminate or severely injure this planetary-grade burrowing beast, the entire migration party would be in peril, for the burrowing beast has a penchant for carrion and a disturbing habit of hoarding supplies. As the chieftain of the Haluru tribe, Axton understood he must take action, for it was his responsibility. Fixating his gaze on the burrowing beast, his mind raced with strategies. Though I am uncertain of the beast's exact tier, I am certain I am no match for it. Shaking his head slightly, Axton dismissed those unfavorable thoughts. Exhaling slowly, he flexed the fingers gripping his spear, recalibrating his mindset. He needed to concentrate fully to prepare for the impending battle with the planetary-grade burrowing beast. At that moment, the planetary-grade burrowing beast ceased its gnashing, having swallowed its meal, and began to search for new prey. Attentively listening and sensing the tremors of the earth, the beast pinpointed its next target. Just as it prepared to plunge underground, a tremendous roar accompanied by violent vibrations halted it in its tracks. Boom! With a resounding crash, a deep crater appeared before Axton, surrounded by splattered mud and grass clippings. This crater had been forged by a spear. Silence ensued. After creating the earthen pit with his spear, Axton stood motionless, his breath slowing considerably. The burrowing beast, keenly attuned to its surroundings, was unable to discern the source of the thunderous noise due to the distant disturbances of battle. After a few seconds of stillness, the burrowing beast lowered its head, preparing to tunnel once more, only to be startled again by another tremendous noise and violent tremors. This time, the beast abandoned its sensory exploration. raising its head in an enraged roar. After the roar, it burrowed directly towards the direction where Ajax was located, who said that a burrowing beast requires constant awareness to lock onto its target. As the large expanse of grass surged rapidly towards him, Ajax could not help but curse under his breath and took off running. Engaging in a direct confrontation with a planet-level burrowing beast was tantamount to courting death. He had yet to witness his son marry, and he had no desire to meet an untimely end. As long as the burrowing beast did not trouble others, he was willing to entertain it for a while, awaiting the arrival of Rick for rescue. Chapter 10. The Key to Breaking the Deadlock Whiz. With a piercing sound, a grayish-white streak of light darted swiftly from the left side of the migrating group to the right, riding upon a bone shield. Li Chi cast his gaze toward the right side of the migrating assembly, muttering, "I hope I am mistaken." Moments later, he arrived at the scene, surveying his surroundings. He witnessed a series of battles as the warriors of the migrating group engaged in fierce combat with the monstrous beasts. Yet, he saw no sign of any planetary-grade beasts. Generally, planetary-grade monsters are easily identifiable due to their colossal size, often several times larger than their kin, making them unmistakable at first glance. Boom! Amidst an explosive sound, earth and grass flew in all directions. Li Chi turned to see a beast, over 10 meters in diameter, with a grayish-brown skin resembling that of an earthworm, emerging from the ground with its gaping maw, attempting to bite a figure. The figure moved with remarkable speed, narrowly evading the beast and Apos' jaws. However, in the next instant, the beast expelled a mass of black-gray substance, engulfing the figure entirely. The dark, ambiguous matter enveloped the figure, whisking it away into the distance, while the beast submerged itself back into the earth. Observing this, Li Chi maneuvered his bone shield in pursuit of the direction taken by the black-gray substance. The grayish-brown creature, reminiscent of an earthworm, adept at burrowing underground, must be a planetary-grade burrowing beast. Recognizing the creature, the 16 bone spikes surrounding Li Chi were launched in rapid succession, targeting the elevated patches of grass, tracing the burrowing beast and Apos' underground trajectory. The bone spikes traveled with astonishing speed, reaching their destination in the blink of an eye. Whoosh, 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 boom, boom, boom. Each spike struck the ground with resounding force, creating a cacophony of explosions. The spikes, akin to red-hot iron skewers piercing through butter, easily penetrated the surface, striking the colossal body of the burrowing beast with tremendous impact, controlled by a mental force exceeding that of a ninth-tier apprentice by tenfold. The bone spikes possessed a striking power comparable to that of planetary-grade entities. The immense force generated by the impacts firmly restrained the burrowing beast beneath the soil, rendering it momentarily incapable of movement. Yet, the creature's wrinkled, gray-brown skin proved remarkably resilient. Even the bone spikes crafted from the teeth of planetary-grade beasts could not pierce through, as the indentations created by the impacts quickly healed. Boom, 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 the explosive sounds persisted, dirt and grass flying everywhere, accompanied by a rising cloud of dust that obscured visibility. After a relentless assault lasting 10 seconds, Li Chi ceased his attack, coldly observing the ground marred by numerous craters amidst the smoke. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh roar. 2 seconds later, the planetary-grade burrowing beast erupted from another location, roaring in furious wrath. It was infuriated. The relentless barrage had suppressed it, leaving it no choice but to endure the blows. Although the previous attack had not inflicted significant harm, it was undeniably painful. Seeing that the planetary-grade burrowing beast remained vigorous, Li Chi shook his head slightly. Indeed, dealing with planetary-grade monsters without mental weaponry is exceedingly difficult. One can only momentarily suppress them but cannot deliver a fatal blow. Faced with the current predicament, he found himself with limited options and could only seek assistance. With a slight movement of his right hand at the wrist, he activated the communicator and dispatched the preset distress signal along with his current location. The distress signal has been sent. Our immediate task is to continue suppressing that planetary-class burrowing beast. If we can drive it away, it would be splendid. Li Chi narrowed his eyes in contemplation. The burrowing beast has a diminished sense of sight, relying instead on hearing and perception to locate its prey and adversaries. As long as I remain motionless in the air, it should struggle to detect my presence. Upon this realization, he directed his thoughts, causing 16 bone spires to scatter, darting towards the beast from various angles at differing speeds. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The burrowing beast's body twitched, seemingly attempting to ascertain the direction of the incoming attacks. However, overwhelmed by the sheer number and undeterred by the limited damage, it refrained from evading. Thud, thud, thud. Each bone spire collided with the beast and Oppo's body, producing a series of dull thuds. Although the beast and Oppo's boneless form was jolted and bent by the impacts, the inflicted damage was notably minimal. In the distance, a mass of indistinct black and gray matter writhed incessantly, and a figure emerged, crawling out with hands and feet, spitting repeatedly to expel the foul-smelling substance from his mouth. Yakes thought he was doomed when struck by the unidentified matter expelled by the burrowing beast, expecting to be swallowed whole. To his astonishment, after a brief span of over 10 seconds without any sense of displacement, he bravely emerged. As he gazed into the distance, he was left utterly astounded. What? A 9th-tier apprentice mentalist is able to suppress a planetary-class monster? This is utterly insane. He pondered. He doesn't even wield a psychic weapon. How could he maintain such dominance? Is he extraordinarily powerful, or am I merely feeble? Yakes' worldview was significantly shaken. When did 9th-tier apprentices become so formidable? Upon closer inspection, he began to discern the truth. His perspective gradually restoring, albeit with a growing sense of concern. Though Li Qi's bone spires were indeed sharp, they could not penetrate the burrowing beast's resilient hide. Even if they could, the creature's musculature would mitigate any substantial harm. For now, they could only achieve a temporary suppression, unable to inflict a decisive blow or slay the beast. More critically, he was uncertain how long his mental energy would endure. As Yakes contemplated this dilemma, he found himself at a loss for how he might assist. Meanwhile, high above, Li Qi was also deep in thought as the frequency of his bone spire attacks diminished considerably. He needed to alter the current situation. His mental energy had dwindled to less than a third, and he could not sustain prolonged combat. Whether he could hold out until planetary-level reinforcements arrived remained uncertain. Scanning his surroundings, Li Qi's gaze fell upon the figure previously engulfed by the black and gray matter, a person who brandished a spear. A spear. Li Qi's eyes lit up. If his memory served him right, among the 9th-tier apprentices in the migration team, only Yakes wielded a spear. Directing his bone shield towards Yakes, he ceased his bone spire assault, granting the burrowing beast a momentary reprieve. Li Qi called out emphatically, "Yakes, the spear." As the burrowing beast regained its composure, it immediately buried its head into the ground, swiftly traversing towards the source of the shouting. Meanwhile, Axes, upon witnessing Li Qi soaring towards him while shouting something incomprehensible, found himself momentarily bewildered. It was only when he heard the sound of a spear that enlightenment struck him, of course. The spear. His ancestral spear, crafted from fragments of weaponry wielded by stellar-level warriors, was more than sufficient to deal with planet-level beasts. Understanding Li Qi and Oppo's intent, he hurled his cherished ancestral spear into the fray. "Let us go," he shouted, before launching 4 bone spikes into the ground. Axes was acutely aware of his own capabilities, and after releasing the spear, he took off at full speed. Boom, boom. The bone spikes pierced the earth, colliding with the burrowing beast's body, momentarily hindering its movements. However, it quickly regained its composure, emerging from the ground with its gaping maw wide open, lunging at Li Qi in midair. Yet, Li Qi had already ascended rapidly the moment the bone spikes were fired. Despite the beast's swift attack, it remained a good 20 to 30 meters away. Observing the gaping maw that could easily engulf him tenfold, Li Qi's gaze turned icy. Die. Chapter 11. Unspeakable Die. Richard and Oppo's gaze was as frigid as ice. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The ancestral spear of Yax's surged forward, followed by 12 bone spikes, all aimed at the gaping maw of the burrowing beast. As the beast's massive, blood-soaked mouth snapped shut, it failed to seize Richard. Instead, it voraciously consumed the spear and bone spikes. No sooner had it swallowed them than the beast's skin, wrinkled and contorted, writhed in agony. With a sickening sound, the spear erupted from the creature's body, along with the 12 bone spikes. Its resilient hide, which had withstood the assault of the spikes, was rendered as fragile as parchment in the face of the ancestral spear and Oppo's might. The spear, accompanied by the bone spikes, arced gracefully through the air before plunging once more into the beast's body. This time, under Richard's deft control, the spear wreaked havoc within its insides. Although the beast and Oppo's powerful muscles crushed the shaft of the ancestral spear, the sharp and sturdy spearhead continued to inflict destruction, piercing through organs and leaving gaping wounds. A torrent of blood flowed forth. Roaring in anguish, the burrowing beast thrashed wildly, blood gushing from its mouth, nostrils, and wounds. This is effortless. Utterly effortless. Richard reveled in the moment. In previous encounters with the planet-class Nightboard, and now this planet-class burrowing beast, He had only managed to briefly suppress them without inflicting significant damage. But now, it was different. Yax's ancestral spear was simply too formidable, effortlessly penetrating the beast's form. The creature's agonized roars signaled its torment, and it realized that if this continued, death was imminent. Driven by the primal instinct to survive, it abruptly plunged its head into the ground, attempting to escape into the earth. Escape? In your dreams. Observing the beast's desperate bid for freedom, Richard snorted coldly. With a mere thought, he commanded the spearhead to cease its chaotic rampage within the beast and redirect its assault towards its brain. Thud. Thud. The anguish emanating from its mind rendered the burrowing beast incapable of fleeing underground. It frantically lashed its tail against the ground, each strike causing the earth to cave in, sending shockwaves through the vicinity, with soil and grass flying in disarray. The creature's frantic struggles persisted for nearly 10 seconds before a cloud of dust enveloped the area. Noticing that the ground had ceased to tremble and the cacophony had quieted, Richard murmured to himself, "Has the burrowing beast perished?" As the dust settled, he beheld the condition of the terrain. The beast lay motionless, its head and a considerable portion of its body buried in the earth, while its tail and a small segment of its form remained exposed. The soil surrounding its tail had been compacted, forming a depression several meters lower than the untouched ground. Given the formidable vitality of planet-class beasts, Richard, unwilling to take any chances, commanded the spearhead and bone spikes to continue their relentless assault within the creature. When he saw that the beast offered no response to such an onslaught, he finally felt at ease. As the bone shield gradually descended, Richard surveyed the chaotic state of the ground, shaking his head slightly, such madness in its final throes. Amidst the cacophony of flesh being pierced, the spear, adorned with a bone tip, emerged from the body of the burrowing beast. There was an inkling of belief within him that this spearhead was a remnant of a second-tier weapon wielded by a stellar-level powerhouse. Ricky. Upon witnessing the conclusion of the battle, Yax hurried over. As he approached, he embraced Ricky with fervor, exclaiming, "Thank you, Ricky. You have slain that planetary-level burrowing beast. You saved me. You saved the Harla tribe. You are a hero." When he resolved to confront the burrowing beast, Yax had steeled himself for the possibility of death. And it was Ricky who arrived at the crucial moment to rescue him from the engulfing darkness. Now, Ricky had decisively vanquished the planetary-level burrowing beast as an apprentice-level 9th tier, directly preserving the entire migrating group. The sentiment of having survived such a calamity stirred his emotions profoundly. "I am a patroller. This is my duty," Ricky replied modestly. Since taking on the role of patroller a few days prior, he had come to understand the hardships faced by the weak tribes of the prairie. Empathizing with Yax's current feelings, Yax released Ricky, his face filled with gratitude, stating, "It's different. Although you are a patroller, you are merely an apprentice-level 9th tier." Ricky smiled, extending his hand to catch the slowly descending spearhead, presenting it to Yax. "I apologize. Your ancestral spear is ruined, leaving only this fragment. That is of no consequence. As long as we can kill that burrowing beast, it matters not if this fragment is lost." Upon accepting the fragment, Yax was reminded by Ricky, this fragment is likely a remnant of a weapon used by a stellar-level warrior. I relied on it to slay that planetary-level burrowing beast. Henceforth, it would be prudent for you not to disclose the origin of this fragment to others. If questioned, simply state that it is a remnant of a first-tier weapon used by a planetary level. Observing Ricky's earnest demeanor, Yax comprehended the fragment's value. Previously, when elders spoke of its origins, he had assumed them to be mere exaggerations and had boasted to Ricky. Little did he know that the fragment was indeed as formidable as the elders had claimed. "I understand," Yax nodded solemnly. "That is good. Rest well. I shall assist in dealing with other beasts." Ascending with the bone shield, Ricky prepared to aid the warriors of the migration group, only to catch sight of a golden streak approaching from the distance. A planetary-level powerhouse. Recalling the rescue signal he had dispatched earlier, Ricky speculated, as help arrived. With a swish, the golden streak halted abruptly not far from Ricky. The newcomer was a middle-aged man clad in black armor, bearing a massive silver sword upon his shoulder, his body enveloped in a radiance of gold. The man gazed down upon the corpse of the burrowing beast, sensing its residual aura, and softly murmured, "A planetary-level second-tier burrowing beast. Who issued the distress signal?" "It was I. I am now a patroller," Ricky replied, raising his left hand to reveal a black communicator resembling a wristwatch. "An apprentice-level 9th-tier mentalist?" The middle-aged man furrowed his brow and inquired further, "Who killed this planetary-level second-tier burrowing beast?" Has another planetary-level warrior been here? What? The middle-aged man exclaimed in astonishment, then asked, You did it? How did you manage to kill it? By sheer luck. Li Qi shrugged. The burrowing beast had been rather careless, ultimately succumbing to the bone spike crafted from a first-tier weapon fragment in conjunction with the teeth of a planetary-level beast, resulting in its demise from within. The Royce family. No wonder. The middle-aged man comprehended. Recognizing that only a family as affluent as the Royces could afford to provide a communicator for a ninth-tier apprentice mentalist to oversee patrols. Since you were the one to slay this burrowing beast, I shall refrain from partaking in the distribution of the spoils. With that, the middle-aged man cast a glance at the carcass of the burrowing beast before transforming into a golden streak of light, soaring back in the direction he had come from. Manipulating the bone shield to the ground, Li Qi approached Yakes and cautioned, Ensure that fragment of yours remains concealed. Rest assured, Yakes replied, patting his chest, before inquiring. What shall we do with the carcass of this beast? With the impending beast tide, we must expedite our relocation. Let us simply leave it here. To Li Qi. The carcass of a planetary-level burrowing beast was of little concern. The Royce family had no shortage of such resources, considering the two tribes within the migration group, whose strength and equipment were rather lacking. Li Qi found himself conceding, Very well. Splendid. I shall first deal with the beast, and then arrange for some people to come over. Yakes exclaimed, his spirits lifted. Securing some armor fashioned from the hides of planetary-level beasts would significantly enhance the survival chances of their elite warriors. Observing Yakes' buoyant demeanor, Li Qi felt an inexplicable emotion stir within him. Chapter 12. Rewards in the skyward journey. At noon, the sky was clear and the sun shone brightly. After resting and processing their spoils, the migrating party resumed their journey. Hovering above on the skeletal shield, Li Qi gazed down at the serpentine line of the migration, where the massive, gray-brown carcass of a burrowing beast was being towed by dozens of carts. As Li Qi surveyed from the air, many individuals in the migration below instinctively looked skyward. Each time they spotted the figure soaring above, a sense of reassurance washed over them. They understood that as long as this young sentinel was present, their safety was assured. After all, he was the one who had slain a planetary-level beast. Indeed, the news of Li Qi's triumph over the planetary burrowing beast had spread throughout the migrating party, greatly uniting their spirits. Thus, the migration continued towards the Royce family. Arriving several days later, along the way, they welcomed two tribes and encountered two minor beast hordes, but thereafter, nothing out of the ordinary transpired. 11. Upon seeing Li Qi's return, his mother, Winnie, dropped what she was holding and hurriedly embraced him. It's nothing. See for yourself, Li Qi replied, spinning around. Thank goodness. Winnie sighed in relief. The days of separation had left her with much to say, yet remembering her husband's wishes, she had to suppress her urge to speak. Li Qi nodded slightly, then I shall head over now. Departing from home to greet the family, Li Qi approached the main tent. Grandfather. He respectfully called from outside the tent. 11. Come in. A man in Appo's voice beckoned from within. As Li Qi entered the main tent, he found several individuals seated inside. Among them his father, Derricker. The imposing middle-aged man at the forefront, with well-defined features, was none other than the founder of the Royce family, Royce himself. At that moment, Royce wore a faint smile. 11. You have performed admirably. First, you rescued little 18 and 19, then completed your patrol mission, and even vanquished a planetary-level beast. As he spoke, he retrieved a leather pouch from his waist and handed it to a nearby man. This man, rugged and equally impressive in stature, silently accepted the pouch and approached Li Qi to present it to him. Li Qi looked at the leather pouch offered by his uncle. Ivanko, uncle, what is this? Ivanko replied, This is a reward from the family for you 2 red dew fruits. Old 7 will explain their specific use. Upon hearing that it was a family reward, Li Qi accepted the leather pouch. He had heard of red dew fruits, which were considered even more precious than purple-orange fruits. Seeing that Li Qi had accepted the pouch, Royce added, By the way, little one has a gift for you. It has already been placed in your home. What kind of gift? So mysterious? Li Qi pondered in curiosity. Yes, grandfather, Li Qi nodded, preparing to leave. Ivanko's voice resonated. 11. Uncle? Ivanko spoke seriously. The beast tide is imminent. 12 and 13 will participate in the initial beast tide trial, and you are to command the defense zone therein. Understood. Li Qi recognized the gravity in Ivanko's tone, signifying that refusal was not an option. He comprehended that the words were spoken from the perspective of a guardian of the sanctuary, rather than that of an elder within the family. Delacour nodded and rose to depart the main tent alongside Li Qi. as various images from the grasslands surfaced in Li Qi's mind. He remained silent for a moment before speaking. It is quite challenging for weaker tribes to survive on the prairie. A single assault from a horde of beasts could lead to their annihilation. Li Qi was perplexed, uncertain of what his father meant by not enough. Delacour slightly inclined his head and remarked, "You will understand once you visit Chagwang City." Delacour first entered the inner room and emerged with a silver-white metallic box, stating, "This is a gift from your elder brother." Li Qi accepted the box and opened it, revealing a neatly arranged row of silver blades. With a sweep of his mental energy, he counted a total of 20 blades. Each blade varied in shape. Some had a uniform thickness while others graduated from thin to thick. Despite the differences in form and thickness, they shared a singular characteristic. They were extraordinarily sharp, visibly so. Are these mental energy weapons? Li Qi turned to his father, his expression one of joy. Uncertain, Delacour shook his head. "We must inquire of your elder brother." With that, he removed the communicator from Li Qi's wrist and dialed. After a few beeps, a holographic screen materialized, revealing an unfamiliar face to the two. Upon seeing this visage, Li Qi and Delacour exchanged glances, for the individual was not Li Qi's elder brother, Alec Ronroyce. Instead, a young and beautiful woman appeared on the screen. "Are you Alec's family? He is currently in the shower. I shall fetch him," she stated. As the camera zoomed out, the upper half of the woman, clad in a dark green combat uniform, came into view. She exuded confidence, her alluring figure captivating as she tossed her long hair. The woman tilted her head and called out, "Alec, your family is looking for you." From the other side, Alec's voice resonated, "Just a moment, I will be right there. I am Alec and Amp, Appo's seventh uncle, Delacour." Delacour introduced himself, gesturing towards Li Qi. "This is my son Li Qi, the 11th brother of Alec." "Hello, 7th uncle." Daya responded with poise and grace. After summoning Alec, she turned to Li Qi and said, 11th, I have often heard Alec speak of you. He says you are a genius and that you will join us in the joint training camp in the future." Then, with a playful smile, she added, "I did not expect you to be not only a genius, but also an exceptionally charming young boy." Li Qi felt a flush of embarrassment at being called a charming boy. How mortifying. At that moment, Alec, bare-chested and clad in shorts, entered the holographic display, his hair still damp. Upon his arrival, Alec softly spoke to Daya. "All right." Daya appeared somewhat reluctant, as if wanting to linger a bit longer. Yet she obediently departed. Observing Daya's exit, Li Qi and his father Delacour discerned an underlying connection. The two in the hologram interacted with remarkable ease. Delacour jestingly remarked, "Little E, that girl Daya from earlier, she wouldn't happen to be your future wife, would she?" "Daya will indeed become my wife," AI-like confessed with a charming smile gracing his handsome visage. "Ah, how reminiscent of my second brother." Delacour began, but his words faltered midway. "I had heard my grandfather recount tales of my father and mother, who fell in love at the stellar training camp, resulting in my existence. Yet, upon encountering Daya." At this juncture, a bitter smile emerged on AI-like's face, and I began to understand. "Little E, you." Delacour attempted to offer solace, but was swiftly halted. "Enough. 7th father. Let the past remain in the past," AI-like interjected. He then turned to Liqui and inquired, 11, "Have you received my gift?" "I have," Liqui replied, placing the metallic box before him. "Are these blades remnants of psychic weaponry?" "Haha. 11, you underestimate me too much." AI-like chuckled. "These are not mere remnants, but rather incomplete psychic weapons." "What distinguishes remnants from incomplete psychic weapons?" Liqui asked, puzzled. AI-like elaborated. "Psychic weapons consist of dozens, even hundreds of fundamental components. When a psychic weapon is missing components, it becomes incomplete, diminishing its power. Such situations are generally reparable. However, if too many components are missing, the remaining parts can no longer manifest the weapon's full potential. In this case, those parts are merely remnants, serving only as sharp implements, with little value for repair or use. Conversely, if these components can be assembled and can exhibit part of the weapon's capabilities, then it is classified as an incomplete psychic weapon, possessing certain value for both use and repair." AI-like continued, "Do not underestimate incomplete psychic weapons. I learned from a friend in the virtual universe that some low-tier psychic weapons are simplified versions of high-tier ones, and can be regarded as incomplete high-tier psychic weapons." Upon concluding, he gestured towards the metallic box before Liqui, stating, "What I present to you is the Broken Sky Sword, an incomplete psychic weapon composed of 20 fundamental components." Chapter 13. Listening to Eric's words on the holographic screen, Delacour furrowed his brow slightly. Psychic weapons, force and force armor. These 3 items are regulated on Kukastar and can only be obtained through official channels in exchange for contributions. Xiaoyi, being a martial artist and a student at the joint training camp, possessing a first-tier force weapon is quite normal. However, having a defective psychic weapon is rather unusual. Xiaoyi, Delacour asked anxiously, where did you acquire this defective psychic weapon? Please refrain from engaging in actions that contravene imperial law. Caught off guard by such a sudden inquiry, Eric was momentarily stunned. As his thoughts raced, he quickly deduced the source of his father's anxiety and concern. Thus, he smiled and explained, Father, rest assured. This broken sky sword was obtained by our team during the prairie trials. Not only do I possess it, but the other 4 members of our team do as well. It certainly was not acquired through smuggling. Upon hearing this explanation, Delacour's taut nerves finally relaxed. It was a relief that there was no wrongdoing. His worry stemmed from the fact that smuggling regulated weapons on Kukastar is a grave offense, and anyone involved in smuggling would face severe consequences. He certainly did not wish for his promising nephew to ruin his future due to smuggling. Once the matter was clarified, Eric noticed that Delacour had fallen silent and continued to speak to Li Qi, 11, besides the broken sky sword. There is also a manual that I had a friend procure for me in the virtual universe. However, it would be best to consult with Sixth Father regarding how to learn and utilize the broken sky sword, as he is currently the only planetary-level psychic master in the family and has experience with psychic weapons. Upon hearing this, Li Qi retrieved the components of the broken sky sword and discovered a compartment at the bottom of the metallic box. Inside that compartment lay a thin booklet. Having studied the universal language since childhood, Li Qi had no difficulty reading. He easily discerned that the cover of the manual read, a detailed explanation of the broken sky sword. After acquiring the manual, Li Qi nodded, I will, brother. Now that the gift has been delivered, it is time to address more serious matters, Eric thought to himself. Father, could you step out for a moment? Eric said to Delacour. I would like to speak with 11 privately. All right. Delacour nodded and turned to leave. Once Delacour had departed, Eric spoke up. Sigh? 11. You have been rather lax these past few years. Li Qi nodded, remaining silent. I know what you're thinking, Eric said with a gentle smile. You cherish the family and do not wish to leave. At this, Li Qi abruptly looked up, astonished. He had never expressed his desire to remain with the family to anyone. How did his brother know his thoughts? Because you do not wish to leave the family. You have allowed yourself to become complacent, Eric continued, using this as an excuse to delay your departure. Even mentioning that you would only go to the Morning Light Academy after turning 16. How did you know? Li Qi could not help but ask. No? Well? Eric chuckled as he explained, it is simply because I have had similar thoughts in the past. Realizing this, Li Qi smiled. So, brother? You too have had such thoughts before. Since that is the case, do you still wish to persuade me, dear brother? Eric inquired, raising an eyebrow. Persuade? Why not? He replied. Then how do you intend to convince me? Eric's smile faded slightly. You have witnessed the harsh living conditions of the weaker tribes on the grasslands. How do you perceive their existence in comparison to our family? Li Qi remained silent. He nodded, acknowledging the stark contrast between the survival conditions of the tribes and the affluence of the Royce family. And what do you think of our living environment? Eric pressed further. Li Qi, puzzled, responded. Is there even a comparison? One is mere survival, the other is living. They are entirely incomparable. No comparison at all, is there? Eric reiterated. Li Qi nodded in agreement. Then let us journey to Morning Light City. You will understand after you have been there, Eric suddenly declared. Li Qi frowned, again with Morning Light City. First, it was his father, and now his brother. Why did both insist that he would comprehend everything after visiting? The cryptic nature of their words was quite vexing. Could they not be more direct? Noticing Li Qi's furrowed brow, Eric gently remarked, some matters cannot be encapsulated in words. Only through genuine experience can one grasp their essence. 11. Your grandfather, our third uncle, and the elders all believe in you. They see you as the family's future hope. But isn't that your role, dear brother? You are the family's hope, Li Qi countered, confused. Eric shook his head slightly. A family cannot rely solely on one hope, one pillar. Is it not permissible to have but a single pillar? Li Qi murmured softly, beginning to comprehend. Reflecting on the original narrative, he recalled that the Golden Horn tribe had only one pillar, Hilaro. Following his downfall, the tribe's status plummeted, compelling them to seek refuge with humanity. 11. I hope you will contemplate our conversation today, Eric continued. Ultimately, I still recommend that you visit Morning Light City, even if you do not attend Morning Light Academy right away. Morning Light City. Li Qi inhaled deeply. If he had a choice, he would rather not go, fully aware of the advanced technology possessed by the universe's inhabitants. There was a risk that a visit might reveal the secret of his own body. However, avoiding it would also mean distancing himself from his family. Reluctantly, he conceded, "Brother, I shall go to Morning Light City. As long as you are willing to go," Eric said confidently, "I believe your perspective will shift once you have experienced it." Satisfied with Li Qi and Appo's willingness to adapt, Eric felt he had achieved his goal for the day. He donned a piece of clothing and remarked, "Let us conclude our discussion here. I must go assist Daya with her agility training. Until next time." Observing the closed light screen, Li Qi smiled, pleased for his brother's romantic involvement. Yet, after this moment of joy, his smile faded as he pondered, what secrets lie hidden within Morning Light City? Struggling to find clarity, he looked down at the metallic box containing the Broken Sky Sword and the thin volume titled Detailed Explanation of the Broken Sky Sword. After picking up the tome and studying it diligently, he reflected, the text states that to wield the Broken Sky Sword's telekinetic amplitude, one must reach a level of 8. With each additional sword requiring an increased amplitude of 1. Given my ability to simultaneously control 16 bone spikes for offensive maneuvers, I should meet the standard for this telekinetic amplitude. However, the challenge lies in how to activate the secret pattern. It seems I must seek out Old 6. With this thought in mind, he placed the tome into a metallic case and hurried directly to the residence of Old 6, Garibule. Chapter 14. Talent. Under the shade of a grand tree outside the family estate, Li Qi sat opposite his mentor, Garibule. Between them lay a silver metal box containing the legendary Broken Sky Sword. Li Qi nodded slightly. The manual made it abundantly clear that the telekinetic amplitude required for wielding the Broken Sky Sword was merely 8, which was indeed not demanding. "Please attempt to wield the Broken Sky Sword," Garibule instructed. "I will provide tailored guidance based on your performance." "Understood. Let's begin," Li Qi responded softly, with a gentle command. 20 blades of midair clashed together, swiftly forming a hiltless silver short sword. "How does it look, sixth uncle?" Li Qi inquired, presenting the assembled silver blade before Garibule. Gazing at the formless silver short sword, Garibule frowned. "This is not how one utilizes a telekinetic weapon. Have you not perused the manual given to you?" "I have. But it states to manipulate it using mental energy," Li Qi replied. "I followed the instructions accordingly." With a flick of his thought, Garibule summoned the thin manual from the metal box into his hands. After a brief examination, he shook his head slightly. "This manual is of little use. It lacks critical knowledge. Release your control over the Broken Sky Sword. Allow me to demonstrate how a telekinetic weapon should be wielded." With a surge of mental energy, Garibule commanded the 20 blades to once again transform into a silver short sword. A faint white glow emanated from the blade, accompanied by a subtle humming sound. "Go," Garibule intoned softly, and in an instant, the silver short sword transformed into a streak of silver light, shooting forth towards a distant tree. There was no explosive sound of supersonic speed, only a soft whoosh as it sliced through the air. Moments later, a branch fell from the tree, a testament to its swiftness. "Remarkable," Li Qi thought, astounded by the speed of the Broken Sky Sword. So rapid that he did not even register its target until the branch fell. "Do you see now? This is the true application of a telekinetic weapon," Garibule explained. "The essence lies in activating the secret patterns inscribed upon the weapon. Now, it is your turn to control the Broken Sky Sword. Follow my instructions to activate the secret patterns. I will guide you." Li Qi took over, channeling his mental energy to reassemble the Broken Sky Sword. Garibule advised, "Now, divide your mental energy into 8 streams. Gradually channel these from the sword's hilt towards the tip, maintaining equal intensity across all streams, akin to the full force you exerted when manipulating the bone spike." Listening intently to Garibule's guidance, Li Qi divided his mental energy into 8 streams. Enveloping the Broken Sky Sword, he exerted his full force to activate the secret patterns from the hilt. A faint humming began, and a pale white glow emanated from the hilt, swiftly spreading along the blade until it reached the tip. Alas, as the glow reached the tip, all light dissipated from the silver short sword. This was a failure. Though this attempt ended in failure, there was no trace of despondency on Li Qi's face. Rather, he was increasingly exhilarated. This was because he had just activated the secret patterns and was on the verge of successfully wielding the Breaking Sky Sword. However, as he approached success, his nervousness caused him to mismanage the balance of the 8 strands of mental energy, resulting in a near miss. 11 and Amp. Appo's talent remains astonishing. He nearly succeeded in wielding the Breaking Sky Sword on his first attempt. Observing Li Qi's near success, Garibul's expression remained impassive, yet his heart surged with emotion. I feel as if I am witnessing my second brother once more. The family unanimously recognized Eleven's exceptional talent, which stemmed from his remarkable ability to grasp concepts with minimal effort. Such a gift was something they had only previously witnessed in Ron Royce. Who was Ron Royce? He was regarded as the foremost genius since Kukastar became a breeding ground for talent. Before the age of 50, he had ascended to the rank of stellar-level powerhouse. A level of talent that was unparalleled even among the prodigious talents of the stellar training camp. He had even received praise from the great Lava Emperor for his gifts. In comparison to individuals of such extraordinary talent, I feel like an ordinary person. Garibule was self-aware. He had admired such talents but had never felt jealousy. The reason was simple. Both individuals were his family, and their talents were so elevated that they rendered jealousy almost impossible. Sixth uncle. I succeeded. The voice of Li Qi, brimming with excitement, echoed. Garibule turned to see a silver short sword enveloped in a faint white light hovering in the air, and he praised, "Excellent. You successfully wielded the Breaking Sky sword on your second attempt." However, after offering his commendation, Garibule's tone shifted. "If it takes you too long to wield the Breaking Sky sword, that is unacceptable. Enemies will not grant you time to prepare. You must master the ability to wield it swiftly to remain invincible." Understood. Li Qi nodded. He indeed required a brief moment to wield the Breaking Sky sword, though it was only 3 to 4 seconds. Yet, for a planetary-level powerhouse, that duration could be significant enough to determine victory or defeat. "Now that you can wield the Breaking Sky sword, you no longer require my guidance," Garibule declared as he prepared to leave but then paused. With a serious expression, he addressed Li Qi. "Based on previous timing, the beast tide is imminent. At that time, you will be responsible for 12 and 13. Li Qi patted his chest and assured, "Sixth uncle, you can rest easy. I will protect 12 and 13 and ensure they remain unharmed." "Very well." Garibule nodded and then departed. 12 and 13, Li Qi mused, conjuring images of the two children in his mind. 12 was a well-behaved child, humble and non-confrontational, with a rather weak presence in the family. In contrast, 13 was the quintessential troublemaker. The mere thought of the little rascal 13 gave Li Qi a headache. He was utterly exasperated. 13 had always enjoyed challenging him, yet he had never won. Initially, Li Qi found 13's challenges amusing, but now he simply felt irked. Very irked indeed. Imagine, if you will, a moment when you are in a vulnerable position, and suddenly an individual emerges, brandishing a wooden sword, daring you with an intense gaze. What sensation would that evoke? It is a feeling that is rather difficult to articulate. I wonder what expression would grace the face of Shursen upon realizing that the commanding officer of his sector is none other than myself. With this thought, Li Qi could not help but smile. Chapter 15. The Beast Tide 3 days later, at the residence of the Royce family. Nestled within a valley surrounded by several small hills. Typically, these hills are serene, yet today they resonate with unprecedented activity. Various tribes, having migrated for refuge, have settled their elderly and young ones atop the hills, while the able-bodied warriors establish fortifications below in preparation for the impending beast tide. Due to the prior assault of planet-level demon beasts preceding the tide, many harbor concerns that this onslaught may prove more perilous than those encountered in the past, prompting them to invest considerable effort into reinforcing the defenses, rendering them sturdier than ever before. Historically, each beast tide would arrive 10 days to half a month after the alert was issued from Chaoguang City, and this occasion is no exception. The anticipated arrival of the tide brings a semblance of reassurance to those who feared this would be an extraordinary event. Li Qi, soaring through the skies atop his bone shield, surveys the territory under his responsibility, where dozens of individuals stand behind a ravine. This defense zone is also where he experiences his inaugural trial against the beast tide, situated in a relatively secure rear position. Consequently, a significant portion of those in this zone are novices facing the tide for the first time, with the remainder primarily consisting of individuals preparing for their second encounter. And only a handful are seasoned veterans. Observing Li Qi gliding in the air, the majority of the young individuals below gaze up with envy, yearning for the ability to soar themselves. Among them, a boy of about 12 or 13 years, clad in leather armor and armed with a sword and shield, gazes skyward at Li Qi, his face etched with defiance. As Li Qi looks down, he catches sight of the rebellious youth's expression. TSK. This brat. With a dismissive click of his tongue, he chooses to ignore the insolent child and instead directs his gaze toward the sky behind him. The azure expanse is dotted with numerous black specks in motion, the soaring carrion birds, known scavengers of the grasslands, indicating the presence of death. their numbers are growing, signaling that the beast tide is imminent within the next 2 days. Having previously experienced a defense against the beast tide, coupled with the teachings of Yakes, Li Qi has acquired some knowledge. Approximately 2 hours later, a vast swarm of dark points emerges on the horizon, resembling an ominous cloud. Accompanied by the cacophony of avian cries, the earth begins to tremble, as though formidable beasts are thrashing beneath the surface. The verdant grasslands are trampled by a multitude of demon beasts, the sound of hooves merging with the continuous roars of the beasts. Witnessing the overwhelming force of the approaching tide, Li Qi shouts down to the defenders below, warning them of the impending onslaught. Upon hearing his call, the novices hurriedly prepare their weapons and armor, adopting a demeanor akin to facing a monumental threat. However, rather than the anticipated beast tide, they are met with the reprimands of seasoned warriors. Human energy is finite, and as they are stationed in a rear zone where the demon beasts are not expected to arrive swiftly. Excessive focus at this moment may lead to critical errors when the battle commences. Such blunders could result in severe injuries, or, in the worst case, death. Under the guidance and admonishment of the veterans, the novices gradually relax, awaiting the arrival of the beast horde. As the tide of beasts descends, the forces of humanity spring into action. Initially, 2 radiant beams of light ascend from the valley, followed by a flurry of luminous streaks converging from various directions. Dozens of planetary-level warriors hover above the valley, joining forces with 2 stellar-level champions from the Royce family. Soon, several streams of light depart, landing at different defensive lines to safeguard their respective territories. With a multitude of avian beasts approaching, additional luminous streaks surge forth, charging directly into the dense throng of flying creatures. Upon breaching the swarm, the myriad of colors is instantly engulfed, leaving not a trace of luminescence to escape. Although several planetary-level warriors find themselves encircled, the incessant rain of avian beasts from above suggests that the monstrous horde suffers considerable losses as well. This cycle of conflict prevents the avian beasts from encroaching upon the defensive positions. Observing the planetary-level warriors relentlessly assaulting the swarm, Li Qi cannot help but marvel at the efficacy of their power suits, enabling them to navigate in and out of the fray with remarkable agility. As the planetary-level combatants engage the avian beasts, the ground-dwelling beasts have also begun their advance against the frontline defenses. From his vantage point in the air, Li Qi witnesses the dark mass of terrestrial beasts encountering fierce resistance, their flanks encircling the entire Royce family stronghold. "They're coming," he whispers to himself, maneuvering his bone shield downward to maintain an optimal altitude. The ground trembles as an amalgamation of carnivorous and herbivorous beasts surges forth. Stay calm. Steady. Do not rush. Fear not. The ravines will impede their advance. Seasoned veterans continually remind the newcomers in their midst. Just as the veterans assert, the presence of broad, elongated ravines hinders the beasts from executing a swift, large-scale charge, causing them to slow down as they confront each obstacle. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of collision resonate as numerous beasts behind struggle to decelerate, crashing into those ahead and igniting considerable chaos. They're here. Prepare for battle. Spotting a handful of beasts breaching the ravines and nearing the defenses, an experienced veteran shouts, charging forward. Thud. Splat. A seasoned warrior uses his bone shield to destabilize an approaching beast, swiftly following up with a decisive strike that cleaves its head from its body. Though few in number, the veterans who take the initiative are quick to dispatch the beasts that have crossed the ravines. Meanwhile, the semi-newcomers, having gleaned insights from their earlier experiences, quickly emulate their predecessors and begin to slay the beasts with similar efficiency, with the veterans setting the example and the semi-newcomers providing a model of conduct. The newcomers participating in the beast tide trial for the first time gradually grasp the necessary tactics. After all, those who stand here are seasoned warriors, many of whom have endured years of training and possess first-hand experience in battling beasts. Thus, it doesn't take long for them to acclimate. Amidst the fierce combat at the defensive lines below, Li Qi scans the beast horde from above, searching for any potential planetary-level beasts, while simultaneously observing the battlefield to assist those in need with his bone spikes. Of course, his primary focus remains on his brothers. 12 and 13. Li Qi's gaze froze as he discerned a unicorn wolf concealed among the horde of demonic beasts. The creature was colossal, significantly larger than the 9th-tier apprentice unicorn wolf he had slain a mere 10 days prior. This was a planetary-grade beast. Suddenly, 20 silver-white blades soared forth, clashing together with a resounding chime to form a silver short sword. Break the sky sword. Go. With a soft command from Li Qi, The Break the Sky sword emanated a pale white glow, transforming into a streak of light that shot forth, aimed directly at the planetary-grade unicorn wolf. Whoosh! With a faint sound of air being sliced, the silver streak darted swiftly, unstoppable. Any beast that dared to obstruct its path was pierced through as if they were mere parchment, blood gushing forth from their wounds. The planetary-grade unicorn wolf, swift in its movements, attempted to evade the fierce onslaught of the Break the Sky sword. However, its massive size proved a hindrance. After narrowly dodging 3 attacks, it was ultimately struck. Though the Break the Sky sword was petite, it pierced through the wolf's waist, inflicting minimal damage, allowing it to maintain its agility. Flee. Realizing its resilient hide had been effortlessly breached by the silver streak, the unicorn wolf barreled into a blocking beast, unhesitatingly turning to escape. Witnessing such a rapid retreat from the planetary-grade unicorn wolf, Li Qi felt a surge of astonishment. Is it fleeing already? Not even attempting to resist? Despite these thoughts, he had no intention of letting the wolf escape, deftly commanding the Break the Sky sword to pursue relentlessly. In comparison to the Break the Sky sword's velocity, the unicorn wolf and Oppo's speed was evidently insufficient, yet it cleverly altered its direction repeatedly, occasionally feigning diversions. Thus, Li Qi and Oppo's Break the Sky sword trailed the planetary-grade unicorn wolf, causing a tumultuous uproar among the demonic beasts. I've got you. As the unicorn wolf changed direction once more, it collided with another beast, providing Li Qi with an opportunity. Whoosh! The silver streak penetrated the wolf and Oppo's hind leg, effortlessly traveling to its innards. Now, split. With a flick of his will, the Break the Sky sword disassembled into 20 blades, wreaking havoc within the unicorn wolf and Oppo's body. A howl of agony erupted from the unicorn wolf as its hind leg was injured, and its innards were relentlessly assaulted, thrashing about in torment. The roar of the planetary-grade beast was deafening, stunning the weaker beasts around it into a daze. An experienced veteran in the defensive zone gazed at the distant, anguished unicorn wolf in disbelief, exclaiming, "That is a planetary-grade beast." A novice, uncertain, remarked, "It seems to be in great pain." Reassemble. Li Qi commanded again, and the 20 blades were formed into the Break the Sky sword within the unicorn wolf, piercing through its heart and head. With a final, anguished roar, the unicorn wolf collapsed, lifeless. The chaos wrought by Li Qi's pursuit of the unicorn wolf had thrown the horde of demonic beasts into disarray, allowing many to escape amidst the turmoil. Significantly alleviating the pressure on the defenders, the planetary-grade beast had perished. An unoccupied novice, witnessing the unicorn wolf's demise, could not contain his excitement and shouted with glee, for it was the first time he had witnessed the death of a planetary-grade beast with his own eyes. One individual pointed at the silvery radiance emanating from the broken sky sword and exclaimed, "That light has slain a planetary-level beast." Whoosh! Soon after, a chorus of admiration and awe erupted among the onlookers. What? Was it the commander? The commander managed to annihilate a planetary-level beast at the 9th tier of the apprentice rank. Truly remarkable. I know who the commander is. He has previously vanquished a planetary-level beast during the migration. Having dispatched the planetary-level unicorn wolf, Li Qi gazed at the crowd within the defense zone, observing their eyes filled with admiration and reverence, unmistakably evident. HM? Li Qi spotted a familiar figure, whose gaze mirrored that of the others. He was taken aback. 13? How could this be? Has my slaying of the planetary-level beast earned 13's respect? This cannot be. Doubt lingered in his mind, and upon seeing 12 and 13 safe, he shifted his focus towards the horizon. At that moment, the first wave of beasts had receded, yet the second wave was already brewing, poised to launch an assault shortly. Chapter 16. The future of the family rests upon your shoulders. As dusk descended, the clouds on the horizon burned like fire. The earth lay strewn with the corpses of countless beasts, marking the conclusion of a relentless beast tide that had persisted for several days. Li Qi, soaring above on his shield, gazed down at the individuals in the defense zone below, contemplating, at last, it is over. In contrast to the surrounding defense zones, the casualties in his area were minimal. Only a handful had perished during the beast tide, a testament to his relentless efforts in rescuing others. Those few had fallen on the first day of the onslaught, a day when the beasts were most numerous and the battles most fierce. After days of intense conflict, it was now time to reap the rewards. Observing the remains of the beasts before the foremost line of defense, Li Qi murmured to himself, "For weaker tribes, The carcasses of these beasts represented valuable resources, particularly the corpses of ninth-tier apprentice beasts, which were seldom obtainable and could only be acquired in abundance following a beast tide. 11. 12. They performed admirably during this beast tide. Having completed their initial trial, they are now considered adults and are entitled to their own names. As he made his way home, Li Qi looked at his two fatigued younger brothers and felt a swell of pride. Both brothers were of average capability within their family, possessing the physical prowess of sixth-tier apprentices. Unlike Li Qi, who had the extraordinary ability to overpower planetary-level beasts even at the apprentice stage, a rarity within the Ross family, this was indeed a unique circumstance. Especially after acquiring the Break Sky sword, he had vanquished two planetary-level beasts during the tide, an accomplishment that even planetary-level warriors might struggle to achieve. 11. Well done. Garibule approached Li Qi, offering praise. 12 and 13 are merely exhausted. They have sustained no injuries. I believe 11 has protected them exceptionally well. Delacour joined the conversation, suggesting that such an initial trial may not necessarily bode well for 12 and 13. How could it not be a good thing? Old Uncle Horu interjected. I believe 11 acted correctly. Not every young one possesses the innate talent of little 1 and 11. Old 7. Your perspective is too extreme. Horu regarded Delacour, inwardly lamenting. Old 7 and Appos' stubbornness may have inadvertently influenced 11. Delacour, upon hearing this, shook his head slightly, choosing to remain silent as he turned away, watching his father depart. Li Qi began to question the appropriateness of his father's methods of guidance. For instance, having him, still an apprentice, undertake patrol duties. It was said that his father once took his older brother to the grasslands to combat carnivorous beasts. 11. Your father admires you above all. Hora patted Li Qi's shoulder, believing that witnessing the savagery of the grasslands was essential for them to become true warriors capable of altering the fate of Kakar Star. Alter the fate of Kakar Star? Li Qi pondered, perplexed. Indeed, to transform Kakar Star and Appos' destiny. Hora replied with a hint of melancholy. This is what your second uncle aspires to achieve. Li Qi, bewildered, asked. Second uncle wishes to change Kakar Star and Appos' fate? Why? Ah? A swift slap sent him away. Li Qi raised his hand to sniff, detecting a faint scent. Upon returning home and completing his evening rituals, a somewhat famished Li Qi made his way to the family dining tent. Hardly had he taken a few bites when he heard the voice of his elder. All adult members of the family assemble, swallowing the morsel in his mouth. He proceeded towards the main tent of the family. Present among the adult members, who had just completed their initial trial of the beast tide, were the 12th and 13th, who should have been deep in slumber. As Li Qi entered the spacious main tent, he immediately sensed an unsettling atmosphere. At the far end of the tent stood 3 individuals, their expressions betraying an overwhelming sorrow. Hora stepped forward, projecting an image with the communicator on his wrist. A luminous screen materialized, revealing the visage of a strikingly handsome face marred by blood. Elder brother. A sense of foreboding gripped Li Qi upon recognizing that familiar face. As the image of Alec began to speak, a palpable tension enveloped those watching. The image trembled, revealing only a portion of blood-stained clothing, as Alec had placed the communicator at a distance. As he stepped aside, the screen unveiled a woman lying on the ground, draped in a pink blanket. She possessed a delicate and beautiful countenance, her pallor devoid of color, save for the trace of blood at the corner of her mouth, marring her beauty. She lay there quietly, resembling a slumbering beauty, evoking a reluctance to awaken her. Dia. The name surfaced in Li Qi's mind as he gazed upon the serene figure of the beautiful woman. How could Dia have come to this? Based on what he had witnessed, it seemed that Dia was. Alec re-entered the frame, carefully cradling the motionless Dia in his arms. The joint training camp was attacked by a horde of beast-type creatures led by several stellar-grade monsters, with one being a domain-level stellar beast. Alec and Amp, Appos' tone was heavy with despair. Li Qi's heart sank. Several stellar-grade beasts, and one with a domain. How is this possible? The joint training camp was situated in the heart of the grasslands, an area typically inhabited by mid to high-tier planetary beasts, while newly emerged planetary beasts usually roamed the periphery. Such systematic hunting would suggest that even if a stellar-grade beast were to emerge, there would be no more than 1 or 2 at most. The occurrence of multiple stellar-grade beasts, particularly one that had comprehended a domain, was inconceivable. Alec's voice resonated once more. Dia has perished, like many of her companions, fallen victim to the assault of the beasts. Numerous instructors fled, leaving only a handful to battle the stellar-grade monsters. They cannot hold out for long. Boom. Before he could finish, a thunderous explosion erupted from the screen, filled with resentment for not fleeing before the cosmic-level threat, for insisting on remaining despite the hopelessness. He lowered his head, gently caressing the hair of his beloved in his arms, his tone bittersweet and resigned. Now, I understand. A ferocious roar of a beast echoed. Alec paid it no heed, his words laden with remorse. I am sorry, grandfather, seventh uncle, and to all my family. I have let you down. He cautiously set his beloved down, as if fearing that any sudden movement would awaken her. Clink. Alec stood up, extending his hand to draw a colossal sword from beyond the frame, turning to rest it upon his shoulder. With the great sword hoisted aloft, he turned his back to the crowd, revealing only half of his blood-stained visage. I am about to embark on a venture worthy of sacrificing my very life. A gentle glance was cast towards Daya, as a fiery crimson radiance began to emanate from his front, swiftly unfurling like flames until it enveloped his entire being. With a thunderous roar, the fiery brilliance erupted, radiating outward from Alec's form and instantly engulfing the entire chamber. Within the crimson glow, the air distorted, and all objects were scorched by the searing heat, wisps of blue smoke rising into the atmosphere. Just before the inferno consumed the room, Alec and Amp, Apos' final words resonated in the ears of those present. 11. The future of the family rests upon your shoulders. Chapter 17. Resolution, brother. Li Qi bowed his head, one hand covering his face, tears streaming uncontrollably down his cheeks. He understood his brother and Apos' choice. Love can oftentimes defy reason. In his previous life, he had encountered numerous tales of tragic devotion. Yet, he never anticipated that such an event would unfold in his own life, resulting in the loss of a family member. Delical's mouth hung open, his eyes glistening with moisture, a look of disbelief etched across his face. He could not fathom the reality before him, yet the truth was undeniable. Horo was engulfed in sorrow, his demeanor despondent, as if stricken by a grave illness, utterly devoid of vitality. The loss of a parent to a child is a sorrow too profound to bear. The elders, having weathered countless trials, still felt an overwhelming grief. For each family member is a vital part of their small clan. They endeavored to suppress their emotions, striving to maintain composure in front of their younger kin. Brother, echoed the choked sobs of the 12th sibling. Soon, the 13th sibling joined in, his voice subdued as he fought to regain control. Silence enveloped the main tent as the atmosphere grew heavy with sorrow. After an extended period of quietude, the family patriarch, Royce, finally spoke. I know that the departure of Xiao Yi has cast a shadow of sadness over us all. He was the pride of our family, an exemplary older brother. Unlike others, Royce, as the founder of the family, remained composed and steady, having learned to temper his grief through a lifetime of adversity. His journey had been fraught with challenges, beginning when he was sold as a slave in the realm of Qianwu. Had it not been for the intervention of the Lava Empire, he could not have been certain he would live to see this day. Having married and settled on Kukastar, raising a lineage, he had endured the loss of 2 children, a grandchild, and his dearest love. Let us find solace in the knowledge that Xiao Yi has departed from us. Given his nature, he would not wish for us to linger in sorrow. We, the living, must look forward and not dwell in grief. Indeed, brother Xiao Yi would not want us to remain in sorrow. He would encourage us to be strong and move ahead. The others reflected, their spirits slightly lifted. Royce then addressed Horu, eldest, prepare for the farewell of Xiao Yi. Yes, father. With a heavy heart, Horu summoned a few individuals to assist in organizing the funeral. He had never envisioned that the gentle and refined Xiao Yi would, as if cursed, follow the same tragic path as their father. As night fell, the entire family gathered to conduct a solemn funeral. In the oppressive atmosphere, the usually boisterous children were subdued, each one quieter than the last. Once the funeral concluded, the adult males of the family were summoned. Silence enveloped the gathering. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the stillness. The communicator on Royce's wrist emitted a shrill tone, a signal reserved for urgent messages. Upon opening the communicator, even the battle-hardened Royce could not conceal his astonishment at the message displayed. Esteemed 3-star user, you are located at the coordinates XXXX on the ranch of Kukastar. There is a privilege application from 3-star user Root Holker to acquire the usage rights of this ranch. As you possess the priority usage rights, you may freeze the ranch for 5 years by expending contribution points. Within this 5-year period, the usage rights of the ranch cannot be claimed by users of 5 stars or below. Contribution points serve as the currency of the Lava Empire's cultivated planets, and there are numerous ways to earn contributions. Yet, the privilege itself symbolizes the cultivation of prodigies. And there exists but one path to obtain such privilege: to nurture a prodigy who can enter the stellar training camp. Forcing himself to read the message to completion, Royce's expression darkened, and through gritted teeth, he uttered a name: Root Holker. On the day when his family lost a significant member. The Holker family's audacious move incited Royce's fury. Standing beside Royce, Ivan thought of Root Holker's profile. Root Holker, a 7th-tier stellar-level individual, was the patriarch of the Holker family from Radiant City and a member of the city council. Father, we need to concentrate our contribution points to freeze the ranch, Ivan suggested calmly, reminding his father. Third son, transfer your contribution points to me, Royce responded, regaining his composure thanks to Ivan's reminder. The others, overhearing their conversation, may not have grasped the specifics, but could discern from their grandfather's demeanor that a grave matter had arisen. Royce and Ivan pooled their contribution points to apply for the ranch's freezing. Afterward, they communicated telepathically and decided to inform the family of the impending crisis regarding the ranch. Thus, Ivan recounted the situation. Here's what transpired. Upon Ivan's conclusion, Lychee sprang to his feet. Grandfather, take me to Radiant City. I wish to participate in the entrance examination for Radiant Academy. The others turned to him, realizing that in light of this event, the first person who came to mind was indeed Lychee. For if anyone in the family had the greatest chance of entering the stellar training camp, it was without a doubt Lychee. 11. Have you made up your mind? Royce inquired. Lychee spoke with unwavering resolve. Brother has entrusted the future of our family to me. I shall not disappoint him. Very well. Royce's expression softened. Tomorrow you shall accompany us to Radiant City. Deliker had been awaiting this moment. He patted Lychee's shoulder and said, 11. The future of our family rests in your hands. If he could, Deliker would gladly shoulder the family's future, but alas, his talents were lacking, leading him to place hope in the next generation, such as Xiaoyi and his son. 11. I shall not betray my brother's expectations. Lychee nodded resolutely. The family's ranch will not fall into the hands of others. That is good. Deliker nodded. Rest well. After sending his father off, Lychee lay in bed, his thoughts scattered. To resolve the family's ranch crisis, I must enter the stellar training camp within 5 years. That is the only way. If I could enter the cosmos through the stellar training camp and participate in the cosmic pinnacle genius battle, perhaps I could join the core of the virtual universe company or the Great Axe combat arena, and maybe there would be a chance to resurrect my elder brother. The master of the original universe. What an extraordinary existence. Even a genius of Cordy's caliber in the original work would find it exceedingly difficult to summon them within a millennium. It is indeed a formidable challenge. Yet, this is also a glimmer of hope. If I truly achieve this, my brother could be revived. Regardless, I must strive toward this hope. Setting his goal, Lychee fell into a meditative slumber. The following morning, after bidding farewell to his family, Lychee and his companions flew for nearly an hour, finally arriving at Morninglight City. It was an immensely grand city, surrounded by towering walls, within which magnificent edifices loomed amidst the mist. Even as they soared through the sky, the end of the walls remained elusive, suggesting that merely one side of the wall could take a planetary-level flight an extended duration to traverse. Upon passing through the towering gates, Lychee found himself in a world starkly different from the vast grasslands. The skyscrapers gleamed with opulence, and the streets were bustling with a throng of people and vehicles. This futuristic high-tech city was unparalleled, rivaling any first-tier metropolis he had visited in his past life. On one side lay paradise, and on the other, hell. Lychee stood frozen, pondering, what is this? The rich feast while the poor perish in the streets. In that moment, he finally comprehended the implications of what his elder brother and father meant by going to Morninglight City. He also understood why his second father yearned to transform this planet. Chapter 18. Weakness. In the splendid and spacious conference room of the Lava Empire on Lava Star, over a dozen figures sat on either side of the long table. All of them formidable beings of the 8th and 9th ranks in the cosmic hierarchy. The room was illuminated brightly, yet the atmosphere felt stifling, as if the weight of the situation had silenced these powerful entities. At the head of the table, a tall figure shrouded in darkness obscured his features. The light around him seemed to be absorbed and assimilated by an endless blackness that enveloped him, revealing only a pair of hands clasped together, resting on the table. This individual, seated in the primary position, was Frank, the head of the Planetary Management Division of the Lava Empire, a domain lord of the 8th rank. To think that the core of a planet could be breached by a horde of beasts is truly astonishing. Frank's cold laughter echoed, his deep voice laced with fury. Which cosmic being was responsible for guarding Kukastar? How could a cosmic-level entity fail to restrain a few stellar-grade beasts? A cosmic level being hurriedly communicated, Master. The cosmic guardian of Kuka Star has yet to assume his position. He applied for a 10-year leave, which you personally approved. Upon hearing this reminder, Frank recalled that indeed, the appointed guardian had not yet taken up his post, and there were still 2 years left on his leave. After a brief silence, he spoke again. I just remembered. The guardian of Kuka Star has not yet been assigned. Instruct him to terminate his leave immediately and report to Kuka Star. More than half of the trainees at the training base have perished, including all the exceptional students. Yet, only 4 stellar grade mentors chose to fight to the death. Were it not for a stellar grade student who grasped the concept of domains cleaning up the mess, Kuka Star would have suffered catastrophic losses. Frank paused momentarily, his voice seething with indignation. Just recently, Lord Rika was inquiring about the situation, lamenting that all the trainees from my camp had perished, while only 4 of your stellar mentors had fallen. What is the meaning of this? It is a slap in the face to our department, a disgrace to my authority as the head. As he spoke, Frank's presence swelled, pressing down upon the cosmic beings below him, rendering them breathless. Effective immediately. All mentors of the training planets will undergo assessment. I demand a thorough vetting of every single planet. Anyone who fails the evaluation will have their mentor status and benefits revoked, and if any misconduct or embezzlement is uncovered, they will be sent to labor in the mines. The resource department has been lamenting a shortage of miners. If such incidents recur, do not think that only the cosmic governors of the guarding planets will face consequences. You, the regional managers, will also be dispatched to the mines. With a resounding command, Frank concluded, Is that clear? Is that understood? The assembled cosmic beings nodded in unison. Seeing his subordinates' compliance, Frank felt no need to elaborate further and issued his final decree. Dismissed. With that, he was the first to leave the conference room, needing to extend apologies to an old friend. Once the head of the department departed, the cosmic beings collectively exhaled, engaging in discussions within the conference room. To these powerful entities, the incident at Kuka Star did not seem particularly grave. It is merely the demise of a few planetary-level beings. The Lava Empire is certainly not lacking in such ranks. Regrettably, that little fellow who grasped the domain had indeed qualified for entry into the stellar training camp, yet succumbed to the fears of his mentor at the training base, perishing on Kuka Star. Moreover, the true predicament lies in the fact that among these fallen individuals, one hails from a prominent family, purportedly a descendant of a close associate of their minister. This family scion ventured to Kuka Star merely to enhance his standing, intending to gild his reputation for admission into a higher-tier stellar training camp, never anticipating his demise there. In their eyes, the death of the minister's acquaintance's descendant on Kuka Star, coupled with the taunts from the ever-contentious Lord Rika, incited the minister's wrath. However, this situation presents an opportunity to rectify the cultivation planets while simultaneously providing some tasks for the governors of those planets. After the discussions concluded, the cosmic-level attendees began to leave the conference room, and soon the doors were firmly shut. As time passed, Lichi had been in Dawnlight City for 3 days. The entrance examination for Dawnlight Academy occurs once every 3 months, with only 10 days remaining until the next assessment. Drawing from his experiences in a previous life, he swiftly acclimatized to the lifestyle of Dawnlight City, adeptly operating various devices. At this moment, Li Chi reclined on his bed, adorned with a consciousness sensor, his mind having entered the virtual universe's trial tower of Dawnlight Academy. Endless grasslands stretched before him, with the emerald sea of grass swaying gently in the breeze, creating waves of verdant hues. Li Chi soared through the air on a shield, surrounded by 16 bone spikes, while in the distance, 9 ghoulish vultures circled ominously. Before him, a luminous screen materialized, inscribed in the universal language of the cosmos, announcing that the examination would commence in 10 seconds, requiring him to eliminate 9 ninth-tier apprentice ghouls within 10 minutes. This screen vanished. With a shriek, the circling ghouls, having detected their prey, swooped towards Li Chi. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 16 bone spikes sliced through the air, hurtling towards the approaching ghouls. The spikes collided with the ghouls, and unless a critical hit was made, they merely sent the creatures tumbling. Before long, Li Chi found himself besieged by the 9 ghouls, and within merely 20 seconds, he was overwhelmed. Swish. On the second day of learning basic body technique, I ventured into the 3rd level of the trial tower and eliminated 5 ghouls. A marked improvement of 4 compared to when I had not learned basic body technique. He furrowed his brow slightly. Without formidable mental force and planetary-level bone spikes in combat, I still find it challenging to adapt. These 2 factors have a profound impact on me, one that is difficult to dispel in a short time. At times, I cannot help but think that I can slay a ghoul with a single bone spike, yet in reality, the typical mental force intensity and bone spikes of a 9th-tier apprentice struggle to inflict fatal wounds on equally ranked beasts. It often requires a dozen or more strikes to bring down a single ghoul. If I were to employ guerrilla tactics, I could eliminate the 9 ghouls within 10 minutes. But that would be utterly meaningless. Li Qi was acutely aware of his shortcomings. He struggled to adapt to combat within the virtual universe and had become overly reliant on overpowering tactics, resulting in his movement skills being woefully inadequate. Thus, he continuously engaged in direct combat with the monstrous beasts within the trial tower, honing his agility and acclimating himself to the battles of the virtual universe. In this realm, fighting with opponents of equal stature and weaponry, it is merely through skill, experience, awareness, and comprehension of the laws that one truly battles, he mused. I must adapt. Without adaptation, I fear I may not even gain entry into the Radiant Academy. With a resolute determination to explore the path of a warrior, he resolved to see how many levels he could conquer this time in the trial tower. With a firm slap on the sofa, he vanished from the room and re-entered the trial tower once more. Chapter 19. Before the test, Li Qi had successfully navigated the 2nd level of the martial artist path trial tower, yet he encountered formidable challenges on the 3rd level. Facing a pack of 9-tiered beast-like monsters, he managed to slay only one, which had been cornered. My close combat skills are far too inadequate. My power output is merely at a level of 1. It takes several strikes to fell a single beast, and at times, even more than 10, Li Qi lamented, shaking his head. My agility is also rather mediocre. Without the aid of mental energy, I would soon find myself cornered by these 9-tiered monsters. Determined to improve, Li Qi resolved to seek guidance from his mentor, Ivan K., regarding agility techniques. He was fortunate not to have been practicing haphazardly on his own, for correcting such errors would consume considerable time. Ivan K. felt reassured upon Li Qi's request for instruction, as he had feared the youth might engage in reckless training without seeking knowledge, potentially leading to complications. Ivan K. explained, as a martial artist, one must prioritize leveraging strength when engaging in close combat. Utilize the environment and the forces of your enemies to evade attacks with minimal movement. In contrast, a mental energy practitioner focuses on speed and explosive power, avoiding close proximity with adversaries. 9 days later, within the virtual universe at the Morning Light Academy's trial tower, 6 beast-like creatures, each measuring approximately 7 to 8 meters in length, frolicked in the grasslands. Amidst these creatures, Li Qi skillfully maneuvered, narrowly evading each assault. On occasion, a beast's claw would swing perilously close, only to miss due to a collision with another creature. While deftly dodging attacks, Li Qi would occasionally use his shield to deflect blows, allowing him to evade further strikes. Suddenly, all the beasts vanished, and a luminous barrier appeared. Time's up. Trial Tower 3rd level failed. Li Qi stretched languidly, unfazed by his failure, for he had not intended to conquer the trial tower. Excellent. I was struck only once during my attempt at the 3rd level of the martial artist path trial tower. He felt a sense of satisfaction with his performance, considering his agility had reached a nascent level. Regrettably, my power output remains at 1, rendering passage beyond the 3rd level of the trial tower impossible. With his current agility, he could withstand the onslaught of all beasts on the 3rd level, but upon facing 20 beasts on the 4th level, he would have no chance. The sheer number would overwhelm him within 20 seconds. Tomorrow marks the beginning of a 3-day admission test at the Morning Light Academy. According to my mentor, the evaluation consists of amplitude testing and combat experience. Those with high amplitudes and impressive resumes may receive special approval to enter the academy directly. Otherwise, they must undergo the trial tower assessment, with rankings determining their admission. On the morning of the 3rd day, Ivan K. escorted Li Qi to the Morning Light Academy. At the base of 5 towering structures reminiscent of celestial pillars, the 4 entrances of the academy were thronged with people, as hundreds waited in line to gain entry. Compared to the first day, the number of individuals attending the test today has significantly diminished. Nevertheless, a considerable number still arrived with their children, all harboring hopes that their offspring possess extraordinary talents, destined to enter the Morning Light Academy and eventually become formidable forces. As a stellar-level powerhouse, Ivanko naturally enjoyed certain privileges, allowing him to escort others through a special passage. Bypassing the need to queue with the masses, the two boarded a hover vehicle that transported them to the Morning Light Academy, where they disembarked in an area bustling with similar vehicles. After alighting, they took a high-speed elevator, and Ivanko, well acquainted with the surroundings, led Li Qi to the testing venue. This venue was situated on the ground floor of the northern building among 5 towering structures, featuring a waiting area the size of a football field. In this spacious waiting area, numerous tables and chairs were scattered about, yet only 20 or 30 individuals sat there, creating an atmosphere of emptiness. Upon their arrival, several of those waiting turned their attention towards them, most of whom appeared to be teenagers around 17 or 18 years of age. One young girl inquired, "Do you know the newcomers?" One person shook his head, indicating he did not recognize them. Another echoed the sentiment, also shaking his head. Noticing that none of their companions recognized the newcomers, the 3 felt puzzled. Were they outsiders? They hailed from a stellar family in Morning Light City. Having grown up amidst the elite circles, rarely encountering unfamiliar faces, the small boy in their company was none other than Ivanko Royce, the 3rd scion of the Royce family. As a middle-aged man's voice resonated in their ears. Upon hearing this, the trio promptly stood and bowed respectfully in the direction of the voice, exclaiming in unison, "Ancestor, please sit." The middle-aged man replied with a nod and a smile, pulling a chair towards him and settling down. Once he was seated, the 3 took their seats, adopting an attentive demeanor. They were well aware that being personally escorted by their ancestor indicated his penchant for amusing anecdotes and lively discussions. Indeed, they soon heard him speak. "Ah, you are familiar with the Royce family, I presume. Though established recently and lacking in numbers, they have produced a few prodigies, the most renowned being Ron Royce." The 3 nodded in unison, having certainly heard the legendary name of Ron Royce, a celebrated figure from Cuckastar. The middle-aged man continued, "The Royce family is quite exceptional. Nearly all its members possess commendable talents and have attended the Morning Light Academy." "Wow, the Royce family is that impressive?" The trio marveled inwardly, realizing their own family could not measure up to such standards. With narrowed eyes, the middle-aged man added, "As for that little fellow you see, he has gained considerable fame on the plains, reputedly having single-handedly slain a planetary-level beast during the recent beast tide. An apprentice-level defeating a planetary-level beast." The trio was taken aback, exclaiming internally, "How utterly extraordinary." Had they not heard it from their ancestor, they would have vehemently objected. How could an apprentice-level individual possibly conquer such a formidable foe? Yet, they understood their ancestor's nature. He relished the spectacle and would not speak without basis, lending a credibility of 90% to his claims. The middle-aged man admonished, "Therefore, do not be overly proud, nor look down upon those who hail from the grasslands. After all, your ancestor, also originated from there." The 3 individuals listened respectfully to his lecture, responding, "Yes, ancestor. Li Chi Royce, son of Delacour, is likely to provide quite the spectacle today." After imparting his wisdom to the younger generation, the middle-aged man turned his gaze towards the direction of Li Chi, sensing that today might unveil some intriguing events. Chapter 20. During the examination, the arrival of Li Chi and Ivanko drew the attention of many, some of whom regarded them with hostility. As time passed, the number of individuals attending the admission test increased, and with those who remained after their tests, the waiting area swelled to 4 or 5 dozen people. Why had they not departed? Observing those who lingered in the waiting area post-examination, Li Chi felt a sense of curiosity. Beside him, Ivanko wore a stern expression. He sensed something amiss, as too many were casting glances in their direction. He turned his gaze toward a fellow formidable candidate, reveling in the spectacle, and realized, it appears this time the chief examiner must be from the Hulk family. The examiners for each admission test at the Radiant Academy varied, and these examiners would not know their identities until the day the test commenced, receiving notification of their roles only then. The chief examiner was directly appointed by the president of the Radiant Academy, whose status superseded that of the mayor of Radiant City. However, while the former was solely responsible for the affairs of the academy, in terms of authority within the city, the latter held greater power. Ivanko harbored unwavering confidence in Li Chi. It seems this admission test will present challenges, but with 11 and Oppo's innate talent, passing should pose no issue. As it neared Li Chi's turn to enter the testing chamber, Ivanko called out, 11. Li Chi looked up. "Third uncle, is there something?" Ivanko's demeanor turned serious. "Regardless of how others may attempt to provoke you with their words, you must remain composed during the test." Li Chi momentarily paused, then nodded in understanding. Shortly thereafter, a notification chimed from the communicator on his wrist, indicating that it was his turn to be tested. "Third uncle, I shall go," he said, rising and addressing Ivanko before proceeding toward the testing room. In the chief examiner's office, Ian sat languidly in his chair, occasionally swiping his hand across the luminescent screen before him. Having resided on this planet for nearly 2 years, he felt as though he were on the verge of stagnation. As a nurturing world for the Lava Empire, Kukastar was devoid of external threats or cosmic adventurers, and even the brutal combat between individuals was conspicuously absent. This left him feeling as though he were living in a fantastical realm. Yet centuries of cosmic exploration reminded him that this place was nonetheless a part of the harsh universe. Perusing the profiles of one candidate after another, he found the experience utterly dull. Truly, each one more ordinary than the last. Ian's finger, poised to swipe once more, halted as a candidate's profile caught his attention. An apprentice-level slayer of planetary-grade beasts? Now, this is intriguing. Closing the screen, he stood and stretched, deciding to take a stroll. Without a care for his colleagues' gazes, he exited the chief examiner's office. Within the testing room, a young female examiner was diligently recording notes when Ian entered through a side door. Upon noticing Ian's arrival, the recording examiner immediately rose, but as she prepared to speak, she was halted. Ian first raised his hand slightly, halting the female examiner who was about to speak, and then said, "I'll take care of this test. You may take a break." Upon hearing her superior's words, the female examiner could not refuse and obediently set aside her work, exiting the testing room through a side door. Once she departed, Ian approached the position she had just vacated, seamlessly continuing her unfinished tasks, as if he had been the examiner all along. Approximately half a minute later, Ian pressed a button beside him. With a soft click, the main door of the testing room swung open, and Rick entered. "Rick Royce, is it?" As soon as he stepped into the testing room, Rick heard an inquiring voice. He turned to see a young man with a smile seated at one side of the room, a luminous screen displaying various texts and images before him. Confirming that he was indeed the examiner. "My name is Ian. I am your examiner for this test," Ian announced. "Are you prepared for the assessment?" "I am ready," Rick replied. "Excellent. Please take a seat over there and connect to the consciousness sensor," Ian instructed, gesturing towards a recessed chair on Rick's left, flanked by consciousness sensors. Complying with examiner Ian's directions, Rick seated himself and connected to the sensors. In an instant, Rick's figure materialized within the testing room, while Ian remained standing at one side, his luminous screen still before him. "Am I in a virtual universe?" Upon witnessing this scene, Rick swiftly turned his gaze towards the left side of the door, where the wall stood intact, devoid of any chairs. "Do not be anxious. You are currently within a virtual universe," Ian's voice reassured him. "We will begin the test now. Please follow my instructions." Nodding in acknowledgement, Rick responded, "All right. The data indicates that you are a controller. You may now select a telekinetic weapon of your preference." As Ian's words echoed, over a dozen common telekinetic weapons materialized before Rick, including blades and bone spikes. After a moment's contemplation, he opted for the bone spike, the weapon he had wielded the longest. With his choice made, the other telekinetic weapons vanished into thin air. "Now, manipulate the telekinetic weapon to launch a full-force attack on the circular target ahead." Looking forward, Rick beheld a circular target emerging against the wall before him and, adhering to examiner Ian's guidance, unleashed the bone spike towards the target with all his might. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the bone spike struck the circular target, only for both to simultaneously dissipate. From observing the disappearance of the bone spike and target, Ian nodded slightly. "Maintain this level of intensity for your subsequent attacks. Now, state the number of telekinetic weapons you wish to summon, and you shall receive the corresponding quantity." Understanding that this was a test of telekinetic amplitude, Rick decided to start cautiously. 8 bone spikes. As soon as the words left his lips, 8 bone spikes appeared before him, and 8 additional circular targets manifested against the wall ahead. "Go." With a low command, Li Qi launched 8 bone spikes that struck 8 circular targets, causing both the spikes and targets to vanish without a trace. Based on the 8 bone spikes previously dispatched, one could utter a number to acquire additional spikes, with each spike targeting an individual objective. Ian's voice resonated once more. After a moment's contemplation, Li Qi declared a number, 8. 16, he added, as it was the customary quantity of bone spikes he wielded, corresponding to the count required for practicing the fundamentals of the controller, 28 forms. As soon as he spoke, 16 bone spikes materialized before him. These spikes lunged at the 16 circular targets ahead, once again resulting in the simultaneous disappearance of both the spikes and the targets. Utter a number to obtain more bone spikes based on the 16 previously launched, and then assault the targets ahead, Ian instructed, observing the luminous screen. This time, Li Qi did not hesitate. He promptly uttered a number, 8. Very well. Li Qi commanded the 24 newly appeared bone spikes towards the circular targets ahead. Chapter 21. telekinetic amplitude of 23 times 24 bone cones surged towards the 24 circular targets ahead. This time, 22 of the bone cones vanished along with the targets, leaving 2 circular targets remaining in place. Only 2 left. Li Qi mused to himself. The outcome was anticipated. He had sensed something amiss during his initial strike, realizing that 2 bone cones had not reached their full potential. His telekinetic amplitude is either 22 times or 23 times. With 2 circular targets still intact, Ian felt reassured. He then spoke. Based on the 24 bone cones, you may declare a number to reduce the corresponding quantity of bone cones. 1, Li Qi replied. As his voice faded, 23 bone cones materialized out of thin air. With meticulous control over these 23 bone cones, Li Qi refrained from hastily targeting the remaining circular targets, choosing instead to attune himself to the current state of affairs. Indeed, these 23 bone cones are the limit. Fully exerting his control over the bone cones, he sensed a feeling of stagnation in his telekinetic energy. Go, Li Qi softly commanded, sending the 23 bone cones hurtling towards the circular targets, after which they vanished without a trace. Upon completion, he let out a long breath, feeling considerably more relaxed. Ian, this is my limit. In response, Ian nodded and stated, the test is concluded. As his words echoed, the surroundings shifted, and Li Qi, who had been standing in the virtual cosmos, found himself seated in his previous position. An electronic voice announced the results. Candidate Li Qi, your telekinetic amplitude is 23 times. 23 times telekinetic amplitude. I wonder how this score measures up, and whether it might warrant special admission into the Dawn Light Academy, Li Qi pondered. At that moment, Ian's voice of praise resonated. Li Qi, your performance has exceeded my expectations. You are currently the candidate with the highest telekinetic amplitude in this admission test. Currently the best. Li Qi's heart raced at the implication. Does this mean I truly have a chance for special admission into the Dawn Light Academy? Ian, smiling, inquired. I have a small question. Could you enlighten me? Li Qi switched his address. Instructor Ian, please proceed. I reviewed your records, which mention that you have slain a planetary-grade beast during the recent beast tide. How did you accomplish that? After their previous exchange, he sensed that Ian was rather extraordinary, unlike typical examiners. Ian, pondering to himself, murmured, with a 23 times telekinetic amplitude, paired with a first-tier incomplete telekinetic weapon, slaying a low-tier planetary beast is not exceedingly difficult. After his musings, he lifted his gaze, a smile gracing his features. Because of your remarkable talent, as one of the chief examiners for this admission test, I believe you may directly enter the Dawn Light Academy. With a pause, he continued. Thus, I hereby announce that you have secured a place in the Dawn Light Academy, exempt from the trial tower assessment. What? This unexpected delight caught Li Qi off guard. He had suddenly received special admission to the Dawn Light Academy. He had initially believed that Ian and Apos' status was merely that of a favored confidant of an examiner, never suspecting that he was, in fact, one of the chief examiners himself. Thank you, Mentor Ian, he said, bowing in gratitude. No need for that, Ian replied, slightly raising his hand. At your age, to achieve an amplitude of 23 times and to slay a planet-level beast is an accomplishment that surpasses the vast majority of candidates. Naturally, you will gain admission to the Morning Light Academy. You shall receive your acceptance notice within the hour. Upon finishing, he waved his hand dismissively. All right. Your test is concluded. You may leave now. It is time for the next candidate to enter. Filled with excitement, Li Qi respectfully bowed before exiting the testing room. Emerging from the chamber, a smile graced his face as he approached Ivan. Third uncle, my mental amplitude test result is 23 times. The examiner inside was the chief examiner, and I have received special approval to enter the Morning Light Academy. What? You received a spot in the Morning Light Academy? You must be mistaken. Ivan was incredulous. This year's chief examiners include members of the Hulky family. How could you possibly receive special approval without even participating in the trial tower assessment? It is true. The examiner Ian stated that my talent warranted an exemption from the trial tower assessment, allowing me to enter the Morning Light Academy, and he informed me that I would receive the admission notice within the hour at the latest. Sensing Ivan's skepticism, Li Qi reiterated Ian's words. Ian? Then it must be true. With smiles on their faces, the two departed, leaving onlookers astonished. What just happened? Did he pass the admission test? A middle-aged man, fond of gossip, exclaimed in disbelief. The timing doesn't add up. It's impossible to have passed the trial tower assessment so swiftly. Could it be that a member of the Hulky family had a change of heart and did not make things difficult for this Li Qi Royce? This is rather unusual. The others, including him, were utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend the situation. I just encountered a promising young man with considerable talent, so I granted him the privilege of entering the Morning Light Academy without requiring him to participate in the trial tower assessment. The man opposite inquired, "Oh, what is his name? Perhaps I know him." Ian replied, "Li Royce." A middle-aged man engrossed in work at the main seat immediately lifted his head upon hearing the name. He hastily asked, "Mentor Ian, whom did you just say was granted admission without participating in the trial tower assessment?" Li Royce. "What is it, Mentor Marcel?" Ian inquired. "Mentor Ian, your question carries significant weight. The Academy entrusts us with the role of chief examiners as a mark of their confidence in us. We must not betray this trust. Bestowing admission carelessly is exceedingly irresponsible." Ian squinted slightly and inquired, "Master Marcel, what do you mean by that?" "Pray tell, Master Ian, does the telekinetic amplitude of Richie Royce truly measure 25 times? Marcel pressed further. "Not at all," Ian replied with restrained patience. "Then why, Master Ian? Have you chosen to allocate a spot to Richie Royce?" Marcel continued to interrogate. "I have already stated my reasoning. It is due to his extraordinary talent. In fact, I believe he possesses the finest aptitude in this entrance examination," Ian asserted. "Master Ian, how can you be so certain he is the most gifted?" Marcel questioned with an edge of aggression. "Are you questioning my discernment, Master Marcel?" Ian and Apos' expression turned icy. He was a proud individual, a once derided first-tier stellar warrior who had emerged from a sheltered existence, and he found it audacious for anyone to challenge his judgment. "I do not intend to question your insights, Master Ian. I merely suggest that some talents are well concealed and can be exceedingly deceptive," Marcel clarified, seeking to avert any misunderstandings. Of course, he was unafraid of antagonizing Ian over this matter. They were both first-tier stellar warriors, and their strengths were unlikely to diverge significantly, especially considering that private duels were strictly prohibited on Cuckastar. For instance, Richie Royce and Apos' father was a genius with a telekinetic amplitude of 21 times. However, his lack of comprehension ultimately led to his expulsion from the Dawnlight Academy, Marcel remarked. "And so?" Ian retorted. "Yet, if his examination results are unsatisfactory, it will not reflect poorly on you, Master Ian," Marcel contended, believing his reasoning to be quite astute, a solution that would benefit both parties. Ian was confident. Few could rival his ability to assess talent within the Dawnlight Academy. He had traversed the cosmos for over a century alongside his mentor, accumulating experiences and insights that far surpassed those of these sheltered blossoms who had never left Cuckastar. "Then I shall personally rectify your error, Master Ian," Marcel declared, his demeanor turning serious. "In the name of the chief examiner." Ian nonchalantly tapped his fingers on the table and smiled lightly. "However, I shall report this matter to the dean as it stands, Master Marcel. Do take care." He understood now that Marcel was targeting Richie Royce, likely due to familial grievances, as their ages rendered any direct competition improbable. Upon hearing Marcel's declaration, Ian shook his head slightly and strode toward the chief examiner's office. The Corps Joint Training Camp of Cuckastar had recently suffered significant losses, necessitating the urgent acquisition of new talents. Yet, this fool Marcel seemed preoccupied with personal vendettas. A 14-year-old with a telekinetic amplitude of 23 times is deemed above average according to system evaluations. As long as he does not falter in the second level of the trial tower, his admission to the academy is virtually assured. Ian found it perplexing how Marcel summoned the audacity to act thus. Could it be? A sudden realization struck him. Surely, he has not overlooked Richie Royce's records? Upon contemplating this, he felt it was highly plausible that it was indeed true, and he couldn't help but chuckle. This fool. Could it be that he had truly never perused the information? Chapter 22. The Loss of Dignity. A piercing sound, accompanied by a slight vibration, emanated from the communicator that Li Qi had configured upon his arrival in Chaoguang City. Raising his left hand to activate the device, Li Qi wore a relaxed expression. It appeared that the important notification regarding his special admission into Chaoguang Academy had arrived. Ivan Ku stood beside the hovering vehicle, observing the communicator on Li Qi's wrist. "Mentor Ian did not deceive me. I have indeed been granted special admission to Chaoguang Academy." It was evidently a matter concerning the Holke family. After reading the message, Ivan Ku's expression shifted only slightly. This development was, in fact, within his expectations. He then accessed Li Qi's profile, eager to discern what peculiar traits this young scion of the Royce family possessed that could compel Ian to jeopardize his reputation. An apprentice-level individual slaying a planetary-grade beast. Such an absurd achievement can be brazenly recorded? As a member of a stellar family in Chadwang City, Marcel was all too familiar with the fabrication of achievements. Many families had resorted to such tactics. Yet, no family had ever dared to so audaciously claim an apprentice-level individual vanquishing a planetary-grade beast, as it was tantamount to openly confessing to deceit. Slightly bypassing the resume, he scrolled down to examine Li Qi's test scores. Upon seeing them, he sprang up in astonishment, exclaiming in disbelief, 14 years old. A 23-fold amplification of mental strength. How is this possible? How can this be? Such results categorized him as a key observation target. Why had no one informed him of this? Marcel slumped back in his chair, fixating on the half-body image of Li Qi on the screen, his heart racing with anxiety. He needed to deflect the blame. The fault could not lie with him, and he resolved to seek clarification immediately. As a seasoned stellar-level powerhouse with centuries of experience, Marcel quickly composed himself, preparing to find someone to bear the responsibility. Connecting the communicator to he inquired sternly, candidate Li Qi Royce. 14 years old with a 23-fold mental strength amplification, qualifies as a key observation target. Why was I not notified? The female examiner present at the scene faltered, unable to recall having tested any candidate with such a high amplification of mental strength. Upon realizing that the error was not her own, she relaxed considerably. Chief Examiner Marcel. This candidate was personally evaluated by Chief Examiner Ian. I had no involvement. What? He was personally tested by Ian. Momentarily bewildered, he closed the communicator. After a brief period of reflection, he began to strategize. The current situation renders the transference of blame impossible. Marcel pondered carefully, with a 23-fold amplification of mental strength. Unless his agility is exceptionally poor, his performance in the trial tower cannot be subpar. If his trial tower results are mediocre, even if the Academy seeks accountability, I could deflect it by suggesting an issue with my judgment. However, if his trial tower results are excellent, given the animosity between the Holke and Royce families, it would undoubtedly be perceived as personal vendetta. With limited information, I cannot ascertain the level of his agility. I must devise a method to disrupt his mental state. Marcel rose to his feet. For the sake of his future, he realized he must take matters into his own hands. What? A stellar powerhouse targeting a mere apprentice? How shameful. What is shame? Can it preserve his position as a mentor at the Radiant Academy? If not, then what purpose does it serve? After grappling with these thoughts, Marcel resolved to cast aside his pride. That young lad has successfully passed the assessment, has he not? Is that? Upon noticing someone approaching, Ivanko furrowed his brow as he recognized the newcomer. Standing before them, Marcel disregarded Ivanko and focused his gaze on Li Qi with a smile. You must be the candidate Li Qi Royce, correct? Indeed, I am. Meanwhile, Ivanko, maintaining a stern expression, inquired, Chief Examiner Marcel Hulk. May I ask when the trial's tower assessment will commence? Given the recent enmity between the Royce and Hulk families, Li Qi naturally bore no goodwill towards his adversary. When will the assessment begin? I must examine the details closely, Marcel replied with a beaming smile, feigning a glance at his communicator before insincerely apologizing. I truly regret to inform you that due to your early departure, you have been placed at the end of the queue. Throughout his speech, his gaze remained fixed solely on Li Qi, entirely disregarding Ivanko. This sensation. Under Marcel and Oppo's intense scrutiny, Li Qi felt an overwhelming pressure, akin to being the target of a colossal, ravenous beast poised to pounce. The creature's sharp teeth were bared, ready to attack. Any sign of weakness on his part would invite an onslaught. This feeling was profoundly unsettling, weighing heavily on his psyche. Since the chief examiner has made his statement, we shall await the proceedings. Ivanko stepped forward, placing himself between Li Qi and Marcel, effectively blocking the latter's gaze. With the perilous scrutiny lifted, Li Qi instantly felt a wave of relief, as if a great burden had been alleviated. In that moment, Marcel appeared to embody the role of a responsible mentor. As the chief examiner, you must have pressing matters to attend to, thus there is no need to squander time on us. Ivanko firmly rejected him, and then turned to Li Qi, stating, let us move aside to rest. With that, Ivanko prepared to lead Li Qi away. Chapter 23, By Any Means Necessary. By the way, Marcel seemed to have an epiphany as he turned to Lequi, his face adorned with a look of astonishment. If I recall correctly, your father is the legendary Delacour Royce, a figure from the Academy's past 2 decades. At this revelation, Lequi was left in bewilderment. My father is a legendary figure of the Academy? Throughout his life, he had never heard his father mention anything regarding the Radiant Academy. Sensing the shift in Lequi's expression, Marcel realized he had struck a nerve. Lequi was unaware of his father's history at the academy. With a soft chuckle, Marcel continued. Your father is quite famously known as the academy's dropout. A dropout? Lequi's expression remained unchanged, yet an instinctive apprehension told him that this title was not one of honor. I presume you have not heard this designation before. Marcel smiled. Your father is the only individual in the past century to have been forcibly expelled from the Radiant Academy. Such occurrences are exceedingly rare. Lequi's eyes widened, his demeanor turning frigid with anger. This scoundrel. Having lived in this world for 14 years, he had fully integrated into it. Considering his parents as his own, it was unbearable for him to witness an adversary openly insult his father. 11. Let's go? Ivanko urged Lequi with a sideways glance, signaling him to remain composed. Understanding the cue, Lequi reined in his fury and turned towards the testing waiting area. In the waiting area, although the number of individuals was limited, several stellar-ranked powerhouses were present. Marcel has lost all sense of dignity, personally confronting a mere apprentice. One stellar-ranked powerhouse remarked, his tone dripping with disdain for Marcel. Another planetary-ranked powerhouse shook his head in agreement. Indeed, he has no shame. The stellar-ranked onlookers in the waiting area collectively viewed Marcel's actions with contempt. Upon arriving in the waiting area, Lequi could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, Third Father, is it true that my father was expelled by the Radiant Academy's powers? It is indeed true, Ivanko sighed. At that time, the seventh brother was young and impetuous. During a confrontation, he severely injured another student and refused to admit fault, leading to his forced expulsion from the Radiant Academy. Such an expulsion is not a matter of pride, which is why it has seldom been mentioned. Marcel was deliberately trying to provoke you. You must maintain your composure and not let your anger cloud your judgment. I understand, Lequi nodded, acknowledging his awareness of Marcel's intent to incite him. Simultaneously, he comprehended why his father had refrained from discussing his experiences at the Radiant Academy. As time passed, candidates continued to enter and exit the testing rooms. Logically, with the increasing number of candidates completing their tests, the waiting area should have seen a decrease in attendees. However, the opposite was true. The crowd only swelled as time progressed. Familiar stellar-ranked powerhouses gathered in small groups, surrounded by a throng of candidates eager to partake in the Academy's assessments. Thus, a circle centered around the stellar-level candidates participating in the Academy's assessment began to form. Next in line was the young scion of the Royce family. A stellar-level powerhouse observing the flow of participants remarked, the grand spectacle is finally commencing. Another stellar-level expert chuckled in response. Based on the young one's previous testing duration, he had received special approval to enter the Dawnlight Academy, though it was unclear why he had been eliminated by Marcel. This young lad, capable of slaying planetary-level beasts and granted special entry into the Academy, undoubtedly possessed a formidable psychic amplitude. However, it remained to be seen how far he could progress in the trial tower. The first stellar-level powerhouse maliciously noted, if that young one performs well in the trial tower, Marcel might find himself in a precarious situation. Another chimed in. That must be why Marcel has cast aside his dignity and is personally overseeing this young one's trial. He seeks to rectify the situation. He brought this upon himself, didn't he? Indeed, with the new governor about to take office, coupled with the recent events at the joint training camp, our future days are likely to be fraught with difficulties. Amidst the conversations of the stellar-level powerhouses and the candidates arriving for the Academy's assessment, it was finally Li Qi's turn to enter the testing chamber. At that moment, Marcel also made his move, heading towards the testing room. One of the stellar-level experts expressed surprise. Wow, Marcel intends to oversee that young one's trial in the tower. As the chief examiner, it was well within his authority to conduct the trial. Another added, however, with the virtual universe's synchronous transmission, he cannot tamper with the results. At most, he can play with the young one's psyche. A sound mindset is crucial. If that falters, the young one's performance could significantly diminish. All we can do is wait outside for the outcome, hoping he remains unaffected. As the stellar-level individuals deliberated, Li Qi and Marcel entered the testing chamber in succession. Upon entering, Marcel addressed the female examiner who had been in charge of the testing. I will take over from here. You may take a break. The female examiner nodded. Yes, Chief Examiner Marcel. Before departing, she cast a curious glance at Li Qi, intrigued by the young man with a psychic amplitude of 23 times, who had managed to have both chief examiners preside over his assessment. Li Qi narrowed his eyes, the previously subdued anger rekindling within him. Thank you, Chief Examiner Marcel. No need for thanks. Just perform adequately, Marcel replied, shaking his head. After all, your father's combat prowess is rather TSK. I hope you do not inherit his talent for battle. Otherwise, the academy will lose a gifted student and gain a dropout. This guy is infuriating. Li Qi felt his anger intensify, yet he understood that this was a deliberate provocation aimed at disrupting his composure, intending to influence his performance in the trial tower. I cannot fall for it. Remain calm. I must remain calm. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his anger and seated himself in the chair that connected to the virtual universe, inquiring, when can the examination in the trial tower commence, Chief Examiner Marcel? It can begin at once, Marcel replied with a smile. Do not be agitated. I merely wish to offer a gentle reminder to prevent you from repeating past mistakes. Please commence the examination. Li Qi ground out through clenched teeth. Though Li Qi's expression had shifted significantly, Marcel felt that his objective had yet to be achieved. However, knowing he could no longer delay, he reluctantly declared, the trial tower examination is now beginning. With that, he pressed the button to initiate the examination. And the space began to transform. Chapter 24. The trial tower examination. Li Qi stood suspended in midair over the vast expanse of the grassland. A luminous screen materializing before him, inscribed with numerous characters. The trial tower assessment of the Morning Light Academy was about to commence, and his current examination route was designated as the controller. He was prompted to select the type and quantity of his telekinetic weaponry, along with his flying apparatus. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Qi chose the bone spikes, intended for prolonged use, in a quantity corresponding to the newly measured telekinetic amplitude of 23 times, thereby summoning 23 bone spikes. Following the selection of his weaponry, a variety of flying devices manifested before him, including shields, flying darts, and greatswords. As he surveyed these aerial contraptions, Li Qi fell into a brief contemplation. Among these devices, the flying dart boasted the highest speed, while the shield offered superior defense, and the great sword was unparalleled in offensive capability. Among these flying devices, I am most adept with the shield, which is well suited for defense and allows me to withstand the onslaught of monstrous beasts in dire moments. Compensating for my less than perfect agility, he mused. After a moment's reflection, Li Qi opted for the shield as his chosen apparatus. Had he devoted more time to mastering his agility and reached a higher level of prowess, the flying dart would have been his primary choice. However, at this juncture, the shield represented the most judicious solution. As Li Qi finalized his selections, the luminous screen folded away, only to be replaced by a new one. Trial Tower, first level. Please eliminate a 9th tier, apprentice-level flying beast, the corpse-eating bird, within 1 minute. Click Confirm to begin the assessment in 10 seconds. Prominently displayed beneath the text were the bold red characters spelling Confirm. Li Qi clicked Confirm, initiating the countdown. 10, 9, 8. As the countdown concluded, the corpse-eating bird swooped down from the horizon. Attempting to disrupt my focus? Li Qi glared at the descending creature, his eyes ablaze with determination. I shall bring you despair. Marcel. With a swift motion, 23 bone spikes shot forth from Li Qi, targeting the diving bird. The spikes traced elegant arcs through the air, colliding head-on with the descending beast. The 9th tier bone spikes, though only marginally more robust than the bird's formidable feathers, managed to breach its defenses. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of metallic collisions echoed as the corpse-eating bird was relentlessly pounded by the bone spikes, its body flung upward into the sky. Thud, thud. Following the metallic clatter was the sickening sound of spikes piercing flesh, and soon the corpse-eating bird lay vanquished, impaled by the bone spikes. Trial Tower, first level, passed. The remnants of the once flailing bird vanished, and the assessment for the second level was set to commence. The objective was to slay 3 corpse-eating birds within 3 minutes. Without hesitation, Li Qi clicked Confirm, and the examination began anew. In less than a minute, the 3 birds fell to his wrath, albeit with Li Qi sustaining minor injuries in the process. Trial Tower, second level, passed. The corpses of the defeated birds dissipated, and Li Qi's injuries vanished, along with the previously expended mental energy. In the third level of the Trial Tower, the objective was to slay 10 ghoulish carrion birds within a time limit of 10 minutes. Remarkably, in a span of 3 minutes and 27 seconds, all 10 carrion birds were vanquished, albeit at the cost of one of Rick's arms. The third level of the Trial Tower was successfully completed, having triumphed through 3 levels. Rick's fury was fully expended, and he regained his composure. As he entered the 4th level of the Trial Tower, he was tasked with exterminating 39th tier apprentice beasts. The carrion birds, within 30 minutes. Gazing at the text displayed upon the luminous screen before him, he understood that the true challenge of the trial tower was about to commence. The initial 3 levels had merely served as a warm-up. To overcome the 4th level of the trial tower, I must not confront the numerous beasts head-on. Instead, I must adeptly leverage my smaller size to outmaneuver them. I shall also focus my mental energy on observing my surroundings, employing my agility to use the beasts as shields against one another, while preserving a few bone spikes for crucial moments. This strategy should enable me to pass the 4th level. Having formulated his plan, Rick clicked and Oppos, confirm, and Oppos, the countdown commenced. And dozens of dark spots began to materialize in the sky. 10, 9, 8. As the countdown concluded, the dark spots had manifested directly above Rick, revealing 30 carrion birds. In response to Rick's sudden appearance, several of the birds began to dive towards him, intent on tearing him apart. Undaunted, he propelled himself skyward upon his shield, aiming for the descending carrion birds. In the teachings of his mentor, Ivan, there had been mention of utilizing the environment to engage the enemy. This so-called environment encompassed not only inanimate objects, but also living entities. This insight had been gleaned during his previous trials in the 3rd level of the Warrior's Path Trial Tower, although without the aid of mental energy. He had found it challenging to execute such an advanced technique. As he charged towards the diving flock of carrion birds, Rick commanded 5 bone spikes to shield him, while the remaining 18 launched towards the birds. The piercing sound of the spikes slicing through the air resounded as they split into 2 formations, targeting the vital areas of the 2 nearest birds. Perceiving themselves as targets, the 2 carrion birds lowered their heads, using their wings to shield their vulnerable spots, attempting to withstand the onslaught with their less critical areas. However, such maneuvers proved futile against the rapidly approaching bone spikes. The spikes traced graceful arcs through the air, deftly circumventing the birds' expansive wings, striking their necks and skulls in swift succession and burrowing into their flesh. With a shrill cry, blood erupted as the 2 carrion birds fell, their mournful wails echoing through the air. Simultaneously, 5 additional bone spikes were unleashed, forcing the 3 pursuing birds to retract their wings in a bid for self-preservation. The carrion birds, formidable in size with wingspans reaching 10 meters, towered over Rick, who stood at just under 2 meters tall, rendering him a diminutive figure amidst these colossal creatures. Only 3 or 4 birds could engage him at once. As he navigated through the throng of carrion birds, Rick extended his mental energy, enveloping the surrounding sky. Within the radius of his mental aura, he was acutely aware of any movements made by the birds, with a coverage span of 7 meters, affording him a comprehensive 360-degree awareness. Certainly, the cost of such actions is terrifying. It has drained a considerable amount of his energy, while the depletion of his mental force has increased significantly. The number of bone spikes he can control has diminished from 23 to 12, a substantial reduction. Should he expand the range of his mental force, the number of bone spikes he can command will continue to decline, potentially leaving him without the energy to manipulate even a single spike. I must act swiftly. The consumption of mental force is too great. I can endure for a maximum of 4 minutes, and a range of 7 meters is the bare minimum that cannot be compromised. If the range falls below 7 meters, I may not react in time to evade an attack from the scavenger birds. Faced with the rapid depletion of his mental force, Li Qi must hasten his actions. Fortunately, he has discerned the attack patterns of the scavenger birds, which are limited to 3 methods: pecking, striking, and grasping. Among these, pecking and grasping typically expose the vulnerable parts of the scavenger birds, providing him with a valuable opportunity against these 2 modes of attack. If he retaliates as the scavenger birds strike, he often achieves commendable results. The bone spikes can strike the neck and head of the scavenger birds, and those struck may suffer injury or even death. If the psychic weaponry provided by the trial tower were stronger, any scavenger bird hit in a vital area would be instantly slain. Even with the limited power of the basic psychic weaponry, Li Qi still managed to eliminate 12 scavenger birds within a minute, and with the remaining mental force, he had enough to advance through the 4th level of the trial tower. The battle raged on as Li Qi maneuvered his shield downward, retreating to the right and passing between 2 pursuing scavenger birds. Bang! The 2 scavenger birds collided, while the wings of 1 bird above missed their target. Whoosh! 2 bone spikes struck the skulls of the 2 scavenger birds, momentarily disorienting them. 1 bird plummeted to the ground, while the other flapped its wings several times to regain its balance, blood streaming from the area it had been struck. Seizing the moment while the 2 scavenger birds were injured, Li Qi launched 4 bone spikes in pairs to target their vital areas. Screech. 2 cries of despair rang out as the scavenger birds fell. Successfully slaying these 2 creatures did little to alleviate the frustration within Li Qi. The psychic weaponry provided by the trial tower is far too feeble. Coordination is essential for swiftly dispatching these beasts. Otherwise, one is left to exhaust them through repeated attacks. In the subsequent moments, Li Qi continued to evade and strike, and by the time he had eliminated all the scavenger birds, his mental force was nearly depleted. Sensing the diminishing energy, Li Qi reflected. Relying solely on attrition to defeat these beasts is incredibly time-consuming. The initial 2 levels of the trial tower had a limited number of beasts, allowing sufficient time and mental energy for attrition. But upon reaching the 3rd level, without significant ability, mere exhaustion will not suffice. The increasing number of beasts demands a certain level of agility. As for the 4th level, the difficulty surpasses that of the 3rd by more than 5-fold, presenting a formidable challenge to one and Appos' agility. Those with feeble agility are unworthy even to expend their energy, destined to perish amidst the relentless onslaught of countless beasts. Having successfully navigated the 4th level of the trial tower, the corpses of the carrion birds vanished from the ground, and a luminous screen materialized before Li Qi. Initially, he found himself perplexed as to why the adversaries within the trial tower, governed by the path of mastery, were exclusively carrion birds, never a random assortment of beasts. However, after numerous trials within the tower, he comprehended that this was a means to ease the difficulty for the candidates undertaking the assessments. The singular nature of the carrion bird and Appos' behavior rendered it easier to discern, thus enabling better strategies during combat. A fairness extended to all participants. Otherwise, facing a random selection of unfamiliar beasts, armed solely with the mental prowess of a 9th-tier apprentice and the most rudimentary of mental weaponry, passing the 4th level would prove arduous, let alone the 5th. It is crucial to note that the 5th level demands the slaughter of 100 beasts. In the 5th level of the trial tower, you are tasked with exterminating 100 9th-tier apprentice carrion birds within a span of 100 minutes. Glaring at the text on the screen, Li Qi shook his head. With his current abilities, conquering the 5th level was an impossibility. While success in the 5th level eluded him, his present objective was to achieve a commendable performance. Employing the combat strategy from the 4th level seemed the wisest choice, aiming to eliminate as many carrion birds as possible before exhausting his mental energy. Whispering to himself, Li Qi clicked confirm. Chapter 25. Assessment results of the 1st rank. As the countdown reached its final 10 seconds, Li Qi soared into the sky, wielding his bone spear and shield as he plunged into the horde of ghoulish birds. He adhered to the tactics he employed during his incursion into the 4th level. As he breached the swarm, the previously scattered ghoulish birds converged around him, encircling him completely. Within this throng, the cacophony of their cries filled the air, punctuated by the occasional spatter of blood and the thud of fallen carcasses. 3 minutes and 43 seconds later, Li Qi's mental energy was depleted, leading to his demise at the hands of the ghoulish birds. I was mistaken. The 5th level of the trial tower is not insurmountable, but it imposes exceedingly high demands on the candidates. Any shortcomings render success exceedingly difficult. As for myself, if I could enhance my agility by just 1 tier, the mental energy required would diminish significantly, allowing me to achieve results far surpassing my current standing. My performance in the trial tower yielded a completion rate of 47 at the 5th level. According to my father as previous remarks, a completion rate of 30 at this level is the threshold for a 1st rank achievement. However, whether I can attain a 1st rank result depends on the caliber of the current candidates, as long as my completion rate is not lower than the top contender and Appos' by 5. I shall be deemed 1st rank. To instill despair in Marcel, I must secure a 1st rank result. Now, it remains to be seen. Li Qi lifted his gaze towards Marcel seated in the judging panel. What? How is this possible? Marcel exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief. A completion rate of 47 at the 5th level, a 1st rank assessment, merely 1 shy of the top contender. Damn it, the mentor position is lost. Observing Marcel's abnormal pallor, Li Qi could not suppress a laugh. Haha. Chief Examiner Marcel, it is time for you to announce the results. Reluctantly, Marcel proclaimed, the trial tower assessment has concluded. Candidate Li Qi Royce achieved a completion rate of 47 at the 5th level, earning a 1st rank assessment. This announcement signified a significant loss for Marcel, as it meant losing the coveted mentor position at the Radiant Academy. The mentor positions at the Radiant Academy are crucial for the stellar families in Radiant City. as they would consequently receive fewer resources in future allocations. Among all the students at the Radiant Academy, Radiant City comprises 70%. The remaining 30% is divided, with 25% held by stellar and planetary tribes of the plains, while a mere 5% trickles down to ordinary tribes. The substantial share of students from Radiant City is primarily due to the mentor positions at the Radiant Academy. Haha. Watching Marcel retreat in a state of disarray, Li Qi felt an immense sense of satisfaction. His previous anger was now transformed into joy. He exited the testing chamber, intent on sharing this delightful news with his father. Ivanko. In the high-speed elevator, the once ashen-faced Marcel appeared thoroughly devastated, slumping against the elevator wall, his eyes bloodshot. It's over. This is utterly finished. He murmured repeatedly, while the communicator on his left wrist flickered to life, revealing a prominent headline on its display. The newly appointed governor is about to take office, and the 6 academies have announced a purge of unscrupulous mentors. In the examination office, Ian gazed at the holographic transcript before him, shaking his head slightly. I have long asserted that Li Qi possesses exceptional talent. Adjacent to the transcript display, another screen bore the title of teacher at its pinnacle. Outside the testing chamber, the waiting area had transformed into a cacophony of voices, as everyone discussed the governor's announcement regarding the eradication of corrupt mentors. Meanwhile, an informed stellar-level powerhouse, having acquired Li Qi's trial tower assessment results from another source, shook his head in dismay upon viewing the transcript. The trial tower results are first-rate. Marcel is finished. He lamented. What can one say? His luck has run out with the new governor's impending arrival and the Academy's pledge to eliminate bad mentors. Another stellar-level powerhouse chimed in, expressing sympathy for Marcel's unfortunate predicament, as he had unwittingly walked into a trap. Originally, he had merely lost his position as a mentor at the Morning Light Academy, but now he faced the peril of losing his very life. The Hulk family had suffered the loss of a stellar-level individual, having nurtured him for nearly a decade, only to see him squandered. Indeed, it is unfortunate, he mused. Marcel will likely be treated as a prime example of strict discipline, most probably sent to toil in the mines alongside those from the joint training camp. At the mere mention of mining, both stellar-level powerhouses fell silent, daunted by the Empire's harsh penalties for mentors associated with the joint training camp. In their eyes, being relegated to mining was an extravagant waste of their stellar capabilities. With the new governor's imminent arrival, they resolved to adhere to a more prudent course and devote themselves to cultivating talent for the Empire. Eventually, the knowledgeable stellar-level powerhouse broke the silence, prompting the other to nod in agreement. Their conversation concluded, and they summoned a few juniors to depart together. Simultaneously, many stellar-level powerhouses, having completed their assessments, began to rise and leave with their prot-GS. They perceived this commotion as unseemly, instilling in them a sense of the Empire's formidable authority. When Li Qi emerged from the testing chamber, he was taken aback to find the waiting area nearly deserted. Where has everyone gone? He inquired as he approached his mentor. Ivan K. Ivan K's expression was somewhat grave, but he soon broke into a smile. You did exceptionally well this time, achieving a first-rate score in the trial tower assessment. I received a first-rate score. Marcel from the Hulk family had a look of shock when he announced the results. Li Qi exclaimed joyfully. Ivan K nodded with a smile, adding, it will be quite some time before we see him again. Sensing something unusual in Ivan K's tone, Li Qi asked, why will it be difficult to see him again? Just take a look at the news on the communicator, Ivan K replied. This? Upon hearing this, Li Qi opened the communicator and was immediately taken aback, harboring certain suspicions within his heart, before turning his gaze towards Ivanko. 3 days later. Chapter 26. The newly appointed governor in the boundless expanse of the Starry Sea, a C-class spacecraft suddenly materialized in the firmament, subsequently hurtling towards the verdant Kuka star at sublight speed. The spacecraft port of Kuka star was modest, capable of accommodating no more than a dozen vessels, each several hundred meters in length. At this moment, only 3 smaller ships, each merely tens of meters long, were docked. Upon verification, the spaceship settled into the port, where several stellar-grade powerhouses awaited its arrival outside. Inside the C-class vessel sat a middle-aged man with a prominent nose and a well-proportioned visage, gazing at the holographic projection of the cosmos before him. Observing the vast greenish-blue planet, he softly remarked, so this is Kuka star, where I shall reside for several decades, perhaps even centuries. Quite unremarkable. Rising from his seat, the man declared, well then, let us go meet my disciples. Half an hour later, a small spacecraft departed from the Kuka star port, arriving at Dawnlight City on the planet's surface. Upon landing, over 20 stellar-grade powerhouses had gathered to await their arrival. Except for one relatively obscure individual, the others were prominent figures of Dawnlight City. At the forefront stood the middle-aged man, the president of Dawnlight Academy. However, beside him was not the lord of Dawnlight City, but rather the Academy and Appos, as esteemed mentor, Ian. As the hatch of the spacecraft opened, the long-nosed middle-aged man stepped out, followed by two stellar-grade powerhouses. Upon seeing his emergence, the president of Dawnlight Academy hastened forward to extend a warm welcome. Welcome to Dawnlight City, Governor Lorenzo. You are the president of Dawnlight Academy? Lorenzo inquired. Indeed, Governor. I am the president of Dawnlight Academy, the Lord of Dawnlight City replied with utmost deference. Lorenzo nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further, and addressed Ian. Ian, accompany me. Yes, Master, Ian responded respectfully, falling in line behind Lorenzo. They proceeded towards a convoy of hovering vehicles not far from the spacecraft. Lorenzo broke the silence, asking, How have you found life on Kukastar? Not too bad. Though Kukastar is rather complacent, lacking the authenticity of the cosmos, Ian replied, his rapport with his master cultivated over a century of shared cosmic journeys. The Lava Empire was a medium-sized cosmic nation, and its training planets, in comparison to others, were insulated and detached from the true essence of the universe. Lorenzo nodded in agreement. Ian approached the hovering vehicle, opening the door for his master before entering himself. The spacious vehicle, however, accommodated only the two of them. Once Ian had settled across from Lorenzo, the latter queried, having lived on Kukastar for nearly 2 years, what do you perceive as its most significant issue? Contemplating for a moment, Ian answered succinctly, excessive complacency and a lack of external pressure have led to internal strife for power. Strife for power? Lorenzo inquired with curiosity. Do elaborate. Ian recounted an incident from a few days prior when he had served as the chief examiner. He concluded by adding, if it weren't for that young fellow, Richie, whose abilities are commendable across the board, he likely would not have gained admission to Dawnlight Academy. Is that so? It appears that the eradication of unsavory mentors is indeed a wise decision. Lorenzo nodded and then inquired, when did you break through to the stellar level? 4 months ago. Ian replied. Lorenzo continued, since you have ascended to the stellar level, you should attend the stellar training camp. I have already discussed this with Lord Betkos before my arrival. You will be under his guidance at the stellar training camp. Lord Betkos specializes in the principles of water, and I hope that under his mentorship, your strength will further advance. Thank you, Master. Ian was overjoyed to learn that the chief mentor of the stellar training camp was an expert in the principles of water, and he hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Lorenzo raised his hand and said, do not be overly elated. While entering the stellar training camp is indeed commendable, I aspire for you to reach even greater heights, to enter the Lava Empire's lava secret realm, and receive personal instruction from the Lava Emperor and other domain lords. Yes, I shall not disappoint you, Master. Ian's expression was resolute. Do you resent me? Lorenzo suddenly asked. Master, why do you ask such a question? Ian replied, perplexed. If I had not kept you at the 9th stage of planetary level for over a century, with your talents, you would have already reached the 9th stage of the stellar level by now, Lorenzo remarked. I have never thought that way, Ian shook his head. If it weren't for you taking me away from my homeland, I would likely still be at the 9th stage of planetary level in this lifetime. Huh. Lorenzo chuckled lightly and shook his head. This is still my fault. I was too confident. A century ago, Lorenzo earned the title of the Great Axe Warrior at the Cosmic Great Axe Combat Arena, with his victories exceeding 10,000. He had hoped to become a core member of the Great Axe Combat Arena's Qianwu branch and to secure an internal member slot for his disciple. However, the Great Axe Combat Arena acted with tyranny, tossing him an internal member slot without any explanation, as if they were indifferent to his participation. Receiving guidance from the Lava Lord and then entering the Qianwu secret realm through the Cosmic Pinnacle Strongman battle was Lorenzo's ambition. Nevertheless, he felt he had delayed his disciple's progress, and now only over 80 years remained until the Cosmic Pinnacle Genius battle. Had he not squandered that century, Ian might have advanced further in his domain, reaching the 9th level. Reflecting on this, Lorenzo shook his head once more, thinking, it has been nearly 5,000 years since my last bout of overconfidence. The last time he had been overconfident was during the world preliminaries of the Cosmic Pinnacle Genius battle. At that time, his combat skills at the 9th level of the domain were formidable, rendering him invincible in one region, and he had once ranked over 300 in the world. Being invincible in one area led him to lose his reverence, prompting him to challenge powerful individuals from other regions, ultimately resulting in him being overwhelmed by a genius who had comprehended the principles. This is not your fault, master. Ultimately, it is my talent and strength that were insufficient. If my abilities had been robust enough, with your guidance, I would have long since become an internal member of the Great Axe combat arena. Ian believed that his inability to secure a position as an internal member stemmed from his own lack of strength. Well, let us not dwell on this any longer. Seeing Ian filled with self-reproach, Lorenzo deftly shifted the topic, asking, "Do you believe there is still a necessity for the joint training camp?" After a moment of contemplation, Ian responded, "Due to the punitive measures from the imperial authorities, the mentors of the joint training camp, with the exception of a few who fought valiantly for survival, have all been reassigned to other planets for mining operations. Therefore, I am considering the reconstruction of the joint training camp. However, before that, I intend to select a few individuals to establish a temporary training camp." "What are you planning, teacher?" Ian inquired with curiosity. Lorenzo chuckled. A new official must always engage in some endeavors." 3 days following the conclusion of the admission tests, Rich received the admission notification from Chaoguang City on his communicator. Chapter 27. First steps into the Morning Light Academy at long last. The moment had arrived. A subtle smile graced Li Qi's face as he gazed at the admission notice displayed on his communicator. He had finally taken his first step, resolving the crisis facing his family ranch. Entering the Morning Light Academy was both the initial and the most crucial step in this endeavor. The Morning Light Academy serves as the foundational training ground. Above it lies the Kuka Star Joint Training Camp, and ultimately, the stellar training camp of the Lava Empire. As for whether there exist even more advanced training grounds beyond the stellar training camp, that remained a mystery to him. Throughout Kuka Star's history, only a handful of prodigies have entered the stellar training camp, each one remarkable in their own right. Those who gain admission to the stellar training camp are bestowed with privileges that surpass even those held by the mayor of Morning Light City. Privileges. The mere thought of such advantages ignited a deep yearning within Li Qi. He longed to enter the stellar training camp to alleviate his family's predicament. 2 days later, with clothing and daily necessities in tow, Li Qi arrived at the Morning Light Academy, settling into dormitory 211 on the second floor of the main building. The layout of the dormitory consisted of a living room, a bedroom, a bathroom, and a balcony. The living room was equipped with a consciousness sensor for accessing the virtual universe, along with various electronic entertainment devices. Seated on the sofa, he perused the information regarding the academy on his communicator, then began to contemplate. The Morning Light Academy operates under a free-range system, classifying students solely by grade. Aside from the annual ranking assessments, there are no constraints, allowing for considerable freedom, yet the competition is exceedingly fierce. The slots for individualized guidance from instructors are limited. They primarily focus on delivering their courses, offering personal mentorship only to those with exceptional talent or connections. Other students seeking to acquire additional knowledge must purchase courses with points. This necessitates that students possess self-awareness, recognizing their strengths and weaknesses in order to enhance themselves accordingly. If one cannot even discern their own attributes, it becomes exceedingly difficult to thrive within the academy. With this in mind, he rose from his seat and exited, taking the high-speed elevator towards the east building. Along the way, he continued to ponder. As a mental practitioner, my primary focus is on agility. Agility is fundamental to determining my survival duration in battle. Currently, the Academy's entrance assessments do not involve elimination. However, those whose physical aptitude does not reach the pinnacle of Apprentice Level 9 may face encouragement to withdraw. Thus, I must prioritize elevating my physical condition to that level. Upon reaching the East Building, Li Qi underwent identity verification and received a month's worth of training resources, 3 red dew fruits, and 5 bottles of nutrient solution. Entering a quiet room, he sat cross-legged and gazed at the training resources before him, murmuring, "To have such an abundance of resources for just 1 month, 3 red dew fruits, and 5 bottles of nutrient solution. It's no wonder entering the Morning Light Academy guarantees one will become a planetary-level powerhouse." Li Qi had previously consumed red dew fruits after arriving in Morning Light City, noting their efficacy in increasing the probability of breaking through to planetary level when taken at the pinnacle of Apprentice Level 9. However, the specific quantity required for effectiveness varies by individual. In addition to augmenting breakthrough probabilities, red dew fruits also enhance physical aptitude and temporarily accelerate the genetic energy cultivation speed of the consumer, although this effect applies solely to those at the apprentice level. Regarding the nutrient solution, this was the first time he had encountered it. Previously, he had heard that nutrient solutions could supply the energy required by the body and could also slightly enhance physical quality. Upon obtaining the cultivation resource, Li Qi did not immediately begin his practice. Instead, he activated his communicator to find the gene primordial energy cultivation method he had received earlier and began to read it attentively. According to the description, this gene primordial energy cultivation method was quite unique, created by none other than the Emperor of the Lava Empire. While the method was generally ineffective when used alone, its efficacy was significantly amplified when combined with the consumption of the red dew fruit. This cultivation method was strictly confidential, and those who divulged it would face dire consequences. Upon reading the final words, Li Qi marveled at the Emperor's might. Realizing that he had devised a gene primordial energy cultivation method specifically to harness the effects of the red dew fruit. Focusing his mind, he commenced practicing this technique. And remarkably, he succeeded on his first attempt. Thus, after consuming a red dew fruit and a bottle of nutrient solution, he began his cultivation journey. In the tranquility of the chamber, on the third morning of his practice, Li Qi opened his eyes and exhaled deeply. Having successfully broken through to the 8th rank of the apprentice level, he glanced at the 5 empty bottles to his left, feeling a twinge of confusion. According to the staff who dispensed the nutrient solution, 5 bottles were sufficient to sustain the energy needs of a peak 9th rank apprentice for 5 days. Yet he had exhausted them all by the 3rd day, consuming energy surpassing even that of a peak 9th rank apprentice. The energy expenditure is not the only concern. The consumption of cultivation resources is equally staggering, Li Qi pondered. A few days ago, I consumed several red dew fruits, and there should still be a trace of their efficacy lingering, along with the 3 newly ingested ones. Yet, I have barely managed to elevate my physical quality to the 8th rank of the apprentice level, even with the aid of this unique gene primordial energy cultivation method. With this thought, a bitter smile graced his face. The genetic multiplication grants me a mental prowess far exceeding that of my peers. Yet it also escalates my resource requirements by an equal measure. On Kukastar, there are 14 months in a year, and new students at the Dawnlight Academy can obtain up to 42 red dew fruits annually. This year, I can still acquire 39 red dew fruits. Based on my current consumption of cultivation resources, these 39 should suffice for me to break through to the 9th rank of the apprentice level. Though reaching the peak may require additional resources, Li Qi contemplated, wary of wagering whether these resources would be adequate for his ascension to the peak. A miscalculation would result in immediate expulsion, a consequence he could not afford. Thus, he resolved to explore alternative avenues for acquiring further cultivation resources. The scarcity of cultivation resources led Li Qi to consider the Academy's points system. The points at Dawnlight Academy are utilized for various purposes, including the exchange for cultivation resources and the enrollment in advanced courses offered by Academy instructors. Furthermore, points could even be used to purchase regulated mental and primordial energy weapons. Although their exorbitant prices suggested that they were primarily intended for the Academy's instructors rather than the students. Activating his communicator, a holographic interface materialized as Li Qi searched for ways to earn points. However, the methods for acquiring Academy points proved to be exceedingly limited. After reviewing the Academy's points acquisition methods, he shook his head slightly. The communicator displayed that points could be obtained through a fixed annual distribution, trading, and competitions. Additionally, exceptional performance in annual assessments would yield point rewards. The fixed distribution of points had already been credited, yet it was only sufficient to exchange for 5 red dew seeds. Li Qi checked his points on the communicator and found he had 100 points, which, upon comparing with the exchange prices for cultivation resources, confirmed that his points would only suffice for 5 red dew seeds. Furthermore, he could not convert all his points into cultivation resources, as he needed some points to purchase advanced courses from Academy instructors to enhance his agility skills. It appeared that the only option was to earn points through competitions in the virtual universe, but this required first improving his agility skills. He understood that, with his combat techniques capable of achieving the top score in the trial tower, he was quite competent among the freshmen. Li Qi set a goal for himself. He must acquire an additional 10 red dew seeds, as anything less than 10 would be too risky. After establishing this target, he tapped a few times on the communicator to check for any ongoing lectures by instructors. Chapter 28, The Realm of Body Techniques in the afternoon. The mentor commenced a lecture on body techniques. He entered a grand auditorium within the North Building, where numerous students were present. Most of them were in a meditative state, With only a few engaged in hushed conversations, he settled into a secluded corner, surveying his surroundings, and noted that among the attendees, apart from the majority of apprentice-level students, there were also several formidable planetary-level students. After a while, a male mentor, appearing to be in his 30s, took to the podium. After scanning the room, he addressed the students. Those familiar with my teachings know that I prefer to conduct my lectures without interruptions. If you have questions, please jot them down and raise your hand after the lecture concludes. I will address them accordingly. With that, he began his discourse. In my view, body techniques constitute the most crucial aspect of combat skills. Even if your offensive and defensive techniques are inferior to your opponents, possessing superior body techniques can ensure your invincibility. After over an hour of instruction, the male mentor concluded the lecture. That will be all for today. If you find my teachings intriguing, you may consider purchasing my courses. He made a brief promotional remark before announcing, "It is now time for questions. Students with inquiries may raise their hands." As his words echoed in the auditorium, many students raised their hands, with Li Qi among them. The mentor pointed to a female student in white attire seated in the third row, who inquired, "Mentor, you mentioned that body techniques are the most vital part of combat skills. Should we then focus solely on the cultivation of body techniques, while merely supplementing our offensive and defensive skills?" Chuckling, the mentor replied, "I sense you are trying to provoke a debate, and I did not instruct you to think that way. Do not attribute such notions to my teachings." He continued, "Offense, defense, and body techniques collectively form a comprehensive combat skill set. None can be disregarded. The reason I emphasize the significance of body techniques is that, in terms of survival, they are paramount, especially in chaotic battles against numerous foes. All of you have undoubtedly faced the trials of the entrance examination and the testing tower. Is not the difficulty of the 5th level exceedingly high? If one's mastery of body techniques is insufficient, one would swiftly be overwhelmed by the beasts." The students nodded in agreement, acknowledging the formidable challenge of the 5th level. To be candid, the entrance examination's testing tower comprises only 5 levels. However, to succeed, one must attain perfection in body techniques. Mastering body techniques at a perfect level enables the challenger to perceive every movement of the beasts on the 5th level with clarity, allowing them to evade attacks effortlessly and slay the beasts with ease. Of course, the mentor added, in addition to perfect body techniques, offensive and defensive skills must also be refined to a meticulous level. This is essential for the efficient allocation of stamina and mental energy, facilitating the effortless defeat of the beasts. The mentor concluded, "Now, do you understand why I deem body techniques so important?" Upon hearing the mentor and Oppo's explanation, the students experienced a moment of enlightenment. The mentor then invited another student to pose a question. The student stood and asked, "Mentor, what does it mean to achieve the perfect level?" As a newcomer to the academy, you may wish to comprehend the concept of perfection. To grasp this, one must first understand the classification of techniques, which are categorized from basic to intricate, then to perfect, and finally to consummate. The male instructor stated, taking body movement as an example, the basic level signifies the ability to dodge, but it requires observation through sight to react. Such a level of movement proves challenging against foes possessing extraordinary speed. The perfect level, however, involves utilizing everything in the surroundings to evade. At this juncture, the instructor paused, gesturing towards the students below the podium, indicating that everything includes living beings, such as adversaries. As previously mentioned, achieving the perfect level of movement is fundamental for passing the 5th level of the trial tower. In the face of a mere 100 monstrous beasts, it becomes insignificant. Regarding the consummate level, I admit my knowledge is rather limited. The instructor chuckled, concluding this topic and moving on to the next question. Observing the instructor's departing figure, Li Qi surmised that he likely possessed knowledge of the consummate level, yet withheld it to promote his courses. Indeed, the perfect level of movement is crucial for traversing the 5th level of the trial tower. During my own trials, I utilized mental force to attain a pseudo-perfect level, rendering those beasts incapable of posing any threat to me. Li Qi mused, reflecting on the instructor's words. What, then, is the nature of the consummate level? Is it akin to the essence portrayed in the original text? A few days later, he returned to the North Tower for another lecture, this time focusing on close combat techniques. Amidst the assault of 5 beastly creatures, Li Qi, having reached the intricate level of movement, navigated the onslaught with ease, even allowing his mind to wander to other matters. Having not studied the martial artist's force exertion techniques, my amplitude of force is merely one-fold. It seems the path of the martial artist is temporarily unfeasible, preventing me from dual cultivating like Luo Feng. Contemplating the amplitude of force, he felt a sense of helplessness. The amplitude of a martial artist and Oppo's force differs from that of a mental force practitioner. The amplitude of force can only be enhanced through continuous training, while the latter's mental force amplitude is contingent upon innate talent, which can also be augmented through practice. The instantaneous explosive power of a martial artist in combat is fearsome, capable of multiplying their strength by several or even dozens of times, with a single strike sufficient to vanquish foes of a higher tier. In the ensuing days, Li Qi devoted himself to training and attending lectures, with an instructor presenting every 3 to 5 days. However, he did not encounter a mentor discussing mental force practitioners. The instructors at Chaoguang Academy predominantly focus on martial artists, with a scarcity of mental force practitioners, and even fewer remain to teach at the academy. To hear from these mentors, one must wait or utilize points to purchase courses, as Li Qi learned from several fellow students. Thus, he resolved to wait. Having received this information, Li Qi reluctantly chose patience, without acquiring additional academy points. He was disinclined to expend points on courses. After a span of 10 days, Li Qi finally awaited a public lecture on mental force practitioners. Chapter 29 New Perspectives. Li Qi gazed at the messages on the communicator's screen, pondering, why is it an illusionist? For days hence, the instructor for the open lecture would be from the illusionist faction. When it comes to the realm of mentalists, the foremost faction is undoubtedly the controllers, closely followed by the illusionists. Well, if it is to be an illusionist, it would be prudent to familiarize myself. Perhaps I possess latent talents in illusion. Shaking his head slightly, he resigned himself to attending the lecture, hoping to awaken any potential illusionist abilities within him. 4 days later, within a lecture hall of the Northern University building, Li Qi entered to find over 30 individuals already seated. Compared to the martial artists' open classes, the turnout today was notably sparse, and the instructor likely anticipated this, opting for a smaller venue. After a prolonged wait, the lecturer arrived, a petite and strikingly attractive female instructor. She surveyed the hall, momentarily pausing when her gaze fell upon Li Qi, then continued to scan the audience. Through her mental prowess, she quickly discerned that 35 students had congregated for the lesson. Furthermore, she noted that among them were a few martial artists, easily identifiable due to their feeble mental energy amidst the stronger presence of mentalists. The instructor paid little mind to this. It was common for curious martial artists to attend these lessons. It was well known that mentalists wield formidable mental energy, as it arose from a realm where the physical could not directly assault the corporeal. This led to the emergence of various factions, controllers who manipulate objects, illusionists who wield willpower to deceive, and beast tamers who command creatures, all of whom circumvented the limitation of mental energy's inability to directly harm the physical body. Furthermore, mental assault is a technique accessible to all mentalist factions, employing mental energy to penetrate and attack the enemy's sea of consciousness directly. This method, while straightforward, proves exceptionally effective against martial artists. At this juncture, the female instructor cast her gaze towards the martial artists mingling among the crowd. Noticing 2 of them visibly pale, she smiled softly and shifted her tone. However, she clarified that such direct mental assaults would not suffice to eliminate martial artists of equal rank. At best, they could only cause some disruption. This is due to the fact that within a martial artist's sea of consciousness resides mental energy equivalent to that of a mentalist of the same tier, albeit in lesser quantity. Consequently, when mental energy penetrates a martial artist's sea of consciousness, its effectiveness diminishes by 2 levels. Upon hearing this, the 2 martial artists' expressions eased, while Li Qi's eyes gleamed with excitement. A standard mentalist's mental assault poses no threat to martial artists of equal rank because their mental energies are of the same quality. Yet I am different. With this revelation, Li Qi's heart raced with exhilaration. My mental energy intensity surpasses that of a mentalist of the same tier by over 10-fold. And in terms of quality, it is at least 3 tiers higher. He was stirred by the realization that under the overwhelming force of his mental energy, even if a martial artist were not slain, their sea of consciousness would surely sustain damage. He understood that the sea of consciousness is the abode of the soul. The mental prowess is the essence of the soul. When this essence suffers harm, the majority of warriors experience a momentary lapse in concentration, leading to vulnerabilities. I wield mental weaponry to strike my adversaries. Within mere moments, these weapons can traverse distances of dozens of meters. Even a fleeting moment of distraction on the enemy's part is sufficient to inflict severe damage, or even to vanquish them. With this thought, Li Qi realized he had momentarily lost focus and quickly redirected his attention to the female instructor's lecture. As this session solely covered mental assaults, the instructor concluded her teaching in just half an hour. Li Qi had grown accustomed to the instructor's demeanor during his nearly month-long studies at the academy. He understood that the Academy of Dawn consistently instilled the concept of equivalent exchange among its students. Particularly in terms of instruction, the academy afforded its educators considerable autonomy. Aside from a requirement to conduct a certain number of public classes, there were minimal restrictions. There was even an implication encouraging instructors to offer paid courses, akin to extracting resources from the Lava Empire. Amidst the onslaught of several beastly creatures, Li Qi deftly evaded their attacks. Simultaneously, he unleashed a mental wave upon the creature's consciousness. But regrettably, the effect was negligible. The beasts remained largely unfazed. This won't do. In the virtual cosmos, my level is equivalent to that of the beasts, and there is little disparity in the intensity of our mental powers. The impact of my mental assault is minimal. While dodging, Li Qi pondered, unless I can set the beast's strength to be 2 tiers below mine. However, the beasts are generated through an automatic matching process. I possess the authority to alter their numbers, but lack the ability to diminish their strength. It seems I must temporarily set aside my aspirations of cultivating mental assaults and continue refining my combat techniques. Lacking the necessary permissions, Li Qi reverted to his original plan, honing his agility and defensive skills amidst the relentless beast attacks. 6 months later, Li Qi's physical prowess had surpassed the 9th tier of the apprentice level, and he began to challenge others within the virtual cosmos, achieving a record of 37 victories and 11 defeats. As a mental adept, he enjoyed a significant advantage in mobility at the apprentice level, leveraging this edge along with a heightened amplitude of mental power coupled with near-perfect agility to secure numerous consecutive victories. Although he had faced defeats at the hands of some exceptionally skilled planetary-level students, these victories were not easily won. The planetary students struggled to adapt to the combat style prevalent at the apprentice level after their ascension. Consequently, as of now, aside from fellow mental adepts, no warrior students were willing to spar with him. Li Qi found himself in a predicament, aside from 10 matches exempt from point penalties. His 37 victories had only garnered him 36 points, a far cry from his intended goal of an additional 200 points. He sighed, contemplating that if his points were depleted without elevating his physical prowess to the pinnacle of the apprentice level, he would have no choice but to seek support from his family for cultivation resources. Suddenly, a chime echoed from the communicator on his wrist, and he opened it absent-mindedly. However, upon glimpsing the message on the device, he leapt up from the sofa in astonishment. Chapter 30. Special Training Camp Cuckastar Grassland. Core Area. This verdant expanse, which should have been a paradise for mythical beasts, is dominated by a magnificent silvery metal structure standing tall in the non-core region of the vast grassland. This metallic edifice occupies an extensive area, appearing elliptical when viewed from above, measuring approximately 430 meters in length. With a maximum height of around 110 meters, a minimum height of about 50 meters, a maximum width of roughly 200 meters, and a narrowest point of about 60 meters. Within this structure, the newly appointed governor of Cuckastar, Lorenzo, strides forward alone, accompanied closely by an exceptionally beautiful woman, followed by the deans of the 6 academies of Cuckastar. As she walks, the woman enthusiastically introduces to Lorenzo, "My Lord Lorenzo. This was once the cockpit of a spaceship, now transformed into your office." Observing her continuous explanations regarding the renovated spaceship, one of the deans marvels internally at Lorenzo's renowned prowess within the Lava Empire, realizing that he has repurposed a C9 class spaceship into a core base. The acquisition cost of this C9 class vessel, along with the modifications, likely amounts to hundreds of billions of lava coins. The deans of the 6 academies hail from across the cosmos, their knowledge vastly superior to those who have never left Cuckastar, and they are acutely aware of the significance of a C-class spaceship. Such a vessel corresponds to cosmic-level powerhouses, capable of withstanding multiple assaults from 9th-tier cosmic entities, particularly when wielding original force or telekinetic weaponry. With this C-class spaceship serving as the core base of Cuckastar, the scenario of mythical beasts breaching the core stronghold shall no longer recur. The mythical creatures on Cuckastar cannot ascend to cosmic levels. Thus they cannot penetrate the spaceship's alloy shell. Having thoroughly examined the various functional areas of the vessel, Lorenzo nods slightly, expressing his satisfaction with the renovations. He refrains from further commentary and gestures towards the 6 deans behind him. The 6 deans hasten forward, respectfully addressing him, Your Excellency, the Governor. The core base has been reconstructed. You are to summon 10 instructors from each of your academies, primarily warriors, with mentalists as a secondary focus, Lorenzo instructs. Yes. The 16s nod in unison, promptly issuing summons through their communicators. Although the governor merely requested the assembly of 10 instructors, they collectively decide to gather the 10 most distinguished instructors from their respective academies. A day later, the 60 finest instructors from the 6 academies arrive at the newly renovated spaceship. Under the guidance of their respective deans, they align according to the standard of 1 academy per row. Lorenzo hovers in the air, emanating a formidable aura that imposes immense pressure on the 60 instructors from the 6 academies, rendering them breathless. Lorenzo is a formidable warrior forged in the crucible of bloodshed, having survived countless life and death battles in cosmic arenas. His presence is extraordinarily bloodthirsty, exuding an astonishing oppressive force. It is not only these stellar-level instructors who feel this pressure. Even cosmic-level beings would tremble in fear. Overlooking the 60 esteemed instructors arranged below him, Lorenzo reigned in his imposing presence and declared, "You are all exceptionally talented mentors from the 6 prestigious academies. I trust you possess considerable knowledge regarding the outstanding students within your respective institutions. I now have a task for you to undertake. Rank the distinguished students from your academy in what you deem the most reasonable order, and subsequently submit the top 10 names from each grade to your respective deans. You have a strict time limit of 10 minutes. Begin." Without granting the mentors any additional time for contemplation, Lorenzo announced the deadline. Upon hearing the governor's directive, the mentors present commenced their rankings of the students. Fully aware of the standings within their own academies, 5 minutes elapsed, and all the mentors had submitted their lists to their deans, resuming their positions with decorum. "Excellent," Lorenzo remarked with a slight nod, before communicating telepathically with the deans of the 6 academies. "Once you have organized the lists, please come to my office. As for these young individuals, allow them to disperse and engage in free activities." Before long, the 16s knocked on the office door. Upon receiving permission, they entered and respectfully addressed the Dean of Radiance Academy. "Governor, we have sent you the compiled lists." In response, Lorenzo remained silent, merely activating the communicator to review the lists. He observed a familiar name on the luminous screen and inquired of the Dean of Radiance Academy. This student, named Li Chi Royce, has been in Radiance Academy for nearly 6 months, yet his physical prowess has yet to reach the pinnacle of apprentice level 9. How is it that he appears on this list? The Dean of Radiance Academy internally lamented at the governor's inquiry. "He was personally admitted to Radiance Academy by you, sir. How could I exclude him from the list without showing you due respect?" Despite his inner turmoil, the dean, having lived for over 2 millennia, had mastered the art of reading situations. He discerned that the governor's inquiry stemmed from mere curiosity, devoid of any displeasure. Thus, he proceeded to articulate his prepared justification. Although Li Chi Royce has not yet surpassed the pinnacle of apprentice level 9, he possesses the greatest talent among newly admitted students. His mental amplitude is also the strongest in his grade. Furthermore, he has performed admirably in virtual universe competitions against other students, achieving a record of 37 wins and 11 losses, with most of his victories against senior planetary level students. With such accomplishments, he is indeed deserving of inclusion on the list. After a considerable pause, Lorenzo concluded his review of the lists. He pondered momentarily before stating, "Summon all the students listed." All? The 16s could not suppress their astonishment upon hearing this. They could hardly believe their ears. The governor wanted them to summon every student on the list. Was he intending to enroll them all in the joint training camp? This list contained nearly 500 names. What an audacious undertaking it would be to bring 500 students into the joint training camp all at once. It is noteworthy that throughout the annals of Kakastar's history, the number of students in the United Training Camp has never exceeded 400, even at its peak. Although the camp suffered significant losses due to assaults from ferocious beasts, resulting in the demise of many exceptional students, there remained several dozen who persevered. When combined with these surviving students, the total count would surpass 500, a figure that seems rather exaggerated. "Your Excellency, summoning all the students on the list may be excessive," one of the deans gently cautioned. "To accommodate such a multitude in the United Training Camp would require an immense amount of resources in the Empire." "Is it truly that substantial?" Lorenzo replied with a soft smile. "Including the existing students from the United Training Camp, it amounts to no more than 500. Within half a year, this number will be halved through elimination, as the United Training Camp has been devastated by the beasts. The newly established special training camp aims to cultivate talents capable of entering the stellar training camp. If one harbors no hope of reaching the stellar training camp, they ought to be eliminated to free up resources for those with greater potential. Upon hearing this, the assembly understood that the governor intended to abolish the United Training Camp in favor of a more competitive special training camp. Dispatch the notifications to the students on the list regarding their admission to the special training camp. This time, Lorenzo's tone was resolute, accompanied by an imposing aura that left no room for dissent. Yes, under the weight of his presence, the 6 deans nodded in unison, refraining from further discussion and hastily utilizing their communicators to send out the notifications. In truth, Lorenzo was not entirely satisfied with these 6 subordinates. He perceived them as too weak. Even the full extent of his imposing aura was challenging for them to endure, let alone comprehend the domain. Among the 7, the strongest was merely at the 9th tier of the stellar level, with combat skills still at the perfect stage, yet untouched by the realm of domains. Meanwhile, in room 211-02 of the main building of the Morning Light Academy, standing before the sofa, Li Qi's gaze was fixated on the luminous screen before him. The information displayed rendering him unable to look away. Had it not been for the fact that the message originated from the Academy's principal, he would scarcely believe its authenticity. Special training camp? As he absorbed the information on his communicator, excitement mingled with confusion in his heart. Just as he grappled with his uncertainty, another message arrived, once again from the principal of the Morning Light Academy. Upon opening this message, Li Qi's excitement grew as he read the introduction to the special training camp, established by the newly appointed governor, evidently mirroring the previous United Training Camp, both aiming to nurture talents destined for the stellar training camp. While elation surged within him at the prospect of entering the special training camp, a discerning thought began to crystallize in his mind. Something is amiss. Chapter 31. The loosening of bottlenecks. Li Qi's gaze sharpened as he engaged in earnest analysis. In previous joint training camps, apprentices could never obtain entry qualifications. However, I have received a notification for admission to the special training camp, indicating that its thresholds are lower than those of the joint camp. A lower threshold implies a greater influx of participants. Yet, training resources are finite. If the allocation were to follow the previous model of the joint training camp, the resources available to each student would be significantly diminished. As a camp aimed at nurturing prodigies for entry into the stellar training camp, it would be utterly foolish to adopt such a strategy. The only plausible explanation is that the competition within the special training camp is exceedingly fierce, with an astonishing elimination rate. Upon this realization, Li Qi furrowed his brow. He held no fear of competing against others. Rather, he was uncertain about the evaluation criteria for student progress in the special training camp. If the standard were merely based on realm advancement, it would be greatly disadvantageous for him. The evaluation criteria should not solely hinge on realm elevation, as evidenced by the admission tests at the Dawnlight Academy, which clearly emphasize amplitude and technique. The strength level serves merely as a supplementary reference. Hence, as long as my skills surpass those of my peers, my likelihood of elimination diminishes. With his worries alleviated, Li Qi's brow relaxed. Enlightened by his thoughts, he began to gather his personal belongings in preparation for his journey to the special training camp the following day. Once his items were arranged, he reached out to his family to inform them of his entry into the special training camp. His mother, as always, urged him to eat well, stay hydrated, and rest adequately, while his father, Deliker, refrained from elaborating, perhaps out of concern for placing undue pressure on him. When his uncle Ivanko learned of his admission, he remained remarkably composed, simply advising him to train diligently. Li Qi understood that Ivanko, as a star-level powerhouse, possessed extensive knowledge of the situation within the special training camp, which likely explained his words of encouragement. Indeed, as Li Qi suspected, Ivanko was well informed about the special training camp's conditions, as Governor Lorenzo had not intentionally concealed any information. Thus, most star-level individuals on Kukastar were aware of the camp's prerequisites. The following day, Li Qi entrusted his personal belongings to the academy staff before boarding a spacecraft with the other students bound for the special training camp. Whoosh! A medium-sized manned spacecraft departed from Dawnlight City, carrying 80 of the academy and Oppos, as most exceptional students, arriving at the heart of the vast grasslands where the special training camp was located. As the spacecraft landed, the hatch opened with a click. The 80 students were organized by grade, descending the craft under the guidance of the Academy's president. Upon disembarking, they were greeted by a colossal silver metallic structure that towered over the prairie. Once inside the special training camp, Li Qi and his peers were divided into approximately 10 classes according to their strength levels. In Li Qi's class, all members had yet to break through to the planetary level, comprising a total of 61 individuals, all aiming for that pivotal breakthrough. On a night more than 10 days later, in a chamber of the special training camp, Li Qi lay comfortably on his bed, his body relaxed. Each student at the camp was assigned a private room, though the space was considerably smaller than the accommodations at Zhaoguang Academy. It was merely a single room equipped with a bathroom. For over 10 days, his class had been focused on cultivating genetic primordial energy. The instructor's teachings revolved solely around the mastery of this energy and techniques for breaking through to planetary level, with no courses on combat skills. It became apparent to him that the minimum standard at the special training camp was planetary level. Without reaching that threshold, one was deemed unqualified to learn combat techniques. Fortunately, the camp was generous with training resources, providing each student with a red dew fruit daily to aid in their cultivation of genetic primordial energy. Over the past half-month, Li Qi's physical capabilities had steadily improved, and he was now very close to the peak of the 9th tier of apprentice level. After consuming red dew fruits for more than 10 consecutive days, I am just a fraction away from the peak of the 9th tier of apprentice level. The high genetic multiplier brings its own set of troubles, Li Qi mused with a sense of helplessness. Realizing that he was the only one in his class who had not yet attained the peak of apprentice level. Several other students had successfully broken through to planetary level after attending the instructor and Oppo's lectures and had since departed from the class. Li Qi pondered, according to the instructor and Oppo's teachings. The transition from apprentice to planetary level is a metamorphosis of life, and such a transformation must be flawless. Thus, the breakthrough conditions for warriors and mentalists are complementary. Mentalists require both physical prowess and primordial energy for their advancement, while warriors need mental fortitude and willpower. Consequently, reaching the 9th tier peak of the apprentice level is foundational. As both paths to planetary level necessitate it, Li Qi shook his head in resignation. In terms of cultivation, I have exerted considerable effort. Yet the high genetic multiplier demands an energy influx exceeding 10 times that of the same tier to reach the peak of apprentice level, lacking the conditions for nutrient immersion. I can only continue to cultivate gradually to enhance my physical abilities. After a moment of relaxation, he sat up from his bed and resumed his practice of cultivating genetic primordial energy. Meanwhile, in the office of the governor, Lorenzo observed the luminous screen before him. Curiosity piqued. After more than 10 days of consuming one red dew fruit daily, why hasn't Li Qi Royce reached the peak of apprentice level? This fleeting curiosity was soon cast aside. After all, it was merely a matter of consuming red dew fruits. While these fruits significantly aided in enhancing the physical capabilities of apprentice-level practitioners, in the vastness of the universe, they were simply a beneficial fruit, suited for those who had yet to attain citizenship. The price of red dew fruits was modest, costing only a few hundred lava coins for a kilogram, far less than the treasures used at planetary level, such as the exquisite by Bo Sui. As time passed, a month had slipped by. Growing anxious, he noted that during his time at the special training camp, numerous classmates had achieved breakthroughs to planetary level, leaving only 8 students remaining in the class. Among these, 3 felt the stirrings of a breakthrough, and with the assistance of red dew fruits, they were poised to advance swiftly. The ascension of a mentalist's physical prowess to the planetary level is relatively effortless, for once their mental power transcends to that echelon, the subsequent transformation of spirit and consciousness can seamlessly elevate their physical capabilities accordingly. If I can flawlessly execute the 28 foundational forms, my mental prowess may very well breach the planetary threshold. The 28 foundational forms of the mastery constitutes the cornerstone technique of the mentalists from the Lava Empire. Yet, many planetary-level mentalists continue to refine this formidable method, underscoring its profound significance. It is also plausible that they have yet to discover a more effective practice. If I am unable to break through after mastering the 28 foundational forms, I shall have no choice but to seek my mentor's guidance for the secret techniques of ascension. However, will this expose the secret of my heightened genetic multiplier? The Empire harbors immense trust and reliance on the virtual cosmos, which has allowed the secret of his elevated genetic multiplier to remain concealed. Ideally, it should remain undisclosed. Exposure is inadvisable. Li Qi is acutely aware that individuals with a high genetic multiplier, such as himself, are susceptible to scrutiny. Unless absolutely necessary, he cannot afford to reveal this secret. Days later, Li Qi sat cross-legged within his chamber, his teeth clenched tightly as beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. Before him hovered a white, otherworldly beast, emitting a continuous cacophony of sound as it pierced through the air. The creature gradually lifted its head, silently roaring towards the heavens. "It's done!" Li Qi suddenly exclaimed with exhilaration. In an instant, the ethereal beast vanished, disintegrating into dozens of white bone fragments that cascaded to the ground. Ignoring the scattered bone fragments, Li Qi erupted into laughter, marveling at the wonders of the 28 foundational forms of the mastery. His spirits soared, for he glimpsed the prospect of breaking through to the planetary level. His mentor had previously indicated that the loosening of one's bottleneck is crucial. The auxiliary aid of the red dew is merely supplementary. If the bottleneck remains rigid, no amount of red dew will suffice. With the bottleneck now relaxed and the assistance of red dew, he was confident that a breakthrough to the planetary level was imminent. As per his mentor's teachings, a mentalist must establish a miniature planet within their sea of consciousness to achieve a breakthrough. Once this microcosm is formed, success is assured. He suppressed the urge to rush into experimentation. Patience was paramount, with the bottleneck's relaxation being limited. He resolved to thoroughly practice the 28 foundational forms of the mastery before attempting to break through, enhancing the probability of success significantly. Once impatient, Li Qi had now adopted a steadier approach following the loosening of his mental power's bottleneck, striving for a higher likelihood of breakthrough. After a brief respite, he resumed manipulating the bone fragments to practice the roar of the otherworldly beast. More than 10 days elapsed, and in his class, Li Qi found himself the sole remaining student, accompanied only by another individual also on the brink of a breakthrough. On this day, Li Qi finally succeeded in flawlessly executing the 28 foundational forms of the mastery, resolving to achieve his breakthrough to become a planetary-level mentalist. He proceeded to his mentor's office to formally submit his request. "Master Olis, I am poised to elevate my mental prowess to a planetary level today, and thus I seek your assistance in acquiring the necessary resources for this breakthrough." Chapter 32. Breaking through to planetary level. You have finally decided to make your breakthrough. This mentor, Yuri's, is a man. He is aware that Li Qi's bottleneck had loosened over 10 days ago, yet Li Qi had refrained from making an application. As a mentor, Yuri's felt it inappropriate to compel a student to advance, for he could not bear the responsibility should anything go awry. Yuri's retrieved a box from the cold storage and placed it upon his desk. "This is the red dew required for your breakthrough, containing 15 capsules. Do you find this quantity sufficient? If not, you may request 5 more. Upon hearing his mentor's words, Li Qi took the opportunity to respond. "I shall request 5 more to make it an even number." Yuri's remained unfazed, knowing that most students would instinctively ask for an additional 5 capsules, and he was already prepared for such requests. "Thank you, Mentor Yuri's," Li Qi expressed gratefully. Curiosity sparked in Yuri's as he inquired, "Li Qi, do you have any further matters to discuss?" Scratching his head, Li Qi replied, "Mentor Yuri's, I wish to request another set of breakthrough resources." "Another set?" Yuri's displayed a look of confusion, but soon realized that this student was a mental energy practitioner. "Are you planning to advance your mental energy to planetary level and subsequently enhance your physical attributes to the same level?" "Indeed," Li Qi nodded affirmatively. "Very well," Yuri's consented, producing a box imbued with a chilling aura. "Following your application for breakthrough resources, a set of materials will be sent to your communicator. I recommend you review this information." Li Qi nodded in appreciation. "Thank you, Mentor Yuri's. Go forth, and may your physical attributes gain formidable special abilities upon reaching planetary level," Yuri's wished him. Returning to his quarters, Li Qi set the 2 sets of breakthrough resources aside and settled cross-legged on the floor. He activated his communicator to meticulously examine the 2 newly received messages, opening the one titled Detailed Explanation of Mental Energy Practitioner Breakthrough. As he perused the information displayed on the communicator, Li Qi contemplated, to elevate a mental energy practitioner to planetary level, one must compress and condense a portion of mental energy within the sea of consciousness, igniting it as it transitions from liquid to solid state. The detonated mental energy will create a singularity, drawing in all mental energy within the sea of consciousness. My task is to compress this absorbed mental energy, allowing it to coalesce into a miniature planet. Having finished the first message, Li Qi closed the communicator without delving into the martial artist breakthrough detailed explanation. He commenced his breakthrough. Li Qi retrieved the box containing 1 set of breakthrough resources and opened it, a wave of chill enveloping him. He extracted a red dew capsule, consuming it with a few chews, swallowing the icy juice and pulp. He then took another capsule, ultimately consuming a total of 10 red dew capsules before pausing. The effects of the 10 capsules were distinct. Within moments, He felt a surge of mental exhilaration and thus closed his eyes. In the sea of consciousness. Amidst the translucent mist generated by his mental energy, Li Qi observed countless droplets of liquid and a few solid forms of mental energy scattered throughout. Gas, liquid, solid. 3 forms, the spiritual consciousness within his sea of awareness converged. Gather, Li Qi whispered within. The droplets of liquid spiritual energy scattered throughout the sea of awareness began to assemble, as if responding to a command, akin to soldiers rallying towards a central point. The sound of water echoed as the droplets coalesced, forming slender streams that flowed from all directions towards the center of the sea of awareness. At the heart of this realm, these delicate streams converged upon a continuously rotating transparent sphere of water, which expanded as it spun. During this enlargement, it not only amassed liquid spiritual energy, but also absorbed the gaseous spiritual energy suspended in the air, creating ethereal wisps resembling serpentine clouds. Commenced compression. The transparent sphere of spiritual energy ceased its absorption of the liquid and gaseous forms, beginning to spin swiftly while gradually diminishing in size. As the sphere contracted, the dispersed spiritual energy within grew denser, displaying signs of merging into a singular entity. Now is the moment. Explode for me. Suddenly, Li Qi's will surged. Within the sea of awareness, the compressed transparent sphere erupted violently, transforming the impending cohesion of spiritual energy into a mist that rapidly diffused outward like the aftermath of an explosion, engulfing the entire sea of awareness in mere moments. In the very center where the transparent sphere had been, the area with the most explosive force, a black hole emerged, akin to a collapsing star. With the singularity as its core, an infinite gravity began to attract the gaseous, liquid, and solid spiritual energies within the sea of awareness. Whirling furiously, all forms of spiritual energy were drawn together, culminating in a fusion. With a resonant hum, the sea of awareness quaked, and all gaseous, liquid, and solid spiritual energies vanished, leaving behind an abyssal darkness, reminiscent of a universe stripped of all luminescence, hollow, dark, and silent. Suddenly, at the singularity where the spiritual energy converged, a luminous orb ascended gradually. Like a star in a dark cosmos, it illuminated the entire void, casting light upon the desolate expanse. This orb was breathtakingly beautiful. Constructed with a core of 32 facets and adorned with countless pyramid-shaped crystals, its surface shimmering with a radiant halo, enhancing its exquisite allure. The moment this orb manifested, an intangible yet peculiar wave emanated continuously from it, buzzing. This wave traveled from the luminous orb in the sea of awareness, coursing through Li Qi's body, and then radiated outward. At last, he had broken through to the planetary level. Was this the gravitational field of a planetary-level miniature celestial body? Li Qi gazed at the continuously rotating miniature planet within the sea of awareness, his body freed from the planet's gravitational pull, floating effortlessly. According to the records, upon breaking through to the planetary level, a spiritual master could enhance their physical form with spiritual energy. It was time to experiment. After attempting to fly, he focused his intent, and streams of refined spiritual energy emanated from the miniature planet, enveloping his entire being. As the planetary-level spiritual energy permeated his body, Li Qi sensed a profound transformation occurring within his previously stable form. Within the human body, the bones, bone marrow, meridians, muscles, fascia, skin, and other elements undergo an astonishing metamorphosis at this very moment. The genetic codes within the body experience rapid decomposition and reassembly. This is a leap of life. What a magnificent sensation! The transition of life fills Li Qi with immense joy, an indescribable and exquisite feeling. The most immediate sensation is a surge of vitality. He finds himself capable of existing without the need for breath, while his body continues to grow stronger. Previously, after reaching the pinnacle of the 9th tier of apprentice-level physical fitness, he found himself unable to enhance his physical capabilities any further, as the limits of his life form dictated the boundaries of his physical prowess. However, upon breaking through to the planetary level, the leap in his life form rendered his physical attributes fundamentally akin to that of an infant, allowing him to continue evolving. His mental prowess has reached the planetary level. The next focus is his physical attributes. Li Qi mused to himself, only to realize that something felt amiss. My life has already undergone a leap, and my physical capabilities have attained the planetary level. Can I still achieve a breakthrough as a warrior? Pondering this confusion, he activated his communicator to consult the detailed explanation of warrior breakthroughs. After a brief perusal, he grasped that the common term for physical attributes achieving the planetary level was merely conventional. A warrior's breakthrough necessitates the elevation of genetic primal energy to the planetary tier. This primal energy derives from cosmic energy, which varies according to individual bodies and souls, resulting in different absorptions of cosmic energy. Ultimately, this energy manifests within the 8 elemental properties: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, and light, with no inherent hierarchy among them. Special abilities stem from genetic primal energy and the gifts of the cosmos, also categorized into the 8 elemental properties, with each property encompassing abilities of varying strengths. For instance, within the metal property, the special ability known as Diamond Body fortifies every part of the body to an extraordinary degree, while a weaker version merely enhances the hardness of skin, flesh, and bone, creating a vast chasm between the two. Upon reaching the conclusion of the special ability's introduction, Li Qi could not help but marvel. Although the original text mentioned variations in the strength of special abilities, the disparity is indeed immense. After expressing his awe, he deactivated the communicator, preparing to elevate his genetic primal energy to the planetary level. However, contemplating the pronounced differences in special abilities, he silently wished, "May my special ability not be lacking." After his prayer, he consumed all 10 remaining red dew fruits from the first batch of breakthrough resources and subsequently ingested all the red dew fruits from the second batch. It was only now that he understood the breakthrough assistance effects of the red dew fruit were exceedingly beneficial for enhancing genetic primal energy, while their assistance for mental prowess was comparatively minimal. Thus, he decided to swallow all the red dew fruits at once, believing it would significantly aid his genetic primal energy breakthrough to the planetary level. Having completed his preparations, Li Qi rose and executed the movements taught in the detailed explanation of warrior breakthroughs. This guide contained 2 sets of movements, one set comprising 12 actions to open the Dantian and the other consisting of 9 actions to condense a miniature planetary form, the latter of which required repetition 3 times. Upon executing the initial movement, a gentle warmth enveloped his body. As he progressed through each successive motion, it felt as if every cell within him was ablaze, with the unabsorbed genetic primordial energy coalescing like droplets of water, forming a stream that flowed into the Dantian in his abdomen. When Li Qi completed the final of 12 movements, all streams of genetic primordial energy converged and commenced a swirling motion within his abdomen, ultimately coalescing into a sphere. With a resounding boom, the sphere formed by the genetic primordial energy erupted at the culmination of his last action. The Dantian, previously non-existent, was birthed through this explosive release of energy, revealing a vast emptiness filled only with countless mist-like genetic primordial energies. Having successfully established the Dantian, Li Qi did not linger. He initiated the second set of movements. Upon completing the first action, the mist-like genetic primordial energy at the center of his Dantian began to whirl. As he continued through each subsequent motion, the rotation of the mist intensified, reaching an exhilarating velocity by the time he finished the first round of 9 movements. In this moment, all the genetic primordial energies within the Dantian converged and underwent multiple compressions. Upon completing the second round, the energies had transformed into a liquid state, morphing into a continuously rotating sphere, further compressing towards solidification. Upon finishing the third round, what remained in Li Qi's Dantian was a diminutive planet, a verdant sphere composed of countless 6-sided crystals, radiating peculiar waves of energy. Success. Sensing the birth of these vibrations, a profound joy surged within Li Qi. Now, let me unveil the essence of my special ability. With a mere thought, the green miniature planet within his Dantian emanated genetic primordial energy, permeating his entire being. In that very moment, a remarkable phenomenon unfolded within the special training camp. A student, who had brought seeds from his hometown that had only just begun to take root, witnessed them grow at an astonishingly visible pace. Chapter 33. Insights and Visions at the Special Training Camp. The students endowed with what attribute genetic energy suddenly sensed an unprecedented surge of cosmic energy around them, dramatically enhancing their efficiency in absorbing and converting this energy into genetic power. 3 students were conversing in the corridor when one of them, gazing out the window, became transfixed, his face reflecting disbelief. A student clad in black inquired curiously, "What is the matter? Are the flowers blooming outside?" The dazed student murmured softly, a hint of uncertainty in his tone, seemingly unable to ascertain whether he was mistaken. "What?" Another student in purple asked. "The prairie is awash with blooming flowers." The previously dazed student spoke with conviction, affirming that he was not mistaken. The flowers were indeed blossoming at an astonishing pace. Upon hearing this, the purple-clad student cast a puzzled glance out the window, and upon witnessing the scene beyond, he too was left speechless. He suspected his companions were playing a prank on him, having been fooled numerous times in the past. This time, he vowed not to fall for it again. Yet, as he continued to gaze outside, he confirmed that the flowers were indeed blooming, and at an extraordinary speed. "If you're playing tricks on me again, just wait and see," he began, but as he turned, the black-clad student, eyes fixed on the window, murmured, "So many flowers." Outside lay an expansive prairie, which just yesterday was predominantly green, but now appeared in a riot of colors: red, purple, pink, yellow, white. Flowers, each with its own blooming season throughout the year, were flourishing simultaneously. Seeds buried in the soil were visibly sprouting, taking root, and growing at a remarkable pace, ultimately blossoming into exquisite flowers. The extraordinary occurrence on the prairie was not witnessed solely by the three of them. Other students near the window also observed the spectacle, with many excitedly retrieving communication devices to either document this miraculous scene or summon friends to witness the wonder. In the governor's office, Lorenzo, who had been engrossed in paperwork, suddenly lifted his gaze toward the direction of Li's room, his expression one of astonishment. The fluctuation of the laws. As a formidable being on the verge of transcending to the status of a domain master, yet still at the cosmic level, Lorenzo had achieved mastery in his domain and had begun to comprehend the laws, allowing him to sense fluctuations in them. Just moments ago, he distinctly perceived the emergence of a law fluctuation, and he had pinpointed its location within this special training camp. In an instant, Lorenzo appeared at the door, and upon its opening, he vanished again, reappearing several meters away around a corner. Pausing there, he focused his gaze on the direction from whence he sensed the law fluctuation, his expression tightening. "It's gone." Lorenzo felt a twinge of regret. "I was so close. My psychic power could have locked onto it. Had he been a psychic master, he could have enveloped the entire special training camp in his psychic energy the moment he sensed the law fluctuation, instantly identifying the target. Alas, he was a martial artist. While martial artists possess a form of mental prowess, it pales in comparison to the abilities of adept mentalists. Anyone who enters this specialized training camp has undoubtedly perused the materials available, gaining at least a modicum of understanding. As far as he is aware, the skills of these individuals are generally mediocre. Not only are they incapable of producing fluctuations in the laws, but as of now, no one has grasped the domain either. Upon returning to the office, he requested a report on recent developments. In Li Qi and Appo's chamber, having just transcended to planetary-grade genetic primal energy, he enveloped himself in this newfound power and awakened a unique ability. At that moment, he felt as if he witnessed the roots of flora taking hold, the very genesis of all living things. An odd sensation washed over him, as though he glimpsed the essence of life itself. This feeling was fleeting, dissipating in an instant. Could it truly be an illusion? He pondered, setting aside that indescribable sensation to keenly observe the subtle changes within his body. My genetic primal energy is of the wood attribute, but what precisely is this unique ability? Aside from an enhanced vitality, it seems devoid of any extraordinary traits. Half an hour later, in Lorenzo's office, the latest intelligence from the specialized training camp arrived, including reports of a student achieving planetary status and the recent peculiar flowering event on the grasslands. Upon reviewing the document and correlating it with the student's breakthrough, Lorenzo was nearly certain that this incident stemmed from the awakening of a special ability during the breakthrough, potentially causing the fluctuations in the laws. His conviction arose from the vast and mysterious nature of the universe. The special abilities conferred upon achieving planetary-grade genetic primal energy are remarkably powerful, rivaling the innate mystical arts of certain races. Given that the anomaly was likely triggered by a student's special ability, Lorenzo deemed it imperative to inform Lord Frank, the head of the Planetary Management Department, as he was his superior. Therefore, he first instructed his subordinates to document the names of the students who had achieved breakthroughs today, and then he entered the virtual universe to seek out Lord Frank, the head of the Planetary Management Department of the Lava Empire. In the virtual universe, on the lava islands of Qianwu continent, within an exquisitely adorned chamber, Frank and Lorenzo sat across from one another, marking their first private meeting. As a domain master approaching the comprehension level of the laws, Frank possessed formidable strength, which justified his role as head of the Lava Empire's Planetary Management Department. Despite his considerable power, he engaged with Lorenzo as an equal rather than from a position of superiority. He understood that although Lorenzo remained at the 9th tier of cosmic rank, this was merely because he aspired to participate in the cosmic peak power battle. Otherwise, he would have long since ascended to domain master level. Furthermore, Lorenzo's comprehension of the laws was on par with his own, and his experience in life-and-death combat surpassed Frank's, which explained the Emperor of Lava's high regard for him. With a smile, Lord Frank inquired, "Huh? Lorenzo, what brings you to seek my company for a drink today?" Lorenzo produced a bottle of exquisite wine valued at millions of lava coins, first pouring a generous glass for Frank before serving himself. After pouring the wine, Lorenzo spoke, saying, "The primary reason for seeking your counsel, Lord Frank, is that I have a matter to discuss with you." "Oh, what is it?" Frank inquired. Lorenzo proceeded to articulate the situation he encountered at the special training camp, accompanied by his own assessments. Upon hearing this, Frank's expression grew serious as he set down his wine glass and asked, "Have you disclosed this matter to anyone else?" Realizing the gravity of the situation reflected in Frank's demeanor, Lorenzo shook his head and replied, "Aside from those on Cuckastar, I have not informed anyone else." "Excellent. Seal off Cuckastar, permitting no entry or exit, and simultaneously sever the connection between Cuckastar's virtual network and the Empire's virtual network to prevent any leakage of information." Frank's expression relaxed slightly as he continued, "I shall immediately confer with His Majesty. The affairs of Cuckastar shall be entrusted to you." Cuckastar, or rather the entire system of training planets, was integrated within a localized network of the virtual universe, akin to the Earth's War God Palace, over which the Lava Empire held absolute dominion. The devices employed by those within the training planetary system were also linked to this localized virtual network, thereby making the isolation of a planet's virtual network entirely feasible. Lorenzo nodded. "Very well, I shall make the necessary arrangements." As one who hailed from the cosmos, his equipment could directly connect to the virtual universe, rendering the disconnection of Cuckastar's network irrelevant to him. Subsequently, the two exited the virtual universe, embarking on their separate paths. Chapter 34. The Lava Emperor Cuckastar, Special Training Camp. The recent phenomenon has become a topic of fervent discussion among the populace, as both instructors and students are witnessing such an event for the very first time. Within the governor's office, Lorenzo affixed his signature to a document, which was subsequently dispatched to the spaceport beyond Cuckastar. This document would sever Cuckastar's ties with the tangible universe, leaving the arrival of the next vessel a matter of uncertainty. Prior to this, he had exercised his authority to disconnect Cuckastar's virtual universe network from external connections. Cuckastar is now under lockdown, and confirmation has been received that no information has disseminated from the virtual universe. All that remains is to await the Empire's command. After severing the virtual universe network and ensuring that no information had escaped, Lorenzo finally exhaled in relief. He sighed softly, reflecting on the fact that he had not yet completed a year as the governor of Cuckastar, yet he had already attracted the attention of the Lava Emperor. Fortunately, no complications had arisen. Otherwise, the repercussions would undoubtedly have been dire. As an external member of the Giant Axe Combat Arena's Qianwu division, he had joined the Lava Empire with the aspiration of serving the Lava Emperor, renowned throughout the Qianwu universe. The Lava Emperor was said to have faced an immortal deity in direct combat and emerged victorious, earning the title of Lava Sovereign in the aftermath of that legendary confrontation. Lorenzo had triumphed in over 10,000 life and death battles at the Giant Axe Combat Arena, gaining a modicum of fame within the Lava Empire. He had received numerous invitations from various organizations, several of which were led by sovereigns, yet none had sparked his interest until the Lava Empire extended its olive branch. Lorenzo felt a surge of excitement, exclaiming, 100 years. If I serve as the governor of Cuckastar for a century, I shall gain the guidance of the Lava Emperor. He recalled the words of Lord Betkars, who had courted him with the promise that should you join the Empire and serve it for 100 years, you will receive the Emperor's personal tutelage. This is a pledge made by His Majesty. The Lava Sovereign, master of the laws of fire and earth, embodied his title. Lorenzo, having comprehended the law of fire, yearned for the Lava Emperor's mentorship. Securing the Lava Emperor's guidance would significantly amplify my chances of achieving my goals through participation in the Cosmic Pinnacle's strongest battle. As a native born on a humble planet, Lorenzo was acutely aware of the opportunities he had encountered, recognizing that his current standing was commendable. However, it paled in comparison to the prodigies who benefited from the tutelage of esteemed mentors. With his current prowess, participating in the Cosmic Pinnacle's strongest battle would render him little more than a mere pawn. with aspirations of joining the core of the virtual universe company or the giant axe combat arena remaining unattainable, even disregarding the cosmic pinnacle strongest battle. The top 1,000 in the cosmic pinnacle genius battle boasted insights into the laws that surpassed his own, while the remainder were likely not far behind. The cosmic-level prodigies were indeed formidable, making the prospect of competing against them in the cosmic pinnacle strongest battle all the more daunting. Joining the core of the giant axe combat arena or the virtual universe company feels infinitely distant. My true objective is to enter the Qianwu Dao Pavilion through the cosmic pinnacle strongest battle. As a person with self-awareness, Lorenzo comprehends the extent of his own capabilities. Thus, his ambition has never been to ascend to the inner circle of the five great powers. He understands that the Qianwu Dojo is a formidable force within the Qianwu universe, second only to the five great powers, and is directly subordinate to the illustrious Qianwu sovereign, who surpasses even the immortal deities. To join the Qianwu Dojo as a core member is tantamount to becoming part of the Qianwu universe, aligning oneself with the confidant of the Qianwu sovereign. To attain strength, one must inevitably require resources for development, which encompass training materials, cultivation manuals, and guidance from esteemed masters, Lorenzo mused, shaking his head slightly. A flicker of envy crossed his eyes as he gazed out the window, pondering how splendid it would have been had he been born on a cultivation planet. Had he been born on such a planet, he would have had ample resources and expert mentorship from apprentice level to stellar level, and his achievements would have soared to unimaginable heights. Alas, how many cultivation planets like Kukastar, rich in resources and knowledgeable instructors, truly exist? The entire Lava Empire comprises over 400 star systems, yet there are scarcely more than 400 cultivation planets, averaging nearly one cultivation planet per star system. On ordinary life planets, attaining a stellar level is sufficient for dominance, for the scarcity of resources renders the emergence of stellar beings exceedingly arduous. It could take millennia to produce just one. Conversely, on a cultivation planet like Kukastar, there are already hundreds of stellar beings present, not to mention those who have departed from Kukastar. At this moment, Lorenzo recalled his disciple, Ian. There is little more that I can do for you. He intends to enroll Ian in the stellar training camp. As the mentors there are far more adept at nurturing talent than he, a self-taught practitioner of limited prowess. The stellar training camp boasts 8 domain masters, each specializing in different attributes, capable of providing targeted guidance to the students, truly a hallmark of professionalism. The palace, while not vast, is comparable in size to a town, with a limited number of opulent buildings primarily adorned in shades of reddish-brown, blending grandeur with practicality. After a prolonged wait outside the main hall, Frank finally received the summons of the Lava Emperor. Upon entering the grand hall and halting at a distance of over 10 meters from the elevated throne, Frank respectfully bowed, "Your Majesty." Seated upon the throne was a man towering over 3 meters, gazing down at Frank with an imposing presence. This man, robustly built with a square jaw and striking features, boasted protruding fangs at the corners of his mouth, his skin a fiery red hue, exuding an aura of formidable intimidation. Most striking of all was the intricate red and ochre pattern emblazoned on his forehead. Despite the fiery complexion, the design on his brow was distinctly discernible, with the overlapping patterns intriguingly clear. These patterns not only possess a remarkable quality, but also serve as symbolic representations. They signify that the man seated upon the throne is a recognized powerhouse of the laws, having garnered acknowledgement from 2 distinct laws. This individual, the Emperor of the Lava Empire, is none other than Guret Fleming, the domain master who has triumphed over immortal deities. Observing Frank below, Gillett spoke. "Frank, do you have something of significance to report from the reality universe?" Frank replied with respect, "Your Majesty, Governor Lorenzo Vance of Kukastar has a report. A remarkable phenomenon has emerged in the special training camp of Kukastar, seemingly triggered by a student who has broken through to planetary level and acquired extraordinary abilities." "Oh, what kind of phenomenon is it?" With the cognitive capacity of a realm master, the Lava Realm Master recalled who Lorenzo Vance was in just a moment. He had a faint impression of that ambitious young man. One could only say he was fairly competent in understanding the laws of fire. But he would not go far in the battle among the pinnacle experts of the universe. Vibrant and flourishing, with a single wave of his hand, Frank conjured a projection that closely resembled a real scene within the Grand Hall. Chapter 35, Brothers and Shackles within the Grand Hall. A verdant meadow materialized between the 2 individuals. The withered weeds upon it transformed into vibrant green at a visibly rapid pace, while the seeds buried in the soil began to sprout and flourish, culminating in a simultaneous blossoming of flowers. Observing the projection before him, The Lord of the Lava Realm remained silent, intently listening to Frank's narration. According to the monitoring satellites, the scope of this phenomenon was extensive, encompassing one-third of the core region of the Kakar Stargrass Prairie. With another wave of his hand, Frank altered the projection between them. A circular map appeared before them, depicting the complete layout of the Kakar Stargrass Prairie, with a prominently highlighted green area occupying a significant portion at its center. Finally, Frank added, "This phenomenon has accelerated the genetic conversion rate of the wood element in the region, and according to Lorenzo, there have also been fluctuations of law." Fluctuations of law? Upon hearing this, the Lord of the Lava Realm became intrigued. With his wealth surpassing even that of the immortal nobility, he was privy to numerous secrets. Yet, even he bore no recollection of such a phenomenon, a testament to its extraordinary nature. The Lord of the Lava Realm commanded, "Seal off the information and await my orders." "Yes, Your Majesty," Frank replied respectfully, bowing before exiting the Grand Hall. Once Frank departed, the Lord of the Lava Realm focused his thoughts and connected to the virtual universe. In the virtual universe, on the Qianwu continent, stood Mount Qianwu. This mountain served as the residence for numerous immortal powerhouses under the dominion of the Qianwu Universe Kingdom, with the palace of the Qianwu sovereign said to be situated at its peak. On the mountain slopes, hundreds of palaces were erected, each owned by a trusted confidant of the Qianwu sovereign, each one a formidable figure among the immortals. The Lord of the Lava Realm arrived at one of these palaces, entering amidst the respectful salutes of the guards at the entrance. Not only the guards at the entrance, but others within the palace also bowed in deference to the Lord of the Lava Realm, as though he were the master of the palace himself. In the central hall of this palace, a robust man sat upon a throne. Upon noticing the arrival of the Lord of the Lava Realm, he rose with a smile to greet him. "Aha, fifth brother, I was just about to seek you out, and here you are. Congratulations to second brother on achieving your wish and successfully becoming a marquis. Henceforth, I shall address you as Marquis Rongtian." The Lord of the Lava Realm smiled in return, genuinely pleased for his brother who had successfully attained the title. Although the robust man spoke with humility, there was an unmistakable joy in his tone. "It was merely a forced elevation to Marquis," he replied, yet it was clear that he took great pride in his newfound status. After exchanging congratulations, the two brothers, who had not seen each other for decades, began to engage in casual conversation. They intentionally steered clear of the topic of immortality, instead sharing amusing anecdotes. As their dialogue flowed, the Lord of the Lava Realm recounted an unprecedented phenomenon that had occurred on one of his cultivated planets. Upon hearing this, Marquis Rongtian's interest was piqued, for he, too, had never encountered such a phenomenon. As a trusted subordinate of the sovereign of the Qianwu nation, the newly appointed Marquis Rongtian, having gained a measure of authority, sought to utilize his powers to investigate the nature of this peculiar phenomenon. Upon reviewing the information provided by the virtual cosmos, both individuals were taken aback. The special ability known as the Source of Life ranked among the top 3 abilities in the universe, possessing remarkable self-restorative properties, with its genetic essence capable of enhancing and nurturing plant life, while exhibiting a profound affinity for the principles of wood. It is noteworthy that those with extraordinary prowess within the Source of Life, upon transcending the state of immortality, experience an exceptionally rapid recovery of divine power. Upon reaching the conclusion of the documentation, the Lord of Lava softly articulated the valuation, ranging from 1 to 1,000 mixed yuan units. Marquis Rongtian clicked his tongue, remarking on the impressive standing of this ability, as its highest valuation equaled that of an immortal military lord's fortune. The Lord of Lava shook his head, acknowledging that while the value was considerable, its fluctuation was too vast, with a minimum of 1 mixed yuan unit and a maximum of only 1,000 mixed yuan units. A mere 1,000 mixed yuan units? This amount is akin to the wealth of a relatively impoverished immortal military lord. Even though Marquis Rongtian, a barely appointed immortal strongman, possessed a fortune surpassing that of an ordinary immortal, he would not dismiss 1,000 mixed yuan units as trivial. Nevertheless, in the early days of inheriting the wealth of foreign royalty alongside his fifth brother, that sum indeed seemed modest. The Lord of Lava, shaking his head once more, posed a question. If it were you, second brother, would you purchase an item capable of swiftly restoring divine power for 1,000 mixed yuan units? Absolutely. As long as I have the means, I would procure as many as possible. Marquis Rongtian's eyes gleamed with interest as he focused on the price, exclaiming, "Are you implying that the highest value of the Source of Life lies in its ability to rapidly restore divine power?" Indeed, the Lord of Lava confirmed. The greatest worth of the Source of Life is in its capacity for swift divine power recovery. Yet achieving this maximum value is exceedingly challenging. The Lord of Lava sighed softly, explaining that only those with exceptionally strong abilities in the source of life could yield rapid divine power restoration. But who among the immortals could ascertain the strength of their source of life capabilities? In response, Marquis Rongdian added, with baseline abilities such as the affinity for foundational laws. The upper limit of rapid divine power recovery resembles a gamble. I believe the source of life possesses formidable recovery capabilities, making it suitable for soul transference and nurturing successors. However, special abilities are not innate racial gifts. After transference, the most precious affinity for laws may not be preserved in its entirety, raising questions about how much can be retained. Thus, Marquis Rongdian estimated the value of the source of life to be between 3 and 5 mixed yuan units, a figure that already constituted half the wealth of most lords. However, it was merely 5 mixed yuan units. The Lord of Lava chuckled softly, expressing his intent to cultivate it, lamenting that with only 82 years remaining until the peak genius battle of the universe, he wished to assess its quality sooner. Marquis Rongdian gently patted the Lord of Lava's shoulder, declaring, regardless of your decision, Second Brother shall fully support you. Thank you, Second Brother. The Lord of Lava replied with a smile. Why must we indulge in such formalities, brother? Marquis Rongdian produced several bottles of exquisite wine favored by the Lord of Lava, exclaiming, Come, let us indulge in a grand celebration today, as brothers. The two men continued their indulgent drinking, consuming fine wine valued at a mere 0.1 Hunyuan units. After their revelry, Lord Rongtian bid farewell to the Lava Domain Master with a smile. However, once the Lava Domain Master departed, the smile faded from Rongtian's face. He gazed down at the multitude of empty wine bottles scattered throughout the hall, sighing, if only you had heeded my advice and set aside your pride. How different things could have been. Upon the projection, a half-figure of a young boy appeared, accompanied by a textual description of his name and lineage. The projection revealed a youth of merely a few decades, with raven hair, dark eyes, fair skin, and a rather frail physique. The Lava Domain Master softly uttered, Li Royce, Kukaxing, Royce family. Upon contemplating these two names, he recalled another exceptionally talented young individual, Ron Royce. Achieving the 8th level of the domain before the age of 50, he had nurtured talent within the Lava Empire for over 300 epochs, a commendable feat indeed. With proper cultivation over several millennia, the prospect of making it into the top 1,000 of the Cosmic Pinnacle Genius Battle held great promise. Unfortunately, he had perished during a trial at the Stellar Training Camp, leading to the demise of a Domain Lord family. After reviewing Li Qi's profile, the Lava Domain Master shook his head. His foundation is too weak. He requires significant refinement. Nevertheless, it is of little consequence. In 82 years, he will scarcely be a century old. Let this Cosmic Pinnacle Genius Battle serve as his training ground, with a lifespan of 10,000 years. The Cosmic Pinnacle Genius Battle occurs bimillennially, alternately hosted by the Virtual Universe Company in the Great Axe Battle Arena. Over the course of 300 epochs, the Lava Domain Master had nurtured numerous prodigies who participated in over 700 Cosmic Pinnacle Genius battles. Among them, more than 10 individuals had made it into the top 1,000 of the Qianwu Universe Kingdom. Achieving a position within the top 7,300 of the universe was already considered commendable, given that there are 1,004 human universe nations, each contributing 1,000 geniuses to the finals, culminating in a staggering 1,000,000 competitors. 1,000,000 geniuses. Possessing the unique ability of Life Source, his talent ranks among the finest he had cultivated over 3 million years. As a leading powerhouse among domain masters, the Lava Domain Master possessed profound experience in nurturing talent. He understood that while talent serves as the foundation, factors such as comprehension, willpower, mental state, and luck also critically influence the trajectory of even the most gifted individuals. I hope you can surprise me, he mused inwardly. Throughout his extensive career in nurturing prodigies, he had faced disappointment time and again, leading him to harbor little hope for any particular genius. Cultivating a talent capable of entering the universe's top 1,000 was an arduous challenge. Had it not been for the promise from the Qianwu Kingdom's sovereign, he would have long since abandoned his pursuit of nurturing talent. Once, an opportunity had bestowed immense wealth upon him and his closest brother, Rongtian. But it also forged an insurmountable shackle for him. To most, he appeared immensely powerful, having defeated the immortal deities in direct combat as a domain master. Yet only a select few were privy to the struggles he had endured. To transcend from an ordinary realm lord to an immortal deity, one must surmount two formidable challenges. First, to comprehend a fundamental lower-level principle, and second, to attain complete mastery over one's own body. Currently, he has fully grasped the principle of fire and is nearing an understanding of the principle of earth, while also achieving total control over his physical form. Moreover, he has made initial strides in the realm of spatial principles. Yet, despite these accomplishments, he remains unable to ascend to the status of an immortal deity. This is due to a third significant hurdle that such a firmly grounded realm lord must confront. This third challenge is to shatter the primordial core through one's own strength, thus completing the infusion of divine power. Without breaking the primordial core, even a profound understanding of the elemental principle of fire will not suffice to attain immortality. Without immortality, one ultimately becomes mere dust. Immortal deities possess eternal lifespans, untouched by the ravages of time. Conversely, without achieving immortality, even the mightiest realm lord is fated to a mere 10 million years of existence. Once that span has elapsed, only the remnants of their inner world will linger in the mortal realm. Chapter 36. The Desire for Strength. Cuckastar Special Training Camp. The morning discussions about the prairie phenomenon had dwindled, replaced by conversations regarding the new announcement. At noon, the special training camp issued a new notice, heralding the commencement of the ranking trials. Students were categorized into 7 tiers, with the lowest-ranked individuals in each tier facing elimination. The focal point of discussion was that this ranking trial would see a staggering 1/10 of the participants eliminated. Upon seeing the new announcement, both students and mentors engaged in fervent discussions. One student, incredulous, exclaimed, "What? The first ranking trial is set to eliminate 1/10 of the participants?" Meanwhile, another student, who had survived the joint training camp, shook his head at the announcement, lamenting, "Not only this time, but it seems every future ranking trial will also see such significant eliminations. I truly miss the days of the joint training camp." A mentor pondered to himself, reflecting on the fact that 50 individuals would be eliminated in the inaugural ranking trial. It was evident that the governor was quite dissatisfied with the previous joint training camp system. In the governor's office, observing the anxious expressions of many students through the holographic display, Lorenzo nodded approvingly. "Excellent, they are all captivated by the ranking trials." Suddenly, Lorenzo's expression shifted as he waved his hand, causing the holographic display to dissipate. Ding! The doorbell chimed as the display vanished. Lorenzo picked up his cup of water as the door swung open. "Governor, you summoned me?" inquired Li Chi Royce, entering the office. Gazing at the spirited young man before him, Lorenzo smiled. "I have heard my disciple mention you." "Really?" Li Chi responded with feigned surprise. "May I ask who your disciple is, Governor?" Lorenzo grinned. "The one who facilitated your entry into the Dawnlight Academy." Li Chi recalled the mentor who had advocated for his admission. Lorenzo continued, "Are you not curious about his whereabouts?" "Somewhat," Li Chi admitted. Lorenzo replied, "Ian has entered the stellar training camp. You shall encounter him in due time." Li Chi's expression turned puzzled. "Encounter him in the future?" Lorenzo chuckled softly. "You will understand in time." With that, his demeanor shifted as he composed himself, the light-hearted banter concluding, "Now, I hereby announce the directive from the Imperial Planetary Cultivation Department." Upon hearing it was an order from the Empire, Li Chi's expression grew solemn as he listened attentively to the governor's proclamation. Due to Li Chi Royce's exceptional talent, he is hereby granted special entry into the stellar training camp. After absorbing the contents of Lorenzo's declaration, Li Chi stood momentarily stunned. Was he truly being granted entry into the stellar training camp? This was all so sudden. He knew how arduous it was to gain admission. Yet suddenly, he was informed of his special approval, leaving him in disbelief, even in the presence of the governor of Cuckastar. "Your Excellency, is this order genuine?" Li Chi inquired cautiously. Lorenzo nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, you heard correctly. It is genuine." Seeing the governor confirm the news, a radiant smile spread across Li Chi and Apos' face. The opportunity to enter the stellar training camp was indeed a delightful surprise. Upon entering the stellar training camp, he would acquire privileges. With these privileges, the crisis facing his family's ranch, which was at risk of being seized, would be alleviated. However, there was no need to rejoice just yet. Suddenly, Lorenzo spoke up, stating that although the Imperial Planetary Management Department had issued an order, he had no intention of complying with it. "What? You refuse to comply?" Li Chi was momentarily taken aback, his heart racing with agitation. After all, he had finally secured an opportunity to enter the stellar training camp, a chance to resolve his family's ranch crisis, and he was unwilling to relinquish it. He yearned to confront the governor, to question why he was being denied entry into the camp. Yet, he quickly compelled himself to regain his composure. Lorenzo was the governor of Star, a cosmic-level powerhouse. The decisions he made were not something Li Qi could oppose, and questioning him could very well lead to offense. To provoke him would spell disaster for both himself and his family, given that he governed Star. Li Qi felt a profound sense of helplessness. Weakness is indeed the original sin. At that moment, he was overwhelmed by a fervent desire to grow stronger, to transcend his frailty and become a formidable force. Suppressing his emotions, Li Qi maintained a stoic expression and listened attentively. Observing the subtle changes in the demeanor of the young man before him, Lorenzo's eyes narrowed slightly. To be frank, entering the stellar training camp with your current skill level would be detrimental rather than beneficial. You would either face elimination or perish in the trial missions. Lorenzo continued, "Do you know the mortality rate of the stellar training camp? 47%. Nearly half." He raised 3 fingers. "Even if you were eliminated from the camp, you must endure 3 trial missions." "Is it really that high?" Li Qi was taken aback. Not only was the mortality rate staggering, but the talents competing with him in the stellar training camp possessed skills that were at least perfected, while his own abilities had yet to reach that level. Lorenzo mercilessly delivered his critique. With such strength, entering the stellar training camp would only lead to your humiliation at the hands of other prodigies. You would likely fail to survive even the first trial mission. I have reviewed your profile. You wish to enter the stellar training camp to secure privileges and protect your family's ranch. Lorenzo's tone softened considerably. Although I do not accept the special authorization from the Imperial Planetary Management Department, I will extend to you an opportunity. Should you elevate your skills to perfection within a year, I shall comply with the Empire's order. As compensation, not only will I permit you special access to the stellar training camp, but I shall also bestow upon you additional rewards." As he spoke, Lorenzo raised a hand, causing a holographic display to materialize, showcasing a rotating image of a B-grade nutrient chamber. If you achieve mastery within a year, you will gain access to the nutrient chamber, which will allow you to elevate your genetic potential to planetary level 9th tier without adverse effects. With a gentle swipe of his hand, a blood-red triangular prism appeared on the holographic screen. "If you can comprehend the domain within a year, I will personally fund the purchase of a 2nd-tier low-grade psychic weapon." The Bloodblade Prism. Gazing at the rotating image of the Bloodblade Prism, Li Qi inquired, "What if I fail to reach perfection within a year? I am a fair individual. If you do not meet the requirements, you will have to compete with the other candidates." Li Qi nodded resolutely, declaring his intent to elevate his skills to perfection within a year. This was an opportunity, a chance to enter the stellar training camp without competition, a prospect he must seize. This rare opportunity was granted through special permission to access the camp. "Yes, Your Excellency," Li Qi replied respectfully before taking his leave. As he watched Li Qi depart, Lorenzo mused to himself, "This young fellow possesses commendable determination. He has maintained his composure throughout." Subsequently, he tapped on the luminous interface several times, revealing a message on the screen, sent by Lord Frank. This communique starkly contrasted with his previous announcement. It made no mention of the special approval for Li Qi's entry into the stellar training camp. Instead, it merely instructed him to provide diligent guidance to Li Qi, ideally helping him elevate his skills to perfection within 3 years in order to enter the camp for training. 3 years? Such a lengthy duration. To elevate one's skills to perfection, must it truly take that long? Lorenzo gazed at the screen and shook his head, proclaiming, "At most, it will take 2 years. And at the very least, half a year, I can ensure this young man's combat skills reach perfection." Chapter 37. Enlightenment and Perfection. Leaving the governor's office, Li Qi made his way toward his chamber, deep in thought. Upon careful reflection, the governor's purported special permission for me to enter the stellar training camp seems to be non-existent. I have received no notification, nor has he shown me any so-called orders. The governor has granted me a year to refine my combat skills to perfection, and evidently, the flawless level of combat proficiency is the minimum requirement for participants in the stellar training camp. Thus, this must be a form of provocation. But is it truly a provocation? Li Qi paused before the corridor window, gazing at the myriad of blooming flowers on the prairie. Indeed, the governor implies there will be rewards should I meet the criteria, but, clenching his fists, he found the vibrant blossoms outside to be exquisite. Yet he lacked the heart to appreciate them. The vast chasm between strength and status has imparted to me a sense of helplessness rather than motivation. Having lived in a peaceful nation in my previous life, and now residing on a tranquil planet, I have forgotten that the world has never been truly at peace. At this moment, a cold joke from his past life resurfaced in his mind. Small nations remain peaceful only because the powerful do not take notice of them. Taking a deep breath, Li Qi turned and continued toward his room. Since this morning, I have been left with no choice. I must either advance step by step to become stronger, or perish along the path of becoming powerful. The strange phenomena that occurred on the prairie earlier that day had sparked much discussion, and Li Qi had naturally heard of them. After some inquiry, he deduced the timing of the phenomena coincided with his awakening of a special ability at the planetary level. The anomalies arose because of him. Moreover, he surmised that the formidable Empire would also be able to deduce this, thus he understood that he had entered the purview of the Empire's elite. During his earlier conversation with the governor, there had been an element of performance, yet it was not entirely an act. He genuinely wished to enter the stellar training camp. For being granted entry would signify his safety and allow him to resolve the crisis on the ranch. Of course, he felt secure now, but the sensation of being powerless to dictate his own fate was undeniably distressing. Simultaneously, perfect combat skills also represent the nascent form of a domain. Yet comprehending a domain does not necessarily require perfect combat skills. Only by grasping the essence can one further comprehend the domain. Once the domain is understood, the perfect skills are automatically mastered. Li Qi was acutely aware that essence, domain, and laws correspond to cosmic, domain lord, and realm lord levels respectively. As long as one comprehends the former, there will be no hurdles in breaking through to the latter. However, for those lacking resources, accumulating energy is a formidable challenge. Even if one grasps higher-level skills, further advancement may remain elusive. Now, with the ranking battle approaching, my skills nearing perfection should suffice for the confrontation. Regarding the impending ranking battle, he felt no apprehension, for mentalists possess significant advantages at the planetary level. A few days later, in the virtual cosmos, at the Kuka Star Special Training Camp, the ranking trials were underway. In one arena, two figures clashed amidst the skies above the prairie. Li Qi wielded a battle knife, surrounded by 8 bone spikes, fiercely engaging his adversary. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The combat skills of his opponent surpassed his own, particularly in terms of explosive power, causing him to struggle to maintain his stance. 8 bone spikes surged forth from various directions towards the enemy. Observing that the spikes managed to restrain his adversary, Li Qi sighed. Indeed, my melee skills pale significantly in comparison to those of martial artists of the same rank. His inadequacy in close combat left him at a disadvantage against the planetary-level warriors students. Thus, whenever he felt himself faltering, the 8 bone spikes encircling him would launch an assault to distract his opponent. The restrained student shouted, "Hey, Li Qi, don't go overboard." Frustration bubbled within him. In terms of close combat prowess, he far surpassed Li Qi, yet he had been ensnared by the spikes multiple times. Were it not for the bone spikes' interference, he would have easily dispatched Li Qi in hand-to-hand combat. As Li Qi advanced for close quarters, the student's heart soared with delight, exclaiming, "Come on!" With a single slash of his blade, purple genetic energy enveloped his body, crackling with the sound of distant thunder as he engaged Li Qi in battle. In mere seconds, he had managed to suppress Li Qi, only needing a few more moments to secure victory. "Aha! You shall perish!" As he prepared to defeat his opponent, he could not help but burst into laughter, relishing the chance to avenge himself after being vexed on multiple occasions. Suddenly, the 8 bone spikes shot towards him once more. "You scoundrel!" Enraged at this turn of events, the student furiously swung his weapon, knocking several spikes aside, while deftly evading the remaining ones. Without the protection of battle armor, he could not afford to underestimate the attacks from a psychic of the same rank. "Disgusting, truly disgusting," he shouted. "Li Qi Royce, this time you've won. Just wait for me." Having unleashed his furious proclamation, the student conceded defeat and exited the arena. This battle had indeed left him feeling utterly repulsed. He understood well that Li Qi, as a psychic, held the upper hand, and his practical combat ability surpassed his own. This method of fighting was nothing short of mockery. In the eyes of the student, Li Qi's antics today had certainly sowed the seeds of enmity. Meanwhile, Li Qi gazed at the direction in which his opponent had vanished, reflecting, "That makes 5." He was fully aware that his actions during the recent battle would offend his adversaries, yet he chose to proceed nonetheless. This was because the 5 students he had antagonized were precisely those he had meticulously selected. Although they were classmates with whom he had shared lessons, their abilities were at the very bottom tier, otherwise they would not have been relegated to serving as his sparring partners. The opponents ahead, however, were ones he regarded with utmost seriousness. After these 5 battles, my melee combat skills have seen some improvement, but the forthcoming opponents possess greater strength. I must focus on utilizing my control over objects to secure victory against them. After several days of combat, the ranking trials concluded. with Li Qi securing a prominent position due to his identity as a psychic. The students who finished at the bottom of the rankings were eliminated and forced to leave the special training camp, including the 5 students he had previously offended. Following the conclusion of the ranking trials, Li Qi resumed his previous training, continuing to hone his combat skills. Combat skills differ significantly from the cultivation of genetic potential and mental prowess. The former demands substantial time and effort devoted to honing one's abilities through rigorous battles, while the latter requires only continuous practice and accumulation of knowledge. After a month, Li Qi successfully elevated his combat skills to a perfect level, enabling him to engage in combat utilizing the surrounding environment without relying on mental assistance. Once he achieved perfection in his combat techniques, his close-quarters combat skills also advanced remarkably, evolving from being able to dominate only the lowest-ranked classmates to rivaling those of moderate strength in the ranking trials. However, the amplitude of his power output remains relatively low. Chapter 38. Artistic Conception and Domain. Governor's Office. Lorenzo gazed at the holographic screen displaying the duel between Li Qi and his fellow students. Achieving near perfection to perfection in just over a month is commendable, he mused, given his youth and lack of experience in life and death battles. It may take him another year to elevate his skills to a consummate level. Lacking surprise, the outcome was within his expectations and thus acceptable. Despite his combat skills reaching perfection, Li Qi remained diligent in his training. However, for the subsequent 6 months, he did not break through to consummate combat techniques. Instead, his power amplitude reached that of an ordinary student. Soon, the second ranking trial approached. In contrast to the 7 groups delineated in the first trial, the second trial was divided into 3 groups based on the duration of their training at the academy. Li Qi was assigned to the lowest group, consisting of students who had trained for no more than 3 years, rendering their overall strength comparatively weaker than the higher tiers. In this second ranking trial, Li Qi achieved a moderate ranking. This was primarily due to his reliance on close-quarters combat throughout the competition, eschewing the use of mental energy to assist in battle. This approach allowed him to grasp the fringes of consummate combat skills. In the virtual cosmos, within the contest arena, 2 figures clashed, one overpowering the other. Completely subdued, Li Qi reflected, what tremendous pressure. Truly, the hallmark of consummate combat skills. With his near-consummate abilities, he still fell short when faced with genuine perfection. The earth cracked, soil erupted, and grass swirled in chaos. The clash of 2 planetary-level warriors transformed the once verdant plains into a pockmarked landscape, resembling a terrain ravaged by a meteor shower. A thunderous boom echoed as Li Qi was struck by a premeditated blow. The ground beneath him shattered, akin to a missile strike, with dirt and grass flying in all directions. A massive chasm was carved into the earth, and as Li Qi halted, he found himself flanked by mounds of displaced soil. Troublesome, he thought, as the strike sent him reeling. His opponent, feeling vexed, found the situation frustrating. The adversary was cunning, frequently attempting to disengage, bolstered by mental energy, preventing Li Qi from subduing him despite momentarily driving him back. Inhaling the fresh scent of soil, the green genetic energy pulsated around him. Li Qi glanced at his opponent, hovering 10 meters above ground, and propelled himself upward with powerful leg thrusts. With a resounding crash, he transformed into a streak of green light, charging at his foe. Meeting Li Qi's assault, the opponent's eyes glinted with determination. If you wish to play, then I shall entertain you. Let us see who can endure the longest. The golden genetic energy surged dramatically, and the opponent morphed into a golden light, entwining with Li Qi's green luminescence. With a swift slash, Li Qi unleashed his blade, the green radiance shimmering as it transformed into a luminous arc aimed at his adversary. The opponent seemed to have anticipated the strike, effortlessly evading it while deftly deflecting the powerful blow with their weapon. With the attack missing its mark, Li Qi pressed on relentlessly, launching an unceasing barrage of strikes, while his adversary skillfully dodged and countered. After a brief skirmish, Li Qi discerned his opponent's intention. Are they attempting to wear me down? Despite understanding the enemy's strategy, he found himself powerless against such attrition. If this continued, his genetic energy would inevitably deplete before that of his opponent. Contemplating this, Li Qi sought to extricate himself and hastened his assault. This next strike was propelled by a significant surge of genetic energy, resulting in an astonishing acceleration. The unexpected speed compelled the opponent to abandon their evasion, bracing themselves to withstand the blow. Finally, unable to resist, a glimmer of delight flickered in the student and Oppo's eyes. To him, this strike appeared to be nothing more than a desperate gasp for survival from Li Qi. The faster Li Qi attacked, the greater the expenditure of genetic energy. It would not be long before he exhausted his reserves. The student chuckled, reveling in the thought. With my mental prowess aiding me, I cannot defeat you through suppression. But I can outlast you. With a sense of satisfaction, he continued to parry Li Qi's relentless strikes. Although Li Qi's speed remained formidable, the onslaught was still met with resistance. I must suppress him. I need a stronger suppression. Li Qi's strikes quickened, each blow following the last in a seemingly unending surge. Like the relentless waves of the ocean, each crest rising higher than the last. Faced with this increasingly rapid assault, the student was taken aback. How can this be? He found himself being overwhelmed. Despite his mastery of perfect-level combat techniques, he was being subdued by an opponent wielding flawless-level skills. With unwavering focus, Li Qi's gaze remained fixed on his adversary, instinctively unleashing strike after strike. In a mere 2 or 3 seconds, he executed over 10 blows, his genetic energy nearly depleted. Gathering the last remnants of his genetic power, he summoned all his strength for one final strike, the fastest he had ever delivered. Block it! Block it! The student mentally screamed, attempting to intercept the blow with his weapon, yet ultimately, he failed to do so. Li Qi's blade, aglow with a verdant luminescence, arced from his left shoulder diagonally downward, while the student's hands had yet to respond in time to defend. How can this be? Struck by the blow, the student was engulfed in confusion. He had clearly initiated a defensive maneuver, yet it had not succeeded. His mind raced, but upon witnessing Li Qi, encircled by a radiant green aura nearly 10 meters in diameter, the realization dawned upon him. It was the domain. The domain had constrained his body, preventing it from keeping pace with his thoughts, thus rendering him unable to block the strike. Is this the power of domain control? The student gazed at Li Qi, bathed in the emerald glow, a tinge of envy gleaming in his eyes. As a practitioner of perfect-level combat techniques, he understood that perfection was merely the precursor to the domain. To comprehend the domain invariably meant to achieve perfect-level combat skills. Yet mastery of the domain did not necessitate such perfection. To transcend perfect-level mastery and directly grasp the domain, how enviable it is, this luck and talent. How did he attain such profound insight? As these thoughts swirled within him, the student wearily closed his eyes, retreating from the competition space as a defeated contender. Is this what it means to possess a domain? Li Qi murmured softly, enveloped by the verdant radiance surrounding him. He experienced an illusion. As if the space shrouded in green light was entirely under his command, he felt like a deity of this realm. Removing the consciousness sensor, he levitated in midair, the emerald glow enveloping the entire room. Li Qi sensed that he had dominion over the space, capable of making objects float without the need for mental force. After exploring the application of this domain for a while, he pondered, when did I grasp the essence of this realm? Could it have been at that moment? Suddenly, he recalled the time when he transcended to planetary level, experiencing what seemed to be an epiphany regarding the true nature of life. Reflecting on it now, that was not merely an illusion, but a manifestation of his comprehension of the domain. Having mastered this domain, I shall seek out the governor to claim my reward. With that, Li Qi rose and made his way towards the door leading to the governor's office. Chapter 39, Special Reward, Bloodblade Cone in the governor's office. Lorenzo was diligently attending to official matters. Lorenzo raised his head in puzzlement, glancing towards the door. What brings that young lad here? Despite his busy schedule as the governor of Kukastar, he had been closely monitoring Li Qi's progress and skill enhancement. Initially, he checked the recordings daily, but this had shifted to every few days. The last time Lorenzo examined the footage was several days ago, at which point Li Qi had only recently brushed against the pinnacle of his combat skills. He did not believe it possible for him to achieve perfection in just a few days. Could it be that he intends to concede? From previous observations, he holds his family in high regard and would never give up. His momentary doubts swiftly transformed into certainty. Ding! The doorbell rang. Come in. Li Qi pushed the door open and entered the room. Governor, you summoned me? Lorenzo initiated the conversation, intending to provoke further. Do you believe you cannot fulfill my request? And surrendering? Absolutely not. I am here to request you to honor our agreement. Though Li Qi's demeanor was respectful, his words were sharp and assertive. You wish for me to uphold our agreement. Does this imply that your combat skills have reached perfection? Lorenzo chuckled, feeling his efforts were not in vain. Li Qi shook his head. Not quite. Not quite. Lorenzo and Apos' brow furrowed in slight displeasure. If not, then why come to toy with me? Before he could finish his thought, his expression suddenly shifted, his eyes widening in disbelief. The reflection in his gaze was enveloped by a verdant glow. Li Qi stepped forward. and boundless green light emanated from him, rapidly spreading outward. In the blink of an eye, the vibrant essence of the wood gene origin engulfed every corner of the room, save for the desk where Lorenzo stood. Domain. Even Lorenzo could not help but display astonishment. He has actually comprehended a domain. At that moment, Li Qi's voice resonated from the heart of the domain. Governor, while I have not perfected my skills, I have grasped the concept of a domain. He has only just touched the pinnacle. How could he directly comprehend a domain? When did he achieve such an understanding? Lorenzo marveled in surprise. He had been closely observing Li Qi but had failed to notice any signs of his comprehension. However, he soon found clarity. After all, anyone who garnered special attention from Frank, the head of the planetary management department of the Empire, must be a genius under the watchful eye of the esteemed lava sovereign. Such talent is indeed to be expected. Noticing Lorenzo's momentary silence, Li Qi called out, Governor? Excellent. Lorenzo regained his composure, eager to mask his earlier lapse. He lavishly praised. Li Qi Royce, you truly live up to the Empire's high expectations for genius. Li Qi humbly replied, You flatter me, Governor. Lorenzo waved his hand. Enough. Now you may retract your domain. Let us converse. Upon hearing this, Li Qi withdrew the domain and listened attentively. Calming his chaotic thoughts, Lorenzo spoke slowly. To be honest, when we established the agreement, I believe there was a possibility you could elevate your skills to perfection within a year. However, grasping the realm was deemed impossible. That condition was merely intended to motivate you. I never anticipated that you would indeed comprehend the realm. The realization of Rich's achievement left Lorenzo in a predicament, as he had never truly considered the possibility of fulfilling the agreement. Yet, now that it had been accomplished as a dignified cosmic powerhouse, he could not renege on his word. Thus, Lorenzo declared, You have fulfilled the agreement, and I shall reward you with a second-tier low-grade mental weapon, the Bloodblade Spike. As promised. However, the Stellar Training Camp prohibits the entry of weapons, so I cannot guarantee that you will be able to bring the Bloodblade Spike inside. Rich's expression faltered. What? The Stellar Training Camp forbids weapons. Without the ability to take the Bloodblade Spike into the camp, what use was it to him? Leaving it at home, Kukastar posed no danger, rendering the Bloodblade Spike useless. Contemplating this, he furrowed his brow, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Observing Rich's distress, Lorenzo smiled gently. I will speak with the head of the Stellar Training Camp to see if I can arrange for you to bring the Bloodblade Spike inside. Of course, if it is impossible for you to take it in, then I shall withhold the weapon from you, but I will compensate you with 8 million lava coins. Thank you, Governor. Rich had no concept of the value of 8 million lava coins, as Kukastar did not utilize them. However, as a medium-sized cosmic nation, the Lava Empire and Apos' currency should be comparable in value to the Black Dragon Mountain coins from the original narrative. Please wait a moment. I will consult with the head of the Stellar Training Camp. Lorenzo took this matter to heart, as it pertained to his credibility. Rich nodded, yes. Connecting to the virtual universe network, Lorenzo arrived at the Lava Island on the Qianwu continent. Just in time. Noticing that the person he sought was online, he sent a message. Through teleportation, Lorenzo entered an exquisitely decorated chamber. Before him sat a man at a table, pouring wine. Lord Beckhaus, Lorenzo called. Beckhaus placed a glass of fine wine before him. Please, take a seat. Once Lorenzo was settled, he continued, I have understood what you said. To be frank, His Majesty has taken an interest in that young man. Lorenzo thought to himself, indeed, the Lava Emperor has an eye on Rich Royce. Beckhaus added, if it were anyone else, I would never permit them to bring weapons into the Stellar Training Camp. However, His Majesty holds high expectations for this young man. And since he has comprehended the realm, I agree to allow him to bring the Bloodblade Spike into my Stellar Training Camp. Thank you, Lord Beckhaus. Beckhaus raised a hand slightly. Do not be hasty in your gratitude. I have conditions. First, he must enter my Stellar Training Camp. Lorenzo nodded, of course. Secondly, the Bloodblade Cone shall be bestowed upon that young one as a special reward. Beckhaus filled his empty wine glass, pausing momentarily before adding, of course. This reward will be at your expense. Lorenzo had no objections, remarking that 8 million lava coins was a trifling sum. Thirdly, the Bloodblade Cone will be distributed after the conclusion of the second trial task. Beckhaus articulated the final condition. Lorenzo expressed some reservations, pondering whether the issuance post the second trial task might. However, before he could complete his thought, Beckhaus raised his hand to interrupt, asserting that if one could not successfully navigate both trial tasks, they would hardly warrant the monarch's attention. Lorenzo clarified, no. I merely wonder if 2 trial tasks might be rather insufficient. Betcow's paused slightly in his pouring, retorting that 2 trial tasks were indeed ample. Considering this was merely a stellar training camp, Lorenzo nodded in agreement, then said, I shall take my leave for now. That young one is still awaiting me. Betcow's nodded in response. Observing Richie waiting patiently, Lorenzo announced, the head of the stellar training camp has consented. The Bloodblade cone will be awarded as a special prize. Thank you, Your Excellency, Richie respectfully bowed. Possessing the Bloodblade cone, a second-tier telekinetic weapon, would significantly enhance his chances of survival in the stellar training camp. As thoughts of home flooded his mind, he envisioned his family nestled in the verdant valley of the grasslands. Chapter 40. The Value of Genius and Returning home. After Lorenzo departed, Lord Betcows remained in the chamber. After sipping a glass of wine, he murmured softly to himself. Lorenzo has no comprehension of what it truly means to be a genius at the planetary level. Just because he and his disciple failed to succeed in the great axe combat arena, he presumed that planetary-level geniuses were no longer viable? The Lava Empire has existed for over 3 million years, and even now, a planetary-level genius emerges only once every several hundred to thousand years, each inciting fierce competition among the 3 major stellar training camps. It is crucial to understand that this is the result of the Lava Empire's siphoning effect, continuously attracting talents from several neighboring medium-sized cosmic nations. In contrast, in ordinary medium-sized cosmic nations, planetary-level geniuses are even scarcer. Betcows set down his glass. The Great Axe Combat Arena is qualified to host the Cosmic Pinnacle Genius Battle and the Strongest Battle. Thus, planetary-level geniuses are not of paramount importance to them. Moreover, they have always acted with a domineering attitude, with most branches devolving into private domains of families, allowing no outsiders without connections to encroach upon the slots for core members. Pouring another glass of wine, he drained it in one gulp. Had Lorenzo wished to join not the Great Axe Combat Arena, capable of hosting the Cosmic Pinnacle Genius Battle and the Strongest Battle, but rather one of the 3 giants, the Cosmic Mercenary Alliance, the Cosmic Star River Bank, or the Cosmic First Bank, his alleged status as a planetary-level genius, along with that of his disciple, would have easily secured him a position among the core members of the Qianwu branch. At this point, he shook his head gently, recognizing that Lorenzo's limited perspective was a significant issue. Nevertheless, for a mere native to have ascended to this point through a modicum of fortune, arduous cultivation and perilous battles were indispensable. The more one cultivates, the less one sees. Otherwise, I would not have had the opportunity to seize this chance. Betcows took great pride in his ability to seize opportunities. Had he not sensed the intentions of the other 3 major powers to recruit, and acted swiftly to bring Lorenzo on board, he likely would have already been claimed by one of those giants. After a moment of contemplation, Betcows murmured, perhaps I should enlighten him about the operational dynamics of the stellar training camps. Otherwise, how can he succeed me? If he were aware that the highest mortality rate occurs during the final trial of the 3 trials conducted by the stellar training camp, he would not have suggested that I extend the Bloodblade Spikes trials. The contract with the Lord proficient in the laws of water within the Lava Secret Realm is nearing its expiration, and he shall soon break through to replace his position. As for the role of the head of the stellar training camp, he intended for Lorenzo to assume it. He was also aware that Lorenzo aspired to participate in the Cosmic Pinnacle Strongest Battle to join the 6th major force of the Qianwu Cosmic Nation, the Qianwu Dojo. However, he believed that achieving this would be exceedingly difficult for him. The Cosmic Pinnacle Strongest Battle is teeming with formidable opponents. To break through the throngs of such strength is no small feat. There are still over 10,000 years left. There is no need to rush. With that, Betcows finished his last glass of wine and departed the virtual cosmos. In the valley where the Royce family resided, 2 children frolicked in the woods. Suddenly, they heard a sound emanating from the sky, and the youthful faces displayed a look of curiosity as they gazed toward the obscured heavens above. With a crack, a spacecraft hovered in the air, its hatch opening wide. Li Qi emerged from the vessel, a bundle strapped to his back. He had returned to this familiar abode. In that moment, his mind was free of distractions, filled only with tranquility, as if his spirit had been cleansed. Whoosh! A figure radiating a blue luminescence approached, originating from the direction of the family settlement. Upon seeing Li Qi's visage, the figure gasped in astonishment. 11? Uncle Jiao? Yes, indeed. What? You have obtained a qualification to enter the stellar training camp? Yes. Upon receiving Li Qi's nod, Uncle Ji was initially taken aback, but then elated, exclaiming, ha ha ha. Our family has produced another genius for the stellar training camp. Our family ranch is now secure. In contrast to Uncle Gio's exuberance, Li Qi remained calm and composed, nearly smiling in response. Come, let us go to your Uncle Da and share this splendid news with your father and third brother. Uncle Gio pulled Li Qi toward the direction of the family settlement. Upon returning, before even entering Uncle Da and Appo's tent, Uncle Gio and Appo's voice resonated inside. Old Gio, do not make such a fuss. A disgruntled voice responded from within, which Li Qi recognized as that of sixth brother Garibule. Sixth brother is here as well. Splendid. Uncle Gio lifted the animal hide that draped the tent entrance and ushered Li Qi inside. 11. Upon seeing the person Uncle Gio had brought in, both individuals inside the tent rose to their feet, expressions tinged with surprise. 11. Haha. You will not believe it. 11 has qualified for the stellar training camp. What? The two exclaimed in unison, their faces a canvas of disbelief. It was astonishing that 11, having been away from the family for less than a year, had gained admission to the stellar training camp. Uncle Da, wary of mishearing, inquired, is it truly so? Li Qi nodded, affirming Uncle Gio's words. Hearing this, Uncle Da's complexion flushed with excitement, for indeed, he was a genius of the same caliber as second brother. He stepped forward, vigorously patting Li Qi's shoulder, and laughed heartily. Excellent, excellent. Truly, a genius of the Royce family. 11. How did you come by this qualification for the stellar training camp? Sixth brother Garibule asked. In an effort to assuage Uncle Da and Appo's concerns, Li Qi omitted any mention of the agreement with the governor, recounting instead the process of comprehending the realm. After listening to Li Qi's narrative, the three finally understood. It was his grasp of the realm that had granted him direct entry to the stellar training camp. For ordinary stellar or planetary ranks, the concept of a realm might be foreign. However, the Royce family was different. They had once produced a genius, one even praised by the Lava Emperor himself. Nevertheless, they lacked an understanding of the true value of a planetary realm genius. I shall immediately relay this news to third brother and father. Knowing that this is not a misunderstanding, the sixth brother Garibule remarked, taking out the communicator to send a message. Chapter 41 Family and Farewell in the City of Dawn, at the residence of the Royce family. Royce gazed in astonishment at the message on his communicator. This expression of shock was soon replaced by sheer joy. The news was utterly delightful. Father, Ivan came to Royce's side, calling out, Third brother, I presume you have seen the message sent by sixth brother? I have. Knowing sixth brother's temperament, he would only have reached out if he was certain. Haha. 11th truly has given me a tremendous surprise. Ivan nodded in agreement. Indeed, they had high hopes for Li Qi, believing he had a significant chance of entering the stellar training camp, but never did they anticipate that this day would come so swiftly. A fierce glint appeared in Royce and Appo's eyes. With 11th entering the stellar training camp, I shall have undeniable qualifications to enter the City Council of Dawn. Let us see who dares to obstruct me. Ivan concurred. Once 11th joins the stellar training camp, he will possess 20 years of privileges. With these privileges, we can easily suppress the Holt family. The privileges obtained from entering the stellar training camp can be combined with those of the City Council members, while the privileges among members cannot be amalgamated. This implies that, even with assistance from members of the Holt family, they cannot escape the fate of being suppressed by the Royce family's privileges. Royce suppressed his urge for retaliation against the Holt family. Subsequently, the two brothers contacted their family settlement, and after deliberation, they decided to keep the news under wraps until the privileges were secured, at which point they would act immediately. Upon returning home, after a brief reunion with his father and mother, he could not escape the familiar nagging. Listening to his mother's gentle reprimands, Li Qi smiled silently, feeling the warmth of family affection. In the early morning, Li Qi awoke, gazing at the familiar tent top, feeling a profound sense of peace. After washing up, he stepped outside, ready to head to the dining tent for breakfast. 11th brother. As soon as he exited the tent, a small figure rushed towards him, arms wide open, embracing his leg. Li Qi looked down to find the adorable little 18 clinging to him, her cherubic face streaked with tears. With a quivering voice, she exclaimed, 11th brother, I thought you had vanished again, just like big brother. Looking down at the little one clutching his leg, Li Qi bent down to lift her into his arms, speaking tenderly. How could that be? It happened last time. 18's eyes were glistening with moisture, a hint of anger coloring her flushed cheeks. She remembered how she had searched for 11th brother when he had suddenly disappeared, crying for a long time. This time will be different, Li Qi reassured her softly. Have you eaten yet? No. 18 whimpered, resting her head against his chest. I'm hungry. Let us go have breakfast then. Cradling little 18, Li Qi made his way to the family dining tent. After breakfast, with 18 clinging to him, he transformed into a playful leader, taking several younger siblings on wild adventures. A joyful spree that lasted several days. Thus, several days later, Uncle Garabule sought out Licky. On a small hill, Licky reclined on the grass, one hand propping up his head, gazing at the azure sky, while Garabule sat beside him. 11th, the stellar training camp is quite perilous, isn't it? Lichi abruptly rose, turning his head to gaze at Gabriel, his expression tinged with surprise. 6th uncle, what did you say? The stellar training camp is perilous, isn't it? Gabriel stared into the distance. You are aware that your second uncle perished during a trial at the stellar training camp. That was merely an accident, Lichi asserted, reluctant to delve into the topic of the stellar training camp with his family. Second uncle was murdered. Since the moment your mental powers awakened, I have been guiding you. Gabriel replied calmly. I watched you grow. You cannot deceive me. Li Chi fell silent, his gaze fixed on the distant sky, tacitly acknowledging the truth. I had sensed something amiss before, second brother. Gabriel murmured, now I finally understand. After this exchange, the two fell into a contemplative silence, seemingly waiting for the other to speak first. After a lengthy pause, Gabriel broke the silence. If it proves too difficult, perhaps you should refrain from attending the stellar training camp and remain on Kukastar. Absolutely not. Li Chi replied resolutely. I must go to the stellar training camp. Upon hearing this, Gabriel gazed into the distance and after a moment sighed, Indeed, Xiaoyi's death has greatly impacted you. I respect your decision, and so does the family. The family? Does that mean? Li Chi was taken aback, swiftly turning to sixth uncle, inquiring anxiously, do my father and mother know as well? It is not difficult to deduce, Gabriel responded, turning his gaze towards him. I had assumed. Li Chi's tone was self-deprecating and bitter. He had been deceiving himself. They're your closest kin and understand you best. Hence they respect your decision. The universe is not like Kukastar, where mutual slaughter is forbidden, out in the cosmos. It is a different story, Gabriel stated. One must think thrice before acting, just as your second uncle and elder brother did, before undertaking any endeavor. Ask yourself, is it worth it? He patted Li Chi's shoulder. Reflect on this carefully. As he prepared to leave, he hesitated, turning his back to Li Chi. Shelley must have contemplated for quite some time before arriving at that decision. He believed it to be worthwhile. Is it truly worth it? This is about following one's heart. One must possess something to hold onto with conviction. At this moment, Li Chi comprehended sixth uncle's intentions. Sixth uncle understood him well. Knowing that his decisions were immutable, his visit today was merely to awaken him to this realization. Standing on the hill, overlooking the valley where his family resided, he found it beautiful. Nothing could surpass this splendor. And what a father and mother. The thought of his parents stirred a sense of guilt within Li Chi. Parents do not wish for their children to court danger, yet he felt compelled to venture forth. Before he could voice his thoughts, Horo interjected, 11. He has indeed decided to go, hasn't he? Yes. The stellar training camp is fraught with danger, isn't it? I mean, the kind with a high mortality rate. I understand. And I shall inform father and eldest brother. The elder brother possesses remarkable intelligence, capable of unraveling the truth from the faintest clues. However, his excessively gentle and honest nature renders him unsuitable for leadership roles. Yet, he refrains from voicing this truth, striving instead to bring them fleeting moments of joy, however temporary they may be. Thus, time flows steadily as he spends his days in the company of family. With less than an hour remaining until the arrival of the spaceship, upon returning home, he perceives a palpable sadness enveloping his parents, who are acutely aware that their child is set to depart the following day for a stellar training camp in the cosmos. When is the spaceship expected to arrive? Inquired his father, Dereker. It should be soon. I will be notified via the communicator upon its arrival. Dereker ceased his inquiries, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Noticing his father's silence, Liqui approached his mother, who sat on the edge of the bed, folding clothes, and gently embraced her. Mother, I am leaving. Her tender words were laced with profound reluctance. Little 11, take care of yourself out there. Yes, I shall, Liqui replied as he released her. Suddenly, he felt the communicator on his wrist vibrating. The spaceship had arrived. Grasping the bag containing his belongings, he turned to say, I must be on my way. His mother rose, her expression a blend of sorrow and the pain of parting. With his package in hand, Liqui paused at the threshold. Chapter 42. Is this still humanity? The atmosphere of Kukastar was shrouded in mist. A small spacecraft breached the atmosphere and arrived at the docking port. With a click, the hatch opened. And under the guidance of a stellar-level staff member, Li Chi flew out from the cabin. Congratulations on becoming a member of the stellar training camp. The staff member exclaimed before pointing to the nearest ship. "This vessel is here to take you to the stellar training camp." "Thank you," Li Qi acknowledged with a nod. Gazing at the ship he was directed to, due to its proximity and immense size, he could only discern a portion of the spacecraft. The staff member urged, "Please follow me." Following the guidance, Li Qi arrived at the entrance of another hatch. With another click, the hatch opened unexpectedly. A towering man appeared before them, an aura of invisible pressure enveloping the atmosphere. This oppressive aura. Li Qi felt a familiar, intangible weight and slightly bowed his head in respect. For the man before him was a cosmic powerhouse. Upon seeing the imposing figure, the staff member quickly bowed. "Lord Borsway." Hearing the reverent address, the stellar-level staff member felt a wave of relief wash over him and promptly replied, "Yes. Thank goodness. I was afraid I had made a mistake." He retreated hastily, his prior envy of Li Qi dissipating, replaced by a sense of having narrowly escaped a calamity. "Li Qi Royce?" "Yes, Lord Borsway." Borsway smiled warmly. "Welcome to San C1. It and Oppos. It's been a long time since I and Oppos V encountered such a remarkable young talent. Follow me." "Yes." San C1 was a D9 class vessel, equipped with a D9 class laser main cannon and 4C9 class laser secondary cannons, formidable enough that even domain lords could not breach its defenses. Under Borsway's guidance, Li Qi explored most of the ship and met a few of the crew members. In a lounge not far from the core control room, Li Qi sat modestly on a sofa, gazing at a contract displayed on the luminous screen before him. Borsway sat across from him, leisurely sipping a verdant drink. After finishing his beverage, he clicked his tongue and remarked, "A genius like you will be granted another opportunity by the Empire. Accepting this contract means you have no way back. You can only undergo life and death trials at the stellar training camp. I presume you are already aware of the high mortality rate there." Leaning slightly forward, he fixed his gaze on Li Qi. "So now, what is your decision? Will you refuse? Or accept?" "I accept." Having made his decision long ago, Li Qi did not deliberate further. He inscribed his name on the luminous screen using the universal language with his right index finger. "Excellent." Borsway nodded with satisfaction, pleased with Li Qi's choice. Setting his empty glass on the tray held by a nearby robot, he rose and said, "Follow me." Li Qi hurriedly rose to follow Borsway, exiting the lounge with haste. Shortly thereafter, the duo arrived at the enhancement chamber. The chamber was relatively spacious, featuring a silver-white nutritional pod, approximately 20 meters in length, 6 to 7 meters in width, and 3 meters in height. This pod was adorned with a few rudimentary black buttons. On either side of the pod stood 2 immobile robots, their foreheads intermittently flashing with red lights. This was a Class C nutritional pod, capable of directly augmenting 1 and amp, Oppos, S abilities to planetary level 9, and was of immense value. Borsway added, "This nutritional pod can also be utilized by cosmic level experts, but for me, it serves merely to heal injuries and replenish energy." Li Qi pondered. If it holds no utility for him, it implies he has reached cosmic level 9. "Our journey to the desert star will take over a month with this nutritional pod. You can achieve planetary level 9 in just 20 days, Borsway stated, lightly tapping the silver pod with his finger. "After you sign that agreement, the stellar training camp has sent you 3 new emails. Please open the second one." Li Qi complied, using his communicator to access the second email, which materialized as a luminous screen. He quickly scanned the contents, feeling perplexed. "Is this a genetic primordial energy cultivation method?" Borsway elucidated. "This is a genetic primordial energy cultivation technique that, when combined with the nutritional pod, can accelerate your absorption of the nutrient solution. To enhance using this pod, you merely need to disrobe and enter. The remaining 2 robots will handle the rest. I have other matters to attend to, so you may decide when to proceed with your enhancement." With that, he departed the enhancement chamber. Li Qi memorized the genetic primordial energy cultivation method displayed on the screen, dedicating some time to its comprehension. After attempting to cultivate for a while, he realized it was merely an ordinary genetic primordial energy technique, providing little enhancement to his cultivation speed. "It seems to be yet another supplementary genetic primordial energy cultivation method," he muttered, disrobing and lying down within the pod. Before he could fully assess the pod and Oppos' interior, one of the robots activated its electronic eye and swiftly approached. The robot proceeded to operate, and deep gray nutrient liquid began to fill the pod through a pipe. Soon, he found himself completely immersed in the dark gray liquid. "What is this?" As the nutrient solution was introduced, Li Qi felt a vibrant energy surging from every pore of his body, permeating his flesh, bones, and even his genes. This energy, teeming with vitality, was remarkably unique. Upon penetrating his genes, it initiated a deeper level of genetic enhancement. Sensing his genes evolving, he silently commenced the newly acquired genetic primordial energy cultivation method to absorb the nutrient liquid more rapidly and effectively. However, the speed at which he absorbed the nutrient liquid was quite extraordinary. 8 days later, aboard the Desert Star 1, the 10-day inspection period had arrived, and a cosmic-level crew member was routinely surveying the ship. Upon reaching the nutrient liquid storage room, he glanced at the nutrient supply units as per usual, marking a tick on the inspection sheet before turning to leave. Yet, after taking just 2 steps, he suddenly halted, lowering his gaze to the inspection sheet in his hand. He noticed that the checkmark indicating the normal reserve of nutrient solution caused his expression to shift dramatically. The quantity of nutrient solution reserve seems incorrect. The Shuhai No. 1 spacecraft, apart from its specially reserved Class C nutrient solution, only had a conventional reserve of Class A nutrient solution suitable for planetary levels. Under normal circumstances, a single unit of Class A nutrient solution could elevate an individual from the 1st to the 9th tier of planetary enhancement. However, due to variations in height, volume, and lineage among individuals, a unit of nutrient solution could either be surplus or deficient during the enhancement process. Therefore, when someone utilized the nutrient chamber, if a shortage of nutrient solution occurred, the robot would automatically replenish it. What on earth? How could there only be 12 units of Class A nutrient solution remaining? He frantically began to operate the controls, and upon observing the flow direction of the nutrient solution, his face darkened instantly. How could this be possible? How could a single person absorb 8 units of nutrient solution? Is this even human? No. I must investigate this immediately. Chapter 43. The hope of returning to the Lava Emperor star in an effort to ascertain the situation. The cosmic-level crew member departed from the nutrient liquid storage room and soared towards the enhancement chamber. Although the value of grade A nutrient liquid was not particularly high, he could procure a substantial amount with his worth. Nonetheless, should any issues arise, the responsibility would rest upon his shoulders, a burden he wished to avoid. With a crisp sound, the hatch swung open, revealing a robot stationed before the nutrient chamber, diligently operating the controls. New nutrient liquid was being infused through the pipes, marking the 9th unit being administered. The cosmic-level crew member approached, nudged the robot aside, and hastily connected his communicator to the nutrient chamber to examine the operation records. Upon verifying the records confirmed the numerous infusions, he exhaled in relief. Fortunately, there have been no anomalies. Disconnecting the communicator from the nutrient chamber, he turned his gaze toward Li Qi, submerged in the nutrient liquid, and his heart raced. Fearing a misperception, he employed a gene energy probe to ascertain Li Qi's strength. And upon confirmation, he could no longer contain his astonishment. What was happening? After absorbing 8 units of nutrient liquid, how could he still be at the 6th tier of planetary level? The cosmic-level crew member was utterly flabbergasted. It was unfathomable that anyone could consume 8 units of nutrient liquid and remain at the 6th tier of planetary strength. The bizarre occurrence before him transcended his understanding, inducing a sense of panic. This is of utmost importance. I must report to the captain immediately. Overwhelmed by shock and urgency, he even neglected to use his communicator and instead propelled himself swiftly towards the cockpit. In the nearest lounge to the cockpit, Borsui reclined on the sofa, engrossed in a holographic film, occasionally savoring a sip of fine wine, the very essence of his preferred relaxation method. At this moment, his mind found tranquility, and his thoughts drifted freely, unrestrained. 8 years, only 8 years remain. Amidst his scattered thoughts, this notion surfaced within him. Borsui was a member of the Lava Emperor's elite guard, responsible for safeguarding the palace. The elite guard of the Lava Emperor was renowned not only throughout the Lava Empire, but also in the neighboring medium-sized cosmic nations. After all, not every emperor of a medium-sized cosmic nation could boast a guard comprised of 3 domain lords, with a domain lord as the commander, a realm lord as the captain, and cosmic-level members as the guards. Maintaining such a prestigious elite guard was an expense that would make even the most modest immortal deities wince. Only the affluent lava domain lords, whose wealth rivaled that of noble immortals, could afford such extravagance. Borsui took pride in his position within the Lava Emperor's elite guard, for only those who had initially grasped the principles could become a member of the guard. However, he was later appointed as the captain of ship number 1. Tasked with transporting the Empire's esteemed geniuses to and from the stellar cultivation camp. Captain! Captain! The urgent calls of his subordinates echoed from outside the lounge, pulling the distracted Borsui back to focus. His leisure time had been interrupted, causing him to frown slightly in displeasure. Using telekinesis, he opened the lounge door and inquired, "What is it, Captain? There has been an incident." The cosmic-level crew member exclaimed in a state of panic, upon noticing the unusual demeanor of his subordinate, who appeared to be perturbed by an incomprehensible matter. Borswi inquired, "Pray tell, what is amiss?" "It's that young lad we took in a few days ago. He has encountered a mishap." "What?" Borswi, who had maintained his composure until now, leaped to his feet. "What has happened to him?" "The young man has absorbed 8 units of nutrient solution and has only just been enhanced to the 6th tier of planetary class. He is currently in the process of absorbing the 9th unit. Let us go and investigate." Borswi, devoid of patience to hear more, hurried to ascertain the situation of the prodigy named Li Qi. The potential repercussions weighed heavily on him. If anything were to befall the young one, he, as the captain of the Sand Sea No. 1, would bear the responsibility. The two swiftly arrived at the enhancement chamber, where they scrutinized Li Qi, who was immersed in the nutrient solution. After careful examination, Borswi murmured, "Indeed, he is at the 6th tier of planetary class. However, his vitality is robust, seemingly on the verge of breaking through to the 7th tier." He gazed at Li Qi, narrowing his eyes in contemplation. His current state does not suggest any distress. The nutrient solution is taking effect, and his vitality is gradually intensifying. If this continues, he shall surely breach into the 7th tier today. This appears entirely normal. Yet, it is peculiar that he has absorbed 9 units of nutrient solution to elevate him close to the 7th tier. This is rather abnormal. In terms of knowledge, Borswi, having once served as a personal guard to His Majesty the Lava Emperor, possessed insights far exceeding those of his cosmic crew. He was aware of certain secrets known to the domain lords, such as the existence of special life forms. His thoughts began to race. Individuals of substantial physique and noble lineage require more nutrient solution during enhancement than the average person, yet there exists a limit. To absorb 1 or 2 additional units is already extraordinary. How could he have consumed 8 units and still remain at the 6th tier? Could it be that he is a special life form? Just wait a moment. Let us observe until he breaks through to the 7th tier. The transition from apprentice to planetary tier is distinct. The progression through the 1st to 9th tiers is a matter of genetic energy accumulation, necessitating vast amounts of energy for each advancement. Should this young man absorb an extraordinary amount of energy upon his breakthrough to the 7th tier, the likelihood of him being a special life form would significantly increase. Borswi awaited the outcome, while the cosmic crew member beside him, perceiving the captain's contemplative silence, remained quietly attentive. The two lingered for over an hour until Li Qi's vitality within the nutrient chamber began to shift. "It is happening. It is finally upon us." After a prolonged wait, Borswi finally witnessed the moment he had anticipated. Without turning his head, he commanded, "Prepare to inject the nutrient solution." "Understood." Suddenly, Li Qi's vitality within the nutrient chamber surged dramatically, transitioning from the 6th to the 7th tier of planetary class, as his ravenous cellular genes commenced the absorption of vast amounts of energy. Simultaneously, the nutrient solution within the chamber diminished at a visible rate, depleting more than half within a mere 5 seconds. Without subsequent replenishment, it would run dry in merely 2 or 3 seconds. At that moment, the cosmic-level crew member pressed the button to inject the nutrient solution, which cascaded through numerous pipes into the nutrient chamber. The newly injected nutrient solution was rapidly absorbed, soon depleting, prompting the crew member to press the button once more. The sound of cascading liquid echoed again, and moments after the fresh nutrient solution flowed into the chamber, a significant portion was consumed. Fortunately, Li Qi's cellular genes, once famished, found some relief as the absorption rate slowed considerably, and his physique grew increasingly robust. Indeed, precisely. He is a unique life form. I must report this to His Majesty. Borswi's hands trembled slightly, overwhelmed by excitement. "Stay here. He requires the nutrient solution, so provide it to him." In addition to the specially reserved Class C nutrient solution, all Class A nutrient solutions are at his disposal. Chapter 44. The Hope of the Lava Realm Sovereign. In the magnificent palace of the Lava Empire, the sovereign of the Lava Realm sat upon his lofty throne. Suddenly, as he was immersed in meditation, he opened his eyes, and a light screen unfurled before him. "Your Majesty," the screen displayed a rugged-skinned, one-eyed man bowing respectfully, his large singular eye filled with reverence. This one-eyed man was Swite, one of the 3 chief guardians of the Lava Sovereign. The Lava Sovereign inquired softly, "What is the matter?" "Your Majesty, I have an urgent report from the Cosmic Guardian Borswi," who once served under your command, Swite replied respectfully. Borsui, upon hearing this name, the lava sovereign's mind, swift as a computer, conjured up information in an instant. Formerly a palace guard, now responsible for escorting elite talents to the stellar training camp. An urgent matter to report, could it be? The lava sovereign's thoughts began to conjecture, and he slightly nodded. You may leave. Yes. Swite bowed respectfully, understanding that His Majesty wished to see Borsui. The light screen closed, and the hall fell into silence. Soon after, another light screen materialized, revealing Borsui aboard his ship. Your Majesty. Borsui saluted with utmost respect, his eyes brimming with admiration. Having served in the personal guard, he had naturally heard the legendary tales of the great lava sovereign, which filled him with profound reverence. The lava sovereign asked, Do you have urgent news to relay? Yes, Your Majesty, it concerns the new student of the stellar training camp. Licky Royce. The lava sovereign raised his hand slightly, indicating for Borsui to continue. With permission granted, Borsui elaborated. The ship I am on was tasked with retrieving Licky Royce from Kuka Star to the Sansi Star stellar training camp, as he has comprehended a domain. According to regulations, he requires nutritional solutions to enhance him to planetary level 9. Consequently, I took him to the enhancement chamber to utilize the nutrient pod. Everything was proceeding normally. As the enhancement process in the nutrient pod exceeds 10 days, and with robots overseeing, I left after he entered. At this juncture, Borsui's voice betrayed his barely contained excitement. However, unexpectedly, 8 days later, crew members discovered during a routine inspection that the reserve of nutritional solution had diminished by 8 units. The expression of the lava sovereign shifted slightly. Upon investigation, it was found that all 8 units of the nutritional solution had been administered to the nutrient pod. And I witnessed the entire process of Licky Royce breaking through to planetary level 7 in the enhancement chamber. He absorbed nearly 1 unit of nutritional solution merely to advance from planetary level 6 to level 7. In total, during this enhancement, he absorbed close to 10 units of nutritional solution. Hence, I deduced that Licky Royce is a special life form. I report this directly to Your Majesty. In the end, Borsui's voice was fervent, and his demeanor was invigorated. To witness a special life form firsthand would undoubtedly be an unforgettable experience for him. Is Licky Royce truly a special life form? After hearing Borsui's words, the lava sovereign pondered internally. Yet, he soon dismissed this conclusion. He had perused the intricate details concerning Licky Royce. Apart from certain peculiarities, his lineage was unremarkable. Subsequent analysis of blood cell samples from a specialized training camp indicated that the essence of his life had undergone no alteration. He remained fundamentally human. A serendipitous encounter, perhaps, mused the Lava Realm Lord. The cosmos is an enigmatic realm, fraught with peril yet replete with marvels. Some lives succumb to untimely demise, while others fortuitously stumble upon extraordinary opportunities. For instance, he was among those fortunate enough to experience such an encounter. His boon was a tenfold life gene. The prowess derived from this tenfold life gene endowed him with the strength of a tenfold realm lord, furnishing him with the confidence to confront ordinary immortal deities directly. It is no wonder that Licky Royce could awaken the source of life. He has indeed been the beneficiary of an extraordinary encounter, he reflected, finding clarity in his thoughts. Borsui, the voice of the Lava Realm Lord resonated. Yes, Your Majesty. Seal the information. This matter is not to be disseminated, including to Licky Royce himself. Once the spacecraft reaches Sansi Star, all personnel under your command shall be reassigned to Lava Emperor Star. The Lava Realm Lord's command echoed in Bolsui's ears. This amounts to house arrest. Bolsui's pupils constricted, his head bowed, his countenance pale. He had anticipated this course of action. Yet the finality of the outcome sent a tremor through him. He recognized that this was, indeed, a favorable resolution. Had it been a more ruthless power, the likely outcome would have been the immediate silencing of these insignificant figures. If I am not mistaken, you have 8 years remaining in your tenure at Sansi Star. The Lava Realm Lord's voice resounded once more. Indeed, Your Majesty. Concluding such a judgment filled him with exhilaration, and he bowed deeply, exclaiming, Thank you, Your Majesty. The Lava Realm Lord waved his hand, signaling dismissal. You may go. As the words fell, the light curtain rose and closed, leaving the Lava Realm Lord seated alone upon his elevated throne. Licky Royce, he murmured quietly to himself. Perhaps he truly possesses the potential to assist me in fulfilling the trial set forth by the sovereign of the Dry Witch Nation. In the past, he and his sworn brother, Hong Huang, had offered an immensely precious treasure to the sovereign of the Dry Witch Nation. As that presentation had been primarily orchestrated by Hong Huang, he had reaped the rewards bestowed by the sovereign. Subsequently, due to the fortuitous tenfold life gene he acquired, he too received a promise. The esteemed sovereign of the Dry Witch Nation, one of the great cosmic realms of humanity, provided him with 3 choices. The first and second options were both trials. Completion of the former would grant him the status of a direct disciple, while the latter would classify him as a registered disciple. The first choice involved creating a unique secret technique to vanquish an opponent designated by the sovereign. The second choice entailed nurturing a prodigious talent capable of ascending to the core ranks of a virtual cosmos company or the Grand Axe combat arena. As for the third choice, it was to join the Dry Witch Nation, becoming a subordinate immortal under the sovereign's command, thereby gaining the qualification to purchase secrets of the noble rank. The disparity in treatment between this third choice and the first two was nothing short of astronomical. He, who considered himself no less capable than others, naturally refused to accept a third option. Thus, he established the Lava Empire, endeavoring to create a unique secret technique while simultaneously nurturing talent. Over the course of 300 epochs, none of the gifted individuals he trained were able to reach the desired goal. In fact, only one managed to rank among the top 300 in the universe. As for his pursuit of a self-created secret technique, he exerted considerable effort, yet the outcomes remained significantly lacking. His secret technique nearly attained the pinnacle level of an immortal commander, but against that formidable adversary, the result was invariably the same: instant annihilation. Now, with the awakening of the life source talent in the fortunate Li Qi, it appears that the Lava Realm Lord has rekindled a glimmer of hope. He resolved to meet this young fellow named Li Qi Royce. Chapter 45. Secrets Revealed. Aboard the Sansi No. 1 spaceship, Borsui gazed at Li Qi within the nutrient chamber, pondering to himself, he should not be a unique life form. His earlier excitement had led him to mistakenly believe otherwise. Now, he had formed a new hypothesis. It must be a fortuitous encounter. Having once served as a guard to the Lava Emperor, he had heard prominent figures speak of such encounters with an abundance of envy. Regardless of what it is, since His Majesty values it so greatly, I must ensure his safety. Thus, Borsui sat cross-legged in front of the nutrient chamber, silently guarding Li Qi until the enhancement was complete. Days later, as the final unit of A-grade nutrient solution was fully absorbed, Li Qi broke through to the 8th tier of planetary level. With a click, the chamber door opened, and Li Qi opened his eyes. Rising to his feet, his genetic energy enveloped his body. The enhancement is complete. Am I now at the 9th tier of planetary level? The changes in my body are remarkable. Li Qi meticulously sensed the transformations. His bones had become sturdier, muscle fiber density increased, and even his skin glistened. Simultaneously, he perceived the surge of genetic energy within him, now 100-fold compared to before entering the chamber. It seems my mental force has reached its limit. I must be at the pinnacle of the 9th tier. The green genetic energy rapidly expanded from him, soon enveloping the enhancement room. Li Qi marveled. My domain has grown stronger. He had not anticipated that the enhancement in the nutrient chamber would also amplify his domain. As Li Qi's domain enveloped the room, Borsui felt the constraints it imposed and was filled with curiosity. A dual-layered domain. Along with his intrigue, he was also somewhat astonished. How could he achieve a breakthrough to a dual-layered domain in less than a month of comprehension? Is this perhaps the talent that caught His Majesty's attention? Having enveloped the entire room with his domain, Li Qi naturally detected Borsui's presence. He summoned his clothes with mental force and swiftly donned them. Sir Borsui. Once attired, Li Qi ascended from the nutrient chamber and bowed respectfully. Indeed, at that moment, Borsui had composed himself. Li Qi Royce. Yes, Li Qi replied, with a measured tone. Borsui continued, I regret to inform you that due to the mission's temporary arrangement, the spaceship's nutrient solution reserve is insufficient to enhance you to the 9th tier of planetary level. You are currently at the 8th tier of genetic energy. Upon hearing this, Li Qi's expression remained unchanged, yet internally he scoffed. Insufficient nutrient solution? Who do they think they are fooling? Before entering the nutrient chamber, he had observed the operation panel indicating an ample reserve of nutrient solution. While I am uncertain of the definition of ample, it must imply a significant amount of nutrient solution. Li Qi thought, his expression shifting slightly. No, that cannot be right. My life gene multiplier exceeds 20 times, which should correspond to a substantial quantity of nutrient solution consumed. If the Sansi No. 1 previously had sufficient reserves, does that not imply my body's secrets have been exposed? His heart raced, and a torrent of thoughts flooded Li Qi's mind. Resist? That is preposterous. Before him stood a formidable entity of cosmic rank, a being capable of extinguishing his existence in an instant. In the face of such overwhelming power, he found himself utterly powerless, left with no choice but to await the decision of Borsui. Observing the subtle shifts in Li Qi's expression, Borsui spoke with an air of self-assurance. This is a miscalculation on the part of the Sansi number 1, and thus I implore you to maintain silence regarding this matter. Silence. The mere utterance of this term brought a wave of relief to Li Qi. Does this imply that I am, for the time being, safe? He discerned the underlying message in Borsui's words. The personnel of Sansi number 1 would not divulge his secret. Although he remained unaware of the reasons behind their discretion regarding the fact that his life gene multiplier exceeded 20, the outcome was undoubtedly favorable for him. Yet, he couldn't help but wonder, could Borsui's promise of confidentiality truly be trusted? I shall escort you to a temporary chamber for rest, Borsui indicated, beckoning Li Qi to follow. With a focused thought, Li Qi utilized his mental prowess to gather his remaining belongings before trailing behind Borsui. The duo navigated through Sansi number 1, swiftly arriving at a door. This will serve as your temporary residence aboard Sansi No. 1 prior to your journey to the stellar training camp, Borsui explained. Inside, you will find a virtual consciousness connector, allowing you to access the stellar training camp. I recommend that you peruse the first and third messages sent by the camp, as they contain fundamental knowledge pertinent to your stay. With that, he propelled himself toward the control room. Thank you, esteemed Borsui. Li Qi offered a respectful bow to Borsui and Apos, as retreating figure. Once Borsui was completely out of sight, he entered the room. Using his mental energy, he set aside the floating items around him and sat pensively on the edge of the bed. Given my status as a planetary-level prodigy, I should be safe for now, but the extent of Borsui's confidentiality remains beyond my control. If he were to inadvertently reveal my secret, it could provoke someone to take reckless measures, risking confrontation with the Lava Empire to capture me. Li Qi closed his eyes. Visions of being captured and usurped flitted through his mind, engendering a sense of helplessness. This is the essence of vulnerability. The awareness of impending danger without the means to counter it. He understood that if he did not sever ties with his family or depart from Kukastar, his secret would remain concealed, ensuring his safety. However, the death of his elder brother had ignited a resolute determination within him to grow stronger, to possess the power to alter the fate of his family and beseech the cosmic sovereign to resurrect his loved ones. Yet, the path to strength was not a swift endeavor. Lacking a system, he could only cultivate his abilities step by step. His 2 external aids were of little help. One merely displayed a name without revealing any content, while the other posed a dire threat to his life. This was an immutable reality. At the very least, entering the stellar training camp will allow me to safeguard the family ranch. This thought brought Li Qi a sense of solace. He had preserved the ranch that had sustained him for years and might even facilitate his grandfather's advancement in Chaoguang City. Suddenly, a jarring sound pierced the air, interrupting his contemplations. Following the source of the sound, Li Qi noticed that a communicator beside him had illuminated. Subsequently, a luminous screen unfurled in the air. A towering man seated upon a throne materialized within the projection. His skin was a fiery red, and he possessed a square jaw adorned with 4 prominent fangs. What captivated Li Qi's attention the most was the peculiar symbol on his forehead, which, despite being superimposed, was distinctly discernible. Li Qi Royce? The man in the projection spoke, his voice resonant and commanding. Li Qi bowed his head in deference, responding with, yes. He understood that only the upper echelons of the Lava Empire could project through the back door of the communicator. However, he had still underestimated the man's identity. I am Garrett Fleming. You may refer to me as the Lava Emperor. Upon hearing the imposing man's self-introduction, Li Qi's expression turned to one of astonishment. Chapter 46 No More Worries. An introduction to points. Observing the respectful young individual on the screen, the Lava Lord felt a sense of admiration. This young fellow, much like himself, had experienced extraordinary adventures. Initially, he had no intention of meeting this youth and had even issued a gag order to the crew of the Sansi No. 1 spaceship. However, he realized that failing to clarify matters with this young one would likely condemn him to a life of fear, which would be detrimental to his growth. Thus, he resolved to meet with the lad. Your Majesty. After the initial shock, Li Qi became even more deferential. Before him stood a formidable being, the creator of the medium universe kingdom, likely an immortal warlord, a figure he could only revere from a distance. The Lava Lord spoke calmly. You have likely noticed that your mental energy and the strength of your genetic origin are several dozen times greater than that of your peers. This is due to your extraordinary encounters. Calculations indicate that your life gene level is at 32 times. What? My life gene level is 32 times? Li Qi exclaimed in astonishment. He had believed his life gene level to be at most in the 20s, but to his surprise, it was indeed a staggering 32 times. Yet, following this revelation, a wave of dread washed over him. The secret of my life gene level has been uncovered by the Lava Emperor. Does this mean? Li Qi's complexion turned pale. He did not need to ponder deeply to realize that he was likely doomed to a fate of possession. On the other side of the screen, the Lava Lord observed the ashen-faced youth and smiled gently. You need not worry. The sudden words and laughter left Li Qi perplexed. What do you mean, do not worry? The Lava Lord's voice resonated from the screen. Extraordinary encounters can be both a boon and a burden. Rest assured. The fact that your life gene level is 32 times will remain a secret. Why would the Lava Emperor choose to keep this a secret for me? Li Qi questioned. Astonished, but soon a chill ran down his spine. Keeping it a secret, does this not imply a need to silence me? The Lava Lord's voice emanated once more. Aside from those aboard the Sand Sea No. 1, no one else will learn of your secret. Furthermore, the crew of Sand Sea No. 1 will be transferred to the Lava Imperial Star, remaining there for a millennium without leaving. Li Qi exhaled in relief. This arrangement deepened his trust in the Lava Lord. Compared to those who reveled in slaughter, he preferred to believe in a being of a more serene disposition. Therefore, you can rest easy. Following this, the Lava Lord's warning followed. However, this opportunity for secrecy is singular. Should you inadvertently reveal it yourself, the Empire will no longer safeguard your secret. Yes, Great Majesty, Li Qi replied with utmost respect. After receiving the warning, he felt entirely reassured. Devote yourself to your training. I look forward to seeing you within the Lava Secret Realm. Ultimately, with the Lava Lord's voice fading, the screen vanished. As the screen closed and disappeared, Li Qi felt the tension in his mind dissipate. At last, I need not worry anymore. He felt an unprecedented sense of relief. In that moment, he sensed a transformation within his spirit. Everything around him appeared breathtakingly beautiful. Could it be that above the stellar training camp, there lies yet another Lava Secret Realm? He believed that his conjecture was likely true. Otherwise, the Lava Emperor would not have expressed his anticipation. Li Qi pondered. Furthermore, why would the Lava Emperor keep this a secret from me? Is it because of my talent? If my previous assumption is correct, then the Lava Emperor and Appo's establishment of a comprehensive training system is designed to nurture geniuses for participation in the cosmic pinnacle genius battle. Thus, it would be reasonable for him to safeguard my talent. After contemplating this, he prepared to indulge in a restful sleep. The events of the day had left him feeling as though he had been on a roller coaster, leaving him physically and mentally exhausted. The following day, buoyed by the Lava Emperor's promise from the previous day, Li Qi awoke in high spirits. After attending to his morning routine, he utilized his mental prowess to retrieve his communication device and began to review 2 additional messages from the stellar training camp. The holographic screen illuminated, revealing 3 messages from the camp. He had already perused the second message, which contained the genetic energy training method to be used in conjunction with the nutrient chambers for enhancement. Opening the first message, he was greeted with congratulations on his admission to the Sha High Star Stellar Training Camp, one of the 3 esteemed camps within the Lava Empire. The message also provided information about the Sha High Star Camp and the procedure for entering the virtual universe's training environment. The Lava Empire operates 3 stellar training camps simultaneously, and individuals from other intermediate cosmic nations are also joining the camps. Li Qi was somewhat astonished. He had previously assumed there was only 1 camp, never anticipating the existence of 3. Even more surprising was the mention of participants from other intermediate cosmic nations, which underscored the camp's allure. After reviewing the first message, he shifted his gaze to the third one. This message detailed the point system and his accrued points and rewards. After absorbing the information on the point system, Li Qi contemplated. From what I gather, the point system at Chagwang Academy appears to be modeled after that of the Stellar Training Camp, where everything beyond basic living facilities must be exchanged for points. The methods of acquiring points are similarly limited, aside from the initial points granted upon entering the camp. It seems that points can only be earned by completing trial tasks. New entrants to the Stellar Training Camp could engage in point wagers with senior students during the first 3 days of their admission. Wagering? Against senior students? Upon reading this, Li Qi shook his head slightly. The disparity in strength between new and experienced students would likely result in the latter receiving an easy influx of points. The senior students, having endured life and death challenges, possess superior skills, experience, and willpower compared to the novice entrants, creating a stark contrast in their abilities. This wagering concept is intriguing. Those who gain entry to the stellar training camp are all geniuses, and they must possess a degree of arrogance, he mused. Further contemplation led him to another hypothesis. Could the establishment of a wagering mechanism for new students be an intentional strategy to allow senior students to dominate them, compelling the newcomers to relinquish their pride and confront reality? Indeed, as he surmised, whether they were geniuses nurtured on imperial planets, scions of noble families within the empire, or prodigies from other intermediate cosmic nations, the training camp was a crucible for all. The exceptional talents that stand out undoubtedly possess remarkable abilities. However, it is inevitable that some among them harbor an inflated sense of self-worth. The gambling rules for new trainees at the stellar training camp are designed to ground these newcomers in reality, reminding them that upon entering this camp filled with prodigies, they are merely ordinary students, not some extraordinary geniuses. I shall visit the stellar training camp soon, Li Qi remarked, as he glanced at the points and rewards he had accumulated. Chapter 47. The Invitation to the Points Duel. Li Qi Royce. Entering the stellar training camp grants an initial 100 points. Gaining an understanding of the domain prior to entering the stellar training camp provides an additional reward of 100 points. For those who comprehend the planetary-level domain, a special reward of a second-tier inferior telekinetic weapon, the Bloodblade Spear, will be distributed after the completion of the second trial task. Upon reviewing the points reward details, Li Qi pondered. The initial 100 points are undoubtedly a reward accessible to all trainees. The additional 100 points reflect the stellar training camp's recognition of students who have grasped the domain. While it may seem like merely an extra 100 points, the enhancement of survival probability for domain-level trainees is far beyond double. Although I have yet to acquire the points exchange list from the stellar training camp, based on previous remarks from the governor, it can be inferred that both telekinetic weapons and force armors necessitate points for redemption. The disparity of 100 points could very well equate to the difference between a telekinetic weapon and a force armor. He furrowed his brow slightly. I am woefully uninformed about the stellar training camp. I must devise a means to obtain some intelligence. As the ancient saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you shall never be defeated in 100 battles. Shifting his gaze, Li Qi spotted the first piece of news on the luminous screen. A smile crept onto his face. Dueling. Perhaps this is a commendable choice. In the virtual cosmos, on the Qianwu continent, Lava Island, the Sanxi stellar training camp sprawls across tens of thousands of square kilometers within the virtual universe, with numerous buildings of varying heights, totaling over 100. There are many plazas interspersed among the towering edifices, where 3 trainees sat together engrossed in conversation. One trainee, somewhat bored, leaned back in his chair, lamenting, I still lack points to exchange for the secret manual. I have not encountered any newcomers lately. Another trainee chimed in. With so few newcomers and the vastness of the Sanxi stellar training camp, it is hardly easy for you to meet anyone new. The first trainee nodded in resignation. Alas, I have been in the stellar training camp for over a decade and have only dueled with newcomers twice. The last trainee, with blue hair, interjected, you are fortunate. At least you have won 30 points from those 2 duels, unlike Lack, who lost 40 points to a newcomer in one go. Upon hearing Lack's name, the first trainee became intrigued and addressed the blue-haired trainee. Hey, Rolando, I heard that the newcomer named Ian is quite formidable. Is it true that he dominated Lack in that duel to the point where Lack considered withdrawing from the stellar training camp? Rolando, the blue-haired trainee, shook his head slightly. My relationship with Lack is merely average, but I have heard that he indeed contemplated leaving the stellar training camp. The newcomer named Ian is exceptionally strong. It is said that he comprehended the domain even before entering the stellar training camp, and his mastery is quite profound. He ranks among the elite within the Sanxi stellar training camp, and I suspect he merely intends to go through the motions here before heading to the Lava Secret Realm. As Rolando mentioned Ian and the Lava Secret Realm, envy and yearning flickered in the eyes of the other 2 trainees. 2 individuals hail from the same lineage, journeying to the stellar training camp of the Lava Empire with the sole purpose of entering the fabled Lava Secret Realm. It is a perilous endeavor, as the mortality rate at the camp is alarmingly high. They are direct descendants of the Domain Lord family, yet the sheer number of such heirs is overwhelming, numbering in the thousands. While their talents are commendable, the resources their family can provide are quite limited. Within these constraints, they can attain stellar rank without much concern. But to aspire to the heights of cosmic power is akin to scaling a daunting mountain. In pursuit of strength, they navigated fierce competition to arrive at the Lava Empire's stellar training camp. However, Upon their arrival, they quickly realized they were merely ordinary members within this formidable institution, with the legendary lava secret realm remaining tantalizingly out of reach. Their foremost desire now is to survive the myriad trials they face, aiming to complete 10 such challenges before departing the camp. Suddenly, a figure materialized in the square, drawing the attention of the blue-haired student, Rolando. A newcomer. Rolando sprang to his feet and swiftly darted toward the direction of the apparition. His abrupt departure left the two others bewildered. But the sight of an unfamiliar silhouette in Rolando's path soon enlightened them. It was indeed a newcomer, and Rolando had seized the opportunity first. They rose, feeling a twinge of frustration as they watched Rolando's retreating form. They had not anticipated the arrival of a newcomer while they were momentarily distracted, and now Rolando had outpaced them. According to the unwritten rules of the Sandy Sea Stellar Training Camp, the first to spot a newcomer is entitled to challenge them. Since Rolando had discovered the newcomer first, they had no grounds to contest, unless he chose to forfeit his right to the duel. Li Qi entered the virtual universe and, through an invitation on his communicator, was transported to the Sandy Sea Stellar Training Camp. Upon his arrival, before he could fully absorb his surroundings, a blue-haired youth swiftly approached him. "Hello, my name is Rolando." Taken aback by the promptness of this encounter, Li Qi responded, "So soon to have someone approach me?" He glanced in the direction from which Rolando had come and noticed two individuals gazing back at him, their expressions tinged with annoyance. First come, first served. It seems that challenging newcomers has become a customary practice among the senior students. He mused internally, then smiled and replied, "I am Li Qi." After their introductions, both began to scrutinize one another. Li Qi assessed the young man named Rolando before him. He appears youthful, at stellar level 2, though his true strength remains uncertain and requires further probing for an initial evaluation. Meanwhile, Rolando, observing Li Qi's somewhat youthful visage, pondered, is this newcomer merely youthful in appearance? Or is he genuinely that young? Of course, he kept these thoughts to himself, for whether Li Qi was youthful in looks or truly young mattered little to him. What truly influenced the outcome of their duel would be the strength of their abilities. Soon enough, he formed a preliminary judgment. With such a youthful appearance, entering the stellar training camp at planetary level 8, he must belong to some esteemed family. His strength likely leaves much to be desired. After making an initial judgment, Rolando not only wore a smile on his face but also felt a sense of joy within. "It seems this gamble is secure. I might even earn some extra points," he exclaimed. "Li Qi, since you are new to the stellar training camp and are not well acquainted with the surroundings, how about we engage in a friendly match?" Rolando continued with a grin. "I presume you have seen the information sent by the Stellar Training Camp, indicating that newcomers can use points for gambling. Let us have a small competition, and we won't wager too much, just 20 points. Hearing Rolando and Apos' straightforward proposal, Li Qi and Apos' smile faltered somewhat, and he couldn't help but murmur to himself, "Is there no pretext at all? They're allowing newcomers to gamble so openly? There's no finesse involved. It's almost mocking." Despite his inner complaints, he nodded and replied, "All right." However, Chapter 48. How dare he? "What do you mean?" Rolando inquired. "Is 20 points too few? If we are to gamble, let us wager something substantial." With a hint of provocation in his tone, Richie smiled. 50 points. I wager half of my initial points against you. Do you dare accept? 50 points. Rolando looked at the seemingly youthful newcomer before him, his expression a mix of surprise and skepticism. Wagering half of one's initial points directly. Where does this newcomer find his confidence? 50 points is no trifling sum. If the trial task is not completed to a satisfactory degree, the points earned would be merely this amount. Faced with such a considerable risk, Rolando hesitated, pondering. Is he merely bluffing? Or does he possess an unshakable assurance of victory over me? Well, do you dare to accept this wager of 50 points? Richie pressed once more. He is not a planetary level, 9th tier, ruling out the possibility of him being a genius in the planetary realm. Rolando's mind raced. Perhaps he has just entered the stellar training camp and is unaware of the situation, mistakenly believing that his abilities would allow him to triumph over me. It is also possible that he is merely posturing, attempting to intimidate me with a high-stakes bet. 50 points is not an insignificant figure. Will you take the bet? Ultimately, after weighing the pros and cons, Rolando gritted his teeth and declared, 50 points. I accept your wager. Excellent. Seeing Rolando agree to the duel, Richie beamed. I shall send you the invitation now. Ding. A translucent screen appeared before Rolando, displaying the challenge invitation from Richie. As Rolando pressed the acceptance button, the two transformed into beams of light, vanishing from the square. They have entered the combat space. It seems the newcomer has accepted Rolando's wager, remarked a fellow student who had been with Rolando earlier. I envy Rolando for securing points. If only I had discovered that newcomer first. My secret techniques would have been assured, sighed another student, his tone tinged with envy, as he was just a few points shy of redeeming his own techniques. The first speaker felt a twinge of regret. There's nothing to be done. We were simply distracted at that moment. When Rolando returns, I shall inquire how many points he won this time. In the combat space, the sun blazed overhead, casting its light upon a landscape of golden sands. A gust of wind swept through, swirling dust and sand into the air. Richie soared through the skies in his black combat armor, a silver greatsword hovering behind him, enveloped by genetic energy that shielded him from the swirling particles. Miles away, another figure flew in the air, facing him. Planetary level, 9th tier physique. Each participant is allowed one first-tier selected psychic or energy weapon, along with one first-tier energy armor. Richie chuckled, a somewhat unkind smile gracing his lips. This setup greatly favors psychic cultivators. If that individual named Rolando is a martial artist, he can only consider himself unfortunate. If a martial artist lacks a shield for defense, they stand at a significant disadvantage against a psychic cultivator, as they must contend with multifaceted assaults, making effective counterattacks exceedingly difficult. In the sky, miles away, Rolando donned his black combat armor, standing atop a silver greatsword, his face etched with a cold demeanor. The newcomer has indeed failed to adjust the battle space configuration. If he is a martial artist, then I shall not be blamed. As a seasoned participant, Rolando was aware that the battle space for new entrants into the stellar training camp was set to its initial configuration, which was notably unfavorable for warriors. Being a psychic warrior himself, he possessed an advantage in this rudimentary setting. Given the substantial stakes of this duel, he opted not to offer any warnings. A fierce gust of wind swept through, raising clouds of dust. In a whispering rush, a silver streak shot through the tempest of sand, hurtling directly towards Rolando. A psychic weapon. This newcomer is a psychic warrior. Realizing the danger, Rolando's mind raced. With a flick of his will, the silver greatsword beneath him released over 20 blades, swiftly assembling into a diminutive silver sword in midair. With a swift whoosh, the silver sword transformed into a streak of light, intercepting the incoming assault. Clang! The two silver streaks collided, producing a resonant metallic sound. The breakthrough sword. Rolando's brow furrowed. The newcomer wielded the same weapon, and to secure a swift victory, close combat would be essential. The breakthrough sword was a mid-tier psychic weapon, relatively easy to wield, and versatile in its application, making it quite popular within the stellar training camp. Since both wielded identical weapons, and provided their prowess did not differ markedly, it would be challenging to discern a victor in a short span. Rolando's eyes widened in disbelief. How dared this newcomer approach? Amidst the swirling sands, a dark figure surrounded by several silver streaks charged directly at him. He is a mere newcomer, a psychic warrior. How can he dare to engage me in close combat? A surge of indignation welled within him. Is he looking down on me? I have faced life and death battles. What qualifies a mere novice to challenge me in close quarters? With a swift motion, he extended his right hand, and with a whoosh, the breakthrough sword flew into his grasp. Gripping the sword, he surged toward the advancing Li Chi, accompanied by a flurry of silver streaks. The silver light emitted by his breakthrough sword surged forward, colliding with its counterpart, producing a cacophony of metallic clashes. Seizing the moment while their swords entangled, Rolando lunged towards Li Chi with remarkable speed. Die! He bellowed inwardly. Suddenly, his vision was engulfed by an overwhelming green radiance, enveloping him in an instant. He then felt an immense resistance, as if bound by an invisible force. His speed drastically diminished. Rolando was taken aback. What? Whoosh! A silver streak darted through the green light, trailing a long tail, akin to a meteor in the night sky. This is a domain. Rolando gasped in astonishment. How can a mere newcomer at the 8th tier of planetary rank possess a domain? The silver streak loomed larger before his eyes, yet bound by the unseen force. He found himself powerless to intervene. With a piercing sound, the silver light manifested by the breakthrough sword penetrated his skull, and his body, bereft of the planetary force field, plummeted earthward. On the other side, with the demise of the master, the previously entangled broken sky sword shattered into numerous blades, cascading from the sky. Li Chi hovered in the air, enveloped by a verdant domain that seemed to proclaim him the sovereign of that space. Glancing down at the plummeting corpse of Rolando, he felt a twinge of confusion. Why would a mentalist engage in close combat with me? A luminous screen materialized, revealing the outcome of his wager, a loss resulting in the deduction of 50 points. "I have lost," Rolando exclaimed, his expression one of bewilderment. He is actually a genius of planetary-level domain. He struggled to comprehend the reality of encountering such a prodigy. The battle concluded so swiftly. It appeared that the newcomer's prowess was not particularly formidable. "Let us go and investigate. I wonder how many points this fellow has accrued." Nearby, two students approached, engaged in conversation as they flew closer. Chapter 49, Transaction Intelligence and Departure Conditions. "Rolando, how many points did you win this time?" "Yes." "How much did you win? Show us." With smiles on their faces, the two flew over to Rolando, leaning in to gaze at the flickering light screen before him. However, their expressions shifted dramatically upon glimpsing the content displayed. Defeated. How could this be possible? The reason for their astonishment was clear. The screen revealed that Rolando had been vanquished, losing 50 points. One of the students stood transfixed, momentarily at a loss for words. "Rolando, you." The other student was equally taken aback. He had not expected Rolando to wager such a substantial amount of points, let alone lose. "I lost. And I lost with full acknowledgement." "What? A planetary-level genius?" The two were in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the situation. A planetary-level genius is an exceptionally brilliant individual, and the mere chance of encountering one was staggering. In their medium-sized cosmic nation, such talents would be courted by powerful factions, with domain lords and realm masters potentially seeking them out personally. Even in the talent-rich environment of the Shasha Star Stellar Training Camp, it had been over a millennium since a planetary-level genius had last emerged. One student inquired, "Since he is a planetary-level genius, how could you engage in a wager with him, especially such a significant one?" "Indeed," the other student chimed in. 50 points is equivalent to the reward for half a trial mission." Sighing, Rolando replied, "At first, I had no inkling he was a planetary-level genius. Seeing he was merely at the 8th tier of the planetary level, I assumed he was just a direct descendant of a prominent family. I never expected." At this juncture, regret tinged his voice. "Initially, I only intended to wager 20 points. I thought, given my strength, I would have a high chance of defeating a newcomer. So I agreed. As you can see, I lost." Rolando shook his head in resignation. "I had no idea he was a planetary-level genius. As a fellow mental energy master, I intended to leverage my close-quarters combat advantage to swiftly overpower him. Yet, as I approached, he unleashed his domain, catching me completely off guard. And I was defeated in an instant." After hearing Rolando's account, the two students exchanged glances, understanding the sequence of events. They could see sympathy reflected in each other's eyes. They had initially thought that Lack, who had been humiliated, was unfortunate. Little did they know Rolando had fared even worse. Rolando, coveting the newcomer's points, had not realized that his opponent was a planetary-level genius, who sought his points with even greater ambition. As the weight of the loss settled in, one student attempted to console Rolando but paused, noticing a flash of white light out of the corner of his eye. He turned to look, revealing a youthful black-haired boy with a somewhat innocent appearance. "So young?" He exchanged puzzled glances with his companion, who mirrored his bewilderment. At that moment, they understood why Rolando had fallen prey. The newcomer's appearance was incredibly deceptive. Li Chi, observing the two by Rolando's side, inquired, "Are you friends of Rolando?" "Yes." The two instinctively nodded in response to the inquiry from the planetary-level genius. Li Chi wore a modest expression on his face. "I have matters to discuss with Rolando." "You may." "Oh, we have our own affairs. You two carry on." The pair responded in turn before vanishing like two beams of white light. Observing their swift departure, Rolando felt a twinge of discomfort. "Those two rascals." Li Chi maintained his smile. "Let us converse. I believe there is little to discuss." As he regarded the newcomer, whose face bore a smile, Rolando recalled the loss of his 50 points. Li Chi's grin persisted. 20 points. Rolando inquired, puzzled. "What do you mean by 20 points? I intend to purchase information about the Stellar Training Camp for 20 points. Why would I sell it to you?" Rolando's expression shifted subtly, recognizing the newcomer's acumen in collecting information about the Stellar Training Camp so soon. Those 20 points, which can be earned effortlessly, would surely appeal to many seasoned students, Li Chi remarked nonchalantly. "I approached you because we are face-to-face. If you are unwilling, I can seek another buyer." The thought of this newcomer using what rightfully belonged to him, his 20 points, to acquire intelligence from other seasoned students made Rolando feel deeply aggrieved. Unable to bear the prospect of his loss, he conceded. "Very well, 20 points. I shall sell you the information. Then let us change our location, Li Qi suggested, extending a challenge for a wager of 20 points. A luminous screen appeared, and Rolando accepted, both transforming into beams of white light and disappearing. In the battle space, the sky was a brilliant blue, dotted with fluffy white clouds. The earth was a lush green, a boundless expanse of prairie. Li Qi descended gracefully from the sky, settling cross-legged upon the grass. Meanwhile, Rolando approached swiftly, and upon seeing Li Qi on the ground, he flew over to him. He landed opposite Li Qi and inquired, "Aren't you concerned I might go back on my word?" Li Qi chuckled. "After all, you are a genius who has entered the stellar training camp. Surely 20 points is not beneath you." Though somewhat irked by the newcomer, Rolando had to concede he was correct. He would not risk offending a genius of planetary level for the sake of 20 points. Information about the stellar training camp was invaluable to newcomers, but commonplace for seasoned students, making the sale at 20 points quite advantageous. Rolando then asked, "What information do you wish to obtain?" Li Qi replied, "Let us start with the trial tasks." As for trial tasks, they fall into 3 categories, Rolando elucidated. The simplest is the gathering task, primarily involving the collection of herbs, minerals, and materials from ferocious beasts. These tasks are relatively straightforward. One simply needs to gather according to the task and oppos, as requirements. Once the requisite materials for the basic task have been collected, basic points are awarded. To earn additional points, one must complete extra gathering tasks. Since these tasks have no restrictions aside from time, and the materials collected tend to vary, there is generally little conflict among students, ensuring a high degree of safety. Having explained the gathering tasks, Rolando continued, "Somewhat more challenging are the patrol tasks, which involve inspecting for smuggling within the empire, patrolling borders, and maintaining designated posts. In such tasks, station positions offer the utmost safety. However, they are time-consuming, with the shortest task duration being 1 year. The point rewards are modest, and there are few additional incentives." Roland paused and remarked that border patrol and smuggling inspections are considerably perilous, yet they are led by cosmic-level powerhouses, ensuring safety as long as one refrains from reckless actions. Nevertheless, both tasks may sometimes prove dangerous. Encountering resilient and formidable smuggling vessels could result in fatalities with even the slightest miscalculation. It is rumored that decades ago, a stellar-level prodigy perished during a border patrol task in another 2 stellar training camps, prompting the Empire to annihilate the domain lord family behind that smuggling vessel. Upon hearing this, Li Qi felt a chill run down his spine and inquired, "What was the name of the stellar-level prodigy who died decades ago?" "I'm not entirely certain." Roland replied hesitantly, "I believe it was something like Ron." Li Qi's heart sank. It must be second uncle. He recalled that elders in his family had mentioned that second uncle Ron Royce had met his demise during a trial task in the stellar training camp, abandoned by a trusted friend. He faced the cosmic-level slave trader leader alone and chose to fight to the death after his wife's arrival for rescue resulted in his death. Otherwise, given his strength, he could have easily escaped. The individual who betrayed second uncle also perished in a subsequent trial task. Roland, puzzled, asked, "Why do you inquire about this?" "Nothing significant. Just a casual question," Li Qi replied, shaking his head. "Please continue." Roland, somewhat skeptical but not pressing further, gathered his thoughts and solemnly stated, "The third type of trial task is exceedingly perilous, representing the highest mortality rate among trial tasks, known as the hunting task." Li Qi furrowed his brow and asked, "What is the mortality rate?" Roland's expression darkened as he answered, "I have only participated in one hunting task, and during the trial, the mortality rate exceeded 20, which is considered low. Over 20 mortality is deemed low, while the Stellar Training Camp's 47 mortality rate is indeed alarming." Li Qi felt a weight in his heart and questioned, what conditions must be met to leave the Stellar Training Camp? Typically, students can depart after completing the first 3 trial tasks within 5 years. Those choosing to remain must finish a hunting task before leaving. Roland responded, "Students who sign special agreements and those born on the Lava Empire's cultivation planets must complete 10 trial tasks, which means participating in 2 to 3 hunting tasks before they can leave." Lastly, Roland added, "There is also another method to exit the Stellar Training Camp." Chapter 50, the most dangerous trial task type. Rolando remarked, "There exists another method to leave the Stellar Training Camp, which is to enter the Lava Secret Realm. The Lava Secret Realm serves as the most formidable talent cultivation base of the Lava Empire, having nurtured numerous prodigies who participated in the Cosmic Pinnacle Genius Battle, including even those who ranked among the top 10,000 in the universe. To gain entry into the Lava Secret Realm, one must first pass through the Stellar Training Camp. even if it is merely a formality. This is precisely why the Lava Empire and families from more than a dozen neighboring medium-sized cosmic nations are eager to send their members to the stellar training camp. At this juncture, Rolando turned to Li Qi and said, "Your family sent you to the stellar training camp for the very purpose of enabling your entry into the lava secret realm, is it not? As a planetary-level prodigy like yourself, as long as you do not perish in the trial tasks of the stellar training camp, you will undoubtedly gain access to the lava secret realm. Does Rolando believe I belong to a prominent family?" Li Qi raised an eyebrow, contemplating that if entry into the lava secret realm were possible, surely no one would refuse it. Rolando shrugged noncommittally, of course. He then urged, "Now, please continue with the details of the final hunting task." Li Qi deftly shifted the conversation away from the lava secret realm, prompting Rolando to elaborate on the hunting tasks. These tasks are categorized into 3 types: extermination of space pirates, apprehension of fugitives, and planetary hunting. The titles alone indicate that the difficulty of these tasks is substantial, as they confront adversaries who are ruthless and blood-soaked. Extermination of space pirates entails a collaborative assault with the Imperial Army against the strongholds of interstellar marauders. Participants in this trial task face a high mortality rate, though such tasks are infrequent due to the limited number of space pirates. The apprehension of fugitives, however, has the lowest mortality rate among the hunting tasks. Participants may work individually or in teams, relying solely on intelligence provided by the Empire. But many participants still fall victim due to shortcomings in the intelligence available. The final type, planetary hunting, is the most commonplace among hunting tasks. The Empire casts serious criminals, even those sentenced to death, onto a designated planet, allowing participants to hunt them down. While it appears that the participants are hunting the criminals, the reality is that the criminals are also hunting the participants, as each participant they kill earns them a reduction in their sentence. Complicating matters further, they may form teams of up to 4 individuals. Rolando recounted, "My previous hunting task was a planetary hunt, and many participants were slain by criminals due to their solitary actions." Li Qi furrowed his brow in contemplation. Among the 3 types of trial tasks, the most perilous and with the highest mortality rate is the hunting task, which occurs during the 3rd trial. He then relaxed his furrowed brow. "As a planetary-level prodigy, I am afforded certain privileges. The Bloodblade Cone will be issued after the 2nd trial task, enhancing my strength before the hunting task to bolster my survival and combat capabilities. Do you have any further inquiries?" Observing the shift in Li Qi's expression, Rolando empathized with his sentiments, recalling that he too had felt similarly upon learning about the hunting tasks. "My life gene level is 32 times, allowing me to contend against opponents 4 tiers above in the same realm. Enhancing strength by elevating the gene primordial energy level is a commendable approach." With this thought, Li Qi inquired, "Can points be exchanged for nutrient solutions to strengthen oneself?" "Certainly," Roland responded. "Advancing from planetary level to planetary level 9 requires merely 10 points. While the initial advancement from stellar level necessitates 20 points, with the points required for each subsequent tier doubling. Thus, to progress from stellar level 1 to 2 demands 20 points, from 2 to 3 requires 40 points, and so forth, culminating in a staggering 560 points to ascend from stellar level 8 to 9. Due to the considerable disparity in strength associated with point advancements, it is mandated that students entering the stellar training camp must not exceed stellar level 5. After finishing, Roland could not restrain himself from asking, "May I pose a question?" Li Qi paused momentarily, then replied, "Go ahead. Why, being a genius in the planetary domain, do you only stand at planetary level 8? This was a query Roland was keen to unravel, for if Li Qi were truly at planetary level 9, he would not have opted to wager such a substantial 50 points. Li Qi produced his prepared explanation. "I was not always a genius in the planetary domain. It was only on my journey to the stellar training camp that I comprehended the domain." "Is that so?" Roland was somewhat speechless, feeling rather unfortunate for encountering such a circumstance. After a brief moment of self-deprecation, he shook his head and asked, "Is there anything else you wish to know?" Li Qi pondered for a moment and queried, "Can points be exchanged for manuals in the stellar training camp? If so, what is the quality of these manuals?" "Points can indeed be exchanged for manuals," Roland replied. "However, most of these manuals are of average quality and are quite common in the surrounding cosmic nations. Those with slightly greater depth are generally held by domain lord-level families." "Manuals of average quality? So, the profound ones must reside in the lava secret realm." Li Qi nodded, indicating his understanding. "I have no more inquiries. If you have nothing further to say, I shall concede." Observing Li Qi's somewhat youthful visage, Roland decided to offer a word of advice, hoping to foster a favorable connection. Since you have just entered the stellar training camp with limited points, I would advise you to exchange for a first-tier primordial energy battlesuit to enhance your survival capabilities and acquire some B-grade metal flying knives as telekinetic weapons. My points may be limited, but I believe I can manage to exchange for an additional first-tier telekinetic weapon, Li Qi mused. Grateful for Roland's kind suggestion, he smiled and said, "Thank you for your advice." With that, he focused his thoughts, conjuring a luminous screen before him, presenting the option to concede. Li Qi's finger tapped on the confirmation, and he transformed into a beam of white light, vanishing across the prairie. As Li Qi departed, a screen materialized before Roland, indicating that he had triumphed in the wager and earned 20 points. Gazing at the screen, Roland murmured to himself, "The domain. I truly envy it. My skills are already at perfection, yet without comprehending the essence, I remain forever distanced from the domain." Despite the numerous students in the stellar training camp, often numbering between 2,000 to 3,000, the count of those who have comprehended the domain is exceedingly sparse, amounting to a mere 1% at most. Such prodigious talents, even without having entered the lava secret realm, find themselves in high demand upon leaving the stellar training camp, coveted by numerous factions. After conceding defeat and exiting the combat space, Li Qi logged off and departed the virtual universe. Chapter 51. Breakthrough to stellar level. He sat at the edge of his bed, contemplating the allocation of his points within the stellar training camp. Currently, I possess 230 points, which should be sufficient to exchange for a first-tier psionic weapon and a first-tier energy battlesuit. If there are any points remaining, I shall invest them in enhancing the nutrient chamber. With my life gene level at a remarkable 32-fold advantage, augmenting my genetic energy is imperative. As a psionic master, his level could surpass that of his genetic energy by 2 tiers. Should he elevate his genetic energy to the 3rd tier of the stellar level, his psionic mastery would ascend to the 5th tier of the stellar level, with a life gene level that allows him to overcome 4 tiers in combat. His psionic prowess would then equate to that of the 9th tier at the stellar level, such as the terrifying power of a high life gene level. He understood that the stronger one was, the greater the survival probability within the stellar training camp. Thus, he intended to first maximize his foundational strength before exchanging for secret manuals to further enhance his capabilities. After a brief respite, Li Qi reconnected to the virtual universe, immersing himself once more in the stellar training camp to hone his skills. Initially, he considered seeking an opponent for a gambling duel, but he recalled that it was not only Rolando who was aware of his status as a planetary-level prodigy. 2 other students were present at the time. The news of his planetary-level genius had likely spread throughout the stellar training camp by now. As time passed, having departed from Kuka Star, the Sansino, one spacecraft arrived at its destination, Sansi Star, after over a month of travel. Upon reaching the spaceport, Li Qi and Bolsve disembarked the Sansino. One and boarded a vessel bound for the stellar training camp on Sansi Star. On board the ship, Li Qi inquired of Bolsve, "Have your crew been reassigned already?" "Indeed," Bolsve affirmed, publicly claiming that the Sansi No. 1 had encountered a malfunction, with all crew members, save for the captain, accompanying the vessel to the Lava Emperor Star for repairs. This excuse is rather flimsy. Is AD-9 class spacecraft truly so prone to failure? Li Qi remarked, somewhat exasperated. Yet, he deemed this a fortunate outcome for the crew, as they had not been silenced. Bolsve advised, if you possess sufficient points, it's best to prioritize the enhancement of your genetic energy in the nutrient chamber. During my 8 years here, I shall assist you with this enhancement. Li Qi nodded, recognizing the significance of this matter. To avoid exposing the exceptional nature of his high life gene level, he would require someone to keep this secret while enhancing the nutrient chamber, and Bolsve was the ideal candidate for this task. Your status as a planetary-level individual has already been recorded in the Stellar Training Camp's database, Bolsve continued. Upon our arrival at the Sansi Stellar Training Camp, I will assist you in elevating your genetic energy to the 9th tier of the planetary level. Once you achieve breakthrough to the stellar level, be sure to inform me before proceeding with the nutrient chamber enhancement. Li Qi nodded again, comprehension dawning. After their exchange, Bolsve closed his eyes to rest, secretly grateful for the presence of this young companion. Had it not been for his uniqueness, Bolsve might not have had the opportunity to serve as a personal guard to His Majesty the Lava Emperor. With a thud, the spacecraft arrived at the stellar training camp on Sansi Star, and the hatch opened. Before departing, Borsui remarked, familiarize yourself with the star training camp alongside the staff. I shall report to the camp and Oppos, as overseer and subsequently inform you to proceed to the enhancement chamber. Li Qi nodded and followed the waiting personnel to acclimate himself to the star training camp. True to its name, the planet Sansi was entirely enveloped in desert. Even with an atmosphere that mitigated the solar radiation, the surface temperature remained exceedingly high, rendering it inhospitable for life forms below the planetary tier. The actual Sansi star training camp surpassed its virtual counterpart in size, though the architectural structures bore a striking resemblance. After touring the camp with the staff and visiting his assigned dormitory, Li Qi received a message from Borsui. "I await you in the enhancement chamber." Glancing at the concise message, Li Qi swiftly made his way toward the chamber. Soon, he encountered Borsui outside the enhancement room. "Follow me," Borsui instructed, leading Li Qi into the chamber. This facility was a standalone building, housing numerous rooms. After traversing a lengthy corridor, Borsui guided Li Qi to a rather inconspicuous room. "This enhancement chamber is quite unique. From now on, aside from you and me, only the camp's overseer shall possess access," Borsui stated. "Remember, all future enhancements utilizing the nutrient pod will occur in this room." Li Qi responded, "During your tenure, I shall make swift use of the nutrient pod for enhancement." Borsui nodded. "Now, enter. Elevate your genetic primordial energy to the pinnacle of planetary tier 9. Disrobing, Li Qi reclined into the nutrient pod. Borsui approached the pod's controls. And soon, a vibrant nutrient solution began to flow through the conduits into the pod. As Li Qi absorbed the nutrient liquid within, he mused. This solution is far more vibrant, superior to that used previously in Sansi No. 1. 3 days later, the nutrient pod emitted a distinctive sound as it opened. And Li Qi sprang forth, hastily donning his garments. Once he was fully dressed, Borsui, who had been patiently waiting with eyes closed, finally opened them. "Your genetic primordial energy level has reached the pinnacle of planetary tier 9. You may now apply for the materials and resources necessary to break through to the stellar tier." Li Qi replied, "I shall apply shortly." "Very well," Borsui nodded. "Contact me again when you wish to utilize the nutrient pod for further enhancement." With that, he exited the room. "Thank you, Lord Borsui." Li Qi bowed in gratitude to Borsui's retreating figure. After Borsui's departure, Li Qi retrieved his communicator to request the materials and resources for the stellar tier breakthrough. The subject of the message bore 4 simple characters. Application approved. The contents detailed the breakthrough materials and the location for obtaining the resources. Having acquired the requisite information and resources for the stellar tier breakthrough, he chose not to rush, planning to consolidate his gains before making the leap in 5 days. Within the dormitory of the Sansi Star training camp, Li Qi sat cross-legged on the ground. 2 metallic boxes containing resources for his ascension to the stellar level positioned before him. One of the boxes had already yielded its contents. "Commence the breakthrough," he commanded mentally. Drawing upon the well-studied materials regarding his advancement, he first gathered 9 miniature planets and then detonated them to fuse into one. With the aid of the breakthrough resources and knowledge, he effortlessly coalesced a sphere resembling a star within his consciousness. As this stellar sphere was born, an intangible wave enveloped his entire being, and his body rapidly underwent a metamorphosis. His previously peak planetary-level physique, which had reached an impasse, now transcended to the stellar level, allowing for further enhancement. What a delightful sensation! Li Qi reveled in the transformations occurring within him, his heart brimming with joy. Next, I shall elevate my genetic primordial energy to the stellar level. After consuming the second set of breakthrough resources, he adhered to the prescribed methods to elevate his genetic primordial energy to the stellar level as well. Chapter 52. Points Redemption and Enhancement. After breaking through to the stellar level, Li Qi became accustomed to his newfound powers over the course of several days. In his dormitory, his fingers glided across the luminous screen, revealing that the stellar training camp required new recruits to complete 3 trial tasks within a span of 5 years, which felt rather pressing. Each trial task could take several months, or even a year, to complete. Thus, accomplishing 3 trials within 5 years meant there would be no more than 3 years available for enhancing his strength. The lifespan of a stellar-level being spans an epoch. Precisely 10,081 years. A mere 3 years of training is woefully insufficient for a being of such longevity. First, he decided to utilize his points to exchange for a first-tier telekinetic weapon and a first-tier energy battle suit, uncertain of how many points he would have remaining afterward. Upon locating the points redemption interface of the stellar training camp, Li Qi scrolled through to find a suitable first-tier telekinetic weapon. After completing the second trial task, he would receive a special reward, a blood blade spike. Therefore, he required a transitional telekinetic weapon. It is said among mentalists that only a fool would use a telekinetic weapon devoid of a flight mode. The flight mode of a telekinetic weapon significantly enhances its speed, and an increase in speed directly correlates to a higher probability of survival. At times, when faced with an insurmountable foe, a mentalist can utilize the flight mode of their telekinetic weapon to escape the clutches of their pursuers. Thus, the presence of a flight mode in a telekinetic weapon is indeed of paramount importance. Understanding this principle, Luo naturally disregarded any telekinetic weapons lacking a flight mode. The Cloud Sky sword presented itself as an excellent first-tier telekinetic weapon, known for its unique attacking capabilities and widely favored during the Sand Sea Stellar training. However, upon noticing the exchange cost of 87 points for the Cloud Sky sword, he furrowed his brow. It was an offensive weapon. And once he obtained the special reward of the second-tier telekinetic weapon, the Blood Blade Spike, it would no longer serve him. The second-tier telekinetic weapon would undoubtedly possess greater offensive power than its first-tier counterpart, rendering the latter obsolete. Therefore, he should opt for a telekinetic weapon that leans more towards defense. The list of first-tier telekinetic weapons was limited, and he soon discovered a suitable option. The first-tier telekinetic weapon, Heavy Guardian Disc, boasted three forms: the initial flight mode, the attack mode known as the Circular Blade Disc, and the defense mode, Heavy Guardian Shield. In its initial flight form, the Heavy Guardian Disc appeared as a black, flat oval, featuring a sharp front and a smoothly curved rear to minimize air resistance. The second form, the attack mode Circular Blade Disc, bore resemblance to a flying disc, albeit with numerous sharp edges lining its perimeter. The final form, the Heavy Guardian Shield, presented itself as a large circular shield, rather unremarkable in appearance. Pleased with this versatile telekinetic weapon, Luo decided to exchange 89 points for it. After securing the telekinetic weapon, he navigated to the interface for exchanging energy battle suits, successfully redeeming a first-tier energy battle suit for a standard price of 80 points. The total expenditure for both the telekinetic weapon and the energy battle suit amounted to 169 points, leaving him with a remaining balance of 61 points. With 61 points still at his disposal, Luo contemplated visiting the interface for the exchange of secretive tomes. My mental prowess is 32 times that of an equivalent mental practitioner. Should I employ an offensive secret technique against a warrior of the same rank, I might inflict considerable damage. In the interface for exchanging secret techniques, there exists a plethora of tomes, primarily categorized into three main groups: warriors, mental practitioners, and universal techniques, each further subdivided into numerous subcategories. Swiftly, he navigated through the classifications and discovered the section dedicated to the mental practitioner and Oppo's offensive techniques. After meticulously perusing several attack methods, he was particularly drawn to a technique named Soul-Piercing Needle. Upon observing the required exchange points, Luo shook his head. It demanded a hefty 104 points, which seemed rather exorbitant. Although the Soul-Piercing Needle was among the more affordable mental offensive techniques, its cost still exceeded that of a first-tier mental weapon. The most expensive first-tier mental weapon barely reached 96 points. Faced with the inability to afford the mental offensive technique, Luo pondered. The difficulty of the initial trial task should not be too high. It is likely a collection task. However, if assigned a patrol task, it could pose significant risks. It would be wiser to allocate the remaining points towards enhancing the nutrient pod. With 61 points, I can elevate my genetic primal energy to the 3rd tier of stellar grade, enabling my mental prowess to ascend to the 5th tier of stellar grade, comparable to a 9th tier stellar mental practitioner. The realization astonished Luo. He had not anticipated achieving such a formidable level of power so swiftly. Contact Lord Borsui. After deciding to enhance the nutrient pod, he first sent a message to Borsui and then submitted an application for the nutrient pod enhancement at the Shasha Star training camp, expending 60 points to elevate to the 3rd tier of stellar grade. Before proceeding to the enhancement chamber, he first retrieved the 1st tier mental weapon, the Heavy Defense Disc, and the 1st tier primal force battle suit before heading towards the enhancement room. Just short of reaching the enhancement chamber, he spotted Borsui waiting at the entrance. Luo hurried over. Lord Borsui, let us go. Borsui nodded and led Luo into the enhancement chamber, which remained unchanged from his previous visit. Luo placed the Heavy Defense Disc and the primal force battle suit aside, disrobing to enter the nutrient pod. Borsui cast a glance, instantly calculating the points Luo had expended. The mental weapon and battle suit total 169 points. He still possesses points to enhance to the 3rd tier of stellar grade. This implies he won over 30 points through gambling. Ah, quite impressive. Having spent nearly a century at the Shaha Star training camp, Borswi fully understood the caution of veteran students. Typically, gambling involved stakes of only 20 points. Should a veteran student lose, the news would swiftly circulate throughout the camp, making it nearly impossible to win points from other veterans thereafter. After several days of enhancement within the nutrient pod, Li Qi's genetic primal energy level ascended from the first tier of stellar grade to the third tier. Emerging from the nutrient pod, he donned the primal force battle suit, transforming it into his customary attire. Clenching his fist, he felt an exhilarating surge of strength. The quantity of third-tier stellar-grade light genetic primal energy equaled 4 times that of the first tier, coupled with the enhancement of his physical attributes. His power had indeed increased significantly. Upon the completion of the nutrient pod enhancement, Borswi promptly turned to leave. His duty was to safeguard Li Qi during the enhancement process. Throughout the journey, he was the subject of scrutiny from numerous senior students, as he was aware that the news of his status as a prodigy in the planetary domain had spread. The senior students regarded him with a sense of curiosity. After several days of acclimatization, with his resources dwindling to a mere single point, leaving him unable to undertake any endeavors, Li Qi applied to embark on a trial mission. Chapter 53. Mission and Miners. 17 days later, on the resource planet Qi, 13N of the Lava Empire, a sphere predominantly crimson in hue, riddled with numerous deep mines. A spacecraft from the Sha-Bei Stellar Training Camp descended upon this scarlet orb. With a click, the hatch opened, and Li Qi, accompanied by over 20 fellow trainees, emerged from the vessel. The resource planet Qi, 13N, has a diameter of 9,642 kilometers. It possesses no atmosphere, presenting a harsh environment permeated with various cosmic rays, rendering it inhospitable to life forms below stellar grade. As Li Qi set foot on the crimson soil of Qi, 13N, the data regarding this planet flashed in his mind. He gazed into the distance, observing the glaring, barren red mountains devoid of vegetation and the towering drilling equipment scattered about. Looking up, he beheld the inky cosmos and the infinite starry expanse, illuminated by radiant celestial bodies. This marked his inaugural venture on a planet without an atmosphere, and everything felt remarkably novel. All right, you will have 3 months to complete your collection tasks on this planet. The cosmic-level mentor from the Sha-Bei Stellar Training Camp addressed them. This trial task will be monitored through virtual cosmic synchronization, so do not count on the miners on this planet to assist you. The collection targets would be sent to your communicators in 10 minutes. I wish you all the best. With that, the spacecraft's hatch closed with a click. According to the information provided by the training camp, this planet, apart from the miners of the Lava Empire, harbors no flora, and it is likely that our collection targets consist solely of minerals. One trainee muttered under his breath, "They are treating us as miners." Another trainee replied, "Get used to it. This collection task is comparatively straightforward." Many trainees perceived this trial as simple, as it required neither hunting ferocious beasts nor gathering plants, merely acting as miners, which seemed quite safe. Here it comes. As the 10-minute mark arrived, everyone instinctively activated their communicators. Upon viewing the collection task targets displayed on the luminous screen, Li Qi couldn't help but click his tongue in surprise. Indeed, they were to work as miners, specifically deep-sea miners. He had a total of 13 mineral collection targets, earning 1 point for every 10 tons of mineral collected, with a maximum of 10 points per mineral type. This meant that if he managed to collect the full 10 tons of each mineral, he would earn a total of 130 points, without engaging in conversation with others. Li Qi opened the map of Qi, 13N, and, stepping onto his heavy hoverboard, set off towards the nearest mine. The planet Qi, 13N, being relatively small with limited resources, meant that the collection targets for all participants were quite similar, leaving little room for collaboration, due to the absence of an atmosphere and interference from various cosmic rays. The mining equipment used on this planet was highly reliable, yet imprecise, heavily reliant on human operation. Upon entering the mine, Li Qi navigated through the tunnels, and before long, he encountered several stellar-grade miners. As he zipped past these miners, a fleeting glance revealed that one of them appeared somewhat familiar. They must resemble someone I know. Otherwise, I would surely remember. With his stellar memory, it is inconceivable that he would forget familiar faces. It is likely that they are merely fleeting images in his mind. Moreover, this distant locale, Qi 13N, far removed from his home planet of Kuka, would not present any familiar individuals. Suddenly, one of the stellar miners, observing the swift passage of Li Qi, was profoundly astonished. "Ah, that must be someone from the Empire's stellar training camp," he exclaimed. The first miner, with an incredulous tone, remarked, "A stellar training camp. Indeed, Only the most gifted individuals from the Empire are granted entry into such elite training, promising boundless prospects ahead. Another miner, filled with envy, praised, unlike us, toiling day and night in this mine. However, the first miner and Oppos, expression darkened at the compliment. It has only been a little over a year. That young scion of the Royce family has actually entered the stellar training camp in such a short period. This miner was none other than Marcel Holke, who had once made things difficult for Li Qi during the entrance examination at the Morning Light Academy. He was obligated to return the embezzled imperial assets and interest, along with hefty fines, all of which demanded a significant contribution point payment. He was fortunate compared to the unfortunate mentors from the Kuka United training camp, who had fled. Without precious minerals, they would never escape Qi 13N. Such talent is truly terrifying. At this moment, Marcel was concerned about his family, wondering, I wonder how my family is faring now. Will they face retaliation from the Royce family? Noticing Marcel lost in thought, a fellow miner called out, Hey, Marcel, get back to work. Stop daydreaming. Meanwhile, Li Qi had long since dismissed Marcel from his mind and continued his flight deeper into the mine. According to the map, there was a location designated for storing tools. At one such site, Li Qi collected the necessary tools and ventured into the unoccupied mine. 3 months passed, and Li Qi concluded his mining career. This time, his luck was fortuitous. He had amassed several minerals, earning a total of 94 points, placing him among the top scorers in this trial. In his chamber, Li Qi contemplated the utilization of his points, with the previous leftover of 1 point. I now possess 95 points. To exchange for the secret tome soul-piercing needle requires 104 points. Thus, my points are insufficient. If I spend 50 points to attend a domain-level mentor's class, I will have 45 points remaining, which should be adequate to redeem the soul-piercing needle after completing the next trial. He pondered, if I use 80 points to enhance my nutrient pod, I would have only 15 points left, and completing the next trial may not guarantee enough points for the soul-piercing needle. After a moment of hesitation, he resolved to allocate all his points towards enhancing his strength. I can postpone the exchange for the soul-piercing needle. As long as I elevate my genetic potential level, my mental mastery level will naturally ascend, significantly augmenting the power of the soul-piercing needle when the time comes. With a life gene level 32 times greater, he could confront adversaries of the 4th tier of the same realm, making him a formidable contender within the stellar training camp. Chapter 54. Inspection of smuggling. Upon returning to the stellar training camp in the Sand Sea, Li Qi reached out to Borsway for enhancements to the nutrient pod, expending 80 points and several days to elevate his genetic primordial energy level to the 4th tier of stellar classification. Considering the time required for applying for trial missions, he decided to submit his application immediately after the enhancement was completed. As anticipated, he received a response from the stellar training camp several days later. The message from the dispatch bureau of the stellar training camp was succinct, providing merely the verification information for the landing spacecraft. Li Qi was somewhat familiar with the dispatch bureau, as it was responsible for allocating resources and trial missions to the 3 major stellar training camps, wielding considerable authority. When Li Qi boarded the spacecraft, his communicator relayed new information regarding the trial mission. A patrol mission? He murmured to himself upon reading the message. Aside from routine guard duties, border patrols and inspections of smuggling carry certain risks, but with a cosmic-level powerhouse leading the team, there should be no significant issues. Typically, those who could serve as mentors for the stellar training camp students were cosmic-level practitioners at the 8th or 9th tier, ranking among the elite within the cosmic realm. With such a formidable leader, as long as they did not act recklessly or encounter particularly unfortunate circumstances, the safety of the students would be ensured. After several days of travel, Li Qi received detailed information about the trial mission. The inspection of smuggling was part of the patrol mission. 20 students would be divided into 4 small teams, merging with a 5-member team from the Imperial Inspection Department to form an inspection squad of 26 individuals for a duration of 6 months. Gazing at the information on the holographic screen, Li Qi furrowed his brow. This task requires collaboration with other students, which means I must conceal some of my strength and refrain from exhibiting capabilities beyond the level of a mentalist. He mused. However, I can showcase my domain, as my prowess as a planetary-level domain genius is well known. His fingers glided across the screen, revealing the information of his team. The squad comprised 4 men and 1 woman, with Li Qi serving as the captain. He was somewhat taken aback. I am the captain? Upon reviewing the profiles of his team members, he understood why he had been appointed to this position. His genetic primordial energy level was at the 4th tier of stellar classification, while his mentalist level was at the 6th tier, making him the strongest among the group. None of the other members exceeded the 5th tier of stellar classification, and one had only just broken through to the 1st tier. Being a captain is no easy feat, observing the responsibilities of the captain displayed on the holographic screen. Li Qi shook his head. Each team member's survival until the mission's conclusion would yield a reward of 5 points. Yet the death of a member would incur a penalty of 20 points. It was evident that the captaincy system at the stellar training camp was designed to hold the captain accountable for the team, preventing individual actions. If the captain lacked the ability to restrain the team members, they would inevitably entertain thoughts of acting independently. However, I can impose discipline upon them. Li Qi was confident in his capacity to earn the respect of his teammates, given his status as a planetary-level domain genius and a 6th-tier stellar mentalist. Let us go and meet my team. He exited the cabin and sent messages to the 4 team members, inviting them for an introductory meeting. Not long after, 3 men and 1 woman arrived. The captain, Li Qi, introduced himself, saying, "I am Li Qi. It appears everyone is familiar with me." The 4 nodded in acknowledgement, for they recognized Li Qi as a prodigious talent in the planetary-level domain of the Sanxi Star Training Camp. Seeing their nods, Li Qi smiled and remarked, "This is quite agreeable. Let us engage in a brief conversation." He enjoyed a pleasant dialogue with them, as none of the 4 were troublemakers, and they all willingly accepted his leadership. 14 days later, on a bustling planet along a busy route in the Lava Empire, Li Qi and his companions convened with a 5-member team from the Empire's inspection department. Interesting, Li Qi mused. Upon joining the inspection team, he observed that there was discord within one of the student squads. The captain had only managed to rally 2 of the members, while the other 2 banded together in opposition. Following their assembly, Li Qi and his companions took the lead, allowing professionals to handle the specialized tasks at hand. According to the cosmic-level team leader, their mission was to charge into battle. Any spacecraft refusing to submit to inspection would become their target. In the preceding months, inspection vessels had lingered on various planets, intercepting dozens of ships and seizing a considerable amount of contraband. No ship dared to refuse inspection. One captain attempted to flee, but was swiftly thwarted by the crew. As the 6-month deadline for their mission approached, Li Qi assumed the trial would conclude without incident when the captain of the inspection team suddenly summoned all leaders for a meeting. According to intelligence, a smuggling vessel was set to arrive at Hongling Star. A holographic star map unfurled before them, revealing a busy route, with Hongling Star prominently displayed as one of the most prosperous planets along the path. The smuggling ship was poised to offload its cargo near Hongling Star, subsequently reloading legitimate goods for departure via a wormhole. The inspection team leader traced a line from Hongling Star to the wormhole on the holographic display, encircling Hongling Star as he proclaimed, "Thus, we must intercept this vessel before it reaches Hongling Star to capture both the perpetrators and the illicit goods." One captain inquired, "With such vastness surrounding Hongling Star, how do we intend to intercept this smuggling ship?" The inspection team leader's thoughts compelled the star map to zoom in on the surrounding cosmos, revealing several satellites orbiting Hongling Star. Satellite W998. He pointed. This planet is frequently utilized as an unloading site for smugglers. He then gestured toward the neighboring satellite. We need only conceal ourselves behind satellite W997. As soon as the smuggling vessel appears, we will spring into action and intercept it. Finally, the inspection team leader asked, "This is the plan. Do you have any questions or additions?" After hearing the inspection team leader's strategy, Li Qi found himself at a loss for words. The plan was rather rudimentary and riddled with flaws. However, the reality was that the smuggling operation was primarily led by the Empire's inspection team, while they, the trial participants, were merely enforcers expected to follow orders without question. One captain nodded in agreement, stating, "No issues here. My squad is ready to engage at any moment." Li Qi addressed the other 2 captains, stating, "My squad faces no issues." The captain of the inspection team exclaimed loudly, "For His Majesty the Lava." Li Qi echoed, "For His Majesty the Lava." Instantly, the other captains cast him peculiar glances, as if to convey their surprise at his fervent devotion to the Lava Emperor. In stark contrast to the expressions of the other captains, the inspection team captain regarded Li Qi with admiration, resolved to grant him a high commendation following the completion of the trial task. As the meeting concluded, the inspection vessel stealthily maneuvered to the concealed side of satellite W997, awaiting the arrival of the smuggling ship. Chapter 55, Boarding Operations. Upon the conclusion of the meeting, Li Qi gathered his 4 team members and conveyed the details discussed. After listening, the only female member of the group could not help but voice her concern. Isn't this plan a bit? Her words trailed off. Yet everyone understood her implication. The plan was indeed rather crude. Our trial mission is to inspect smuggling operations. That much is true, one male team member lamented. But primarily we must cooperate with the Imperial Inspection Team. Even if we find this plan lacking, we have no choice but to adhere to it. Another member inquired, Captain, what is your perspective? At this, the other 3 turned their gaze toward Li Qi. Although he was the youngest in the group, his prowess was unparalleled. Thus they placed their trust in him. If that smuggling vessel offers no resistance, it would be ideal. However, should they choose to fight to the end, we will inevitably be drawn into battle. Li Qi massaged his temples, pondering the unknowns. How many crew members were aboard that smuggling ship? What was their strength? We are entirely in the dark. Lacking intelligence, confronting an enemy we know nothing about proves to be the most troublesome predicament. According to the operational plan we devised earlier, I will be the focal point, and we shall unite against our foes. The group nodded in understanding. They shared this sentiment, with Li Qi, a master of the domain. Providing protection, their chances of survival would significantly increase. Several days later, a standard B-class cargo spaceship emerged from the dark cosmos, suddenly appearing in real space and heading towards satellite W-998. Within the cockpit of the B-class cargo ship, several crew members operated the vessel amidst shimmering screens. 2 individuals engaged in conversation. One, a man with scales on his face, inquired, So, has the receiving ship arrived yet? He belonged to a subspecies of humanity known as the lizard man, his head resembling that of a lizard, albeit softer and rounder, with distinct facial features. The other man, resembling a wolf with dark gray fur, was a member of the wolf tribe, another human subspecies. Both were clad in force armor, and nearby lay easily accessible force weaponry. As was the case for the other crew members in the cockpit, the wolfman responded, I just received word that the receiving ship will not arrive until tomorrow. TSK. The lizardman expressed his dissatisfaction. What are those fellows up to? They're late again. In response, the already disgruntled wolfman remarked, Captain, I believe it would be best not to collaborate with them in the future. This marks their 4th delay. In our line of work, time is precious. Even a minute's delay could spell danger. Their actions undoubtedly heighten our risks. Were it not for their high offers, I would be disinclined to collaborate with them. The lizardman scoffed. If they do not provide adequate compensation this time, there shall be no future partnerships. If it weren't for the necessity of maintaining credibility in our business, the cost of retaining this cargo would be too great, and with no avenues to sell it, I would consider absconding with it myself. The wolfman nodded in agreement. The quality of this cargo was exceptional and held considerable value. Regrettably, the credibility of those engaged in smuggling is of utmost importance. Without it, they can no longer navigate the myriad of medium-sized cosmic nations surrounding them, unless they choose to depart and start anew. The fundamental reason for their reluctance to swallow the cargo lies in their lack of channels to dispose of it. This particular shipment can only fetch a high price within the Lava Empire, while the prices in the neighboring medium-sized cosmic nations are significantly lower, rendering the act of swallowing unnecessary. As the leader of the smuggling vessel engaged in conversation, a surveillance ship lay concealed behind satellite W-997. Li Qi had long awaited alongside his team, observing the messages relayed by the inspection team leader on the communicator. He rose first, exclaiming, Let's go. The target has appeared. In rapid succession, the personnel within the inspection vessel soared into action, quickly assembling. The target is in sight. The inspection team leader's eyes gleamed with intensity. Prepare for combat. Everyone, this operation will not issue an inspection alert. We will launch a direct boarding assault on the target. Directly boarding the vessel? Li Qi inquired, puzzled, as he noticed no breakthrough vessels among them. The team's cosmic-level instructor, evidently well-versed in the procedures, nodded and addressed Li Qi and the others. I will lead the charge. Each squad should proceed according to the operational plan. Understood. The group nodded, having recently received the operational blueprint, with each squad assigned its respective area of engagement. At that moment, the inspection vessel experienced a slight tremor, signaling an acceleration. Suddenly, the inspection team leader announced, Initiate holographic simulation. As the command was executed, the cabin transformed into a starry expanse, and Li Qi and his companions found themselves standing amidst the pitch-black cosmos. In the distance loomed a Class B freighter, somewhat obscured by distance. Yet it was evident that the target vessel was not small as they drew nearer. What is happening? Li Qi pondered, feeling the inspection vessel's speed continuously increase as they closed the gap to the target. Soon, a realization dawned upon him, causing his expression to shift. Are we going to collide directly? Brace for impact. The cosmic-level instructor suddenly commanded. Everyone follow my lead once I enter. In the cockpit of the Class B freighter, alarm bells blared from the radar, causing a crew member and Oppos' face to pale in shock. What? Damn it! The lizardman cursed vehemently. The radar on a D9 class ship can be jammed. It must be the mad dogs of the Lava Empire. Before he could finish his exclamation, the ship was violently jolted, evidently having sustained a collision. A nearby werewolf crew member hastily called out, "Report the damage. The power room is 91 damaged. We can no longer provide propulsion," came a trembling voice from a crew member. Hearing the extent of the power room's damage, the werewolf turned to advise, "Captain, we must retreat." Retreat. The lizardman bellowed decisively. Seizing his third-grade energy sword, "We cannot allow ourselves to be captured by the mad dogs of the Lava Empire." The werewolf echoed, "Notify the crew to withdraw. Do not concern yourselves with the cargo." With that, the two fully armed individuals hastily exited the cockpit, followed closely by the others as they armed themselves. Chapter 56. The spaceship confronts the enemy in the vast starry sky. A B-class cargo ship, stretching several thousand meters, docked near satellite W-998. Shortly thereafter, an inspection vessel emerged from the far side of satellite W-997, accelerating directly towards the propulsion chamber of the B-class ship. In a silent explosion within the vacuum, the sharp prow of the inspection ship pierced through the alloy hull of the B-class vessel, creating an opening several meters wide. With a resounding crack, the hatch of the inspection ship opened, and the team leader, a cosmic-level minor, swiftly propelled himself into the fray. Moments later, Li Qi and his compatriots streamed out of the hatch. Upon exiting, Li Qi was met with the chaotic scene of the propulsion chamber, where the massive ship's engine had been breached. Amidst the flickering lights, he heard the hissing sound of energy flows. "Let us go. Our target is the lower cargo hold." He gestured to his team behind him, and, adhering to the map provided by the inspection team leader, soared towards their designated area. Shortly after leaving the propulsion chamber, the five of them swiftly traversed the lengthy corridor, only to collide with two individuals around a corner. Both parties paused momentarily, recognizing their unfamiliarity, before swiftly realizing they were face to face with adversaries. Heavy shield. With a mere thought, Li Qi activated the heavy shield, causing the flying form to rapidly disassemble and reconfigure into a torrent of black metal that formed a protective barrier between him and the enemy. First-tier telekinetic weapon. Heavy shield. Among the opposing crew, a tall, one-eyed man clad in a first-tier energy combat suit wielded a second-tier energy baton that shimmered with golden genetic energy. "You think you can block me?" The one-eyed man snarled, bringing his baton down with ferocity. With a thunderous impact, the heavy shield buckled under the force, yet Li Qi, with a mental strength surpassing even that of a ninth-tier stellar level, effortlessly withstood the blow. "What?" The one-eyed man was incredulous. His attack, powered by a second-tier energy weapon and augmented by a tenfold force amplification, had been thwarted. Bewildered, he questioned, "How could a mere first-tier telekinetic weapon withstand my assault?" Ordinarily, a standard first-tier telekinetic weapon would struggle against a second-tier weapon, but Li Qi's was far from ordinary. The first-tier telekinetic weapons employed by the three stellar training camps under the Lava Empire were specially customized, constructed from materials significantly superior to those of conventional first-tier weapons. While deflecting the enemy's strike, Li Qi communicated telepathically with his teammates, instructing one stellar level 5 and one stellar level 4 to engage according to their combat plan. The only female team member, recently ascended to stellar level 1, was a mentalist. Having exchanged for a first-tier energy combat suit, she skillfully maneuvered 25B9 grade metal telekinetic daggers towards the other enemy. The remaining three team members, warriors equipped with first-tier energy weapons and battle shields, advanced alongside Li Qi. "You wish to kill me? You underestimate me." The golden genetic energy swirled around him, empowering the intricate runes of his second-tier energy baton as the one-eyed man's murderous intent intensified. "Die!" With a fierce shout, the one-eyed man flexed his muscular arm and swung his battle staff with an intensity tenfold. In the next moment, his expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, "Domain!" For at that instant, a verdant light enveloped him, and a powerful binding force drastically diminished his speed. Meanwhile, the three team members remained unaffected. They activated the first-level rune weapons in their hands, unleashing a force magnified at least 18 times, striking fiercely at the one-eyed man. The sound of flesh tearing echoed as their attacks found their mark, piercing through the first-level energy armor he wore, leaving 3 deep wounds that exposed bone. Blood splattering in the air. How is this possible? The one-eyed man's eyes were filled with agony. Aren't their weapons first level? How could they breach my armor's defense in an instant? There is something wrong. Their weapons must be flawed. Amidst his pain, the one-eyed man transformed his battle staff and swung it at one of the assailants with considerable force. Yet, in the next moment, a black shield intercepted his strike. While the 3 assailants launched another round of attacks, inflicting 3 more deep wounds upon him. Damn it! Under the relentless onslaught, the one-eyed man began to panic, shouting, "Rilo, help me!" Meanwhile, Rilo, a tall and slender youth clad in second-level energy armor, wielded a first-level energy sword in one hand and a B9 grade metallic shield in the other, steadfastly defending against the incessant barrage of telekinetic daggers. When he joined this smuggling crew, he was merely a first-level stellar. Hence, he chose the second-level energy armor at the time of purchase. Wearing the second-level energy armor, Rilo was unperturbed by the telekinetic daggers, as they were not energy weapons and thus lacked significant power. However, the female assailant and Oppo's intent was not to injure or kill Rilo, but rather to thwart his efforts to rescue his comrade. Damn it! Rilo gritted his teeth, harboring a fierce desire to eliminate the woman obstructing his path. In the cramped corridor of the spaceship, dodging the multitude of telekinetic daggers proved exceedingly difficult. Though these daggers lacked lethal force, each strike pushed him back several meters, rendering his rescue attempt futile. Rilo, the one-eyed man, now with several more wounds, glanced over to see his companions still yet to arrive. He noticed Rilo attempting to come to his aid, but being hindered by the overwhelming number of daggers, with Rilo unable to reach him and himself bound by the domain. He feared he could not withstand the assault for much longer. The one-eyed man shouted, "Rilo, flee! Quickly!" Witnessing his bloodied comrade, Rilo's heart ached with sorrow. On this smuggling vessel, the one-eyed man was his soul brother, a bond forged in life and death. Yet now, he could only watch as his brother was besieged. Powerless to intervene. "I will avenge you. I will remember their faces." With determination, Rilo raised his metallic shield, using the force of the telekinetic daggers to propel himself backward, trying to escape. After the one-eyed man's desperate cry, Li Qi's gaze sharpened. Having just deflected an attack, the shield shattered, transforming into a torrent of black metallic blades that reformed into a circular disc. Go. With a mere thought, Li Qi activated the circular blade disc, which whirred to life and swiftly pursued the fleeing adversary. The speed of the circular blade disc was astonishing, and in an instant, it caught up with Lilo. What? He attempted to shield himself with his metallic war shield, but it was already too late. As he raised his arm, the vertically spinning circular blade disc struck him. With a chilling sound, the blade disc sliced through Lilo's arm. The second-tier energy battlesuit he wore could only withstand the assault for a fleeting moment before it was ultimately torn apart. In an instant, blood gushed forth. Ah! Lilo let out a heart-wrenching scream as his left arm was severed by the circular blade disc, held in place only by the confines of his energy battlesuit. Yet it dangled helplessly. Chapter 57. The Cruelty of the Universe. This is impossible. This is clearly a first-tier telekinetic weapon. Lilo exclaimed in confusion. How could it possibly breach my second-tier energy armor's defenses? Gritting his teeth against the pain, he activated the secret runes on his first-tier energy sword, cleaving through the circular blade disc. Clang! The metallic shield in his left hand fell to the ground with a sharp metallic clash. Flee! After slicing through the circular blade disc, Lilo was consumed by the singular desire to escape as swiftly as possible. Learning from past experiences, he faced his pursuers instead of turning his back, ready to withstand the assault of the telekinetic weapon. Lilo, witnessing his companion severed by the telekinetic weapon's circular blade, the one-eyed man disregarded his injuries, wielding his war staff against Li Qi with all his might. He recognized that the one who had unleashed the telekinetic weapon was the seemingly youthful boy. If he could restrain him, his comrades might escape. Want to harm the captain? Have you consulted me? One of the assailants encircling the one-eyed man scoffed, successfully parrying the staff and Oppo's strike. Meanwhile, 2 others continued their assault, inflicting 2 more grievous wounds upon the one-eyed man. The one-eyed man coughed up a mouthful of blood, his injuries too severe to endure much longer. Die. Another assailant, wielding a sword, activated the secret runes on his telekinetic weapon with electric energy, and in a flash, he struck the one-eyed man's neck with his blade. Thud. Blood splattered as the one-eyed man's head was severed from his body. Finally, he is dead. The assailant who had beheaded the one-eyed man sighed in relief, exclaiming, This fellow's physique was indeed formidable. Another remarked, fortunately, the captain's domain restrained him. Otherwise, it would have been exceedingly difficult to slay him. The three nodded in agreement. Recognizing the one-eyed man as a formidable foe, his body exceptionally resilient, further amplified by his possession of a second-tier energy weapon. It would have been challenging for them to defeat him alone, as he could have easily fled. Yet, with Captain Lychee and Appos' domain binding him, his speed diminished significantly, thus granting them the opportunity to strike him down. Captain, after vanquishing the one-eyed man, the trio turned to Lychee, who was pursuing the remaining enemy with his telekinetic weapon. Chase. Lychee uttered a single word, retracting his domain as he pursued Lilo. The female team member had been continuously launching telekinetic daggers, but alas. The B9 grade metallic daggers possessed limited potency, proving ineffective against Lilo, clad in second-tier energy armor. You scoundrels! Lilo seethed upon witnessing his comrade slay his lifelong brother. Now pursued by the four adversaries. Realizing escape was nearly impossible, he harbored a malicious thought. Then I shall take you down with me. No longer solely focused on fleeing. Lilo, utilizing his knowledge of the smuggler's ship, darted into one room and emerged from another, momentarily evading Lychee and his team. Ultimately, under Lilo's guidance, Lychee and the others pursued him into the lower cargo hold. Upon entering the cargo hold, Lychee felt a chill. The lower cargo area was maintained at a low temperature. Neatly arranged shelves filled the hold, and a brief glance revealed a row of shelves stretching over 1,000 meters long. Lychee gazed at the cold, shivering shelves, laden with layers of metallic boxes, each approximately 5 meters in length and 5 meters in height and width. What is this? A foreboding sensation crept over him as he scrutinized the boxes. Suddenly, a resounding bang echoed from a nearby location. In an instant, Lychee and his companions swiftly darted toward the source of the noise. Upon arrival, they discovered the tall, gaunt smuggler, Lilo, standing amidst a row of shelves. His right hand wielding a force blade as he struck a metallic box. Bang! Upon noticing Lychee and his group approaching, Lilo struck again. A cold smile spreading across his face. You have finally arrived. Lychee replied in a solemn tone. You cannot escape. Indeed, I cannot escape. For among you is a formidable domain expert. Lilo's smile twisted into a sinister grin. Therefore, I have no intention of fleeing. Lychee and his companions sensed an impending doom. Had they fallen into a trap? Lilo's expression grew increasingly grotesque. Are you not from the Lava Empire's Rapid Inspection Department? He thrust the force blade into the metallic box he had previously struck, producing a sharp slicing sound as it punctured through, subsequently ripping the box open to reveal a long gash. Do you not desire this cargo? Lilo bellowed, his visage contorted with malice. Releasing his grip on the force blade, he tore apart the box, dragging out a humanoid figure exuding an icy aura. That is a person. Lychee's eyes widened in horror. This smuggling vessel is trafficking humans. He realized that the figure was indeed a human, one who was frozen yet still alive. It dawned on him that this smuggling ship was engaged in the trade of slaves. One of his teammates muttered in disbelief. No wonder the inspection department of the Lava Empire launched an immediate raid instead of issuing prior inspection notifications. Do you not wish to save them? Lilo howled maniacally. Can you still save him now? With a raised fist, Lilo smashed the frozen figure he had pulled out, fragments of ice and dismembered limbs scattering everywhere. Damn it! Anger surged within Lychee as he witnessed Lilo murder a defenseless, frozen individual before him. Die! He roared, channeling his mental energy forcefully toward Lilo's mind. As a stellar-level 6th-tier mentalist with a 32-fold life gene level, his mental prowess was exceptionally potent, surpassing even that of a stellar-level 9th-tier mentalist. The overwhelming mental force surged into Lilo's brain, who, as a mere stellar-level 4th-tier warrior, was unable to withstand such an immense mental onslaught and was left severely incapacitated. With a thud, Lilo collapsed, his eyes vacant as he fell backward. Die! Lychee bellowed once more, commanding his mental energy to reshape into a circular blade, slicing toward Lilo's head on the ground. With a hum, the circular blade severed Lilo's head, instantly rendering him lifeless, his body and head separated. After eliminating Lilo, Lychee's fury gradually subsided. However, as he surveyed the densely packed thousands of metallic boxes, a profound sense of unease settled over him. He had perused Devouring the Starry Sky and was aware of the universe's harsh realities. However, witnessing thousands of individuals being trafficked as slaves filled his heart with an indescribable dread. This was a sight he beheld firsthand, not merely words from a page. It was akin to his previous existence on Earth, where he understood that the world had never known true peace. Yet when war erupted, it was merely a news story to him. Residing in a tranquil nation, he could not truly witness or experience the brutality of war. Now, however, he was confronted with the stark cruelty of the cosmos. Chapter 58. The Special Settlement of the Lava Empire. A team member noticed a peculiar expression on Li Qi's face and expressed concern. "Captain?" "I'm fine," Li Qi replied. The other team members nodded in agreement. Li Qi and his team scoured the lower cargo hold, leaving no stone unturned in their search for the enemy. Yet they found no other smuggler aboard. Given the presence of a still warm beverage, it was evident that the smugglers had fled not long before. According to their operational plan, they were to remain on site after clearing the lower cargo hold, awaiting the inspection team's orders. Thus, they settled in the lounge of the lower cargo hold, where they could observe the entirety of the area. Li Qi sat on the ground, gazing up at the neatly arranged shelves displayed on the light screen, his mind in disarray. "Captain, this must be your first encounter with such a scene, correct?" The only female team member, perceptive and attentive, noticed Li Qi's rapt attention on the densely packed freezers and deduced this was his initial exposure to the slave trade. Li Qi turned his head. "What?" The female team member gestured towards the orderly shelves on the screen. "The slave trade." Li Qi nodded slightly, acknowledging, "Yes. It is my first time." "Curious," the female team member asked. "Captain, are you from the Lava Empire?" "Indeed," Li Qi confirmed, before inquiring, "Does that matter?" "If you were not from the Lava Empire, it would be impossible for this to be your first encounter with the slave trade," another team member interjected. "In the medium-sized cosmic nations where I reside, many families partake in the slave trade industry. I was taken to witness a slave transaction when I was still a minor." As he spoke, this team member shook his head. "My first experience was much like yours, Captain. However, after seeing it repeatedly, one becomes desensitized. The Lava Empire is unlike the surrounding medium-sized cosmic nations," he continued. "Here, the slave trade is strictly prohibited. The emperor of the medium-sized cosmic nations wields immense power, and the laws enacted by the Lava Emperor against the slave trade leave no room for slave-capturing operations within the empire. But the more something is prohibited, the more it evokes a desire to possess it, especially for those of high status and power. The joy derived from owning what others cannot is unparalleled. Where there is demand, there will inevitably be supply." The team member pointed to the screen. "Take the illusion wing race inside, for instance. An apprentice-level illusion wing slave can fetch a price of 100 lava coins in other nations where the slave trade is not banned. However, smuggling that same apprentice-level illusion wing into the Lava Empire could yield thousands, even tens of thousands of lava coins." The team member shook his head. "The price disparity of dozens to hundreds of times signifies immense profit." Li Qi fell silent, understanding that when profit reaches a certain magnitude, it may compel individuals to disregard even the most perilous risks. "Captain, the universe is inherently cruel. We cannot change it." At this moment, the female team member consoled him. "But we can become strong to protect our families. That is our only recourse." Li Qi nodded. "I understand." He was acutely aware of these truths, and it only fueled his determination to grow stronger. "To be honest, I have great admiration for the Lava Emperor." The team member suddenly spoke up. "He is not a great immortal deity, yet it is truly remarkable that he could establish the Lava Empire in the form of a realm master." "What?" Li Qi exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. "The Lava Emperor is actually not an immortal deity?" "Well, Captain, were you not aware?" the team member questioned, puzzled. "The Lava Emperor is a realm master. This is hardly a secret. Perhaps you were misled." The female team member interjected. "The Lava Emperor has indeed confronted an immortal deity directly and emerged victorious, which is why those who lack understanding often mistakenly perceive him as an immortal deity." "Defeating an immortal deity directly," Li Qi said, somewhat alarmed. "If I recall correctly, many of the realm masters in the outer battlefield, regarded as elite battle generals, can only engage in fleeting encounters with immortal warlords, and few can truly match them, let alone defeat them. To be capable of directly defeating an immortal deity places him among the pinnacle of realm masters, only slightly inferior to the prodigies cultivated by the 5 great powers." This possibility was indeed plausible. The team member nodded, choosing not to pursue the topic further. Their discussion aimed to enlighten the young captain and foster a good rapport with this planetary-level genius. With their objective accomplished, they refrained from further conversation, aware of the adage that excessive words may lead to misfortune. Not long after their discussion, the captain of the Imperial Inspection Team sent a message, all crew members of the smuggling vessel had been apprehended, and the cosmic captain among them was dealt with by the leading cosmic mentor. Upon returning to the inspection ship, Li Qi and his team learned that the smuggling spacecraft would be handled by a specific department, and the slaves aboard would be relocated to life planets within the Empire. After successfully dismantling the smuggling operation, the inspection ship set sail once more to continue its surveillance duties. As the deadline for this inspection mission approached, Li Qi and his companions completed their trial task. Finally, it was over. Due to the unpredictable nature of inspection missions, the point rewards would be calculated upon task completion. At this moment, the point tally was ready. Li Qi Royce's points for the inspection mission were as follows. Basic reward for the inspection mission, 60 points. Unexpected reward for the inspection mission, 30 points. Serving as captain with no casualties among crew members, 20 points. Rated as perfect by the Imperial Inspection Department, additional 30 points. The total points earned for this inspection mission amounted to 140. Gazing at the points accrued from this trial mission, Li Qi expressed his surprise. 140 points? Is that so many? Not long ago, an experienced student had estimated the point rewards based on prior mission experiences. Given that this trial task went relatively smoothly, they anticipated that the unexpected reward points would not be substantial. Even for a captain with no losses, the estimate was around 110 points. However, Li Qi's points far exceeded expectations, totaling an impressive 140. He soon realized the reason for surpassing the estimate. The Imperial Inspection Department's perfect rating had awarded him an additional 30 points. If those 30 points were removed, his total would align with the experienced student's estimates. Li Qi was perplexed. Why did the Imperial Inspection Department deem his performance as flawless? During this trial mission, he had not exhibited any particularly outstanding feats. He merely eliminated a stellar-level 4th-tier warrior. How could he possibly have received a perfect evaluation? Chapter 59, Bloodblade Cone, Sansi Stellar Training Camp. Upon opening the message, Li Qi's heart swelled with joy. The Bloodblade Cone was finally available for collection. The notification not only informed him of the collection but also provided a detailed introduction to the Bloodblade Cone. The Bloodblade Cone is a 2nd-tier low-grade telekinetic weapon with 3 distinct forms. The initial form is the flight form, resembling a blood-red triangular prism adorned with mysterious sigils on its 3 faces, exuding an air of enigma. The second form, known as the Blood Edge Blade, takes on an aggressive stance, akin to a blood-colored crescent moon with 2 exceptionally sharp, curved blades. The third form, termed the Trisect Flower, appears as a metallic blossom with 3 petals, embodying both offensive and defensive capabilities. To manifest the third form of the Bloodblade Cone presents a considerable challenge for an average stellar-level practitioner. After perusing the description, a smile graced Li Qi's face, for he found the task rather manageable. The Bloodblade Cone, classified as a 2nd-tier low-grade telekinetic weapon, requires a mental power of 9th-tier stellar level to unleash its third form, alongside a substantial amplitude of telekinetic force, criteria that he had already met. His first priority was to acquire the Bloodblade Cone, followed by the exchange for the soul-piercing needle. Completing the second trial mission had granted him 140 points, and with the remaining 15 points, his total now stood at 155 points, sufficient to exchange for the 104-point mental attack secret technique, the soul-piercing needle. Leaving his chamber, Li Qi soared outward, pondering, my mental power has now exceeded that of a 9th-tier stellar mentalist. Once I master the soul-piercing needle, it will be exceedingly difficult for stellar warriors of 7th and 8th tiers, lacking mental defenses, to withstand my mental assaults. Upon arriving at the exchange area of the Sansi Stellar Training Camp, Li Qi retrieved the 2nd-tier low-grade telekinetic weapon, the Bloodblade Cone, composed of 256 blades. This triangular prism is entirely blood-red, wider and flatter than typical prisms, measuring 0.7 meters in length, with edges that are exceptionally sharp. Subsequently, he spent 104 points to acquire the soul-piercing needle, leaving him with 51 points remaining. Eager to test his newfound abilities, he gazed fondly upon the levitating Bloodblade Cone. Back in his dormitory, he entered the virtual cosmos to simulate an adversary and experiment with the weapon's potency. Unlike the testing grounds in the real-world stellar training camp, simulations in the virtual cosmos do not consume points, yet yield comparable results. In the expanse of the vast grassland, Li Qi soared through the air, the Bloodblade Cone floating before him. He activated the enhancement sigils on the cone with his mental power, commencing with the initial flight form. Whoosh! In an instant, A sound of breaking air echoed as the blood blade cone transformed into a streak of crimson light, shooting forth into the distance with astonishing speed. Truly, as a second-tier telekinetic weapon. Even the attack power of this flight form rivaled that of the heavy gravitational disk's attack mode. After testing the flight form, he proceeded to experiment with the attack form, Blood Edge Blade, and the composite form, Trisect Flower, both of which exceeded his expectations. With a single-handed grip, Li Qi reveled in the prowess that the blood blade cone bestowed upon him, significantly enhancing his strength compared to before. The third trial mission entailed a hunting task, and with his current capabilities, he felt confident in navigating it safely. The initial 3 trials of the Stellar Training Camp must be completed within 5 years. I accomplished 2 of these trials within just 1 year of my arrival. Regrettably, I find myself short on points. Otherwise, I would have had 3 years to enhance my abilities before the impending 3rd trial, the Hunting Challenge. The Stellar Training Camp possesses an abundance of resources, mentors, and esoteric texts, yet students can only acquire these through the exchange of points. Consulting a Cosmic Level Mentor costs 10 points, while engaging a Domain Lord Level Mentor demands 50. Is it worth spending 50 points for a single session with a Domain Lord Level Mentor? Undoubtedly. In the outside world, seeking guidance from a Domain Lord Level expert would require no less than 100 million lava coins. Yet within the Stellar Training Camp, it is merely 50 points. This remarkable aspect of the camp is precisely why numerous families from over 10 medium-sized cosmic nations send their prodigies here. The cultivation of the soul-piercing needle technique appears to be rather challenging. The technique consists of 2 tiers. The first, the myriad needle realm, and the second, the needle-piercing realm. Successfully cultivating the first tier entails transforming one's mental energy into a myriad of needle-like spiritual attacks. The second tier focuses on condensing these numerous needle-like attacks into a singular, concentrated strike, thereby facilitating a breakthrough through an opponent's mental defenses. With 51 points remaining, I can consult a Cosmic Level Mentor specializing in spiritual attack techniques 5 times. I plan to allocate my remaining points towards this endeavor to refine the soul-piercing needle technique. My path lies in becoming a mental energy practitioner, and this aspect alone will suffice for my training for quite some time. I have no intention of delving into martial arts cultivation for the moment. I understand that to achieve immortality, one must master their body with a power amplitude reaching 100, yet for me, immortality feels like a distant dream at this point in my life. I am still under 20. I should not require all 5 consultations with a Cosmic Level Mentor. I am confident in my talent and aim to master the soul-piercing needle technique to the second tier in merely 2 sessions. Ultimately, the soul-piercing needle is a technique of spiritual attack, not an intricate soul technique, which mitigates its difficulty, thus bolstering my confidence. After reviewing the cultivation method for the soul-piercing needle, I commence by altering the form of my mental energy attacks. After more than 10 days of diligent practice, I successfully achieved the myriad needle realm, with my mental energy attacks now resembling countless needle strikes, significantly surpassing the potency of my previous, simplistic mental energy assaults. In the virtual cosmos, I had previously attempted to simulate a beast using the myriad needle realm's mental energy attacks, but the effects were negligible. Now, however, I can disrupt the beast's movements. Witnessing such evident results, I dedicated myself even more fervently to my training. After more than 6 months and 2 consultations with Cosmic Level Mentors adept in spiritual attack techniques, I finally advanced the soul-piercing needle technique to the needle-piercing realm. After a month of diligent cultivation, Li Qi realized that his strength had not seen any significant improvement, prompting him to resolve to apply for the 3rd trial mission. Chapter 60, The Planet Hunting Mission in the Vast Cosmic Sea. A D-class spacecraft emerged from the dark universe, appearing amidst the stellar expanse, and then accelerated towards a distant, verdant planet teeming with life. Within the vessel, Li Qi sat cross-legged on the floor, illuminated by the glow of a luminous screen reflecting upon his visage. This trial mission is a planetary hunt within the broader hunting tasks. The screen displayed a rotating green planet, known as Kikunli, designated for this hunting endeavor. Kikunli had not undergone any transformation, preserving its pristine ecological environment. However, the conditions were rather harsh, rendering it difficult for life forms below planetary grade to thrive. Concurrently, Kikunli was home to numerous low-intelligence ferocious beasts, native inhabitants of the planet, with the highest level among them being only stellar grade 9, due to regular purging. With a swipe of his finger, Li Qi perused the information on Kikunli before flipping to the criminal dossier. For this trial mission, 30 stellar grade criminals had been deployed, including 1 at stellar grade 9, 2 at stellar grade 8, 3 at stellar grade 7, and 4 at stellar grade 6, with the remaining 20 being stellar grade 5 or below. He tapped to open the profile of the stellar grade 9 criminal. A new screen materialized, revealing the image of a man with a scar on his left cheek. His skin smooth and blue, with teeth resembling sharp saw blades. Beneath the image, the universal language detailed the man's information. Nguyen Gyul, a martial artist of stellar grade 9. He had been sentenced to a millennium in prison for crimes including slave trafficking and inciting a coup. Li Qi meticulously read through the profiles of all the criminals, committing their physical characteristics to memory. These nefarious individuals would become his adversaries in the forthcoming trial, and possessing this information would grant him a strategic advantage. Suddenly, a subtle vibration emanated from the communicator on his wrist, indicating the arrival of new, significant information. At last, it had arrived. Upon opening the message, he discovered it was from the Stellar Training Camp, offering a detailed account of the point rewards associated with the trial mission. For the primary task of hunting ferocious beasts, each creature slain would yield 5 points, with a maximum of 150 points available. Li Qi read attentively, noting that for the additional task of hunting criminals, each felon eliminated would provide a foundational 25 points, with an extra 2 points for each tier above Stellar Grade 1. Thus, if one were to eliminate a Stellar Grade 9 criminal, the total would amount to 25 points plus an additional 16 points, culminating in 41 points. It was noted that all criminals would be equipped with Tier 1 force or telekinetic weapons and could form teams of up to 4 individuals. Li Qi shook his head slightly. The points gained from eliminating these criminals seemed rather meager compared to the risks involved. Observing the extensive list of 30 hunting targets for the primary task, he chuckled softly, realizing that the activity charts for these ferocious beasts had been publicly released, seemingly encouraging participants to complete the fundamental mission. Wait, suddenly recalling something, Li Qi revisited the information regarding the trial mission and discovered that there were no prohibitions against students forming teams, nor any restrictions on mutual combat among participants. This presented a contradiction. He found himself puzzled by the intentions of the Stellar Training Camp scheduling authority. If they were to encourage students to form teams, they would inevitably need to prohibit mutual combat. However, the absence of such a prohibition suggested a lack of encouragement for team formation, yet criminals were permitted to band together, creating a perplexing contradiction. My acquaintances in the Stellar Training Camp are far too few. With no ban on combat among students, there is no necessity for teamwork. Li Qi mused to himself. Given my strength, I am confident of triumph even against a 9th-tier stellar criminal. After all, I possess the Bloodblade Spike, a 2nd-tier psionic weapon, while my opponent wields merely a 1st-tier energy weapon, lacking protective energy armor. Wait, his expression shifted as he realized. The criminals may also possess energy armor. Should they eliminate a student of the Stellar Training Camp, they could seize that individual's equipment. He glanced down at his wrist communicator. If the criminals can also utilize the students' communicators. Before the students of the Stellar Training Camp arrive, the criminals have already been deployed to Kakunli Star. The thought sent a shiver down Li Qi's spine. This is far too reckless. The criminals arriving first at Kakunli Star indicated they would have the advantage to explore the environment and set their traps. At that moment, he comprehended why the mortality rate for planetary hunting missions was so alarmingly high. With a design such as that of the Stellar Training Camp, students lacked trustworthy allies or sufficient strength. Surviving the planetary hunting mission would be exceedingly difficult. Contemplating the daunting challenges of this trial, Li Qi felt a heavy weight in his heart. Fortunately, I allocated my points towards enhancing my genetic energy level. Otherwise, had he invested his points in acquiring secret tomes instead of elevating his genetic energy level, he too would be pondering how to survive this trial. It seems I must act alone during this trial. With no prohibition against combat among students and the absence of constraints from the Stellar Training Camp, Li Qi found it impossible to trust others. With my strength, overcoming this trial should pose no issue. He strategized. The time limit for this trial is 3 months. To be prudent, I will complete the basic tasks within 1 month, and after that, regardless of my progress, I shall find a place to conceal myself. For other students, completing the trial tasks within a month would be a perilous endeavor, given the uncertainty of when the criminals might acquire a student and Oppos as communicator. However, Li Qi, confident in his unparalleled strength during this trial, deemed it sufficiently cautious to finish the basic tasks within a month. Resolute in his decision to act independently, he sighed softly, hoping there would be a few more students who survived this trial. On Kakunli Star, the sky was overcast. Thunder roared. Lightning danced amidst the clouds. And torrential rain poured down. In the dense forest, the rain pelted the leaves, cascading down to the ground blanketed with dry foliage. A loud crack. Beneath a great tree. Nawan Gul caught the droplets falling from above, bearing his toothy grin as he surveyed the more than 20 individuals divided into two groups. In addition to the stellar level 9 tier individual accompanied by a few kin, the other two stellar level 8 tiers each rallied around 10 followers. Thus, the 30 individuals present were divided into 3 factions, creating an atmosphere thick with tension. Nawan lowered his eyelids, exhibiting a hint of impatience as he inquired, "So, you contest the territory I have delineated? On what grounds?" A furious voice erupted from a stellar level 7 tier. "In terms of numbers, we surpass you. What right do you have to occupy such a vast area? On what grounds?" Nawan rose to his feet, seizing a nearby first-tier energy battle axe. Chapter 61. Plans and the Hunt for Beasts. With a swift motion, Nawan appeared before the 7th-tier stellar man, his battle axe slicing down with tremendous force. "What?" The 7th-tier stellar man gasped in shock, hastily raising his sword to block the impending blow. Boom! The clash resounded as he was sent flying, tumbling and crashing through several towering trees before finally embedding himself in the trunk of a colossal tree. Coughing up blood, the 7th-tier stellar man struggled to comprehend the sheer strength of Nawan. He was astounded by Nawan and Appo's speed. Had he not deliberately slowed his strike, he would not have been able to defend against it. With a single blow that sent the 7th-tier man hurtling away, Nawan rested the battle axe on his shoulder. A look of disdain upon his face. How dare he show his face with such meager strength? Impressive speed. The onlookers shared this thought. The two had been in close proximity, yet for a 7th-tier stellar warrior, it was inconceivable to be unable to block the attack. Had Nawan not held back, the 7th-tier man would likely have met his demise. Two 8th-tier stellar warriors exchanged glances, recognizing mutual apprehension and reluctance in each other's eyes. They nodded slightly and spoke in unison. "We accept your division." Nawan's expression softened significantly. This was as it should be. The map was provided by him. And with his unparalleled strength, it was only reasonable for him and his companions to claim a larger share of the hunting grounds. How absurd, they thought. With just a few of your people, you occupy more hunting territory than the two of us combined. Without further ado, they turned and departed with their entourage. After witnessing the departure of over 20 individuals, another man with smooth blue skin approached Nawan. "Chief," the man inquired, puzzled, "why not bring them into our plan?" Nawan shook his head. "Killing a student from the stellar training camp results in a 100-year sentence reduction. They would never accept our proposal." His gaze swept over his kin. "Only you will trust me unconditionally." Upon hearing this, the man's face broke into a smile, his eyes resolute as he proclaimed, "Only you, Chief, can save our people. As long as you can escape from the Black Prison Star, we would risk our lives without hesitation." Nawan's expression turned melancholic. "Only you believe in me. The others think I am selling our kin into slavery." The man offered comfort. "They are merely deceived. Once they truly understand, they will." "Chief." A kinsman who had been keeping his eyes shut suddenly opened them, interrupting his companion. "The ship is approaching." At this, Nawan's gaze sharpened, and he began to set the plan into motion. Yes. Several kin soared into the sky, heading towards their predetermined direction, leaving only the previously silent kinsman and Nawan behind. Nawan instructed the kinsman who had just opened his eyes, record the target's trail. Understood. The kinsman nodded and closed his eyes once more. In the realm of Kikunli Star, a spacecraft descended from the vastness of outer space, breaching the atmosphere to hover above a dense forest. Perched atop the tallest tree, a majestic avian beast observed the approaching vessel with keen eyes, its intellect surpassing that of its more ignorant kin. With a decisive click, the spacecraft and Appo's hatch swung open. In rapid succession, figures emerged, darting towards their predetermined destination. Li Chi, propelled by his blood blade spear, soared towards the location marked in his memory as the territory of the most formidable beasts. Having meticulously charted a course in his mind, he was confident that, with a stroke of luck, he could accomplish his fundamental mission within a fortnight. Compared to the elusive criminals, the clearly defined range of ferocious beasts made them far easier to hunt. Within half an hour of flight, Li Chi spotted his first target, a fearsome avian creature with a wingspan exceeding 40 meters, its fiery plumage resembling flames. "The fire feather bird!" he exclaimed, instantly recognizing his quarry. With a mere thought, the blood blade spear beneath him disassembled, reforming into a crescent-shaped crimson blade. "Blood edge blade, go," he commanded, activating the enhancement rune. The blade surged forth with a soft hum, speeding toward the soaring fire feather bird like a crimson rainbow. The bird emitted a sharp cry, finally noticing Li Qi. Yet, perceiving him as insignificant due to its own size, it dismissed the threat, its simplistic mind favoring larger prey. But before it could react to the sudden crimson arc, the blade sliced through its neck with lethal precision. The massive bird plummeted to the forest floor, its dense, stellar-grade body crashing through the treetops. With the first target swiftly dispatched, Li Qi set his sights on the next. The blood-edged blade reconfigured into its initial flight form, carrying him onward toward distant mountains. Hours later, amidst the towering peaks, a colossal beast, over 70 meters long and adorned with green scales, roared as it sprinted. Deep gashes marred its flesh, blood streaming forth. Yet, these wounds were superficial, hardly significant for such a massive creature. Li Qi found himself in a predicament. The 9th-tier stellar-grade green-scale beast was not only sizable, but also bore formidable armor, making it a challenging opponent. Had he not searched for so long without finding another target, he would have already abandoned this endeavor. The blood-edged blade could easily breach the creature's scaled defenses. Yet killing it proved to be a daunting task. The density of its body and the resilience of its muscles posed a formidable barrier, rendering even the blood-edged blade's destructive capabilities ineffective against its inner defenses. With no choice but to persist, Li Qi resigned himself to a slow and arduous battle. He had attempted to employ mental prowess to attack, but the results were negligible. Although it is a mindless beast, it is nonetheless a stellar-grade creature of the 9th tier, possessing some degree of spiritual consciousness within its mind. After spending half an hour to vanquish the azure-scaled beast, Li Qi pressed onward towards the next area of ferocious activity. 10 days later, in the depths of the forest, Li Qi wielded his blood-edged blade to slay a beast resembling a gigantic python, marking his 24th target. With only 6 targets remaining, he felt confident that he could easily accomplish the fundamental task within 5 days. Buzz. At that moment, his communicator on his wrist vibrated, signaling the arrival of an important message. Chapter 62. Sudden mission with a sharp sound. Nawan withdrew his battle axe from the lifeless body of a star-level training camp student, blood splattering as the blade emerged. He casually swung the axe downward, embedding it into the earth, and bent down to retrieve the communicator from the student's wrist. Raising his hand to eye level, Nawan grinned widely, revealing a mouth full of sharp teeth, and exclaimed, "Got it." Grasping the communicator firmly, he tossed it to a nearby companion and hoisted the battle axe onto his shoulder. "Keep watch for me. I am about to break through to the cosmic level." "Yes, boss." In the outer space of Kakunli Star, aboard a D-class spacecraft, a room filled with luminous screens housed several star-level crew members monitoring various displays. Suddenly, one of the screens flickered with a crimson glow, accompanied by a piercing alarm. A corpulent star-level crew member waved his hand several times, and a screen radiating red light materialized before him. Upon reading the information displayed, the star-level crew member was taken aback, realizing that someone was breaking through to the cosmic level. A diminutive star-level crew member appeared astonished. There was only one criminal at the 9th tier of the star level on Kakunli Star. How could another possibly break through? The corpulent crew member shouted. "It's that 9th tier criminal Nawangil who is breaking through." "What?" The small star-level crew member thought to himself that this was dire news and promptly commanded, "You continue monitoring. I will report to the superior immediately." Thus, one monitored while the other reported upwards. Before long, 3 cosmic-level powerhouses entered the room. "What is the current situation?" one of them inquired. "Has the criminal Nawangil completed his breakthrough?" The monitoring star-level crew member replied. "He has completed the breakthrough. Immediately transmit the order via chip, instructing criminal Nawangil to remain in place. If he resists." Another cosmic-level powerhouse's gaze turned icy, "Then eliminate him." "Understood." The corpulent star-level crew member nodded and began to operate the screen. After issuing the commands, the cosmic-level powerhouse addressed the other 2 cosmic-level companions. "Let us jointly report to the higher-ups." "All right." In a hidden cave on Kakunli Star, Nawan's blue visage bore a grim expression. As expected, orders to prohibit movement have been issued. Yet, when faced with this reality, he felt a profound helplessness and inability to control his own fate. Criminals from Black Prison Star are implanted with chips. Unless their sentences are completed, they remain under surveillance until death. This chip not only monitors, but can also execute those who defy the commands of the Lava Empire. Nawan clenched his fists tightly. "I hope, as those fellows have said, that the Lava Empire will not conclude this trial mission so easily. I still have 2,700 years left on my sentence. Considering each star-level training student is equivalent to 3 tiers of the star level, if I eliminate 20, I can reduce my entire sentence. Given his lifespan after breaking through to the cosmic level, a sentence of 2,700 years does not seem excessively long. However, he was unwilling to wait for 2,700 years. For an apprentice and a planetary-level being, 2,700 years is an eternity. During this time, countless kin would be sold into slavery. Killing a student in a stellar training camp could earn a reduction of 100 years from one's sentence, and for each advancement in rank, an additional 20 years could be deducted. With a sentence of 2,700 years, by dispatching 23rd-level stellar students, he could completely absolve himself. Suddenly, the communicator on Nawan's wrist emitted a slight vibration, and simultaneously, the chip in his mind sent a message. He sprang to his feet, excitement coursing through him. Finally, it had arrived. Li Chi pondered, how can there be significant news during a trial mission? With a swish, the heavy armor disassembled, transforming into hundreds of black blades that hollowed out a nearby tree. Diving into the hollow, Li Chi activated the communicator. A luminous screen materialized, and the information displayed left him astounded. Due to the criminal Nawangu's breakthrough to the cosmic level, an emergent mission was triggered. Emergent mission, survival. On Kakunli Star, a random evacuation point would appear every 2 hours, lasting for 1 hour. The first evacuation point would emerge in 10 minutes. And those who successfully reached it would earn a base of 50 points. From the start of the emergent mission, surviving for every 2 hours on Kakunli Star would yield 10 points, with a cap of 100 points. Note, participants who escape to the evacuation point will be considered to have completed this trial mission. All communicators can access the coordinates of the evacuation points. At the bottom of the text, the current number of surviving participants was noted. 51 remained. The criminal Nawangu has advanced to the cosmic level. Li Chi furrowed his brow but soon relaxed considerably. Fortunately, Nawangu is a martial artist, and his energy weapon is only at the first level. Otherwise, even I would have no assurance of escape if I encountered him. Prior to reaching the domain master level, mentalists hold an advantage over martial artists in terms of flight speed and attack range. However, upon reaching the domain master level, the existence of domains narrows the gap between martial artists and mentalists, and at the world master level, due to the projection of worlds, both are nearly on par. The energy disparity between a 9th-level apprentice and a planetary-level being is merely a factor of 4, combined with the physical metamorphosis of planetary-level life forms. The foundational strength difference will not exceed 10-fold. The gap between a 9th-level planetary being and a stellar being may be slightly greater, yet it will not surpass 20 times. Li Chi shook his head internally. As one progresses, the disparities between major realms, and even minor realms, become immensely vast. I can secure the additional 100 points from the emergent mission. Gazing at the luminous task description, he contemplated, Nawangu, a first-level cosmic being, would not be my match in direct combat, but escaping should pose no issue. I possess a domain, should he close the distance. His speed will significantly diminish under its influence, while I can defend against his attacks with my telekinetic weaponry. Thus, for him, a martial artist, to kill me would prove exceedingly difficult. To obtain the additional 100 points, I will need 20 hours. Li Chi closed his eyes, extending his mental energy around the towering tree. Let us remain hidden here for 20 hours, he decided. Exercising caution, he abandoned the idea of venturing out to hunt the remaining 6 targets of his basic mission, opting instead for concealment. After the passage of 20 hours, Li Chi opened his eyes and glanced at his communicator, astonished to discover only 13 survival students remain. If his memory served him correctly, there were 57 students who had embarked on this trial, with 51 still alive at the time the emergency task was announced. Remarkably, in the 20 hours that followed the issuance of the urgent mission, 38 students had perished. The mortality rate for this trial has exceeded 70%, Li Chi mused, narrowing his eyes. Even for a hunting mission notorious for its high fatality rates, this is unprecedented. With a flash of resolve, he declared, the predatory prowess of cosmic-level beings is indeed formidable. Now it remains to be seen if you can keep pace with me. With a swift motion, Li Chi emerged from his hiding place, propelling himself skyward upon his bloodblade spike. Chapter 63. Ambush during evacuation. Soaring into the sky, Li Chi activated his communicator, and a luminous display materialized before him, showcasing the countdown to the evacuation point. 7, 2, 1. As the countdown reached its conclusion, a three-dimensional map of Kakunli Star emerged on the screen, with Li Chi's white light point shimmering on the map. The entire three-dimensional map began to rotate rapidly. When it finally stilled, a blinking red light point appeared, indicating the randomly designated evacuation point. The distance between myself and the evacuation point is somewhat considerable. Li Qi observed the gap between the white point and the red point on the map, which spanned nearly half of Kukumli Star. This distance posed little concern. With the speed of the blood-blade cone beneath my feet, I could easily reach it within an hour, at the pace of a stellar-level powerhouse. An hour would suffice to circumnavigate Kukumli Star, yet the farther he was from the evacuation point, the greater the likelihood of encountering the cosmic-level criminal Na Huanqiu. Confident in his ability to survive, Li Qi reassured himself that even if he did encounter the foe, it would not be a problem. As a first-tier cosmic warrior, it would be exceedingly difficult for Na Huan to catch up with him. Whoosh! With the blood blade cone beneath his feet, Li Qi propelled himself toward the evacuation point. Resembling a streak of crimson light. In the sky, a second-tier stellar beast observed this blood-red arc with keen and perceptive eyes. In a dense forest on Kukumli Star, Na Huan bore his battle axe upon his shoulder, blood dripping from its blade. Beside him lay the corpse of a stellar-level student. Just one more to go. A luminous screen flickered to life as he gazed at the red-glowing evacuation point on the three-dimensional map, his eyes aflame with fervor yet tinged with anxiety. Having seized the communicator from a stellar training camp student, he possessed privileges equivalent to those of the other students, granting him access to the same information. Though there were originally 13 surviving students, several had already departed through the evacuation point, leaving an estimation of no more than 3 remaining on Kukumli Star. Those vying for the additional 100 points will likely leave Kukumli Star at this evacuation point, Na Huan mused, aware that this emergence of the evacuation point was his final opportunity. I must eliminate the last remaining individual during this evacuation. Suddenly, a light curtain erupted from the communicator, presenting a video call request. Beep. Upon accepting the request, a smooth-skinned blue man appeared on the screen, Na Huan and Appos, kin and the last of his race on Kukumli Star. As soon as the video call connected, the man exclaimed, "Chief, I have spotted a stellar training camp student." Na Huan and Appos' eyes gleamed with excitement as he quickly inquired, "Where?" "He is flying toward the evacuation point, and the coordinates are." The man relayed the coordinates before asking, "Chief, should I delay them?" Na Huan swiftly interjected, "No need. Leave this last individual to me." After calculating the direction of the coordinates, Na Huan set off toward the evacuation point, intending to intercept the student. In another part of the dense forest on Kukumli Star, a frail, star-level second-tier criminal opened his eyes and addressed his 3 companions. "We have discovered a student. Though this particular student possesses formidable strength, wielding a second-tier psionic weapon, the Bloodblade Cone." "What? A second-tier psionic weapon?" A female criminal expressed disbelief. "Are you certain? Second-tier psionic weapons are exceedingly rare. I have participated in 3 planetary hunting missions and have yet to witness a student utilizing such a weapon." Sensing her skepticism, the slender criminal felt his expertise was being questioned and retorted angrily, "I am a psionic master. Although I specialize in beast taming, I possess far greater knowledge of psionic weapons than you martial practitioners." The female criminal, wishing to avoid conflict, replied dismissively, All right. You are a psionic master. You are correct." Nearby, a brown-furred leopard man criminal inquired, "So, are we proceeding with this operation? If that student truly possesses a second-tier psionic weapon, it may prove rather challenging." A tall, star-level 6th-tier man narrowed his eyes, stroking his chin as he proposed, "Let us conduct a vote. I oppose taking action." The first to voice his opinion was the star-level 2nd-tier psionic master. "The opponent is a psionic master armed with a 2nd-tier psionic weapon, making it difficult for us to succeed, and we risk being counterattacked." "I also oppose." The female criminal raised her hand. "The weapons from the stellar training camp are peculiar. A 1st-tier weapon can function as a 2nd-tier weapon, and facing an opponent with a 2nd-tier psionic weapon puts us at a significant disadvantage." Opposed. The brown-furred leopard man cast his dissenting vote, agreeing with his 2 companions. "Indeed," the tall man nodded, acknowledging the consensus. "I too am against taking action." With that, he turned to the star-level 2nd-tier psionic master and instructed, "Have your pet follow him and see if any unfortunate soul takes an interest." "Certainly." The star-level 2nd-tier psionic master smiled broadly, relishing the prospect of a spectacle. The female criminal shared his enthusiasm. Who does not enjoy a bit of excitement? Whoosh! Within the crimson arc of the Bloodblade Cone, Li Qi slightly tilted his head, sensing the presence of a star-level 2nd-tier avian beast trailing him from a distance. Still following? He had already noticed something amiss with the star-level 2nd-tier avian beast. Its gaze was distinctly more perceptive than that of other beasts, suggesting a higher level of intelligence. However, He had no intention of engaging. It was merely a non-target star-level second-tier beast, unworthy of his time. As long as it did not interfere with him, he had no desire to acknowledge it. As he approached the extraction point, Li Qi grew increasingly vigilant, aware of a cosmic-level first-tier criminal's presence, leaving no room for carelessness. Curiously, during planetary hunting missions, the stellar training camp appeared somewhat biased towards criminals, as they could glean information about students and oppos, tasks from the communication devices, enabling them to orchestrate their plans. In contrast, students were entirely oblivious to the criminals and oppos, movements, and remaining numbers. Suddenly, while maneuvering the Bloodblade cone, Li Qi's expression shifted. Through a psychic scan, he detected 4 criminals lying in ambush within the dense forest ahead. Ceasing his advance, Li Qi meticulously scrutinized the facial features of the 4 criminals, and soon, corresponding information emerged in his mind. 1 at stellar rank 7, 1 at stellar rank 5, and 2 at stellar rank 4. Upon grasping the strength of these 4 individuals, Li Qi couldn't help but chuckle. All 4 criminals are martial artists. They have come to offer their warm greetings. Concealed within the treetops, the 4 criminals realized that the approaching student was a psychic, and their cover had been blown. One of the criminals communicated telepathically with the others, and since they had been discovered, they decided to take action. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 4 of them leapt from the treetops, transforming into 4 streaks of light as they charged towards Li Qi. Chapter 64. Elimination of the criminals. Confronted by the 4 streaks of escaping light, Li Qi was already prepared, manipulating the heavy shield to protect himself. Simultaneously, the Bloodblade spike beneath his feet disassembled and reformed, projecting blood-red blades reminiscent of a waning moon. It was a second-tier telekinetic weapon, the Bloodblade spike. Upon witnessing the crimson radiance approaching, the star-level 7th-tier criminal communicated telepathically with his companions, advising them to evade rather than confront directly. What is a second-tier telekinetic weapon? The other 3 criminals were taken aback, for such weapons were exceedingly rare on hunting planets, and they found themselves facing one. Daring not to resist, the trio swiftly sought refuge. Soul-piercing needle. Li Qi unleashed an intangible wave of mental energy that pierced into the sea of consciousness of a star-level 4th-tier criminal. This needle-like mental force possessed formidable penetrative power. The will of the 4th-tier criminal was rather feeble, and he could not withstand this assault, resulting in an instantaneous collapse of his mental defenses. As the mental energy within his consciousness shattered, the 4th-tier criminal and oppos' soul was injured, leaving him disoriented and unable to control his body as he plummeted helplessly to the ground. Whoosh! A blood-red beam arced through the air, slicing past the falling 4th-tier criminal's body. Thud! The body of the 4th-tier criminal initially showed no signs of change upon being struck by the crimson light. Yet, almost immediately, it split in 2, with blood gushing forth like a fountain. How did Ruka get it? Why didn't Ruka evade? Is Ruka truly dead? The 3 criminals turned their gazes in shock towards their companion, whose body had been effortlessly severed, blood spraying forth. Witnessing such an easy demise of their ally, the star-level 7th-tier criminal halted his flight and rapidly retreated. Simultaneously, he communicated to the 2 surviving companions. It's an illusionist. Flee at once. Having assessed Li Qi's strength through a communicator, the 7th-tier criminal confirmed him to be a 6th-tier telekinetic master, a foe they believed they could overcome. However, the ability to instantaneously eliminate a companion of similar strength indicated that this illusionist could just as easily bring an end to their lives. Thus, upon hearing the strongest among them urging them to escape, the 2 already wavering criminals turned and fled. Flee! The 2 criminals propelled themselves with frenzied energy, darting in different directions at breakneck speed. In an instant, the 3 criminals scattered towards 3 separate paths. Think you can escape after walking into my trap? Li Qi and oppos' gaze turned icy as the heavy shield that enveloped him disassembled, transforming into a torrent of black metal that flowed beneath him, reconstituting into a heavy disc. Whoosh! In terms of flight speed, Li Qi, propelled by the telekinetic weapon's flight form, naturally surpassed them. He chose not to pursue the 4th-tier criminal, but instead set his sights on the 5th-tier criminal. Soul-piercing needle. Li Qi once again employed the soul-piercing needle, directing the needle-like mental energy towards the 4th-tier criminal while the blood-red light from the Bloodblade pursued relentlessly. Humph! The star-level 4th-tier criminal let out a muffled groan as his mental defenses were breached by the needle-like mental force, resulting in a wound to his soul. Fortunately, his will was relatively strong, allowing him to maintain his bodily position and prevent a fall from the sky, though his speed of flight dramatically decreased. Whoosh! A crimson glow pursued the fourth-tier stellar criminal, swiftly slicing across his neck. I don't want to die? The fourth-tier stellar criminal clung desperately to life. Yet his head had been severed from his body, leaving him irrevocably dead. Had he been a cosmic powerhouse, being split in two would have been inconsequential. As long as his soul endured, he could survive for a time. Alas, he was not. After dispatching the fourth-tier stellar criminal, the crimson light veered sharply in the direction of Li Qi. How infuriating. Why must I be pursued? More critically, the illusionist wielded a telekinetic weapon that surpassed his speed, rendering escape impossible. Li Qi continued his pursuit for several seconds before the crimson glow surged behind him. Noticing the blood blade closing in, he narrowed his eyes and coldly commanded, "Die." The soul-piercing needle launched toward the fifth-tier stellar criminal's consciousness, breaching his mental defenses with minimal resistance and wounding his soul. As his spirit was injured, the fifth-tier stellar criminal plummeted, his will too feeble, now slipping into unconsciousness. Whoosh! The crimson light darted forth, cleaving the descending fifth-tier stellar criminal in two. After eliminating the fifth-tier stellar criminal, Li Qi ceased his flight, turning to regard the retreating seventh-tier stellar criminal. Choosing not to pursue. Though he could have chased, it would consume a significant amount of time he deemed too precious to waste. Adjusting his communicator's direction, he continued his journey toward the extraction point. In the dense forest of Starry Sky, a frail second-tier stellar criminal reported the battle's outcome with wide eyes, still in shock. The student used the blood blade spike in conjunction with telekinetic attacks to kill Roku. That student killed. He had not pursued. Acta had escaped. Upon completing his report, he opened his eyes and incredulously remarked, "This is the first time I've seen such a powerful illusionist." The three unfortunate souls who faced Roku had immediately lost their combat effectiveness to his telekinetic assault, swiftly falling to the lethal form of the blood blade spike. The forest fell silent, and after a moment, a female criminal expressed her relief. "Thank goodness we did not engage. Had we, the outcome might have been far worse." The brown-furred leopard criminal concurred. "We would likely have been completely annihilated." Truly. It was remarkable that anyone would dare covet a mere 100 points while being pursued by a cosmic powerhouse. A tall man nodded in agreement. Had we encountered him before the sudden mission, we would likely have faced total extermination. The female criminal suddenly laughed. "Come to think of it, we owe thanks to that fellow Nawin. Had he not compelled us to hunt in this small area, we might have crossed paths with that formidable character." The brown-furred leopard criminal nodded. "Indeed, we should express our gratitude to Nawin. To be honest, I truly admire Nawin. He dared to orchestrate such a scheme and even emerged victorious," remarked the tall man. "On the day that a student breaks through to cosmic level on the hunting planet, the penalties for the stellar training camp will surely be alleviated. If he misjudges the intentions of the higher-ups at the stellar training camp, his breakthrough into the cosmic realm would indeed be in vain, and opportunities for sentence reduction would become exceedingly scarce." The other three nodded in agreement, sharing the same sentiment. Suddenly, his expression shifted, and he closed his eyes, exclaiming, "It is Nawin." He then pursued the formidable character. The tall man abruptly rose to his feet, following suit. The frail second-tier stellar-level psychic criminal nodded in understanding, commanding the ferocious beast to accompany him. Chapter 65. "You cannot catch me," the brown-furred leopard man criminal spoke. "That ruthless character is finished." The female criminal retorted, "Of course, he stands no chance against Nawin, who has ascended to the cosmic level." Nawin, who had not yet reached the cosmic level, was already among the elite in the stellar tier of the Black Prison Star, and his ascension to the cosmic level rendered him even more formidable. While that ruthless character was indeed powerful and could easily overpower them, he was still far from being able to contend with Nawin, who had transcended to the cosmic level. In the outer space of Starry Sky, aboard a D-class spaceship, three cosmic-level mentors were currently in the monitoring room. Observing Nawin, now at the cosmic level, pursuing Li Qi, the cosmic-level mentor from the Shaha Stellar Training Camp spoke. Li Qi Royce is the Empire's primary focus of cultivation from the Planetary Development Division. If Nawin poses any threat to his life during the confrontation, eliminate him immediately. This statement from the cosmic-level mentor drew the attention of the other two cosmic-level mentors. As the primary focus of the Empire's Planetary Development Division was destined to become a core member of the Lava Empire. Simultaneously, the two cosmic-level mentors from different stellar training camps began to communicate telepathically. Li Qi Royce, I believe I have heard that name before. He is the planetary-level prodigy born from the Empire's cultivation sphere. So it is him. No wonder a primary focus of cultivation has suddenly emerged. As the two cosmic-level mentors exchanged thoughts, the stellar-level overseer responsible for managing the chips responded, "Indeed." On Kakunli Star, Li Qi soared above the dense forest. Standing upon the Blood-Blade Spire. As customary, he utilized his mental energy to scan the surroundings, but his expression shifted as he detected someone approaching rapidly from behind. Focusing his mental energy in a singular direction, he discerned the appearance of the incoming individual, a blue-skinned figure with a scar across his face. "It's him." Nawin. Glancing back, Li Qi noticed a streak of blue light racing towards him with incredible speed, far surpassing what a stellar-level being could achieve. Heavy shield. With a thought, Li Qi commanded the heavy shield to manifest, positioning it behind him. Nawin and Appos. S eyes burned with intensity, his demeanor exhilarated. "I and Appos. V got you now." The last one. He exerted his full physical force and propelled himself forward using genetic primal energy, gradually closing the distance to Li Qi. "Now's my chance." As he beheld Li Qi, just over 100 meters ahead, Nawin invoked a secret technique. Boom. A sonic explosion erupted behind Nawin as blue genetic primal energy detonated, further enhancing his speed. The primal war axe he bore on his shoulder shimmered with blue light, its amplitude glyphs activated. "Die." Nawin bellowed, cleaving forward with his axe. Now within mere meters of his target. Just as he fully swung the axe, his velocity ensured a perfect strike. However, at that moment, a green luminescence emanated from Li Qi, enveloping Nawin and binding him, slightly reducing his speed, as he swung his battle axe with full force. The outcome was not as anticipated. Instead of cleaving into his target, it struck against the black heavy shield. The clang resonated. And from the point of collision between the primal force axe and the heavy shield, an invisible, potent shockwave radiated outward. The dense forest below trembled, leaves shattered, and branches snapped under the sonic assault. Humph. Li Qi grunted softly, feeling a slight impairment in his mental energy. The black heavy shield, which had withstood the blow, shattered into countless blades that scattered in all directions. Utilizing the momentum of the impact, he accelerated towards the retreat point. Impressive, truly worthy of a cosmic powerhouse. The ferocity of that strike exceeded his expectations. "Too bad you are merely a martial artist. You cannot kill me." With a thought, the fragments of the disintegrated heavy shield reformed, once more shielding him from harm. How can this be? Nahuan's face contorted with disbelief as his seemingly certain strike was thwarted. How could my attack miss? Confounded. He sensed a constricting pressure emanating from the green light surrounding his target. Upon further reflection, he realized that this binding sensation was indeed linked to the luminous aura before him. As he stepped outside the green light and Appos' influence, the oppressive sensation vanished entirely. In that moment, a familiar term surfaced in his mind. Is this a domain? He had only seen domains in images before, never having witnessed one firsthand. And this inaugural experience would be etched in his memory. Nahuan struggled to accept the reality, a domain. He has actually comprehended a domain. He had fought tooth and nail to grasp the essence of combat in the perilous battles within the Black Prison Star. Yet here stood a sixth-tier stellar mentalist who had comprehended a domain, and the binding force of this domain was undoubtedly not something newly attained. In the outer space of the Kakunli Star, aboard a D-class spacecraft, the cosmic-level leading instructor of the San-Sea Stellar Training Camp gazed in astonishment at the hologram of Li Qi enveloped in green light. A monster. How long has he been in the Stellar Training Camp? And he has already reached the third tier of a domain. With such a third-tier binding pressure in place, Nahuan could not hope to eliminate Li Qi. The other two cosmic-level instructors shared the same astonishment. This primary focus of the Imperial cultivation planet was simply terrifying. Having achieved a third-tier domain, Nahuan, filled with resentment, seethed with fury. Bang! Driven by his unwillingness to concede, Nahuan unleashed a secret technique, dramatically increasing his speed. However, upon entering the range of the green light, he felt the binding and suppressive force slow him down. Clang! He struck with his battle axe, pouring his hatred into the blow against the heavy shield. Drawing on the force of this strike, Li Qi accelerated, widening the distance between them. Damn it! Nahuan gritted his teeth and employed the secret technique once more. Clang! Yet again, the battle axe met the heavy shield, thwarted. As the impact slowed him further, Nahuan howled in frustration, cursing his fate. He found himself powerless against Li Qi, constrained by the domain and Appos' binding pressure, unable to retaliate as a martial artist. At this moment, the two were nearing the evacuation point. Li Qi faintly glimpsed the silvery metallic exterior of the spacecraft, recognizing that they were close to safety. Futile. A sense of relaxation washed over him, and he even transmitted a message to Nawin behind him. Nawin, you cannot catch me. This marked his first real combat experience after achieving the third tier of his domain. A confinement so potent that even a first-tier cosmic being like Nawan found it exceedingly difficult to break free. How dare he mock me? Nawan's eyes blazed crimson. Filled with uncontainable fury, he invoked a secret spell to hasten his speed, delivering a vengeful strike against the heavy protective shield. Clang! After that blow, he refrained from advancing further, for ahead lay the evacuation point, an area he was forbidden to enter. Should he breach the boundaries of the evacuation zone, the chip embedded in his brain would detonate. Chapter 66. Conclusion of the planetary hunting mission. With a surge of momentum, Li Qi entered the vicinity of the evacuation point. Glancing at Nawan outside the designated area, he smiled broadly and soared towards the hatch of the small spacecraft above. Damn it, Nawan seethed. You have shattered my kin's trust. Having ascended to the cosmic level, today marked his last opportunity to partake in the planetary hunting missions. The treacherous expanse of the abyssal star's cosmic zone loomed ominously, leaving his survival uncertain. Suddenly, a buzz erupted from the communicator on his wrist. Upon inspection, he discovered a message from the last of his kin, which instantly cast a shadow over his countenance. His kin had placed their faith in him, yet he had betrayed that trust by failing to secure their final member. A figure on the light screen shouted with exuberance, "Head! Another trainee is en route to the evacuation point. Coordinates are..." What? Nawan's heart raced. There and Oppos, as still another trainee? Ignoring the previous warnings, he urged. Repeat that. The kin reiterated. There is. The coordinates are. Nawan erupted into laughter. There is still hope. At the spacecraft's hatch, Li Qi observed Nawan's maniacal laughter with bemusement, pondering, has he lost his mind from the impact? After his laughter subsided, Nawan calculated the trajectory of his target and stealthily circumvented the evacuation point to lay in wait. On the planet Kikunli, within a dense forest, for criminals displayed expressions of astonishment. They had presumed that the formidable figure being pursued by the now cosmic-level Nawan was doomed. Yet, contrary to their expectations, he had miraculously survived, and even the cosmic-level Nawan could not catch him. Unbelievable, murmured the female criminal. He has survived, and even the ascended Nawan cannot overtake him. Inquiring through a controlled beast for visibility, another asked, the green luminescence surrounding him does not resemble genetic energy. It appears to slow Nawan's speed. The tall man speculated. From your description, this must be a domain, and a rather advanced one at that. The brown-furred leopard man criminal mused. So that is what a domain looks like. Truly enviable. The diminutive criminal voiced his confusion, but that fierce character has already reached the evacuation point. This mission should have concluded. Why Haven and Oppos? We received the termination notification. The tall man replied. It is likely that there are still surviving trainees, hence. A light screen abruptly materialized from the communicator, interrupting his words. The trial mission has concluded. Gazing at the glowing screen before him, Li Qi felt an overwhelming sense of relief. After dismissing the notification of the mission and Oppos' conclusion, he activated his communicator to check the number of survivors. The count stands at 11? Remarkably, aside from myself, 2 others dared to covet the 100 points. He shook his head slightly, incredulous. What reckless individuals. Li Qi could not fathom the mindset of those 2, daring to pursue points in the face of cosmic-level pursuers. Truly, they were willing to gamble with their lives for mere points. He dared to covet 100 points, for he possessed absolute confidence that, even in the face of a cosmic-level pursuit, he could survive, rather than relying on mere luck. Among the 57 individuals who participated in this planetary hunting mission, only 11 emerged alive. Li Qi's voice was somewhat somber. The mortality rate approached 80%, nearly quadrupling the 20% death rate of the planetary hunting mission that Roland had participated in. What he was unaware of was that the high fatality rate of this mission stemmed from Nawan's actions. Firstly, Nawan had provided all the criminals with the map of Kikunli Star, marking the territories of the ferocious beasts, which led to the demise of 6 trainees during the beast hunting task. The deaths of these 6 trainees granted the criminals 6 communicators, enabling them to ascertain the trainees' mission status and evacuation points. Furthermore, Nawan directly caused the deaths of 20 trainees, almost half of the total fatalities. The high death rate of this planetary hunting mission also came with substantial rewards. In the luminous screen before him, Li Qi discovered the task list. The objective of hunting ferocious beasts was set at 24 targets, with each target yielding 5 points, totaling 120 points. The objective of apprehending criminals was 3 targets, with each target awarding 25 points, plus an additional 2 points for each tier. Li Qi calculated the points earned from eliminating 3 criminals. One 5th-tier stellar criminal would grant an extra 8 points, while 2 4th-tier stellar criminals would provide an additional 12 points. Adding the base 75 points, the total came to 95 points. Survival in an unexpected task provided a base of 50 points, with an extra 10 points for every 2 hours survived, reaching the maximum of 100 additional points, culminating in a total of 150 points. Altogether, he amassed 365 points. Upon completing the calculations, he felt a sense of astonishment. The points gained from this trial were exceedingly substantial, 365 points. Had he chosen to pursue the criminals further, his points would have surpassed 400. Li Qi felt no regret or sense of loss for only having eliminated 3 criminals. Prudence was undoubtedly a virtue. Adding his previous remaining 31 points, his total points now stood at 396. A smile crept across Li Qi's face. 396 points was indeed a fortune. With a 2nd-tier psychic weapon, the Bloodblade Spike, in hand, he had no need to exchange for a 2nd-tier psychic weapon, as such weapons and psychic battle attire consumed an exorbitant number of points, each requiring 8 or 900 points, 10 times the exchange rate of the 1st tier. With nearly 400 points at his disposal, he was finally able to pursue the guidance of a domain master-level expert that he had long desired. Upon entering the D-class spaceship, he encountered other surviving trainees, most of whom he did not recognize, likely hailing from the other 2 stellar training camps. Some of these trainees appeared elated and grateful, while others bore expressions of sorrow and melancholy. Subsequently, 3 cosmic-level mentors arrived, each taking away the trainees belonging to their respective stellar training camps. Among the 4 survivors from the Shahui stellar training camp, Li Qi was included. In the most dismal stellar training camp, the cosmic-level mentor took only 1 student with him, indicating that merely 1 individual survived the trial mission of this stellar training camp. Chapter 67. Secret Techniques and Guidance at the Stellar Training Camp. Gazing at the message from the Stellar Training Camp displayed on the screen, he murmured softly to himself, "I shall have to wait a month to receive guidance from Lord Nanning." Upon applying for a domain-level mentor, he had been informed that such guidance necessitated an appointment, which would then be scheduled by the domain-level mentor. The privileges afforded to domain-level mentors far surpass those granted to cosmic-level mentors. Indeed, it is the strong who are favored. While cosmic-level mentors are required to undertake trial missions as leading instructors and adhere to fixed schedules for guidance tasks, domain-level mentors enjoy a much greater degree of freedom, even in determining the timing of their advisements. A month, Li Qi mused. I could use this month to exchange for a tome of secret techniques related to physical movement. During the planetary hunting trial on the planet Kakunli, while being pursued by the cosmic-level criminal Nawin, he had encountered a technique that allowed for a brief burst of speed. His curiosity about such a technique was piqued. If I could master this technique, it would prove invaluable for both fleeing and pursuing, provided the side effects are manageable. With this thought in mind, Li Qi opened the exchange list for secret techniques, beginning his search for methods to enhance flight speed. The technique known as Energy Escape Technique caught his attention, with an exchange price of 122 points. After meticulously reviewing several tomes, he found a technique that captivated him. With minimal side effects, albeit with significant consumption of genetic energy. Having spent 122 points to acquire the Energy Escape Technique, Li Qi departed from his dormitory to collect it. On his way to the exchange center, he observed numerous students hurrying by. The once sparsely populated exchange center had grown considerably busier. It seems the alarming mortality rate of nearly 80 from the last planetary hunting mission has spread, Li Qi realized. Only the exceptionally high death rate from the previous mission could incite such eagerness among students to enhance their capabilities. The Energy Escape Technique functions by burning genetic energy to strengthen the physical field and propel the body into accelerated flight. Its advantages lie in its straightforwardness and ease of mastery, while its drawback is the considerable consumption of genetic energy once employed, a significant amount. For both enhancing the physical field and accelerating the body, a certain amount of genetic energy is required, and utilizing both simultaneously demands even greater expenditure. To amplify the physical stance or to accelerate the body, each technique requires skill when used independently. And executing both concurrently necessitates an even higher level of proficiency and a certain amount of time for implementation, Li Qi contemplated. The ease of learning the APOS, Energy Escape Technique and APOS, stems from its reliance on the burning of genetic energy, which sacrifices conservation in exchange for reduced demands on skill and time. This technique is perfectly suited for me, as my role as a psychic energy master does not require a high demand for genetic energy. and my awakened unique ability appears to be a remarkably potent form of energy recovery, which facilitates a swift regeneration of my genetic energy. He had long observed that his recovery rate for genetic energy was notably rapid. After consulting materials within the stellar training camp, he concluded that his awakened ability likely represented a strong form of energy recovery. The term likely was used because the phenomenon he experienced upon breaking through to planetary level did not seem typical of what one would expect from the energy recovery ability. Unless it is a matter of life and death, I do not need to continually employ the energy evasion technique. My inherent genetic energy consumption and recovery speed are sufficient to support its brief usage in combat. He is a mental adept, primarily utilizing psychic energy during battles, which incurs minimal genetic energy expenditure. He is now able to cultivate the energy evasion technique, should any issues arise. He can expend some points to seek guidance from a cosmic-level mentor proficient in this field. At this juncture, Li Qi felt that his points were still insufficient. Previously, he had amassed 396 points and felt quite affluent, but after redeeming a domain master-level mentor's guidance and the energy evasion technique, he was left with merely 124 points. To elevate his genetic energy level from 4th to 5th stage of stellar rank, he required 160 points. He had initially intended to enhance his genetic energy level to the 5th stage, but realized he would have to wait until he completed the next trial task before proceeding with the nutrient chamber enhancement. With the energy evasion technique, his survival capacity had significantly strengthened. A slight delay in enhancing his genetic energy level was inconsequential. Donning the consciousness connector, Li Qi entered the virtual universe to practice the energy evasion technique, as the vastness of the virtual universe could simulate conditions 100 accurately without depleting his genetic energy. A month passed. Today marked the day he would receive guidance from the domain master-level mentor. Li Qi departed his dormitory, making his way to the designated area of the mentor. Over the past month, he had become adept at executing the energy evasion technique. Due to the inability of the virtual universe to replicate bodily attributes, he had tested this secret art in the stellar cultivation camp of the real world, where with his genetic energy recovery speed, he could briefly unleash it multiple times during combat. Once he activated the energy evasion technique, his speed would nearly double, allowing him to swiftly distance himself from adversaries, perfectly aligning with the combat style of a mental adept. As he progressed, Li Qi arrived at the residence of the domain master, Nanding. The structure was imposing, with a door exceeding 20 meters in height and the overall edifice towering over 1,000 meters. Having made a prior appointment, he was granted access to this grand building. Upon entering the towering door, he felt as though he had stepped into a realm of giants, with all the furniture scaled up tenfold. Suddenly, a gentle yet resonant voice echoed, "You must be Li Qi, Royce." Li Qi turned towards the source of the voice, only to behold a colossal chair nearly 8 to 9 meters tall, accompanied by massive armored legs. As he gazed upwards, he finally spotted a smiling male giant. The giant introduced himself with a grin, "I am Nanning." In response, Li Qi bowed respectfully. "I am honored to meet you, Domain Master Nanning. I belong to the giant race, one of the branches of humanity. Although my stature far exceeds yours, I am indeed a legitimate member of the human lineage." Nanning chuckled amiably, then raised his left hand slightly. "Please, have a seat and let us converse." "Sit? Where?" Li Qi inquired, puzzled, as there was nothing on the ground before Nan Ying's left hand. Suddenly, a small living room furnished with a sofa and table descended from the air. At that moment, Nan Ying's voice resounded, "I prefer not to look down upon others, as it is impolite." Li Qi entered the modest living room and settled onto the sofa. As he did so, the small space began to ascend, ultimately reaching a position parallel to Nan Ying's line of sight. The Lord of the Nanning domain inquired, "What do you believe the wood represents?" Upon hearing this, Li Qi recognized that the conversation had commenced, and he replied, "It signifies life." Indeed, it symbolizes life. The Lord of the Nanning domain elucidated, "But it embodies not only life, but also." Chapter 68, Application of the domain: not merely life, but also resilience, absorption, growth, and even toxicity. The Lord of the Southern domain remarked, "Certain unique plants embody the essence of the cosmic principle of wood." Li Qi felt somewhat perplexed, pondering, "This must pertain to the fundamental laws of wood's origin, yet why is he sharing this with me?" Of course, he comprehended the principles, typically. Upon achieving the 9th level of domain perfection, one would come to understand these laws. If one possessed extraordinary treasures, it was possible to grasp the laws directly without attaining the 9th level of domain perfection. However, Li Qi lacked such treasures and could only elevate his domain mastery to the 9th level before attempting to comprehend the laws. When you encounter a bottleneck, consider observing plants. You may gain some insight, the Lord of the Southern Domain explained with a smile, sensing Li Qi's confusion. This is a suggestion drawn from my own experiences. For it was through such observations that I perceived laws beyond the domain. Thus, the Lord of the Southern Domain has indeed grasped the laws, Li Qi mused, momentarily taken aback but quickly coming to terms with it. Indeed, as elucidated in the original text, with the elevation of one's realm, affinity with the laws also enhances. Peaking at the level of the Domain Lord. The affinity for laws at the Domain Lord level is unparalleled. Even the immortal and venerable level powerhouses fall short. The original text mentioned that prior to Luo Feng's rise, the insights into the laws of certain Domain Lords in the primitive secret realm of the Virtual Universe Company could rival those of the kingly immortals. It is only natural that the Lord of the Southern Domain, who was invited to serve as a domain-level mentor in the stellar training camp of the Lava Empire, possesses exceptional qualities and has begun to comprehend the laws. You may still have doubts, but there is no need to ponder over my previous suggestion. Simply take note of it. The Lord of the Southern Domain continued. Let us commence the lesson. Please manifest your domain. Upon hearing this, Li Qi unleashed his domain. A verdant radiance expanding from his center to envelop the surroundings, soon encompassing the Lord of the Southern Domain as well. Level 3 of the domain. The Lord of the Southern Domain expressed surprise, though he is a planetary-level domain genius. He has only been in the stellar training camp for a little over a year and has yet to receive guidance from any other domain-level mentors. Has he truly reached level 3? He had presumed Li Qi would likely be at level 1, with a slim chance of being at level 2. Yet he did not anticipate the domain to have attained level 3. While he had encountered planetary-level domain geniuses before, he had never seen one as extraordinary as this. Achieving level 3 of the domain without guidance is an astonishing talent, a worthy investment indeed. Indeed, it is level 3, but the application of the domain is rather rudimentary. The Lord of the Southern Domain thought to himself, shaking his head. He simply manifests the domain and suppresses and binds enemies within it, relying solely on innate talent without any semblance of technique. Yet this talent is remarkable, despite the lack of technique in his application of level 3. He's already among the elite within the Sand Sea Stellar Training Camp, with only a handful capable of defeating him. Even the Lord of the Southern Domain felt a sense of admiration for the talent exhibited by Li Qi, a feat he could not match at the stellar level. The Lord of the Southern Domain effortlessly lifted his hand, breaking free from Li Qi's domain's constraints. Is it rough? Such a dominating combat style prevented him from recognizing the crudeness of his domain application. Noticing Li Qi's confusion regarding the source of his shortcomings, the Lord of the Southern Domain decided to demonstrate. He unleashed his domain, enveloping a space of approximately 1 meter around him in a verdant glow. The domain I am currently manifesting is of the first tier. However, given my level and strength, even this first-tier domain is comparable to your third-tier domain. The potency of a domain is determined not only by its level but also by mental will and genetic primal energy. Thus, the Lord of the Southern Domain's first-tier domain was exceptionally powerful, akin to a typical stellar-level third-tier domain. Now, I shall breach your domain and confine your body. As he spoke, a portion of the domain surrounding him suddenly extended forward, resembling a sharp spear thrusting towards Li Qi's form. The Lord of the Southern Domain was taken aback. He felt significant resistance against his extending domain. His domain's strength is rather peculiar. It does not resemble that which is wielded by a stellar-level practitioner. To avoid humiliation, he intensified his output of genetic primal energy, propelling the domain's extension with an overwhelming force. At last, his domain surpassed Li Qi's, successfully enveloping the latter's body and achieving confinement. As Li Qi felt the weight of the Lord and Appos' domain encasing him, astonishment washed over him. Is this the application of a domain? A domain of equivalent rank can actually be breached? Typically, domains of the same level would nullify one another. Yet the Lord of the Southern Domain had succeeded in overcoming Li Qi's domain and restraining his body. This technique bears resemblance to spiritual attacks akin to the soul-piercing needle. Li Qi began to comprehend. This must involve diminishing control in other directional domains while concentrating the domain and Appos' extension in a singular direction. You grasp it now. Observing Li Qi and Appos' contemplative demeanor, the Lord of the Southern Domain felt a surge of admiration. Truly a genius of stellar-level domains, your perceptiveness is remarkable, grasping it with but a single hint. In his own past, the Lord's mentor had taught him through similar means, demonstrating once before allowing him to comprehend it on his own. Yet it had taken him over a day to achieve understanding. Excellent. It seems you have indeed grasped the technique of domain extension. The Lord nodded and proceeded to impart the technique of domain condensation. When confronting an opponent whose domain was superior, this technique could effectively safeguard the body and mitigate the impact of the adversary's domain. As he spoke, the verdant glow surrounding him rapidly diminished, shrinking until it became a thin layer of luminescence enveloping his form. With the manifestation of this faint glow, Li Qi's domain could no longer approach. This is the contraction of the domain, reducing its encompassing range to solidify its essence. This represents the current limit of my domain's condensation. Observing Li Qi's reaction, the Lord of the Southern Domain could not help but commend silently. Truly remarkable. Li Qi's domain enveloped an impressive radius of nearly 100 meters. The domain master of the South believed it would be commendable if he could condense his domain to a mere 20 meters. Yet he was astounded by the extent to which Li Qi exceeded his expectations. Such an extraordinary talent is truly remarkable. He is indeed a worthy investment. Chapter 69. A significant investment. Li Qi's innate talent and perceptiveness, coupled with his status as a genius in the planetary domain, led Lord Nan-ing to make a momentous decision to invest heavily in him. Subsequently, Lord Nan-ing continued to guide Li Qi, though due to the unique characteristics of the wood domain, there was little he could impart. Unlike the light domain, which could fabricate illusions to confound adversaries, or the earth domain, which could exert gravitational pressure on foes, his teachings were limited. After instructing Li Qi on utilizing his domain to disrupt enemies, he found himself lacking further insights to offer. Well, today's instruction comes to an end. I have little more to teach you regarding the domain, he concluded. Should the opportunity arise, Lord Nan-ing would not have minded imparting a few secret techniques to Li Qi, but alas, such actions were prohibited in the stellar training camp. Upon hearing this, Li Qi rose respectfully and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Master Nan-ing, for your guidance. With that, he began to ascend slowly, preparing to take his leave. Wait a moment, Lord Nan-ing called out to him. I have a gift I wish to present to you. A gift? Li Qi inquired, puzzled as to why Lord Nan-ing would bestow a gift upon him. I suspect you are curious about my motives for this gift. Lord Nan-ing said with a smile. This is an investment. Given your extraordinary talent, I hold great expectations for you, hence my decision to invest. With a flourish of his right hand, a fiery red metallic shard, approximately 4 to 5 centimeters in size, materialized in the vastness of Lord Nan-ing's palm. The shard appeared diminutive yet exceptionally captivating, emanating a faint yet profoundly ominous aura that instilled a sense of trepidation. Li Qi's gaze was drawn to the shard. It was evidently remarkable. Lord Nan-ing, with a hint of reluctance, elaborated, this is a fragment of a 5th-tier telekinetic weapon, said to be remnants shattered by an immortal deity, thus it bears a trace of their essence. A 5th-tier telekinetic weapon, imbued with the essence of an immortal deity. Its worth surely rivals that of an ordinary 4th-tier primal telekinetic weapon, Li Qi marveled. Such a precious artifact. And Lord Nan-ing wishes to give it to me solely as an investment? Astounded and incredulous, he queried, Master Nan-ing, are you jesting? Not in the slightest. This is indeed a gift for you, Lord Nan-ing affirmed, emphasizing his seriousness. This shard contains elements of the primordial laws of fire, while my comprehension lies within the laws of wood, rendering me incapable of diverting my attention to decipher the laws inscribed upon this fragment. Since it is of no use to me, I have chosen to present it to you as an investment gift. Li Qi understood that for an ordinary domain lord, grasping the laws was already a remarkable feat, making it impossible to focus on comprehending other laws. However, the sheer magnitude of this gift, bestowed upon him during their first encounter, left him in disbelief. I cannot accept such an extravagant gift, Li Qi insisted, shaking his head. This is both a gift and an investment, Lord Nan-ing chuckled. If you deem it too valuable. Once you achieve success, perhaps by entering the inner circle of a prestigious faction, merely extending a hand to assist me would suffice to repay this act of generosity. As one of the 8 domain master mentors of the Sansi Stellar Cultivation Camp, the Southern Domain Master, who has served the Lava Empire for nearly 400,000 years, possesses a vision far superior to that of ordinary domain masters. He has encountered numerous planetary-level prodigies. Yet none have reached the remarkable caliber of Li Qi, which is why he is willing to make a substantial investment. Previously, he had invested in other talents from the Sansi Stellar Cultivation Camp. But the gifts he offered were merely fragments of 4th-tier original force weapons imbued with partial wood source law patterns. This time, however, he presents a fragment of a 5th-tier psychic weapon, infused with fire source law patterns. The law patterns on the fourth-tier weapon fragments are incomplete, making it exceedingly difficult to comprehend the laws from them. In contrast, the fifth-tier psychic weapon fragment possesses a complete law pattern. Upon hearing this, Li Qi was momentarily taken aback, reflecting, "The Southern Domain Master is quite forthright. His belief in my talent signifies its true merit." He resolved to accept the gift, recognizing that although it is a fragment of a fifth-tier psychic weapon containing fire source law patterns, somewhat regrettable given his affinity for its source law, the potential for insight into the fire source law is enticing. With an object that could aid in comprehending the laws before him, Li Qi was reluctant to forfeit it, even if it did not align with his elemental attributes. His desire for the fifth-tier psychic weapon fragment prompted him to respond, "Since you, Master Southern, have expressed such confidence, I shall graciously accept it." The Southern Domain Master smiled, relieved to hear Li Qi's acceptance, thinking, "At last, it is bestowed." His regard for Li Qi stemmed not only from the evident talent he perceived, but also from insider information suggesting that the Emperor of the Lava Empire had similarly recognized this young individual as potential, which further motivated his significant investment. The Emperor, a figure on par with the most exalted immortal deities, had set his sights on Li Qi. How could he not make a substantial wager? Noticing Li Qi's unwavering gaze on the fiery red metallic fragment in his hand, the Southern Domain Master felt a twinge of discomfort, realizing the item had yet to leave his possession. With a thought, a small box of gleaming crimson metal materialized in his hand, positioned beside the fiery red metallic fragment. This special box, crafted from E-grade red light zircon, was designed to contain the fifth-tier psychic weapon fragment, preventing any leakage of its aura while also offering protection against attacks when carried. As he spoke, the Southern Domain Master used his mental energy to place the two items before Li Qi on the table, declaring, "Now, they are entirely yours." He added, "By the way, within that box is a method to control the opening and closing of the mechanism. Once learned, you may use the box at your discretion." Li Qi opened the crimson metal box and discovered a note inside detailing the method to activate and deactivate the red light box. As he placed the fiery red fifth-tier psychic weapon fragment within, he was delighted to find that the profound and terrifying aura had vanished from his perception. The thickness of the crimson box barely exceeds a centimeter, yet it allows Li Qi to carry the fiery fragment of the fifth-tier psychic weapon with him, free from the fear of misplacing it. Li Qi bowed to Lord Nanning, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Master Nanning. Indeed, I shall take my leave now." After another bow, Li Qi departed upon receiving a nod from Lord Nanning. Watching Li Qi fade into the distance, Lord Nanning murmured after a considerable pause, "I hope you do not disappoint me again." The most successful investment he had made previously was in a prodigious student who, through the Cosmic Pinnacle Genius Battle, gained entry into the Qianwu Dojo for intensive training, only to tragically fall on the path of growth. This time, he had placed a significant bet on Li Qi, naturally hoping that Li Qi would emerge as a formidable force. Should he ascend to become an immortal deity, it would greatly enhance Lord Nanying's own chances of achieving immortality. Chapter 70. The Race Against Time to find allies upon returning to his dormitory. He reached for his chest, where the force armor automatically parted to reveal the radiant crimson box within. As he grasped the crimson box, a faint yet profound aura of terror emanated from it. Extracting a note inscribed with the secret patterns for operating the crimson box's switch using his mental power, he promptly sealed the box, thereby isolating that ominous energy. The dormitory area is crowded and filled with prying eyes, and the aura isolation here is insufficient. It is not suitable for comprehending the fragment of the fifth-tier mental weapon, he thought. He understood that such a precious artifact as the fifth-tier mental weapon fragment would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention if others were to discover it. The meditation chamber for training is an excellent place for contemplation. Its soundproofing is superb, and it effectively isolates any energy. After mastering the secret patterns for the Crimson Box's switch, he tested it several times without issue before making his way to the training camp's meditation chamber. Upon entering an unoccupied chamber and securing the door, he produced the Crimson Box and opened it to extract the fragment of the fifth-tier mental weapon, which contained the secret patterns of the fire's primal laws. A subtle yet terrifying aura seeped out as he meticulously examined the fiery red fragment, leaving no detail overlooked. Regrettably, after a prolonged period of scrutiny, he gleaned nothing. The laws were indeed not easily comprehensible, lacking mastery over the domain of fire. His aspiration to comprehend the laws through the fifth-tier mental weapon fragment seemed rather ambitious. Willpower is paramount, he pondered, recalling the original text that proclaimed, The soul is a weapon, and will is its commander. If one's will is feeble, even a mighty soul will succumb to the soul attacks of an equally ranked master. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, he realized, my points are running low. While Borsui is still at the training camp, I must expedite the enhancement of my genetic primal energy level. It seems I must apply for a trial mission to earn more points. With this resolution, he activated his communicator to request a trial mission from the training camp. He had anticipated that after applying for the trial mission, he would have at least 10 days to 2 weeks of respite. However, to his surprise, he received a notification from the training camp's dispatch office just 2 days later. The speed of this trial mission assignment was astonishing. Upon boarding the large spacecraft bound for the trial planet, he recalled the exceptionally high mortality rate from the previous planetary hunting mission, which seemed to have plunged the training camp into a state of intense competition. He surmised that the conditions at the other 2 training camps were likely similar, particularly the one with only a single surviving student, where the competition must be even fiercer. This trial mission entailed a collection task, but what was this? As he perused the information from the training camp, his eyes widened in disbelief. 132 participants were involved. In his previous 3 trial missions, the highest participation had been 57 individuals for the planetary hunting task, yet this collection mission boasted an astonishing 132. Li Qi sensed that the training camp was likely up to some unusual antics. The early announcement of the mission type seemed rather irregular. Indeed, upon receiving further details from the training camp a few days later, he discovered something distinctly different from the usual trial missions. A race against time? Li Qi reads softly. This trial task will rank students based on their completion rate and the time taken. Those who rank higher will receive additional points, while those who rank lower will see a reduction in their basic task reward points. Students in the middle ranks will face no rewards or penalties. The rankings are categorized into 3 tiers for both the higher and lower ranks: the top 3, the top 10, and the top 30, as well as the bottom 3, the bottom 10, and the bottom 30. The rewards for the top 3 are the most substantial, while those at the bottom face the greatest reduction in their basic task rewards. The top 10 receive lesser rewards, and the top 30 are further diminished, with the reduction rules for the bottom 10 and bottom 30 mirroring those of the top. The time competition indeed reveals that the stellar training camp is engaging in clever tactics. Currently, there is no prohibition against students battling each other or forming teams, which encourages competition among them. As Li Qi pondered, he mused aloud, if I had trustworthy teammates, I would gain a significant advantage in this collection task, especially since it does not require personal involvement in the collection. If my teammates and I share the same collection targets, the task would become considerably easier, akin to multiple individuals accomplishing what one could do alone, thus overwhelming a solitary wolf. In order to avoid a low ranking, he would need to seek collaboration with other students. However, a frown creased his brow at the thought. If skirmishes among students remain unchecked, he could also seize materials collected by others. His frown stemmed from his reluctance to become a brigand, for such actions would tarnish his reputation and contradict his principles. If these students were criminals, he would not hesitate to be ruthless, but they were merely students, rivals yet comrades in their shared journey. He resolved to find other students to collaborate with, uncertain if any trustworthy individuals existed among them. Determined not to secure a low ranking in this trial task, he intended to venture out in search of potential teammates. Leaving his room, Li Qi proceeded to the communal lounge of the spaceship. Even before entering, he noticed groups of individuals conversing in the corridor, seemingly all in search of allies. Upon entering the lounge, his gaze swept across the multitude of students within the spacious area, only to be met with disappointment at the absence of familiar faces. This was to be expected, as he had only been at the stellar training camp for a little over a year, a period predominantly spent on trial tasks and studying secret texts, resulting in few interactions with fellow students. As Li Qi stepped into the lounge, the other students recognized him immediately. They all knew him, for he was the sole planetary-level genius in the Sanxi Stellar Training Camp, renowned for his prowess. Yet, it was not solely his status as a planetary-level genius that drew their attention. More significantly, he was one of the survivors from the last perilous planetary hunting task, and the only student to have completed an unexpected task for an additional 100 points. Noticing the attention of his peers yet receiving no approach, Li Qi sighed inwardly, alas. It seems I am meant to be a lone wolf. Just as he navigated the corridor outside the lounge, he unexpectedly encountered an individual who took the initiative to greet him. Chapter 71. Teammates and Challenges. A striking figure with lustrous blue hair approached, greeting, Li Qi. I never expected to encounter you here. Oh, it and Appos. S.U. Rolando, Li Chi replied, his eyes glimmering with delight. Just moments ago, he had been troubled about finding a teammate. And now a familiar face had presented itself. With curiosity, Rolando inquired, have you already applied for a new trial task? Did you not just complete a perilous hunting mission on a planet with a high mortality rate? Alas, I am in dire need of points, Li Chi feigned helplessness. Shrugging his shoulders. He had just exchanged all his points for a second-tier psionic weapon. Upon entering the San Sea Stellar training camp, he had claimed to have comprehended the realm during his journey to the camp, without receiving any special rewards from it. Now, to remain consistent with his previous statement, he had to assert that he utilized his points to procure the second-tier psionic weapon. Second-tier psionic weapon. Rolando's eyes widened in disbelief. You've only been at the Stellar training camp for a little over a year, and you've already managed to exchange for a second-tier psionic weapon? Having been at the San Sea Stellar training camp for over a decade, he still wielded a first-tier psionic weapon, the Cloud Sword. The notion that a newcomer, having been there for just over a year, could obtain a second-tier weapon was simply hard to fathom. Li Chi chuckled, explaining, it was mainly due to the substantial points I earned from the last trial mission. How many points did you acquire in your last trial? Rolando asked. Just a few hundred, Li Chi replied with a grin. Rolando felt a twinge of envy. Just a few hundred. The exchange price for a second-tier psionic weapon hovered around 800 points. To be affluent enough to redeem a second-tier weapon implied that his so-called few hundred must be at least 500 or 600. Though he envied Li Chi, he would certainly be unwilling to participate in that high-risk hunting mission, for once targeted by a cosmic-level criminal, the consequences would be dire. Truthfully, he admired Li Chi for daring to pursue an additional 100 points in the face of cosmic-level criminals. It was a gamble with his life. Li Chi then asked, this trial mission is somewhat different. To achieve a high ranking in the time competition, teamwork is essential. Have you found a partner? Rolando gestured towards the lounge, indicating he was about to seek one out. Li Chi, seeing the opportunity, declared, no need to search further. Let us team up. Upon hearing this, Rolando pondered carefully. He is a genius of planetary-level realms, and with the assurance of a second-tier psionic weapon, joining forces is indeed a wise choice. After contemplating, Rolando responded, teaming up is not out of the question. But I have one condition. A condition? Li Chi furrowed his brow, intrigued. Pray tell. We shall compete in the virtual universe once more. Rolando's eyes narrowed slightly. Regardless of the outcome, I will still team up with you. A competition? Li Chi relaxed his furrowed brow, contemplating briefly before breaking into a smile. Knowing that I am a genius of planetary-level realms, you still dare to challenge me. Does this imply you have comprehended the realm? You guessed it rather swiftly. Rolando, with a smile, remarked, I must thank you for my understanding of the domain. It was your exhibition of the domain during that gambling duel that enlightened me, leading to my comprehension 6 months ago. Now that I have grasped the domain, do you dare to compete with me, despite your lack of domain advantage? His words were laced with a noticeable provocation, reminiscent of Li Chi's demeanor during their previous contest. Li Chi raised an eyebrow, unperturbed, and replied, why not? I'm not afraid of someone who has just begun to grasp the domain. With that, he turned decisively towards the direction they had come from. The number 3 plaza, isn't that the same place as our last duel? He mused. Since he has already agreed to team up, I might as well indulge him. Upon returning to his room, Li Chi donned the consciousness sensor and entered the virtual universe, where he soon encountered Rolando at the number 3 plaza of the Starry Sea training camp. As he approached Rolando, a holographic screen materialized before him, presenting an invitation to duel. With a hint of exasperation, he inquired, are you so eager to face defeat? Rolando, raising an eyebrow, retorted. The outcome is yet to be determined. A smirk graced Li Chi's lips as he replied, is that so? Just don't complain that I bullied you later. Upon accepting the invitation, the two entered a combat space. Please select your weapons and armor. Ah, I can choose 2 weapons and a shield. This could be intriguing. A playful smile emerged on Li Chi's face. He intends to counter the domain with his own, moving in close for a brawl. Seeking vengeance for the last time, I defeated him in close quarters. Very well, I shall indulge you. I hope you do not come to regret this. He selected the telekinetic weapon, the heavy shield, along with the force battle blade he had previously wielded in the virtual universe, and a hexagonal shield. Once he made his selections, the holographic screen vanished, and the surroundings transformed. The sky blazed with a scorching sun, casting its heat over a vast desert. Li Chi soared through the air and, spotting a distant black dot, flew directly towards it. With a clang, the heavy shield morphed into a torrent of black metal. coalescing into a circular blade that shot forth as a beam of black light towards the distant figure of Rolando, who followed closely behind. Suddenly, several silver beams shot towards him. These were the sky-breaking swords wielded by Rolando. The black circular blade collided with one of the silver beams, shattering it while maintaining its momentum towards Rolando. That is the attack form of the heavy shield, Rolando discerned instantly with a sweep of his mental energy. Another two silver beams surged forth, striking the black circular blade and diminishing its power. Subsequently, Rolando utilized his battle shield to deflect the circular blade. Meanwhile, Li Qi persistently employed his shield and battle blade to block and slash through the barrage of silver beams, pressing forward undeterred. Chapter 72. Victory and Conversation. As Roland witnessed Li Qi charging towards him, a cold smirk crept onto his face. "I've been waiting for you. Last time, you ambushed me with your domain. This time, I shall not be defeated." Roland unleashed his domain, a cerulean radiance emanating from him, enveloping a 20-meter radius around himself. With one hand wielding a force war blade and the other grasping a circular shield, he propelled himself towards the verdant glow ahead. Upon seeing Roland's domain advance towards him, Li Qi lamented inwardly. "If it were any other novice in the understanding of domains, you might have been able to counteract it. But alas, you have met me." The domain unfurled. A green luminescence enveloped a 5-meter radius around Li Qi, and under its protection, he plunged into Roland's domain. It was akin to a boulder being cast into a small pond, the water unable to submerge the stone, not even halfway. "What?" Roland exclaimed, somewhat alarmed. How can his domain be so solid, capable of contracting to such an extent? He had once expended points to seek guidance from a domain master, believing he had gained a sufficient understanding to match others in the application of domains. However, he had not anticipated that Li Qi's mastery far exceeded his own. His own domain could only contract to a limit of 20 meters, while Li Qi's domain shrank to a mere 5 or 6 meters. Just as Roland was taken aback, the domain extending before Li Qi surged forth, directly breaching Roland's protective barrier and enveloping him within. Impossible. Feeling himself bound and restrained, Roland was utterly astonished. How could his domain so effortlessly penetrate my defenses and suppress me? Under the weight of Li Qi's domain, Roland, despite his shock, struggled to contract his own domain further. It had already reached its limit, yet it contracted another 2 meters, to no avail. He could not escape the oppressive grasp of Li Qi's domain. Li Qi advanced through the extending domain, his battle blade cleaving down upon Roland. The latter hastily raised his circular shield to defend. But the suppression from the domain had slowed his movements, allowing him to block only the first strike. With a whoosh, the second strike landed on Roland's shoulder, the protective force armor mitigating the damage. The third strike struck Roland's neck, yet Li Qi's power within the stellar training camp was considerably diminished, only slightly above eightfold, merely inflicting heavy injury rather than delivering a fatal blow. The fourth strike was met with Roland's tenacious defense, severing his arm in the process. It was only with the fifth strike that Roland was finally vanquished. The fallen Roland transformed into a radiant white light, disappearing from the combat space. In the virtual cosmos, within the Sanxi stellar training camp, square number 3, the defeated Roland stared at his hands, his expression vacant. "I have lost again." After a moment of daze, a torrent of confusion and astonishment filled his heart. How could his domain be so powerful? It suppressed me to the point where I could barely fend off his close-range assaults. In terms of close combat prowess, Li Qi's exhibited strength was quite feeble, likely ranking at the bottom within the Sanxi stellar training camp. Yet, under the domain's suppression, Roland could not even withstand the most rudimentary close combat. His domain is certainly not at the initial comprehension level. Rolando concluded within himself, if he were merely at the first level of domain mastery, he could not possibly suppress me to such an extent. Swish. Observing the somewhat disheartened Rolando, Li Qi gently shook his head. "I told you, you are not my match. Yet you remain unconvinced." Rolando gazed intently at Li Qi and asserted, "Your domain is undoubtedly beyond the first level." "Of course, my domain is not at the first level." Li Qi shrugged nonchalantly. "Otherwise, under your comprehension of the domain, how would I dare claim I could defeat you?" Rolando inquired, "What level is your domain, then?" This does not appear to be the second level of domain mastery. He had previously sparred with students at the second level, and their domains lacked the oppressive quality of Li Qi's. A smile graced Li Qi's face. "Indeed, it is not the second level. I recently broke through to the third level." "Third level, indeed." Rolando marveled at Li Qi's somewhat youthful countenance, feeling a pang of envy. This is the talent of a planetary-level domain genius. It is truly admirable. Although he was unaware of Li Qi's exact age, he estimated it to be under 30 based on his appearance. Achieving the third level of domain mastery before the age of 30 is a truly terrifying talent. Fortunately, he is my teammate. Rolando felt a wave of relief wash over him, grateful that he had agreed to team up with Li Qi. Otherwise, he might have found himself as an adversary during this trial. In the virtual universe, he was no match for Li Qi, and in the real world, equipped with a second-tier telekinetic weapon, he stood even less of a chance. Reflecting on this, he couldn't help but laugh heartily. Haha. With the two of us, domain-level powerhouses teaming up, we will undoubtedly rank at the forefront in this trial competition. However, it is uncertain. If the Stellar Training Camp does not provide a map to the quest objectives, it will be quite challenging to locate numerous targets on a single planet, especially those living beasts or ferocious creatures. Li Qi was less optimistic, feeling a sense of unease regarding the impending trial. Upon hearing this, Rolando also recognized the predicament. If they do not provide a map to the quest objectives, searching for them will be akin to finding a needle in a haystack. He had not previously considered this issue. Given the multitude of students participating in this trial, if the Stellar Training Camp fails to supply a map, students would inevitably compete to seize one another's quest objectives to avoid falling behind in rankings. After all, if fewer objectives are collected by others, the likelihood of maintaining a higher rank increases, and there is even a chance to ascend to a leading position. However, if students begin to wrestle for each other's targets, conflict is inevitable, and with increased conflict comes the risk of casualties. The Stellar Training Camp must provide a map to the quest objectives, right? Rolando speculated. If they do not, the mortality rate for this trial will dramatically rise, which contradicts their positioning of low mortality for collection tasks. Li Qi asked, "Is this low mortality positioning for collection tasks something that the Stellar Training Camp has officially announced?" Rolando was momentarily taken aback before responding. The Stellar Training Camp has not made any formal announcements, but the mortality rate for collection missions has consistently remained low, which is why this information has circulated within the three major Stellar Training Camps for quite some time. With a light chuckle, Li Qi shook his head and remarked, "During the last planetary hunting mission, a criminal ascended to the cosmic level, yet the Stellar Training Camp did not suspend the mission, nor did it prohibit cosmic-level criminals from targeting the trainees. Instead, they issued an emergency task. Furthermore, the coordinates for the evacuation point of this emergency task are still visible to all trainees on their communicators." Rolando's eyes widened in surprise at Li Qi's words. Chapter 73. Rules of the Trial Task. Rolando exclaimed in astonishment. The communication devices of all students at the evacuation point are visible. Does this not mean that even the criminals can see the evacuation point? Having participated in planetary hunting tasks before, he understood that if a student were to perish at the hands of a criminal, it would result in their communication device falling into the hands of the assailant. Once the criminals obtained these devices, they could strategize based on the students' and oppos' missions, centering their ambushes around the designated targets, while students generally held the advantage against stellar-level criminals. The situation drastically changed when faced with cosmic-level wrongdoers. The thought sent a chill down Rolando's spine. Confronting traps laid by cosmic-level criminals would spell doom for stellar-level students. Indeed, how else could the mortality rate of nearly 80 from the last planetary hunting task be explained? Li Qi sighed. "Do you know? I am not the only student seeking an additional 100 points. Two others aimed for the same, yet neither survived to reach the evacuation point. Once discovered by that cosmic-level criminal, surviving to the evacuation point becomes exceedingly difficult." Upon hearing this, Rolando fell silent. If he were pursued by a cosmic-level powerhouse, he too would likely meet a grim fate. The Stellar Training Camp was indeed audacious. He felt a sense of sympathy for the rabbits and foxes. The higher-ups of the Lava Empire hardly valued the lives of students from the Stellar Training Camp. What Rolando was unaware of, however, was that the officials overseeing the Stellar Training Camp within the Lava Empire believed that the deaths of all students, except for Li Qi, during the last planetary hunting task were inconsequential. All students entering the Stellar Training Camp had been forewarned of the high mortality rate and had signed contracts absolving the camp of responsibility in the event of death. Aware of the elevated risks yet still signing such contracts, the higher-ups consequently subjected the students to intense trials, as long as the death rate remained below 50. Those who survived such rigorous training, apart from exiting after completing 3 trial tasks, possessed remarkable strength, with many breaking through to cosmic level and a rare few achieving the rank of domain master or realm master. Most students who reached the Realm Master level had previously ventured into the Lava Secret Realm and participated in the Cosmic Pinnacle Genius Battle. The mere chance of breaking through to Cosmic level was sufficient to entice many families to invest significant effort in sending their members to the camp, let alone the minuscule probability of reaching Domain Master status. This explains why, despite the high mortality rate, families continue to send their kin to the Stellar Training Camp. Thus, one should never underestimate the capability of the Stellar Training Camp to instigate turmoil. Li Qi first cautioned Rolando and then speculated. I believe this trial task will encourage competition among students and may even establish rules that compel them to engage in conflict. In response, Rolando furrowed his brow slightly. I hope for the best outcome, which would be the disclosure of the map indicating the task objectives. The second best would be to withhold the map while allowing students to compete, and the least favorable scenario would be what you have suggested. Li Qi sighed again. I too hope my concerns are unfounded, but until we receive news from the Stellar Training Camp, I can only prepare for the worst. Rolando nodded in agreement. A few days later, the Stellar Training Camp sent forth new information, and the two met once again in the virtual universe at Location 3. Li Qi, you truly guessed correctly. Roland's expression was rather grim, as the Stellar Training Camp was indeed fostering competition among its students and had even established specific rules for it. The task deadline was set at 2 months. After the trial commenced, a map would be released at irregular intervals each day. The map's distributor would appear randomly on the task planet, and upon releasing the map, the coordinates would be disclosed. The map would remain inaccessible for 1 hour and could be seized, with the student who obtained the map also having their coordinates announced every 10 minutes within that hour. In a bid to incite competition among the students, the Stellar Training Camp employed a limited map distribution method, allowing for teams but prohibiting the sharing of maps with others, while also revealing the coordinates of those who acquired the maps. Having been a part of the Stellar Training Camp for over a decade and having participated in nearly 10 trial tasks, this was the first time he encountered such a vigorous encouragement of competition. Li Qi pondered for a moment and remarked, the map contains the locations of all task objectives. There are 132 students partaking in this trial, and since some have formed teams, the demand for maps is approximately 40 copies. With 20 days remaining, there is ample time to gather all task objectives. Securing a map ahead of others is crucial for achieving a high ranking in this race against time. Obtaining a map a day early provides an additional day for collection, particularly for those who acquire maps in the initial days, ensuring they and their teammates can secure a favorable position. We must obtain a map within 10 days to ensure our ranking does not falter, Roland nodded. However, uncertain about the team formations of other students, he considered that if many students who acquired maps in the early days teamed up, their rankings would inevitably suffer. Should they fail to obtain a map until after 10 days, they might end up at the bottom, risking a deduction of basic task points. Roland squinted slightly. Then we shall compete for maps. With our combined strength, securing a map in the initial days should be a certainty. Li Qi cautioned, competing for maps is acceptable, but it would be best not to resort to violence. That and oppos. That's precisely what I was contemplating. Roland raised an eyebrow and chuckled. It seems we are both principled individuals. Many space pirates ascend to their status in this manner. The allure of quick riches is too tempting. Hijacking a spaceship and selling it yields a substantial sum, a fraction of which could take years, if not decades, of legitimate work to earn. Roland continued, if they were criminals, I would not hesitate to eliminate them for points. But these individuals are also students of the Stellar Training Camp. While we are competitors, it is not a matter that necessitates bloodshed. Li Qi nodded. Your perspective is commendable. This alignment of thought ensures we will not conflict over any violent actions during this trial. Roland shrugged, rather than worrying about me resorting to violence. You might want to be cautious about inadvertently causing harm to someone. Li Qi, puzzled, inquired, what do you mean? You possess a second-tier psychic weapon, which, in terms of power, far surpasses that of a first-tier weapon. If you were to unleash its full potential. Roland did not finish his sentence. Yet his meaning was unmistakable. Li Qi chuckled softly, stating, I believe there is no cause for concern, once we both activate our domains. Who would dare to approach and seize the map? Roland was momentarily taken aback, but ultimately could not help but laugh. Chapter 74. Unexpected gains indeed. It is true that most trainees would hesitate to approach us when we unveil our domains. Roland smiled, then shifted the subject, asserting that the Stellar Training Camp does not solely belong to those of us who possess domains. While trainees without domains may refrain from provoking us, those who have domains might not share that apprehension. Let us engage in a contest then. Upon hearing this, Li Qi narrowed his eyes. eager to witness the prowess of domain-level trainees. Having spent considerable time at the stellar training camp, he had only sparred with Roland and had yet to encounter others who had comprehended domains. This opportunity would allow him to challenge his peers at the domain level. Seeing Li Qi's enthusiasm, Roland shrugged in resignation. The current trial task, under the camp's encouragement of competition, was no longer as straightforward as previous trials. Competition among trainees was inevitable. Should they encounter other domain-level trainees while vying for the map, if those opponents were unwilling to relinquish it? They would have no choice but to engage in combat. The longer one could secure the map, the greater the time available for collection, thus enhancing the chances of ranking high in the time competition. After this exchange, and with a nod from Roland, he departed from the virtual cosmos. In the confines of the spacecraft, Li Qi removed his consciousness sensor and activated the light screen to review the details of the trial task. The task issued by the stellar training camp is rather peculiar. He pondered, with this trial task's emphasis on time competition. I cannot shake the feeling that the camp is somehow targeting me. After careful consideration, he shook his head, dismissing his earlier conjecture. It remains uncertain. The stellar training camp has always been capricious with task assignments. However, if subsequent trial tasks continue to present issues, it would suggest a deliberate targeting on their part. Li Qi's suspicions stemmed from the attention he received from the Emperor of the Lava Empire, leading him to wonder if the higher-ups at the stellar training camp might be intentionally increasing the difficulty of the trial tasks to challenge him. As time passed, a little over a month later, 3 spacecraft arrived simultaneously in the outer space of Carmody Star from 3 different directions. Carmody Star, a life-sustaining planet untouched by modification, bears a harsh environment where survival is challenging below planetary class. Its primary inhabitants are intelligent magical beasts, the highest level being stellar grade 9. An hour later, the 3 spacecraft began to orbit Carmody Star, approximately 100,000 kilometers in diameter, and subsequently released the trainees in batches. Li Qi, having teamed up with Roland, was dispatched alongside him in the same batch to Carmody Star. Whoosh! The trainees released in their batch quickly scattered, all hailing from the San Sea Stellar Training Camp. And thus aware of Li Qi's reputation as a planetary-level domain prodigy, they opted to avoid confrontation. At that moment, hovering above a forest, Li Qi surveyed his surroundings and noted the hilly terrain. He turned to Roland and suggested, "Let us find a suitable location to verify our task objectives, and then await the map's deployment." Roland nodded in agreement. Li Qi pointed towards a distant mountain. "Let us head there." Whoosh! The two transformed into streaks of light, soaring towards the distant peak. Tweet! As the two approached the towering mountain, a furious roar erupted from a nearby beast. A colossal avian demon, with a wingspan exceeding 50 meters, soared forth from the mountain's peak. This majestic mountain served as the lair of the creature, and the arrival of the 2 intruders provoked its wrath. It was a stellar-grade, 9th-tier beast. Through the communicator's scan, Rolando discerned the formidable prowess of the avian demon. "We must slay it." Seeing the creature's gaze filled with fury and hostility, Li Qi understood that even if they refrained from attacking, the beast would not let them escape unscathed. Thus, he resolved to eliminate it without hesitation. Indeed, Rolando concurred, realizing that sparing the avian demon was not an option. With a swift motion, a crimson streak formed from the bloodblade cone, and a silvery flash emanating from the 3rd form of the cloud sword surged toward the stellar-grade avian beast. The 2 beams collided with the creature, producing a sound reminiscent of metal clashing as vibrant feathers were dislodged, occasionally accompanied by splashes of blood. Despite being a stellar-grade entity, the avian demon, with its keen intelligence, recognized the source of the relentless assault and advanced toward them with the intent to retaliate. "I shall unleash my domain." Observing the creature's formidable plumage, Rolando acknowledged that his cloud sword's attacks were limited compared to Li Qi's bloodblade cone, prompting him to activate his domain. A green radiance emanated from him, extending rapidly forward as he directed the domain to suppress the avian beast. "Ah, so the 2nd-tier telekinetic weapon he exchanged for is the bloodblade cone," Rolando mused, feeling a twinge of envy as he watched the relentless strikes from Li Qi's weapon. Although his cloud sword was constructed from robust materials, it was ultimately a 1st-tier telekinetic weapon, its engraved resonance patterns possessing limited power. The bloodblade cone, being a 2nd-tier low-grade telekinetic weapon, had an exchange cost nearing 800 points. Given his current point accumulation rate, he estimated it would take 4 trial tasks to afford it. With a piercing cry, the avian demon expressed an ineffable terror. It was its first encounter with a domain, and the suppression rendered it unable to adapt. It sought to flee, Yet, trapped by the domain and the continuous onslaught of the two telekinetic weapons, the stellar-grade 9th-tier avian demon was slain within a minute. As he gazed upon the fallen creature, Li Qi reflected, beasts possess intelligence, yet in terms of physical resilience at the same level, they are somewhat inferior to their mindless counterparts. Let us proceed to the beast lair, he remarked to Rolando, leading the way towards the avian demoness nest. With swift movements, the two entered the lair. A crude structure fashioned from the bones of beasts, branches, and earth, constructed by the avian demon atop the mountain peak. As Li Qi activated the communicator, he remarked, "The presence of avian demonic beasts is evident. There should be no other creatures approaching." His fingers glided across the luminous screen before him, and he couldn't help but pause in surprise. He had not anticipated an unexpected discovery in such a seemingly random location. Chapter 75. Heading to the map deployment point upon entering the den of the demonic beasts, Rolando, who landed beside Li Qi, expressed his confusion. "What?" Li Qi replied. "The avian demonic beast we just vanquished is an additional target for this collection mission." "An additional target for the collection mission?" Rolando and Apos' eyes brightened at this revelation, and he promptly activated his communicator. A holographic screen materialized, and he began to tap on it, scrolling down. "Haha, what a delightful surprise." A smile spread across Rolando's face. The additional target was a 9-tiered, 5-colored owl of stellar grade. Upon its defeat, the collection of one of its eyes would yield 30 points for a duration of 10 minutes. "I will collect the eye." After discovering the points acquisition rules, Rolando soared out of the den, heading down the mountain. "Li Qi, this is for you," Rolando said, as one of the eyes flew toward Li Qi. Li Qi nodded, using his mental energy to receive the eye. He then remarked, "This trial's primary collection task comprises 40 objectives, each granting varying points upon completion, summing up to a total of 150 points. There are 10 additional objectives, each worth 30 points, of which we have already completed one. It is likely that all participants are aligned on the additional objectives. Now, let us begin verifying the primary task objectives." Rolando nodded in agreement. "All right." The two quickly compared their primary task objectives, finishing within a minute. "We have 8 different primary task objectives. Thankfully, it is not too many," Rolando expressed with relief. "Otherwise, this team-up would lack significant purpose." "Indeed," Li Qi concurred, then suggested, "Once we complete the collection of identical task objectives, let us separate to gather different objectives and reconvene here to tackle the additional collection targets." Rolando nodded in affirmation. "Let us proceed with this plan. Now we await the map deployment." The trial and Apos' competitive aspect hinged on the speed of completing the primary collection objectives, and their collaboration was merely temporary. They were not yet at a stage where they could assist each other in completing their respective tasks before attending to their own. The two awaited in silence. After more than 2 hours, the Stellar Training Camp finally sent a notification indicating that the map was about to be deployed. After nearly half an hour of waiting, Rolando stood up, exclaiming, "The map is about to be deployed." Li Qi also rose, activating his communicator in anticipation of the official map release. Not only were the two of them, but many students from the Stellar Training Camp were also observing holographic screens in various caves, tree hollows, and subterranean tunnels across Kamoti Star, eagerly awaiting the map's deployment. Buzz. A faint vibration resonated, and both Li Qi and Rolando spoke simultaneously. "It's here." Text in the universal language of the universe appeared on the holographic screen before them, announcing the official deployment of the map, with coordinates indicating in this direction. Rolando was not far behind. As Li Qi took flight, he too ascended into the sky. Buzz. The two individuals had not been airborne for long when the communicator on their wrists emitted a subtle vibration. They instinctively came to a halt and opened the communicator to find a message from the Stellar Training Camp, indicating that the map had been acquired by another student. Along with the coordinates of that student, Rolando transmitted, "The map has been seized so swiftly. It is likely that the map was released in their vicinity," Li Qi speculated. Before transmitting, according to the coordinates provided by the Stellar Training Camp, "We are not particularly far from the map's location. We still have time." The student in possession of the map would have their coordinates disclosed every 10 minutes within the hour, and since they were not far from the map's coordinates, they could reach the student's location within that time frame. Rolando nodded in agreement, unwilling to forfeit the opportunity to claim the map. With a whoosh, after their conversation concluded, the two activated their psychic weapons and resumed their flight toward the map's coordinates. Considering that Rolando was utilizing the initial flight form of the Cloud Sword, the Cloud Shuttle, Li Qi chose to fly with a first-tier psychic weapon, the heavy command disc, rather than the second-tier psychic weapon, the Bloodblade Cone. 10 minutes later, the communicator vibrated once more. This time, they did not pause but directly accessed the communicator. Upon glancing at the coordinates displayed, Rolando transmitted. The map and Oppos' coordinates are quite close now. However, it seems the other party has not moved. Not moving is advantageous, Li Qi transmitted. We can reach them more swiftly without wasting time searching. After flying for several more minutes, they arrived in the vicinity of the map and Oppos' coordinates, only to find the situation somewhat peculiar. Rolando expressed his surprise. Why are there so many people? At that moment, over 40 individuals were present in the area corresponding to the map's coordinates. These individuals formed small groups, maintaining a considerable distance from one another, scattered throughout the air. At the center of these 40-plus individuals was a trio comprised of 2 men and 1 woman, who remained remarkably composed amidst the encirclement. In stark contrast, the more than 40 encircling them bore expressions of grave concern, none daring to strike first against the trio. Ian, Curtinia, Akam. Rolando murmured the names of the 3, beginning to comprehend the reason for the stalemate. It was indeed 3 domain-level students collaborating, which explained why the other students refrained from taking action. Instructor Ian, Li Qi exclaimed in surprise, recognizing one of the trio as Ian, who had granted him a special admission to the Dawn Academy during his time on Cuckastar. I recall that Governor Lorenzo of Cuckastar mentioned I might encounter his disciple Ian at the Stellar Training Camp. I never expected it would be under such circumstances. A student from the Sahara Stellar Training Camp, noticing Li Qi and Rolando's arrival, whispered, "Another domain-level student has arrived, and it's the planetary-level prodigy Li Qi." Another student in the same team recognized Rolando, and, aware that he too had grasped the domain, corrected, "No, there are 2. That fellow Rolando has also comprehended the domain." Ah, this has become quite interesting. The student let out a light chuckle, remarking that our Shahui Star Training Camp has 5 domain-level students present, while the other 2 Star Training Camps each have 4 domain-level students as well. It remains uncertain whether a confrontation will ensue. Another student, noticing the domain-level students from the other 2 Star Training Camps, exhibited a slight change in expression and remarked, "It and Oppos, as hard to say. But it appears that the domain-level students from the other 2 camps are inclined to unite. It's him." In the center, Ian spotted Li Qi's arrival, and with a thought, he sent out a message. Chapter 76, Joining Forces to Seize the Map. Li Qi Royce, I never expected that in just over 3 years. You have become a planetary-level genius at the San Sea Stellar Training Camp. Ian transmitted, "A year ago, I heard your name and thought it was merely a coincidence. But it truly is you." To be honest, when he heard that a planetary-level genius named Li Qi Royce had entered the San Sea Stellar Training Camp, he assumed it was just a name shared by coincidence. When he departed from Cuckastar, Li Qi was merely an apprentice, yet in just over 3 years, he had astonishingly developed to such a degree. This talent genuinely astonished him. "You need not call me mentor anymore. I am no longer a mentor at the Morning Light Academy. Like you, I am now a student of the San Sea Stellar Training Camp." Ian inquired, "Are you also here to seize the map?" "Those who come here are indeed here to claim the map. We are no exception," Li Qi replied. "How about we join forces?" Join forces. Li Qi felt a flicker of interest at Ian's proposal, for the latter had once assisted him during his tenure at the Morning Light Academy, leaving him with a sense of obligation. Now presented with an opportunity to repay that kindness, and considering that an alliance would benefit both him and Rolando, he naturally leaned towards cooperation. However, he first needed to ascertain the terms proposed by Ian. Thus, Li Qi asked, "How do you intend to join forces? Today, you assist us in seizing the map. And tomorrow, we will aid you in your endeavors," Ian replied. "To be forthright with you, among the domain-level students present, it is not only the 3 of us, but also 2 other domain-level students from different stellar training camps." Upon hearing this, Li Qi contemplated silently. If it were merely those 3 domain-level individuals, with my full strength and Rolando's support, we might indeed prevail against them. However, the current scenario involves not just those 3, but also other domain-level students from different stellar training camps. Engaging in a struggle for the map may lead to an outcome where the clam and the snipe contend, leaving the fisherman to profit. Li Qi relayed Ian and Oppos' proposal for cooperation to Rolando, informing him of the conditions. Rolando and Oppos' face brightened with surprise, and he promptly transmitted, "Join forces." "Of course, we should join forces. Their strength is considerable. It would be challenging for us to overcome them." "Considerable?" Li Qi, having little knowledge of the domain-level students from the Stellar Training Camp, inquired with curiosity. How strong are they? Cortinia and Akeem are at the second level of the domain. Rolando responded. As for Ian, he is exceptionally powerful. When he first entered our Sansi stellar training camp, his domain mastery was profound. It is said that he had already reached the 4th level upon his arrival. Entering the stellar training camp at the 4th level, Li Qi was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the former mentor from the Morning Light Academy possessed such strength. It seems that this former mentor from the Morning Light Academy is indeed remarkable. Suddenly, he came to a realization. If he could cultivate a domain-level master like Ian, then his mentor, Governor Lorenzo of Kukastar, must also be extraordinary. Ian transmitted once more. Have you reached a decision? Are you willing to join forces? Very well, Li Qi responded, sensing a hint of joy in Ian and Appo's voice. You may come directly over. Upon hearing this, Li Qi communicated with Rolando, suggesting they proceed. The two of them flew towards Ian and his companions at a leisurely pace. Their movements attracted the attention of over 40 onlookers. One student, perplexed, inquired, are they about to engage? The slow speed did not suggest an imminent confrontation. Another, with a somber expression, replied, it appears they are planning to join forces. Join forces? Does this imply that the map of the day will fall into their hands? As Li Qi and Rolando advanced slowly toward the trio at the center, the other students quickly grasped that these 5 intended to collaborate. 5 domain-level students uniting. Let's go. Today's map is beyond our reach. Seeing the 5 domain-level students consolidating, several teams from the Sansi Stellar Training Camp turned to leave, relinquishing all hope for the day's map. Some from the Sansi Stellar Training Camp are departing. They left without even making a move. Could it be that all 5 are domain-level students? Should we test their strength? The students from the other 2 stellar training camps speculated among themselves. Yet no one dared to be the first to strike. Among the newcomers, one wielded a second-tier telekinetic weapon, the Bloodblade Spike. If a confrontation ensued and restraint was not exercised, it could lead to severe injuries or even fatalities. Rolando, Li Qi urged him telepathically. Unleash your domain and compel them to withdraw. No problem, Rolando replied eagerly. Among the 5, his domain was the weakest, and it was a rare opportunity to exert his domain to intimidate the students from the other stellar camps. As he invoked his domain, a cerulean light emanated from Rolando, expanding outward, suppressing everything within its reach. It's a domain. Among the newcomers, one is indeed a domain-level student. But what of the other? Could it be that all 5 are domain-level students? The expressions of the students from the other 2 stellar training camps varied, and they exchanged glances, perceiving retreat in each other's eyes. What to do? They have 5 domain-level students. 5 domain-level. And one wields a second-tier telekinetic weapon. The chances of success appear slim. The domain-level students from the other 2 stellar training camps, who had been poised to join forces, realized the difficulty of seizing the map from these 5 and began to feel disheartened. Let us go. We shall concede today's map to them. One domain-level student was the first to depart, prompting the others to follow suit upon witnessing his exit. Cortinia, the sole female in Ian and Appo's trio, smiled and remarked, they're leaving. Akum nodded. The map is secure. We merely await its unlocking. Li Qi, Rolando, thank you both for your assistance today. Ian expressed his gratitude to the 2, then extended an invitation. According to the rules established by the stellar training camps, map sharing is limited to 3 individuals. But you may join us in our endeavors. Tomorrow, we can assist you in acquiring a map. Li Qi and Rolando exchanged glances, readily accepting Ian's invitation, fully comprehending his intent. Due to regulations, the sharing of maps is limited to 3 individuals. However, they could accompany Ian and his 2 companions in their pursuit. If both parties had identical collection objectives, it would be advantageous. Thus, the 5 of them ventured forth together. By the morning prior to the map's release, Ian's trio had gathered over 10 types of task objectives, while Ricky and his partner had also managed to collect several. With the coordinates of the map's unveiling made public, the 5 finally paused their gathering efforts. The map has been released. Let us proceed. The group soared towards the designated coordinates, and fortune favored them, as they were in close proximity to the map location. Unfortunately, upon their arrival at the coordinates, they discovered that others had already claimed the map. Chapter 77. Reclaiming the map with the Bloodblade cone beneath his feet, he soared swiftly towards the coordinates marked on the map, resembling a crimson meteor trailing a luminous tail, mastering a second-tier telekinetic weapon. Li Qi's speed was astonishing as he traversed a towering mountain range and arrived at the designated location. Upon his arrival, he spotted 2 figures in the distance. darting through the air with swift flight. Without a moment's hesitation, he pursued them. Haha, who would have thought the map's deployment point was so close? One exclaimed with delight. Indeed, what a pleasant surprise, the other responded. As they raced through the air, they exchanged joyous thoughts through their minds. Initially hoping for mere luck in locating their mission target, little anticipating the boon of discovering a map. However, one of them, in his exuberance, glanced back only to see a streak of blood-red light closing in on them, causing their laughter to falter abruptly. Someone is pursuing us, he warned his companion, his heart racing in trepidation as he observed the rapidly approaching crimson light. How could it be moving with such incredible speed? The pursuer was alarmingly swift, narrowing the distance at an astonishing rate even as they flew at full speed. They had not seen anyone when departing the map coordinates. How could someone have caught up to them? As Li Qi drew ever closer, he transmitted a message, hand over the map. The map? We don't have it, they replied, clinging to a sliver of hope. We, too, are searching for the map. Li Qi and Appo's anger simmered. Did they truly think him so easily deceived? From the moment he received the information about someone acquiring the map at the stellar training camp to his arrival at the coordinates, mere seconds had elapsed while utilizing the energy escape technique. At stellar speed, those fleeting moments rendered it nearly impossible for anyone to evade his gaze, especially when no one else was present besides the two of them. Moreover, if they were not feeling guilty about possessing the map, why were they fleeing at full speed instead of searching for its possessor? Seeing their unwillingness to relinquish the map, Li Qi unleashed his domain, a verdant glow rapidly expanding from his center and enveloping the two men in an instant. As they were shrouded by the domain, they felt an overwhelming force constraining them, drastically reducing their speed. A domain. He is a domain-level practitioner. How could his domain be so powerful? Unlike the virtual cosmos in the real world, Li Qi wielded a domain powered by a 32-fold life gene level, manifesting an astonishingly strong binding and suppressive force. Typically, a stellar level being caught within such a domain would find their speed severely diminished. Hand over the map, he commanded, now hovering close to them, the blood blade cone glimmering beneath his feet, explaining his extraordinary velocity. What? A second-tier telekinetic weapon. We stand no chance. Initially, they sensed Li Qi and Appo's profound mastery of domains. And now with a second-tier telekinetic weapon in hand, any hope of resistance dissipated. Perhaps we should just surrender the map? One suggested. Indeed, with such a formidable opponent present, we cannot hope to retain the map. After a brief exchange of thoughts, they reached a consensus and resolved to hand the map over to Li Qi. At that moment, the increasingly impatient Li Qi was manipulating the heavy disc formation to create a circular blade, ready to make his move. Do not act. Seeing Li Qi's actions, the two hastily communicated telepathically, we will hand over the map to you. Please do not strike. The leader of the duo activated his communicator, and after a few operations on the holographic screen that appeared, he gestured toward Li Qi. Buzz. The communicator on Li Qi's wrist vibrated, and upon opening it, he found a message from the stellar training camp indicating that he had received the map. Excellent. Li Qi retracted his domain and released the two, as the distance was sufficient and his domain provided protection, rendering them incapable of posing a threat to him. Cautiously, the leader inquired, can we leave now? Yes, go ahead. Li Qi nodded, but as the two turned to depart, he added, wait. Startled, the two felt a twinge of fear about Li Qi's potential wrath. What is it? Big brother? Li Qi half turned and pointed to the mountains behind them, saying, find a place to hide, and when the map is unlocked, come to the highest peak over there to meet me. I will share a copy of the map with one of you. Seeing their apprehension, he clarified, I only have one teammate, and the map can be shared in 2 copies, so the extra one will serve as my compensation to you. Thank you. The leader initially expressed his gratitude, then added, when the map is unlocked, I will come find you, and you can share the map with me then. To show his appreciation, he even used honorifics. The other nodded in agreement. Yes, just share it with him. Li Qi's demeanor remained calm as he instructed. Once the map is unlocked, remember to come quickly. I won't wait for you too long. With that, he soared away on the blood-red blade, heading to reunite with Roland and the others. Watching Li Qi's crimson streak fade into the distance, the other expressed some concerns. Should we go? What if he has ulterior motives? The leader reassured him, with such profound mastery of the domain. Do you think a genius of this caliber would need to deceive us? The other remained skeptical. While such geniuses may not need to deceive us, can he truly safeguard the map? His confidence in asking us to find him after the map is unlocked suggests he is quite certain about protecting it from others. Perhaps we should follow him. If he encounters an ambush, we might be able to assist. Are you out of your mind? He is a domain-level genius. Anyone daring to strike him would likely also be domain-level. Do you wish to court death by intervening? True. We cannot interfere in battles of domain-level geniuses. But trailing him to observe should pose no issue. Let us follow him then, but do not even think about intervening in a domain-level conflict. Rest assured, I will not interfere. After their discussion, the two set off in the direction Li Qi had taken. And with the coordinates of the map released by the stellar training camp, they were not worried about losing track of him. After acquiring the map, Li Qi flew back the way he had come, and before long, he reunited with Roland and the others. Did you get the map? Roland inquired. Li Qi nodded affirmatively. Yes, I have it. Ian spoke. Now that we have acquired the map, let us find a suitable place to await the arrival of the other participants. Richie had no objections to this plan, as the stellar training camp regularly announced the coordinates of the map. It would be quite challenging to evade the other participants entirely. However, it was not impossible. If Richie so desired, his speed would render him uncatchable by any competitor. Nevertheless, Richie and his companions were not inclined to resort to flight to secure the map. Rather than fleeing, they preferred to assert their formidable strength to subdue the other participants and firmly retain possession of the map. Soon, the coordinates of the map were announced once more, and within mere seconds, participants began to converge towards the location indicated by the revealed coordinates. Chapter 78. Discussing the opponent, a trio approached, their brows slightly furrowed upon witnessing Li Qi and his companions seated regally atop the mountain peak. It's them again, they thought. Recalling the previous day's encounter where this same trio had been present among the students surrounding Ian's team, they had witnessed the impressive display of Li Qi's 5-person team successfully repelling over 40 challengers. Although they had been forced to retreat yesterday, they were convinced that today, these 5 would not easily secure the map. In this trial, 12 domain-level students participated, with 5 from the Sanxi Stellar Training Camp already having formed an alliance, while the remaining 7 from the other 2 stellar camps were also banding together. The leader of the trio sneered, communicating telepathically with his teammates. Now we have a show to watch. I wonder if the 5 from the Sanxi Stellar Training Camp can withstand the combined force of 7 domain-level students. Indeed, 5 against 7 cannot triumph. Another concurred. As time passed, more students arrived, drawn by the coordinates of the map announced by the Stellar Training Camp. When the coordinates were revealed for the 4th time, the number of students gathered around the mountain peak exceeded 60, surpassing those who had sought the map the previous day. One domain-level student, who had been present yesterday, arrived and noted the grim expressions of the 5 atop the peak. I knew it would be them again, he thought. Suspecting that the coordinates remaining static indicated that the 5 had indeed obtained the map once more. His heart sank at the realization. Taking a deep breath to cast aside his tumultuous emotions, he prepared himself for the inevitable confrontation with the 5. He then telepathically inquired of his fellow domain-level teammate. How long until they arrive? Not long, just 2 minutes, came the reply. Nodding slightly, he awaited the arrival of the other domain-level students in silence. 2 minutes later, nearly 10 more students arrived, 4 of whom were domain-level. As these 4 joined the 3 who had arrived earlier, they quickly convened. Cortinia flashed a charming smile and remarked, with 7 domain-level students joining forces, it seems we have stirred public ire. Although she said this, there was no hint of fear in her demeanor, for she understood the strength of her captain. 7 domain-level students working together poses a challenge, Ian noted, his expression unchanged. He turned slightly to telepathically communicate with Li Qi. I will hold off 3 of the domain-level students. Can you swiftly defeat your opponents? Ian had no doubts about the strength of his own teammates. Rather, he was concerned about Li Qi and his companion. After all, Roland's display of domain mastery was merely at the 1st level. Should Li Qi's proficiency in the domain be at a similar level, they would find themselves in a predicament. If the situation devolved into a stalemate, non-domain level students observing might intervene. One domain level opponent? Li Qi chuckled, responding telepathically, you underestimate me. Upon hearing this, Cortinia and Akeem exhibited expressions of astonishment. Hasn't he only recently grasped the domain? How can he possess such confidence in facing 2 domain-level opponents? Ian's demeanor slightly altered as he inquired telepathically. Are you certain you can contend with 2 domain-level adversaries? Absolutely, Lich affirmed with unwavering confidence. Such confidence suggests he indeed has the means to confront 2 domain-level foes. It hasn't and Oppos. T been long since he reached the 3rd or 4th tier of his domain. Ian and Oppos, S eyes narrowed, contemplating, His talent is truly extraordinary. This remarkable aptitude evoked a sense of envy in Ian, a genius in the planetary-level domain himself, who took nearly a century to ascend to the 4th tier after comprehending his domain. Yet, how long had Lich taken? Since his entrance into the Dawnlight Academy. It has barely been 4 years. To comprehend a domain and elevate it to the 3rd or 4th tier in just 4 years is utterly terrifying. Seeing Lich nod with confidence, Cortinia and Akeem exchanged glances, feeling like mere wastrels in comparison to this planetary-level domain prodigy, who had achieved what they could only dream of after hundreds to nearly 1,000 years of cultivation to reach the 2nd tier. Ian communicated, in that case. Let us each confront 2 domain-level opponents and swiftly defeat them. He refrained from mentioning the intention to kill, although they would vie for points. It would not escalate to life and death among domain-level students. Ultimately, the futures of these students are promising, with a significant likelihood of becoming domain masters. As Lich discussed the allocation of opponents, the 7 domain-level students from the other 2 stellar training camps were likewise engaged in deliberation. From a familiar source within the Shahustar training camp, I learned that among these 5, there is a formidable individual named Ian, who reportedly entered the stellar training camp already at the 4th tier. One domain-level student conveyed telepathically to the other 6, moreover, there is another planetary-level domain genius, likely the one wielding the 2nd-tier telekinetic weapon, Bloodblade Spike. Upon hearing this, they turned their attention to Lich, noting his youthful appearance, which suggested he was likely quite young. So young? One individual remarked in surprise, then deduced, his domain prowess must be average, relying entirely on the 2nd-tier telekinetic weapon for strength. You truly judge by appearances. Another countered, that planetary-level domain genius survived the previous hunting mission, notorious for its high mortality rate. It is said he escaped the pursuit of cosmic-level powerhouses and even secured an additional 100 points for a sudden task. One person inquired, puzzled, pursued by cosmic-level powerhouses. Is it worth such peril for mere points? Another praised, to dare pursue 100 points while being hunted by cosmic-level adversaries shows remarkable courage. You were straying from the topic. The first speaker interjected, halting the 6th discussion. We must focus on how to allocate our opponents. That planetary-level domain genius possesses a 2nd-tier telekinetic weapon, and given his audacity to chase after 100 points in the face of cosmic-level threats, his strength cannot be underestimated. It will require 2 individuals to deal with him, one concluded. As for Ian, who possesses the formidable strength of the 4th realm upon entering the stellar training camp, I propose that Babahanov and Hicks engage him to hold him off, while the others swiftly defeat their opponents and then join forces. This plan is indeed feasible. The assembly concurred with this allocation, and they promptly reached a consensus on the one-on-one matchups. Once the opponents were designated, they collectively turned their gaze towards Li Qi and the others on the mountain peak. Chapter 79. I have yet to unleash my full power before you fall under the gaze of 7 domain-level students. Ian turned to Richie and communicated telepathically. Shall we commence now? Richie replied, yes, let us begin at once, aiming to conclude the battle before the map is unlocked. With that, he took the lead, soaring away from the peak towards the 7 adversaries, with Ian trailing closely behind. Upon noticing the 2 strongest opponents approaching, the 7-person group exchanged knowing glances, then, adhering to their prior arrangement, 4 domain-level students advanced to confront their respective opponents. As 2 individuals approached him, Richie silently mused, it seems they do not underestimate me. The remaining 3 from the 7-person group prepared to face the trio of Roland, as all domain-level participants entered a standoff. It has begun. The confrontation was underway. As Richie and his companions faced off in pairs, the ordinary students who had been waiting around felt a surge of excitement. For many, it was their first time witnessing a battle among such formidable domain-level students. One student whispered to a companion, "Who do you think will emerge victorious?" The companion confidently replied, "Of course, the side with the greater numbers." While it is true that the larger contingent holds an advantage, I sincerely hope that Richie and Ian prevail. As a member of the Sand Sea Stellar Training Camp, this student felt a deeper affinity towards Richie and his allies. His companion, with a hint of resignation, remarked, I too wish for Richie and Ian to win, but they are outnumbered by 2 domain-level students. If they can merely hold Ian at bay, victory will be assured through their numerical superiority. Indeed, the student shook his head in frustration, acknowledging the difficulty of winning when outnumbered. Conversely, students from the other 2 stellar training camps expressed their delight, particularly those who had been repelled by the combined efforts of Richie and Ian the previous day. finding solace in the current circumstances. Yesterday, the domain-level students had retreated due to their numerical disadvantage, while these ordinary students had been forced to withdraw in disarray, too intimidated to confront the five. Today, with their domain-level champions joining forces, they boasted a two-person advantage, sealing their victory. One student, shaking off the previous day's gloom, jubilantly communicated with his teammates, Today, they are bound to lose. We have 7 domain-level students on our side. Indeed, with 7 domain-level students, the map will surely belong to us today." His companion echoed, equally elated, as yesterday and Appo's retreat had weighed heavily on his spirits. In the distance, 2 figures stealthily approached. They were the duo who had been deprived of the map by Richie. It appears that the one who seized our map is at a disadvantage. The leader transmitted. The opposing side has 7 domain-level students, while we only possess 5. A full 2-person deficit. Indeed, it is a 2-person shortfall, but the struggles of domain-level confrontations are beyond our intervention. "What? Do you wish to lend assistance?" inquired the other. "Assistance is out of the question. I merely hope that he does not lose. If he does, the promise of sharing the map with us will vanish." "Indeed. It is best not to intervene. Such high-stakes battles are not for us to meddle in. We shall observe attentively." The 2 individuals hesitated, reluctant to advance. For the battle of domain-level students was beyond the scope of mere ordinary learners. Just as they engaged in conversation, Li Qi had already commenced combat. The domain unfurled. Among the adversaries, one wielded a formidable earthy domain, a shade of oppressive yellow, while the other was enshrouded in a profound darkness, absorbing all light, rendering visibility non-existent. This was the light domain. The light domain was of the first tier, whereas the earthy domain belonged to the second tier. Thus, the latter, with its superior strength, sought to overwhelm Li Qi. The former, meanwhile, was tasked with interference, drawing both himself and his companion into the light domain, shrouding them in obscurity, making their movements inscrutable to the outside world. Witnessing Li Qi succumb to the weight of the earthy domain, the 2 felt a surge of delight. Victory was theirs. As Li Qi's form was enveloped and suppressed by the earthy domain, and the light domain cast a veil of visual disruption, the onlookers from the Sansi Stellar Training Camp could not help but sigh. Alas, he is lost. There is no chance left. Their coordination is too impeccable. With the interference of the light domain, Li Qi cannot wield his telekinetic weaponry to perfection. Victory is unattainable. They lamented, convinced that Li Qi's defeat was inevitable. Despite his status as a planetary-level prodigy, his brief tenure at the Stellar Training Camp left him lacking in domain mastery, making it difficult to alter the course of battle. In stark contrast, the members of the other 2 stellar training camps reveled in triumph, exclaiming, "What of a planetary-level prodigy? He is still being crushed by our domain-level students." On the battlefield, shrouded in the earthy glow, Li Qi felt the weight of the domain pressing against him, silently reflecting, the earthy domain is indeed substantial, akin to a control over gravity, allowing for a more potent suppression of enemies within its confines. The light domain, capable of absorbing and releasing light, deftly manipulates the realm between illumination and obscurity, rendering it a formidable tool of interference. Each domain possesses its unique characteristics, and in combat, they surpass my domain significantly, complemented by their seamless cooperation, one suppressing while the other interferes. Alas, their domain mastery is somewhat lacking, though their domain strength may suffice against others. It is woefully inadequate against me. At this thought, Li Qi's gaze sharpened. They are still leagues away. The domain unfurled. A verdant luminescence radiated from Li Qi, swiftly expanding outward, enveloping dozens of meters around him in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, the practitioner of the light domain found himself in dire straits. Faced with the overwhelming force of the wood domain, his own was instantly shattered, his body ensnared and suppressed by the green glow, drastically diminishing his speed. How could this be? How could his domain be so potent? The 2 were taken aback. Having presumed Li Qi relied solely on his second-tier telekinetic weaponry to bolster his prowess as a planetary-level prodigy, they had not anticipated such a formidable domain from him. Previously, they had confidently coordinated their efforts to envelop and suppress Li Qi, believing victory was assured, only to have the tide of battle turn in an instant. What? How is this possible? Not only were the 2 domain-level experts on the battlefield astonished by the overwhelming pressure, but the other 2 stellar training camp students stationed at the periphery of the battlefield were equally taken aback. Just moments ago, they believed victory was assured. Yet the tide of battle shifted in an instant, the rapidity of change leaving them utterly unprepared. This was a decisive win. The students from the Shaha Stellar Training Camp. Witnessing Li Qi's astounding ability to reverse the situation in a heartbeat, were left speechless, as the transformation unfolded far too swiftly for their comprehension. Unbeknownst to them, the very architect of this upheaval, Li Qi, was inwardly sighing, "Alas, another overwhelming victory. I have yet to exert my full strength. And already you are on the brink of defeat." Chapter 80. Victory indeed. Li Qi did not exert his full strength. He was aware that due to the 32-fold enhancement of his life gene level, the domain he manifested was exceptionally powerful, hence he refrained from unleashing his complete might. Nevertheless, he still dominated his two domain-level adversaries with overwhelming prowess. Ultimately, this was attributable to his profound mastery of the domain, having reached the third level, allowing for a contraction of 5 meters, which rendered his domain immensely solid and facilitated the suppression of his opponent's domains. Having subdued both domain-level foes, Li Qi did not linger, but rather multitasked with unwavering focus. Whoosh! The heavy disc was reconfigured into a circular blade, launching an assault on the student wielding the light domain, while the blood blade spike transformed into a crimson edge, hurtling towards the student employing the earth domain. How infuriating! He still possessed the energy to manipulate two telekinetic weapons. Faced with the onslaught of these two telekinetic armaments, the two combatants, already at a disadvantage due to the domain suppression, dared not withstand the attack head-on. They evaded while attempting to block with their weapons and shields. Although they found themselves in an utterly precarious position, they still struggled to defend, for as long as their allies could vanquish their foes and come to their aid, they might still have a chance to turn the tide. However, they failed to notice that their teammates were unable to conclude their battles in a short span. Aside from Rolando, who was at a disadvantage, the other three were either evenly matched or held the upper hand. "It's over. We are going to lose." Compared to those engaged in combat, the observers on the periphery had a clearer view of the situation. The students from the other two stellar training camps had realized that the domain-level students they supported were collectively at a disadvantage. The only battle where they held an advantage was against a particularly troublesome mentalist, rendering a swift conclusion impossible. The dire battlefield was the one where Li Qi was skillfully wielding two telekinetic weapons to maintain the upper hand. In their eyes, Li Qi was formidable. Not only was he suppressing two domain-level students, but his manipulation of the telekinetic weapons was also impressive, managing to multitask even while exerting such dominance. In the distance, the duo who had lost the map observed the battlefield. "Incredible!" the leader exclaimed. "One person is overpowering two domain-level students. This is astonishing." "Indeed," the other chimed in. "Had we not conceded quickly, we might have lost our lives." Initially, they believed Li Qi was destined for defeat. Yet they were taken aback by his ability to turn the tide and suppress two domain-level adversaries single-handedly. On the battlefield, the student wielding the Earth domain relied on the power of his domain to slow the advance of the Crimson Edge, using his primal weapon and shield to deflect it. After more than 10 seconds of combat, he began to falter and conveyed to his teammates, "I can't hold on much longer. Let's concede." The student utilizing the light domain blocked the attack from the circular blade with his shield, while simultaneously communicating, "Just hold on a little longer. Once they secure victory and come to our aid, we can win. Endure." "You make it sound easy," the Earth domain student thought bitterly. "You're not facing a second-tier telekinetic weapon, so of course, you can hold on longer." Seizing the moment after the Blood Edge's assault, he swiftly surveyed the other battlefields. Feeling a chill in his heart, he then communicated telepathically with his teammates. "There is no hope left. We should concede." "What do you mean there's no hope? As long as we persist, there is always a chance. Just take a look at the other battlefields, and you'll understand." Upon hearing this, the student wielding the light domain quickly glanced at the other skirmishes and gasped in shock. They had believed that they could hold back the formidable Ian with Babahanov and Hicks, but now it was evident they were at a disadvantage. Their opponent's mastery of the domain was terrifying, having reached the 5th level. The other two battlefields offered little hope as well. One was evenly matched, while the other was slightly lagging, leaving no room for assistance. The battlefield with the most promise showed their allies in a favorable position, yet their opponents were higher-ranked mentalists, making victory elusive for their teammates. While the other battlefields remained in a stalemate, they could no longer endure this one, especially the domain-level student, who had been struck by a second-tier psychic weapon. If they were caught off guard by the Blood Edge, they would sustain severe injuries, and if luck turned against them, they might even meet their demise. To risk the life of a domain-level student for mere points was a foolish endeavor. "I concede." The student wielding the Earth domain, having partially blocked the Blood Edge and Oppo's attack and sustaining minor injuries to his arm, decisively chose to surrender, It was not worth it to fight for such scant points. "Oh, you concede," said Li Qi, upon receiving the transmission from the Earth Domain student. The blood edge, poised to strike, halted its advance. He turned to the student wielding the light domain, the blood edge quivering slightly, ready to launch at him, yet it too came to a stop. "I concede." Seeing his companion withdraw his domain and cease being targeted by the second-tier psychic weapon, the student utilizing the light domain understood his teammate's surrender and promptly chose to concede as well. Both were no match for their opponents, and he, alone, stood even less chance. Had he delayed his surrender, the second-tier psychic weapon might have overwhelmed him, and he may not have been able to withstand the onslaught. He was not as adept at defense as his companion, and using a first-tier psychic weapon and armor against a second-tier psychic weapon was exceedingly strenuous. With the two opponents conceding, Li Qi and Apos' gaze shifted to other directions as he intended to assist his beleaguered teammate, Rolando. "Wait, Don and Apos, T." Just as Li Qi was about to act, the two recently defeated domain-level students hastily communicated to stop him. "Let us try to persuade them. Please, do not engage." The two were terrified. Not only was the man before them exceedingly powerful, but he also wielded a second-tier psychic weapon. Should he successfully ambush, their companion would surely suffer grievous injuries, or worse, lose his life. After preventing Li Qi from intervening, they quickly transmitted the outcome to several other teammates, informing them of Li Qi's formidable strength, which rivaled that of Ian. Upon receiving the message, the domain-level students all conceded to their opponents and withdrew from the battlefield. Upon witnessing this scenario, the multitude of trainees surrounding the battlefield swiftly comprehended that the quintet had emerged victorious. Victorious! Who would have anticipated that 5 could triumph over 7? The students from the San Sea Stellar Training Camp were somewhat exhilarated. Having witnessed a rare spectacle in the annals of the Stellar Training Camp, an encounter featuring over a dozen domain-level practitioners defeated, it is indeed possible to lose even in a 7 versus 5 scenario. The other 2 Stellar Training Camps students felt a wave of despondency. They had previously believed victory was assured, only to be astounded by Li Qi's remarkable reversal of fortune. "It is astonishing that we have lost because of him." The gazes of the 7 domain-level practitioners directed at Li Qi were filled with shock and disbelief. Chapter 81. The collection task objective. The 7 domain-level students regarded Li Qi with considerable esteem, assigning 2 adeptly coordinated peers to confront him prior to the commencement of battle. Yet, their level of regard proved insufficient, as the duo was utterly overwhelmed. If the intelligence I have gathered is accurate, this planetary-level prodigy has not been entrenched in the Stellar Training Camp for long. To achieve such remarkable growth in so brief a span is indicative of a talent that far surpasses any planetary-level genius I have encountered. The student who fought Li Qi and wielded the Earth Domain spoke sincerely. Conceding defeat to such a genius was a loss he accepted with grace. He lost. Yet he held profound admiration for Li Qi's extraordinary capabilities, believing that succumbing to such brilliance was no disgrace. Upon hearing this, the other 6 nodded slightly, as they shared the same sentiment. Belonging to 2 distinct stellar training camps, they had previously showcased their strengths before joining forces and were well acquainted with one another's abilities. The coordinated duo was formidable, and none among the remaining 5 could hope to vanquish them swiftly. Yet, what they deemed impossible, Li Qi accomplished with ease. "Let us depart. We have secured 2 maps, and we shall not contest for any more tomorrow." One of them communicated telepathically, "The maps for the following 3 days will belong to us." At this, the 7 domain-level students exchanged glances before turning and soaring away. As the 7 departed, Ian approached Li Qi and remarked, "We owe our victory to you. Had you not altered the course of battle, we would have found ourselves at a stalemate, which would have been quite detrimental." His emotions were tumultuous. He had ardently advocated for Li Qi and Apos' admission to the Dawn Academy, and in just a few short years, the latter and Apos' prowess had undergone a remarkable transformation. Based on Li Qi's performance today, he was now nearly Ian and Apos' equal, and given his rapid progression, it was merely a matter of time, likely a brief span, before he surpassed Ian. Li Qi smiled. "Today, it was you who assisted us in obtaining the maps." Those words should rightly come from me. He understood that their group had faced hostility from other students after claiming maps for 2 consecutive days, including those from the San Sea Stellar Training Camp. Thus, he had resolved to swiftly defeat his opponents and intended to support Ian and the others. Although this plan was thwarted by the timely concession of the opposing team. "Impressive. I did not anticipate that you could dominate 2 opponents simultaneously." Rolando approached and inquired telepathically, "Did you conceal your strength during our last battle in the virtual universe?" This domain intensity does not seem characteristic of a mere third domain level. In response, Li Qi affirmed telepathically, I concealed a portion of my strength. Rolando realized. You were concerned I might lose too embarrassingly, hence you deliberately held back? Li Qi allowed Rolando's conjectures to flourish, playfully replying, What do you think? Rolando clicked his tongue, refraining from further questioning, as he had already settled on his prior assumptions. Meanwhile, students on the periphery of the battlefield, witnessing the victory of Li Qi and his comrades, recognized that their opportunity to profit from the chaos had dissipated and began to disperse. In this skirmish for maps, they not only observed the battles of 13 domain-level students but also witnessed Li Qi's overwhelming triumph over 2 of his peers. One could say that they have witnessed the rise of the prodigy, Li Qi. Both Cortinia and Akum hold Li Qi in high regard, as his performance today has captivated them. Should an opportunity for collaboration arise in the future, they would not hesitate to seize it. As time passed, a message from the Stellar Training Camp was received, and the map was finally unlocked. Ian and his companions chose to depart only after the map had been made available, despite most of the other trainees having dispersed. After watching the trio leave, Li Qi first shared the map with Rolando, then settled upon the peak. He opened the map to strategize his collection route, not in haste to pursue the targets, as Ian and his companions had already established a significant lead in their collection progress, making it exceedingly difficult for him to catch up, let alone surpass them. Presently, they were positioned among the top 3 in the time competition, while securing a spot in the top 10 was virtually assured, albeit with a slight delay. Rolando inquired, Who are you waiting for? Li Qi responded, I am awaiting the trainees whose map I acquired. Are you intending to share the surplus portion of the map with them? Rolando asked. Indeed, after taking their map, it seems only fair to offer the additional portion as compensation. You are quite a commendable person, principled, Rolando remarked with a smile. Li Qi chuckled and was about to reply when 2 streaks of light approached. The very individuals from whom he had taken the map were arriving. The foremost among them bowed respectfully, saying, Lord Li Qi, we have come. Oh, Li Qi queried with curiosity, You are aware of my name? We inquired among the trainees of the San Sea Stellar Training Camp to express our gratitude, replied another. Li Qi waved his hand dismissively, saying, There is no need for thanks. I merely took your map, and the additional portion is merely a form of compensation. Even if you had not taken the map, we could not have retained it. The leader shook his head. We observed your battle against the 7 domain-level trainees. Such a caliber of combat is beyond our reach. Li Qi's ability to dominate those 2 domain-level trainees starkly contrasted with the latter's inability to withstand the pressure from them, highlighting the disparity in strength. With their current capabilities, they could not have safeguarded the map during the earlier days of the domain-level competition. Thus, having secured an additional map as compensation after losing theirs, they felt immensely satisfied and naturally wished to thank Li Qi. Well then, since you are here, I shall share the map with you, Li Qi said, as he manipulated the display to share the map with the leader of the 2. Thank you. The pair expressed their gratitude once more before departing into the skies. As Li Qi watched them leave, he noticed Rolando deep in thought, gazing in the direction of their departure. What troubles you? Li Qi inquired. Rolando replied, I was contemplating that had I not grasped the domain, I would likely find it just as difficult as they did to secure a map during the previous days. At this, Li Qi paused momentarily, then chuckled resignedly, saying, The rules of this trial are thus. Only the strong can acquire the map more swiftly. Now, let us proceed to our collection targets. With that, he set off towards the designated location, following the route he had meticulously planned. Rolando followed suit, observing the silhouette of Richie as he murmured, a formidable one. 3 days later, Richie and Rolando completed the same mission objectives, parting ways to pursue different targets. Soaring above a vast canyon forest, Richie softly reflected, according to the map, the last 2 mission objectives lie within this forest. He descended into the woods, gliding between the trees while extending his mental prowess to encompass the surroundings in search of the mission targets. Gradually, he ventured into the forbidden zone of the forest. Chapter 82. Encountering investment. This place feels somewhat different from the previous forest. Li Qi soared between the trees, his mental energy scanning the surroundings, and he noted a peculiar silence enveloping this woodland. After flying for over 10 seconds, he came to a halt, for his mental probe detected an unusual plant ahead. The plant stood approximately 10 meters tall, its vibrant crimson hue resembling that of a cabbage, with several leaves encasing it, each adorned with sharp serrated edges. At first glance, this plant did not seem particularly strange. There were far more bizarre specimens on this trial planet. What truly struck him as odd was the subtle writhing of the plant, suggesting it was alive. Suddenly, the plant sprang into action. The outermost leaf whipped violently, striking the circular blade with astonishing speed. The impact resonated with a loud clap, sending the circular blade soaring through the air. Scarlet sap erupted as the blade was struck, leaving a deep gash on the crimson leaf that oozed blood like liquid. As the outer leaf sustained damage, the plant thrashed uncontrollably, its leaves flailing wildly, tearing nearby trees into splinters. It became clear that the plant's center was a stem, adorned with 7 leaves, each extending over 10 meters in length. The initial cabbage-like appearance was merely a result of the elongated leaves enveloping the stem. What on earth is this? Li Qi pondered, having never encountered such an extraordinary plant that seemed almost sentient. Wait, life. A realization dawned upon him. Could this truly be a living plant? He activated his communicator to scan the peculiar specimen, and after a moment and oppose delay, the device responded, a plant life form, known as the tooth-leaf grass. In the vastness of space outside the trial planet, aboard a D-class spaceship, a cosmic team leader observed the luminous screen before him, displaying the information on the tooth-leaf grass. It was among the most common types of plant life, with seedlings fetching hundreds of millions of lava coins. He shook his head, lamenting, what a pity that this tooth-leaf grass has grown in the wild to a stellar level. Its growth has been subpar, and its value has plummeted. Even a valuation of 10 billion lava coins would be considered high. For plant life, each advancement is crucial, especially during breakthroughs when precious treasures are administered to enhance their growth, leading to significant improvements. In the case of tooth-leaf grass, if cultivated with rare treasures during its transition from apprentice level to planetary level, it would yield more leaves upon reaching that stage. Yet, this particular tooth-leaf grass, at stellar level 3, or only 7 leaves, indicative of its poor growth. The hallmark of plant life lies in its capacity for cultivation and advancement. The seeds of such life forms are typically inexpensive, often costing less than 1,000th the price of a seedling. The reason for the low seed price is that nurturing them into viable seedlings is a formidable challenge, thus making the resulting seedlings quite valuable. Another characteristic of plant life is that with a little care, they can reach cosmic levels, displaying unwavering loyalty to their owners once bonded to others in the cosmic realm. The tooth-leaf grass valued at 10 billion lava coins might be a significant sum. However, for me, it holds little importance. Rather, it could serve as a trifling favor. This cosmic mentor has served at the stellar training camp for over 10 millennia, amassing a considerable fortune and showing little concern for the billion lava coins. What a remarkable plant life! Exclaimed Li Qi, visibly excited as he reviewed the response from his communicator. If I could tame this too grass, it would be a significant boon for me. However, he hesitated. I am uncertain about how to capture this toothgrass, and I do not know if the stellar training camp permits the taming of toothgrass, as it cannot be exchanged for points. Buzz. The communicator on Li Qi's wrist projected a luminescent screen, revealing a line of text. Li Qi Royce, the plant life before you is a stellar level, tier 3 toothgrass. To tame it, you must suppress its leaves and irrigate the main stem and oppose core with your blood. Although Li Qi had some inkling of the situation, he still inquired, "Who are you? Why are you sharing this information with me?" A new line of text appeared on the screen. You should be able to deduce my identity. Li Qi promptly named the cosmic mentor leading their team, Mentor Mardo. Indeed, I am Mardo. Thank you for informing me how to tame the toothgrass. Li Qi expressed his gratitude. Do you intend to capture the toothgrass? Mardo asked. Li Qi nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I would advise against such an endeavor. Li Qi's eyes widened in surprise, a large question mark forming on his face as he pondered. What is happening? This Mentor Mardo instructs me on how to tame the toothgrass yet advises against it. What is the meaning of this? Before he could voice his confusion, the screen displayed an extensive message. You must be perplexed, wondering why I dissuade you from taming the toothgrass. If you were to encounter a cloud vine, even a poorly grown one, I would encourage you to tame it. However, what you face is toothgrass, and particularly one that is poorly developed. Toothgrass is a relatively common plant life in the universe, with numerous drawbacks. For instance, once planted, it is exceedingly difficult to relocate, and it cannot reduce its size. Merely due to these two disadvantages, even if you succeed in taming the toothgrass, you would be unable to transport it without specialized equipment and personnel. Observing the text on the screen, Li Qi could not suppress his inner thoughts. I too wish I had encountered the cloud vine, as it is a plant life cultivated by the original character Luo Feng. Instead, I am faced with toothgrass. After his moment of frustration, he awaited further commentary from Mentor Mardo, believing that the mentor had more to convey. The screen continued to display new text. My recommendation is that instead of attempting to tame this toothgrass, you should report it to the stellar training camp. In doing so, the camp will reward you with points. Exchanging a useless plant life for a substantial amount of points that can be utilized for resource redemption is the wiser course of action. Li Qi fixed his gaze on the screen and, after a moment of contemplation, posed a question. Mentor Mardo, I would like to ask why. If reporting to the stellar training camp yields rewards, you do not report it yourself, but instead share this information with me to report? In response to Li Qi's inquiry, the screen remained silent for a moment, as if Mentor Mardo on the other side was deep in thought. After a brief pause, the luminous screen revealed two prominent characters in the universal language of the cosmos, investment. Subsequently, a multitude of words appeared, proclaiming, because I recognize your extraordinary talent. It is highly likely that you will ascend to a prominent position within the Lava Empire in the future. Investing in you would be a boon for both me and my family, bringing us nothing but benefits. Investment again. Upon seeing these two words, Li Qi was reminded of Lord Nan Ing from the Sanxi Stellar Cultivation Camp. Chapter 83. Speculations on Rapid Wound Healing for many years. The Lord of the Southern Realm has served as a domain-level mentor in the wood domain of the Star Sea Training Camp. With his discerning perspective, Li Qi views this as a normal investment. However, this mentor Mador, who has yet to even meet him, is already contemplating an investment. It is said that he has recognized Li Qi's talent, believing he has a strong potential to ascend to the upper echelons of the Lava Empire. Li Qi muses privately. Could it be due to my home planet being a nurturing world, a direct lineage of the Lava Empire? With such thoughts occupying his mind, he hastens to compose a message on his communicator, reporting the discovery of the toothgrass to the Star Training Camp. He is uncertain of the number of points he might earn for reporting the toothgrass, but he hopes for a generous reward. Although Li Qi is unaware of the exact value of the toothgrass, he estimates it will not be inferior to a third-tier telekinetic weapon. Swiftly departing from the area where the toothgrass was found, he continues his search for the remaining two objectives of his foundational tasks. After spending half a day, he finally collects the last two plant specimens. With the completion of his foundational tasks, his name appears in third place on the competition leaderboard. While Cortinia and Ian occupy the first two positions, having completed their tasks nearly a day faster than he did. Remarkably, I have secured third place. Li Qi is somewhat astonished. He had anticipated maintaining a position within the top 10, believing the top 3 to be the domain of Ian's trio. Yet he unexpectedly claims third place, displacing Akum in the process. On the opposite end of the trial planet, Akum finally gathers his last task objective. Since the final target is an ore, he spends a considerable amount of time mining before he succeeds. However, upon completing his foundational tasks, he discovers he ranks only fourth, with the third position occupied by Li Qi, a former ally. Fourth place, indeed. Akum feels a touch of frustration. The time spent gathering the last target was excessive, otherwise he would surely have claimed a top 3 position. He notes that Li Qi completed his foundational tasks mere minutes ahead of him, which adds to his vexation. Opening his communicator, he sends a message to his two teammates, stating, I have completed the foundational tasks, but unfortunately, I was a bit slower than Li Qi, landing only in fourth place. After checking the leaderboard post-task completion, Li Qi contacts Rolando and learns that he is still one target short. He then opens his communicator to verify the additional collection target. The nightmarish flower is located within this very forest. I shall collect it first. Noting down the distinguishing features of the nightmarish flower, he embarks on a search through the woods. After nearly half a day, Li Qi locates the additional target, the nightmarish flower, and simultaneously receives news from Rolando, who has completed his foundational collection tasks, ranking predictably in 5th place. This is the nightmarish flower. From dozens of meters away, within the hollow of a large tree, Li Qi uses his mental prowess to scan for this additional target. It is a plant entirely cloaked in black, standing over a meter tall, with a straight stem and an overall metallic sheen. Li Qi soared through the air, swiftly arriving at the hollow of a tree adorned with nightmare flowers. The rapidity of his approach stirred a tempest within the hollow. Despite the howling winds, the nightmare flowers remained entirely unaffected. Their stems stood tall and straight, with neither leaves nor petals trembling in the slightest. There was something peculiar about these flowers. To ensure his safety, he cloaked himself in a first-tier force suit and cautiously approached, intending to collect a petal from the nightmare flower. This particular flower boasted 4 petals, and he merely needed to gather one, leaving the remaining 3 for others. To his surprise, when he pinched a petal and attempted to pluck it, it did not yield. It was worth noting that his physical prowess was stellar grade. Though he had only intended a gentle pull, he could easily lift a car. Yet, despite his strength, he found himself unable to detach the pedal. The texture of the nightmare flower resembled that of metal. Hiss! As he touched the pedal, it felt as cold as metal rather than that of a plant. Unable to resist, he tapped the edge of the pedal, only to draw in a sharp breath. His finger had been injured. Even while clad in a first-tier force suit, the pedal had inflicted a cut. Astonished, Li Qi pondered. I was cut even while wearing a first-tier force suit? He observed as the cut on his finger began to heal at a visible rate. Had there not been a trace of blood lingering at the site of the injury, he might have almost believed it to be an illusion. Confounded, he questioned why the wound healed so rapidly. Gazing at the straight black nightmare flower, he speculated, could it be due to it? To test his hypothesis, he activated his communicator and searched for information regarding the nightmare flower in the additional tasks. However, he found only a note stating that the nightmare flower was as solid as B-grade metal, with the edges of its leaves and petals as sharp as C-grade metal. Though the nightmare flower is exceptional, it is merely as sturdy and sharp as metal. If it could truly expedite healing, the stellar training camp would have surely noted it. Since it isn't the nightmare flower, why does my wound heal so swiftly? Li Qi pondered, deep in thought. It should be due to a domain influence, as many comprehend the wood domain without instances of rapid healing. After dismissing that possibility, another notion struck him. Could the rapid healing be an innate ability of my own body? During the time when his genetic energy broke through to awaken a special ability at the planetary level, a significant phenomenon had occurred at the Kukak Star's joint training camp, which he believed to be a result of his own actions. Yet afterward, aside from an accelerated energy recovery, he discerned no extraordinary traits, leading him to conclude that his awakened ability was merely a potent healing factor. However, the sudden appearance of rapid healing now cast doubt on the simplicity of his awakened ability. Chapter 84, Remarkable Resilience and Conclusion. If I recall correctly, this injury marks the first occasion since awakening my special ability. The first injury, he pondered. Perhaps the rapid healing of this wound is an intrinsic aspect of my unique power. To ascertain this upon this thought, he cast his gaze upon his finger. To verify it, I must inflict another wound. A blood-red blade slowly emerged from the crimson blood spike, hovering before Li Qi. The sharp edge sliced through his finger, parting flesh and skin, allowing only a trickle of blood to escape. Observing the wound, which healed completely without a trace, Li Qi silently concluded, indeed, it is the manifestation of my awakened special ability. Under normal circumstances, the activation of special abilities requires genetic energy. Yet, I possess the capacity for rapid healing without its application. I wonder, what would be the extent of this healing ability should I utilize genetic energy? Li Qi resolved to conduct another test, this time on his arm. The force suit receded to his elbows, and a blood-red blade approached, carving a long, deep gash into his arm, blood gushing forth. Let me witness your limits. With this intention, Li Qi channeled his genetic energy, a faint green luminescence enveloping his body, brimming with vitality. As he harnessed this energy, the previously flowing blood from the wound ceased almost instantaneously. Although the gash on his arm was lengthy and profound, its narrowness allowed for a direct healing from within, the speed of recovery surpassing that of the cut on his finger by several folds. What astonishing speed of healing! Li Qi's eyes widened in astonishment. The length of the wound on his arm exceeded that of his fingers by more than tenfold. Yet its recovery rate was even swifter. Such a healing velocity was truly terrifying. With such an extraordinary recovery rate, even in the face of severe injuries, as long as he could harness genetic energy, he would undoubtedly persevere. Impressive. This special ability is exceedingly formidable. Li Qi marveled internally. Though I remain unaware of the full extent of my awakened power, the combination of rapid energy recovery and exceptional physical regeneration renders my capacity for survival alarmingly robust. The utilization of genetic energy significantly amplifies his bodily recovery speed, while his rapid energy replenishment facilitates a swift restoration of genetic energy. With these two remarkable abilities, his survival capability undoubtedly ranks at the pinnacle among his peers, as he progresses to the domain master or even the realm master level. With the enhanced physical strength and recovery abilities characteristic of such ranks, coupled with the energy and bodily recuperation bestowed by his special ability, he would possess an inexhaustible supply of a diminished version of the life fruit. The life fruit, a treasure from the original narrative, is renowned as the second life of a realm master, for as long as a realm master consumes one, they remain unscathed from death, instantly rejuvenating even from the gravest of wounds. Of course, lychee's special ability cannot rival the instantaneous full recovery provided by the life fruit. Yet it excels in its affordability and prolonged efficacy. Thus, as Lychee marveled at his extraordinary abilities, a subtle vibration emanated from the communicator on his wrist. Upon inspection, he discovered a message from Rolando inquiring whether he had located the nightmarish blossom, which had evidently arrived in the forest. He meticulously cleaned the excess blood, leaving only a small trace to convey to Rolando the sharpness of the blossom's petals. Shortly thereafter, Rolando arrived at the tree hollow and observed that the petals of the nightmarish blossom had not yet been harvested. "Have you not collected the petals of the nightmarish blossom?" he asked. Lychee pointed to the faint bloodstains beneath his feet. "I just found this nightmarish blossom not long ago, and I inadvertently injured myself while harvesting," he replied. "Injured?" Rolando exclaimed. "Did you not use your force armor for protection?" "I did, yet I still sustained an injury," Lychee responded with a look of resignation. "Just look at the description of the nightmarish blossom, and you'll understand." Curiously, Rolando activated his communicator, and upon reading the detailed information about the nightmarish blossom, his expression shifted to one of astonishment. "It is as robust as B-grade metal, and the edges of its petals and leaves are as sharp as C-grade metal." Even Rolando, born into a prominent family, was taken aback by the information regarding this rare plant, which commanded a high price in the outside world. "I shall give it a try," declared Rolando, as over 20 blades flew from the sky sword on his back, assembling into the shattering sword. With a resounding clash, the shattering sword transformed into a silver flash, striking the base of the nightmarish blossom's petal, sending a metallic echo throughout the hollow. The blossom's straight stem bent under the force, yet no petals fell. With another strike, the shattering sword successfully severed a petal. The first-tier telekinetic weapon, the Sky Sword, rivaled second-tier weapons in terms of material, yet it still required considerable effort to detach the petal. Utilizing his mental prowess, Rolando retrieved the fallen petal, remarking with a hint of awe, "The toughness of this nightmarish blossom is likely not inferior to B4 grade metal." Suddenly, a blood-red beam struck the base of another petal, producing a metallic clamor within the hollow. As the sound reverberated, another petal gradually descended. Lychee captured the fallen petal, grinning as he said, "B4 grade metal pales in comparison to my bloodblade spike." As a scion of a prominent family, Rolando possessed second-tier telekinetic weapons outside. But since arriving at the stellar training camp, he had not utilized them in the physical realm. "Let us proceed to collect the next additional target before someone else gets there first," suggested Lychee. The additional collection targets for this trial task were mostly limited in number, and some were even unique. If others reached them first, they would be lost to them forever. Agreed. With that, the duo soared into the sky, heading towards the next collection point for their additional target. In the ensuing time, Lychee and Rolando continuously sought additional collection targets. However, due to the limited nature of the targets in this trial, they managed to harvest only 4 by the conclusion of the task. Chapter 85, Settlements, Exchanges, and Family. Upon activating the communicator, a message detailing the trial task score settlement from the stellar training camp appeared on the holographic screen. Lychee Royce had earned a basic task reward of 150 points, along with an additional 100 points for ranking among the top 3 in the time competition. For the extra task, having collected 4 supplementary targets, he received 30 points for each, totaling 120 points. The special reward for discovering the plant life known as the thorny grass and reporting it to the stellar training camp granted him a remarkable 1,000 points. The total score accrued from this trial task amounted to an astonishing 1,370 points. Lychee's eyes widened in disbelief. A special reward of 1,000 points. Such an unprecedented sum of points was beyond his prior achievements. Since his entry into the stellar training camp until this trial task, his total points had scarcely exceeded 1,000. It seems the value of thorny grass is considerable. Otherwise, the stellar training camp would not offer such a high points reward, he pondered. However, his expression soon shifted. If memory serves, the exchange price for the Bloodblade Spike is around 800 points, while its market price outside is approximately 8 million. Therefore, 1 point equals 10,000 lava coins. I am unfamiliar with the value of thorny grass, but its growth, even at its worst, should not fall below 100 million lava coins. 100 million lava coins equates to 10,000 points, yet the reward from the stellar training camp is merely 1,000 points. The discrepancy is substantial. Although a twinge of dissatisfaction lingered in his heart, Lychee understood that without reporting to the stellar training camp, he could not take possession of the thorny grass, even if he managed to subdue it. The fact that the stellar training camp could offer a reward of 1,000 points made the realization of their profit margin seem reasonable, albeit somewhat excessive. Recalling a similar predicament experienced by Luo Feng in the original story, Li Qi comforted himself. After his self-reassurance, he began to contemplate how to utilize such a vast array of points. With a total of 1,370 points from this trial task, combined with his previous balance of 124 points, he now possessed a grand total of 1,494 points. Closing the point settlement interface, Li Qi opened the exchange interface. Murmuring to himself, I currently have 1,494 points, which is ample. I must surely exchange for a second-tier force armor. He navigated to the force armor exchange section and spent 803 points to acquire a second-tier force armor. Subsequently, he devoted 480 points to enhance his nutrient capsule, recognizing that, aside from the second-tier force armor, his genetic energy level also required improvement. This 480 points allowed for two enhancements, the first costing 160 points to elevate to stellar level 5, and the second costing 320 points to advance to stellar level 6. With my 32-fold life gene level and stellar level 8 mental master rank, my foundational strength should not fall short of cosmic level 1. Compared to a cosmic level 1 with a third-tier psychic weapon, my power may seem lacking. However, self-preservation is assured. Now, I can finally reach out to my family with peace of mind. Li Qi and Appos' heart surged with excitement as he had long restrained the urge to connect with his family. For 2 years at the stellar training camp, he had not reached out to them, fearing that his demise during a trial mission would bring them sorrow, leading him to diminish his own presence. Conversely, his family had attempted to contact him numerous times, but due to the communication blackout during trial missions, their attempts were infrequent. Now, with sufficient self-defense capabilities, he felt ready to reach out to his family without apprehension. Had it not been for the disruption in communication devices, he would have eagerly called his parents right away. Upon returning to his dormitory on Sandsea Star, Li Qi donned his second-tier energy battle suit and eagerly activated his communicator to contact his father, Deliker. The device beeped, and his father's familiar visage appeared on the screen. Before Deliker could utter a word, he was swiftly nudged aside by his mother, Winnie, whose eyes glistened with moisture. Li Qi, you finally wish to reach out to us, she said, her voice trembling with emotion. Mother, Li Qi gently called out, when I first arrived at the stellar training camp, my abilities were lacking, and I was preoccupied with training. Now, I have grown significantly stronger and will make it a point to contact home more frequently. Winnie gazed at her son, who had matured considerably, a pang of bittersweet longing gripping her heart. She yearned to caress his face as she once did, but the distance between them rendered such gestures nearly impossible. Noticing his wife's distress, Deliker quickly interjected, Li Qi, your timing is fortuitous. Your fourth sister is getting married tomorrow. Fourth sister is getting married. At this revelation, Li Qi felt a rush of emotions. Indeed, she is nearly a decade older than I, so it is about time. The last time he had seen his sister was at the Dawnlight Academy, during a tumultuous period when their family faced the threat of losing their ranch. He had been engrossed in his training, and their interactions had been fleeting. Fourth sister likely understood his burdens and had refrained from contacting him to avoid disturbing his focus. Curious, Li Qi inquired, where is her fiancé from? His name is Joshua, a member of the Cyril tribe from the grasslands. He is a direct descendant of their stellar lineage, just recently graduated from a special training camp, Deliker replied. If it is indeed that Joshua, then fourth sister is fortunate to have a love marriage. Her future happiness will be greatly enhanced. Li Qi mused. Given his sister and Appos' composed and assertive nature, a marriage arranged for political alliance would likely not bring her joy. A love match was far more favorable. Father, please convey my congratulations to fourth sister. After a moment of contemplation, Li Qi resolved to present the Broken Sky sword as a wedding gift to her. Li Qi, are you truly set on this? Deliker furrowed his brow, taken aback. While the Broken Sky sword was a flawed psychic weapon, it was still a significant gift from his late brother, and he had not expected Li Qi to bestow it upon his sister. Yes, I believe my brother would support this decision, Li Qi affirmed. His resolve to resurrect his elder brother rekindled. Are you not going to contact fourth sister? Deliker inquired. Of course, I intend to reach out, Li Qi remarked. Fourth sister has ascended to the planetary level and possesses her own communicator. I will contact her directly shortly. Very well, Delikur nodded, subsequently shutting off the communicator. As he gazed at the vanishing luminescent screen, Li Qi was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated his father's abrupt conclusion of the conversation, as he had intended to converse with his mother as well. On the other side of the screen, his mother, Winnie, was seething with anger. Chapter 86. Conversation and New Tasks. Mother Winnie exclaimed in anger, "Deliker, why did you turn off the communicator? I haven't had a proper conversation with 11 yet." Father Deliker explained, 11 needs to contact Little 4. After all, Little 4 is about to marry, and they surely have much to discuss. Even if she needs to contact Little 4, you could have waited until I had a word with 11 before shutting it off, Winnie replied. Upon hearing this, her anger diminished significantly, and her tone softened considerably. Never mind, 11 mentioned that she would keep in touch with us frequently, Deliker reassured her. All right. Winnie conceded, still feeling somewhat reluctant, but realizing she had no choice in the matter. Meanwhile, after concluding his conversation with his father, Lichi reached out to his sister. Little 4, congratulations. The screen displayed a beautiful visage belonging to Lichi's sister, Lankroyce. Lank teased with a smile, 11, I thought you wouldn't contact me. Lichi responded with a hint of melancholy, Sister, as you depart from the family to marry, I must bid you farewell. Even if I'm no longer part of the family. Lank laughed and inquired, who said I'm leaving the family? Isn't marrying synonymous with leaving the family? Lichi asked curiously. I've already discussed it with Joshua. We will live within the family, Lank replied. Taken aback, Lichi questioned. Would Joshua and his family agree to that? Why wouldn't they? Lank looked at him oddly. Our Royce family boasts 3 stellar-level powerhouses. Both grandfather and uncle have secured seats in the Dawnlight City Council, which is far beyond the capabilities of the Cyril tribe. Realization dawned on Lichi. With grandfather and uncle gaining significant power from their council positions, and with my status as a genius in the stellar cultivation camp, it is only natural for the Cyril tribe to concede a planetary-level member to leverage that influence. The council positions in Dawnlight City, though seemingly trivial to Lichi, wield considerable power in Kukastar, sufficient to compel the Cyril tribe to retreat in the face of 2 council members. I have asked my father to present the Breaking Sky Sword as your wedding gift, Lichi stated. But the Breaking Sky Sword was a gift from my elder brother. Lank protested. I cannot accept it. Do accept it, Lichi jested. You, a planetary-level telepath, still using a bone spike, is rather unbecoming for a family of council members. However, Lank still hesitated. There are no however here. Lichi insisted firmly. I believe my elder brother will also approve of my decision, and besides. Noticing the resolute determination in Lichi's gaze, Lank nodded in agreement. Then I shall accept it. Curiously, she then asked, 11. Have you met any girls you like in the stellar cultivation camp? Lichi chuckled helplessly, and after conversing with his sister for a while longer, he ended the call. After concluding his conversations with family, Lichi contacted Borsui for nutritional pod enhancement before heading to the enhancement chamber. After more than 10 days, he completed the enhancement, elevating his genetic primal energy to the 6th tier of stellar level and his telepathic mastery to the 8th tier of stellar level. To avoid wasting time, he applied for a new trial mission, seizing the opportunity to familiarize himself with his enhanced powers before the task commenced. The new trial was yet another collection task, and with few participants, his accrued points were modest, barely surpassing 100. Following this trial, he utilized his 100 points to seek guidance from Lord Nanning on domain cultivation, elevating his domain to the 4th level. Subsequently, he applied for another trial. This time a hunting mission targeting the annihilation of space pirates. The D-class spacecraft departed from the Sansi Stellar Training Camp, carrying 14 students, including Lichi, towards the designated mission area. A month later, the vessel from the Sansi Stellar Training Camp rendezvoused with ships from 2 other stellar training camps, awaiting the arrival of personnel from the Lava Empire's military. The wait was brief. Within half a day, a C-class warship from the Lava Empire approached, and the students from the 3 D-class vessels, along with their supervising mentors, boarded the newly arrived warship. Shortly thereafter, the warship set sail towards the objective of the trial mission. Simultaneously, in an asteroid belt several light-years away from a busy route of the Lava Empire, an ordinary B-class small ship navigated into the uninhabited asteroid field. Under the guidance of its intelligent control system, the ship effortlessly maneuvered through the asteroids before docking beside a colossal asteroid with a diameter of several dozen kilometers. With a click, the ship's hatch opened, and a man of stellar rank 8 stretched languidly before departing towards the massive asteroid. Suddenly, the giant rock revealed a passage for the man to enter, and he expertly flew inside. After a few seconds of slow flight through the passage, he found himself in a spacious interior. It turned out that the asteroid had been hollowed out and transformed into a base, and the man stood in the reception area, a mandatory point for visitors entering the base. Familiar with the surroundings, he required no assistance from the base personnel and proceeded through the reception area into a junction, choosing the leftmost of 4 corridors. After navigating through several interconnected passages, he finally reached his destination. Aha! Tongli, long time no see. Before the man could fully enter the room, a hearty laugh resonated from within. The man named Tongli bore 2 small, delicate antennae on his forehead and appeared quite youthful. It's been a while, Brother Ritaku, he replied with equal mirth as he entered the room. I heard you have some good items, so I took the time to stop by while handling business in the Lava Empire. Inside the room stood a humanoid crocodile clad in battle armor, belonging to one of the human branches known as the Crocodilians. However, Ritaku was no ordinary crocodilian. He had attained the formidable rank of Cosmic Level 8. Of course, there are good items, Ritaku grinned, revealing his fearsome jaws. But it all depends on whether you find them appealing. We'll see once I take a look, Tongli urged with a smile. Brother Ritaku, please show me quickly. I don't have much time to linger here. All right. With a hearty laugh, Ritaku said, since my younger brother has limited time, I shall take you to have a look. Having spoken, Ritaku led Tongli towards the treasure vault, engaging in light conversation along the way. Upon arriving at the vault, Tongli made a brief selection and purchased several items. Just as he completed the payment and prepared to depart, the base alarm suddenly blared. Chapter 87. Background and encounters. Upon hearing the shrill sound of the alarm, both Tongli and Ritaku's expression shifted dramatically. Ritaku hastily activated his communicator to inquire with his subordinates stationed at the monitoring center about the cause of the alarm. What is happening? Why is there an alarm? Sir, our external surveillance is suffering severe interference, and we can no longer ascertain the situation outside. Boom, boom, boom. As a colossal meteorite, measuring several dozen kilometers in diameter, was blasted open, revealing a modified passage within, Li Qi couldn't help but silently marvel. These star pirates are truly formidable. They have transformed such a massive meteorite into a base. With the Cosmic Level team leader being the first to enter the meteorite, nearly 20 students, including Li Qi, followed suit, soaring into the meteorite. As 3 violent explosions occurred, the immense meteorite base trembled violently. Numerous precious items in the vault tumbled to the ground, with some fragile objects shattering, their value plummeting. As the base shook, causing items to fly into the air, Ritaku urgently shouted, "Report the situation. There have been 3 explosions in the base, and the enemy has split into 3 teams, entering the connecting passages while evading the entrance and Oppo's automatic defense mechanisms. How could this happen?" At these words, Ritaku and Oppo's expression darkened, his already fearsome visage becoming even more terrifying. Why did the scanning radar not alert us? Sir, their scanning radar is significantly more advanced than ours, successfully shielding their presence, coupled with the external surveillance interference, which is why we failed to detect the enemy. Most likely it's the Lava Empire's mad dogs. Brothers, activate the defense systems. Ritaku commanded, then couldn't help but curse. I've told them time and again that we need to upgrade the scanning radar, but those bastards have consistently obstructed the process. Upon hearing Ritaku mention that the intruders were from the Lava Empire, Tongli's expression changed abruptly, his left hand instinctively gripping his right wrist. He felt profound regret within, thinking, damn it, I should have been more patient. How could I not control myself? Tongli was a collector by nature, always eager to amass peculiar treasures. Yet acquiring such items through legitimate channels often came at a hefty price, in pursuit of lower prices for more treasures. He had once been introduced to Ritaku during a visit to the Lava Empire, thus becoming a loyal customer. While Tongli had technically violated the laws of the Lava Empire as a buyer, the penalties were generally mild and well within his tolerance. However, this situation was different. He possessed a critically important artifact, and the mere thought of its severe repercussions made him clutch his chest. Turning to Ritaku, he implored, Brother Ritaku, please ensure my safe exit. My dear brother Tongli, given our relationship, I genuinely wish to assist you. Ritaku replied sincerely, but then shifted his tone. However, I am currently in a perilous situation myself and lack the capacity to help you. Having said this, he prepared to leave the vault, only to be halted. With an unkind expression, Ritaku confronted, What do you mean by this, Brother Tongli? Ritaku, I am not making a request. I am issuing a demand. Tongli retorted coldly. I am aware of which family you are affiliated with in the ancient Thunder Empire. Ritaku's gaze flickered with a dangerous glimmer. You are threatening me. It is not a threat, merely an indication of my significant identity, Tongli replied. As long as you safely escort me out, the De La Rosa family will reward you. The De La Rosa family. Ritaku's heart skipped a beat. for they were a prestigious family of the Gule Empire, known for having birthed immortal deities. My dear Tongli, had I known you were affiliated with the De La Rosa family, I would have acted sooner, Ritaka said, a smile gracing his face. Follow me. I shall lead you to a secret escape route. With that, he retrieved a third-tier force war axe from his spatial ring and guided Tongli toward the hidden exit. As they traversed the path to the secret escape, he activated his communicator to consult the base map, only to find numerous areas marked in red, indicating enemy incursions. Observing the extensive swathes of red, Ritaku could not help but grumble. Had Tongli revealed his connection to the De La Rosa family earlier, I would not have wasted so much time. After soaring through the base corridors for nearly a minute, Ritaku instructed Tongli, stay close. We may have to traverse through enemy territory. The cosmic-level adversaries breached defenses with alarming speed, and the area they approached was at risk of being overrun, potentially encountering assault squads from the Lava Empire. If we encounter cosmic-level foes from the Lava Empire, do not concern yourself with me. Make straight for the secret escape, Ritaku communicated through the device. I have sent you the coordinates for the escape route and the ship. The entry and activation codes for the vessel are the same. Once you are safe, refer to the map and head to the backup base to board another untroubled ship. We are about to enter enemy territory, Ritaku said, a grin spreading across his face. For he had awaited this moment. The two turned into a new junction, only to be met by an unfamiliar squad. Upon seeing this, Ritaku's expression shifted, and he quickly transmitted, conceal yourselves, I will divert them. Li Chi had just entered the new junction when he collided with a fearsome crocodilian creature. Its aura sending shivers down his spine. A cosmic level. Without hesitation, he raised the already assembled heavy guardian shield before him, while the Bloodblade spike rapidly disassembled and reconfigured into a versatile form, the Triple Blade Flower. As the Triple Blade Flower completed its reformation behind the heavy guardian shield, it was met with a powerful slash from the cosmic-level crocodilian. The amplification runes on the third-tier force war axe activated, glowing blue as it carved an arc toward the heavy guardian shield. Boom. The first-tier telekinetic weapon, the heavy guardian shield, shattered into hundreds of black blades that clattered to the ground. Though none of the blades were destroyed, some had warped under the impact. The force of the third-tier war axe diminished only slightly before it cleaved down upon the second-tier telekinetic weapon, the Bloodblade spike, in its triple blade flower form. Boom. The second-tier weapon proved formidable, withstanding the strike, yet the terrifying power of the third-tier war axe pressed down, causing the triple blade flower to descend and expose Li Chi's chest. Chapter 88. Healing and Confrontation. Bang. The third-tier force battle axe struck Li Chi's chest, the immense force propelling him backward into another corridor. Li Chi felt a sharp pain in his head, a flash of blue light danced before his eyes, and then an agonizing ache surged through his chest as he was hurled away. 2 seconds later, his back collided with the metallic wall of the corridor, sliding for over 10 meters before coming to a halt. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Li Chi glanced down at his chest. The second-tier force battle suit had been torn asunder, revealing a crimson metal box beneath it. At both ends of the box, there were gaping wounds. Yet the box itself retained its luster, unmarred by any blemish. Coughing violently, Li Chi expelled a clot of blood, bits of internal organs mingling within. His insides had sustained injury as well. Grasping the crimson metal box, he noticed a slight indentation in his chest, the edges of which bore gruesome wounds that were slowly writhing as new flesh began to grow. Utilizing genetic energy to hasten his recovery, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thank goodness the red light box absorbed this strike for me. Otherwise, my injuries would have been far more severe, and the possibility of being gravely wounded or even losing my life was not out of the question. The Crocodile Man is too formidable. The battle axe in his hand is undoubtedly third tier. That single blow shattered my heavy defensive shield, causing my mental energy to falter and my head to throb. I was unable to deploy my domain in time. The opponent was a formidable cosmic-level being, although Li Chi had scanned him with mental energy. The adversary's speed was so great that he could only manage to defend himself. Just as he prepared to unleash his domain, he was struck. Had he activated his domain, the force of that blow would have been diminished, and he might not have sustained such severe injuries. Meanwhile, several dozen meters away, at the junction of the corridor, the cosmic-level 8th-tier Crocodile Man, Ritaku, was wreaking havoc. Clad in a third-tier force battle suit, he disregarded the specially crafted first-tier mental energy weapons wielded by the stellar-level students. With a third-tier battle axe in hand, Ritaku dispatched each student with ease. Those struck by his axe either suffered grave injuries or met immediate death. In mere seconds, Li Qi's team of nearly 20 students had lost more than half of their members. Swish. The cosmic-level instructor responsible for leading the team arrived, immediately enveloping Ritaku in his domain to slow him down and prevent further carnage among the students. With a sweep of his mental energy, the instructor noted Li Qi lying in a corridor several dozen meters away, injured but not in mortal peril, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that the target of the Empire and Oppo's nurturing program, designated as number 1, was safe, he redirected his focus to the cosmic-level 8th-tier crocodile man before him. As the arcane patterns on his 3rd-tier mental energy weapon glimmered with light. Domain. Realizing he could not escape the domain cast by the cosmic-level mentalist, Ritaka decisively retreated toward the corridor leading into the base. Brother Tongli, I hope you survive and treat my family well. Ritaka was born a slave, and even now, a chip resides within his brain. His willingness to sacrifice his life to shield Tongli's escape stems from a desperate desire to liberate his family from the shackles of servitude. Do not attempt to flee. As the crocodilian figure dashed towards the interior of the base, the cosmic-level mentor leading the charge wielded the arc blade disc, closely pursuing him. The recent ferocity of the cosmic-level crocodilian had instilled a sense of dread. Without the protection of a mentor of equal caliber, they were at the mercy of their cosmic adversary, compelling them to follow in the footsteps of their guiding instructor. Someone approaches. Li Qi, having regained significant strength, scanned for other students retreating with the mentor. Just as he prepared to follow, he noticed an unfamiliar figure advancing towards him. Using his mental prowess, he assessed the stranger's appearance and, recognizing him as an unknown entity, promptly transformed his blood blade spear into a triple blade flower, launching an assault towards the newcomer. Had the heavy control disc still been operational, he would have unleashed the blood edge form of the blood blade spear. However, due to the deformation of its components, he resorted to the versatile triple blade flower configuration. Meanwhile, after Ritaku lured the enemy away, Tongli hastened towards the secret escape route. However, upon entering the passageway, he was met with the whirling assault of the triple blade flower. He swiftly grasped the hilt at his waist, drawing forth a flexible sword. As he pressed a button on the hilt, the soft blade transformed into a rigid and straight sword. The luminous weapon in Tongli's grasp activated the amplitude secret pattern, striking at the oncoming triple blade flower with remarkable force, successfully repelling it. The potency of Li Qi and Oppo's mental strength, comparable to that of a cosmic-level novice, was evident as he wielded the triple blade flower. Yet the adversary, possessing stellar-level 7-tier capabilities, was forced back with a single blow, indicating that his longsword was undoubtedly superior to his 2nd-tier original force weapon. Such force, he mused, astonished that the triple blade flower had been repelled. It is highly likely a 3rd-tier original force weapon. The presence of a stellar-level space pirate wielding a 3rd-tier original force weapon suggested a complex identity, perhaps concealing further secrets. Li Qi, aware of the gravity of the situation, unleashed his domain, with green luminescence radiating from him and swiftly enveloping Tongli. Domain. Recognizing the extraordinary nature of Li Qi and Oppo's domain, Tongli and Oppo's heart raced. Damn. When did the Lava Empire and Oppo's stellar-level minions gain access to a domain? He assumed that, despite being a mental energy practitioner, his opponent was merely a slightly capable stellar-level warrior, and he believed he could swiftly conclude the confrontation. To his dismay, the opponent and Oppo's domain proved formidable. Under the oppressive restraint of Li Qi and Oppo's domain, Tongli and Oppo's speed diminished drastically, and his strength waned, forcing him to barely defend against the relentless attacks of the triple blade flower. Struggling against the confines of the domain while fending off the triple blade flower strikes, Tongli cursed inwardly. Damn it, why is this guy in Oppo's domain so overwhelmingly powerful? He swung his sword in an attempt to parry the assault of the 3-blade flower, but to his surprise, the flower deftly disassembled and evaded his strike, reconstituting itself into the blood edge. With a clang, his sword struck nothing but air, and Tongli was suddenly slashed in the chest by the blood edge, producing a sound reminiscent of metal colliding. Upon witnessing Tongli being struck, Li Qi observed the energy armor on his opponent's body being torn apart by the blood edge, revealing a fleeting flash of crimson on his chest, which was swiftly concealed by the restored energy armor. Realizing that the blood edge was capable of penetrating his adversary and Oppo's energy armor, Li Qi felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, he is merely clad in 2nd-tier energy armor. Had it been 3rd tier, it would have taken me considerably longer to vanquish him. Chapter 89. Another radiant box upon learning that his adversary was clad in a second-tier energy battle suit. Li Qi intensified his assault with the Bloodblade Spear, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks for nearly a minute. Meanwhile, Tong Li, donned in the second-tier energy battle attire, dared not withstand the onslaught of the second-tier telekinetic weapon, the Bloodblade Spear. He could only manage to fend it off with great difficulty under the oppressive pressure of the field. This cannot continue, Tong Li thought frantically, his endurance waning. In terms of strength, he was merely an ordinary 8th-tier stellar warrior, and his ability to endure Li Qi's relentless pressure for so long was solely due to the support of secret techniques. However, the secret techniques consumed a significant amount of genetic energy, and although he should have been able to last much longer, he was nearing his limit after just over a minute. Stop. I am. After barely withstanding another attack from the Bloodblade, Tong Li attempted to communicate telepathically with Li Qi. Yet, as he began to transmit his message, the crescent-shaped Bloodblade maneuvered past his sword, slicing cruelly towards his neck. With a sickening sound, despite the protection of the second-tier energy battle suit, the blow still opened a gash in Tong Li's throat, blood pouring forth. His free hand rushed to stem the flow of blood, staining it crimson as it dripped down from the edge of his palm. Tong Li, a mix of fury and shock flooding through him, exclaimed, "How dare this mere pawn of the Lava Empire harm me?" Ever since his sister wed Lord Enio and became his most cherished wife, he had never sustained an injury. Yet now, he found himself not only wounded but potentially facing death at the hands of this insignificant soldier from the Lava Empire. "Do you not know who I am?" Tong Li attempted once more to send a message, hoping to reveal his identity. In the next moment, the Bloodblade, having concluded its attack, disassembled and reformed into a 3-blade flower shape, enveloping his head and devouring it like a carnivorous plant feasting on its prey. Observing Tong Li's head being consumed by the 3-blade flower, Li Qi felt a twinge of confusion. After all, he was merely a peculiar space pirate. Could there be some other noble identity at play? Thud. Tong Li's headless body collapsed to the ground, blood gushing from the severed neck. With a covetous glance at the 3rd-tier energy battle sword in Tong Li's possession, Li Qi stepped over the corpse, intent on pursuing the direction from which the lead instructor had departed. In the ancient empire of Gulei, on an extraordinarily prosperous planet, there existed a vast estate adorned with opulent and resplendent architecture. This estate belonged to Lord Enio de la Rosa. The de la Rosa family was a dominion-level lineage, one of the foremost families in the Gulei Empire, second only to the imperial family. At this moment, a luminous screen hovered before Lord Enio, who gazed at it with a stormy countenance. The screen displayed news that ignited a profound rage within him. His most beloved wife's brother, Tong Li Stein, had met his demise. If it were merely Tong Li's death, it would not have incited such fury, for his affection was directed towards his sister, one among many of his wives. What truly enraged him was that Tong Li possessed a critically important treasure, and he had perished in the Lava Empire, rather than in the Gulei Empire. With a resounding clap, he struck the surface in frustration. Enraged, Lord Enio smashed his cherished goblet upon the floor and bellowed, "Summon someone." A cosmic-level man entered the room and respectfully addressed him, "My Lord Enio." Clenching his teeth in fury, Lord Enio commanded, "Annihilate the Stein family." The cosmic-level man nodded in deference and replied, "At once." Without further inquiry, he exited the room to assemble forces for the obliteration of the Stein family. Meanwhile, as Li Qi was about to depart, a thought struck him, prompting him to pause and turn to scrutinize Tong Li and Appo's lifeless body. He noticed a slight bulge at the center of the corpse's chest. With a flick of his mind, the 3-bladed flower reformed into a blood blade, transforming into a crimson beam aimed at the center of the chest. Clang! The sharp sound of metal colliding resounded as the second-tier force armor was severed, revealing a glint of deep red metal beneath. Seeing this, Li Qi felt a surge of delight. Indeed, there is something. He recalled the peculiar sound he had heard while attacking the chest during their battle and considered the crimson box he had on his own chest, suspecting that the foe might possess a similar artifact. Upon inspection, he discovered that beneath the armor, there indeed lay an object. With the demise of its owner, the second-tier force armor on Tong Li failed to restore itself, allowing Li Qi to effortlessly pry open the armor through the freshly made slit and retrieve the concealed object. Upon acquiring the item, Li Qi was astonished. The crimson box. It turned out that the treasure hidden beneath Tong Li's armor was the crimson box. Li Qi speculated inwardly. If it can contain a crimson box, it must hold something valuable. Yet, his brow furrowed with concern. This space pirate bears a crimson box. His identity cannot be simple. Will my actions bring about trouble? Even if trouble arises, what of it? He reassured himself, I am a student of the Lava Empire's stellar training camp, and this trial task was issued by the camp. Anyone seeking to create trouble must first contend with the Lava Empire. Although the Emperor of the Lava Empire was not an immortal deity, he rivaled the most formidable domain masters. Liqui was skeptical that the forces behind this space pirate would dare to provoke the Lava Empire by causing him distress, stealing his resolve. He tucked the crimson box into his robe alongside his own, casting another glance at the third-tier force weapon sword before pursuing the cosmic-level instructor leading the team. In truth, he coveted the third-tier force sword. However, unlike the crimson box, which was a trophy and merely an item he could take, the former significantly enhanced a student's power and was therefore prohibited from being claimed by students, left instead for the Lava Empire's military personnel to clear from the battlefield. As Liqui caught up with the cosmic-level instructor, he found that the vicious crocodilian creature, Ritaku, had been cornered despite his cosmic-level 8-tier status and his possession of a third-tier force battle axe and armor. His adversary, a cosmic-level instructor from the stellar training camp, was equipped not only with a third-tier telekinetic weapon and armor, but also possessed domain abilities and secret techniques, thereby ruthlessly suppressing him. The arcane blade transformed into a radiant golden light, severing the head of the crocodilian creature Ritaku amidst its gaze of despair and liberation. Under the guidance of the cosmic-level mentor, Li Qi and his companion swiftly penetrated the defenses of the space pirates within the base, and soon, the three teams converged. 2 hours later. Chapter 90, Faults and Calculations. Meanwhile, in the distant realm of the ancient Thunder Empire, Lord Enio gazed at the luminescent screen before him, depicting the fierce battle between Li Qi and Tong Li. A stellar-level being possesses a domain and is collaborating with the forces of the Lava Empire to eradicate space pirates. Most likely, he is a student from the Lava Empire's stellar training camp. Upon discerning Li Qi and Apos' identity, Lord Enio felt a wave of vexation wash over him. For this predicament was exceedingly complex. The Lava Empire was already a delicate matter to meddle in, and the stellar training camp, being one of its core institutions, was beyond his influence. Am I to simply allow him to seize that treasure? Lord Enio lamented, his heart heavy with reluctance. That treasure had cost him a fortune and countless favors to acquire. He had even resorted to utilizing his family's funds without permission. Yet now, the treasure eluded him, falling into the hands of a mere stellar-level youth, one he could easily vanquish with a single finger, yet he found himself powerless to act. I have secretly drawn upon my family's resources, amounting to nearly 2 units of primordial essence. Enio gritted his teeth, inwardly chastising himself. If my ancestors discover that I have squandered such a substantial portion of family wealth, I shall forfeit my chance at inheriting the family legacy. If only I had gone to retrieve that treasure myself. Tong Li had served under him for centuries without a single error. Yet this singular misstep had escalated into a grave predicament. The Della Rosa family was at a crucial juncture, and Enio had been vying for the position of heir. Initially, his youth afforded him a greater likelihood of success compared to another lord within the family. However, his prospects now seemed dim, even less promising than those of the last cosmic-level candidate. Were the heir and Apos' responsibilities merely to oversee finances or other resources, Enio would not have been overly concerned. The truth was, the status of heir would signify that the Della Rosa family would invest substantial resources into cultivating the heir to achieve the level of a domain lord. This was imperative, as the Della Rosa family's domain lord ancestor had a lifespan of less than 100,000 years, necessitating the training of another domain lord to take their place and serve as the new pillar of strength. I must devise a means to rectify this blunder. Enio's mind raced, contemplating how he might atone for his error. The thought of confronting Li Qi and the Lava Empire filled him with trepidation. For the name of the Lava Emperor commanded considerable respect within the Qianwu cosmic nation. How could a mere lord dare to pluck the whiskers of such a formidable entity? As he pondered his options, he scrutinized the expensive footage he had procured from a domain lord family within the ancient Thunder Empire, the very family serving as the backing for the space pirate base. Upon witnessing Li Qi's swift recovery from injuries, a spark of inspiration ignited within Lord Enio. A domain at the 4th level signifies his innate talent. His body can rapidly recover from wounds. Does this not align with the characteristics of the extraordinary ability known as the Source of Life? I shall report his extraordinary ability as the Source of Life to my ancestor, allowing them to decide whether to capture him. Simultaneously, I will disclose my use of family funds. With this prior revelation as a foundation, I may yet have a chance to become the family heir. Upon contemplating this, Lord Enio abruptly rose and made his way outside, heading toward the residence of the ancestor. Half an hour later, Lord Inio stood before the estate of the ancestor, awaiting his summons. Shortly thereafter, a servant arrived to escort him into the manor. At that moment, the venerable ancestor of the Della Rosa family was tending to a plant, delicately trimming a branch. Daniel, with keen attention, inquired, "Is there something that concerns Inio?" This ancestor, Daniel, appeared as a middle-aged man. Yet an aura of decay subtly hinted at the approach of his twilight years. With utmost respect, Inio replied, "Ancestor, I have discovered a stellar-level being endowed with the unique ability of the source of life." Daniel paused, turning to regard the Reverend Inio, who was bowing his head, and asked, "Are you certain?" "There is a 90% probability," Inio asserted with conviction. "Do you have evidence?" "Yes, Ancestor. I possess a video as proof." Inio activated his communicator, projecting the footage before Daniel, which prominently showcased the rapid recovery of a being named Licky, along with scenes of his confrontation with Tong Li, where he exhibited his domain abilities. After viewing the video, Daniel inquired nonchalantly, "How did you come across him?" "Here it comes." Inio's heart raced at the question, and he feigned a grimace as he explained, "I took the liberty of utilizing family funds to acquire an artifact capable of comprehending the laws, and as a result, my subordinate, the stellar training camp of the Lava Empire." Upon hearing Inio's words, Daniel's eyelids drooped as he pondered. From the video, it indeed appears highly probable that he possesses the source of life. The source of life, ranked among the top 3 unique abilities in the universe, not only enhances one and Oppo's innate talents in the laws of wood, but also accelerates physical and energy recovery and, remarkably, allows for rapid restoration of divine power upon achieving immortality. The Della Rosa family has birthed immortal deities. Although this particular deity has long since fallen, it has bestowed upon the family knowledge and intelligence unattainable by many lordly families. Daniel, possessing a discerning eye, recognized Licky's extraordinary qualities and deduced that his unique ability was most likely the source of life. The high probability of it being the source of life warrants a gamble, he mused internally. With 2 domain lords of average talent within the family, the cost of ascending to lordship is substantial. Should an exceptional descendant acquire the ability of the source of life, my chances of cultivating a lord within 90,000 years would significantly increase. Inio was somewhat taken aback and asked, "Ancestor, he is in the stellar training camp of the Lava Empire. How do we apprehend him? Isn't that camp keen on exterminating star pirates? Then let us deploy more personnel to assist them in their extermination efforts. As long as we can lure the target out, it will suffice." Inio's eyes brightened with realization. "I understand now, Ancestor. Go forth," Daniel instructed, resuming his pruning of the branch. "If this task is accomplished, I shall overlook your use of the family funds." Indeed. Upon hearing this, Inio's heart swelled with joy as he turned to organize his personnel. After Inio departed, Daniel cast a glance in the direction of his exit, resolute in his decision. If, upon the completion of his endeavors, the denizens of the Lava Empire come seeking him, it shall be his audacious descendant who dares to scheme against him, striving to appease the wrath of the Lava Empire on behalf of the family. He is incredulous. How could a mere domain lord quell the fury of the Lava Empire? Surely, the Lava Empire would not engage in warfare with a dying sovereign-level powerhouse over a mere stellar-class individual. Chapter 91. The Box Leaves. And Laws, the Crimson Light Box, capable of containing treasures, aroused within him a profound curiosity about its contents and their potential to aid in his cultivation. If I do not master the technique to open and close the Crimson Light Box, I will find myself utterly helpless before this newly acquired treasure. Holding the Crimson Light Box, Li Qi meticulously examined the secret patterns inscribed upon its surface. Although each Crimson Light Box varies in the sequence of its exterior and interior patterns, resulting in differing methods of opening, the majority of these secret patterns remain consistent. By slowly experimenting with the patterns above, I can eventually unlock this new box, even if it takes some time. Typically, storage items of the Crimson Light Box and Oppo's caliber serve primarily to protect the treasures within, shielding them from external damage, while their confidentiality features are not heavily emphasized. Thus, the difficulty of deciphering the locking mechanism is relatively low. The makers of the Crimson Light Box likely did not anticipate loss, as it is predominantly utilized by domain masters. Should it be lost, the chances of it being claimed by another are slim. Li Qi commenced his endeavor to decode the locking mechanism of the second Crimson Light Box. After nearly an hour of fruitless attempts, he shifted his focus to the first box, utilizing the residual essence of the 5th-tier psionic weapon fragments within to temper his will. Although I have gleaned little from the fire law patterns inscribed upon the 5th-tier psionic weapon fragments, The lingering essence of the immortal deity has significantly bolstered my will. Observing the vibrant red fragments, he felt a twinge of regret. As I continue to refine my will, the influence of the immortal deity's residual essence diminishes. I suspect that within a year, I shall fully acclimate to its presence. Willpower is of paramount importance. Through the residual essence of the 5th-tier psionic weapon fragments, Li Qi has notably enhanced his determination. He estimates that he can withstand the mental assaults of typical universe-level psionic masters, thanks to his current strength of will and formidable psionic energy. After returning the 5th-tier psionic weapon fragments to the first Crimson Light box, Li Qi resumed his attempts to decode the locking mechanism of the second box. Thus, a year swiftly passed. Time slipped away as Li Qi engaged in deciphering secret patterns and undertaking trial missions, occasionally interspersed with guidance from Lord Nining. Over the course of this year, he completed 2 trial missions, each yielding a modest score of around 150 points. After applying for another trial mission, he resumed his efforts on the second Crimson Light box and Oppo's locking mechanism. During one attempt, he heard a satisfying click, and a narrow opening appeared in the second Crimson Light box. Is it truly that simple? Li Qi was momentarily taken aback. He had only tested a fraction of the pattern combinations, yet the locking mechanism had yielded. It was rather anticlimactic. Unlike the fervent desire he initially harbored to open the second Crimson Light box, he had come to regard the unlocking of the secret patterns as a game. A delightful challenge of combining various sequences. Upon witnessing the second Crimson Light box open, he clicked his tongue in disappointment. The thrill had dissipated. The box's opening signified that he had successfully completed his challenge, but it also meant a plateau in difficulty, leaving him devoid of any desire for his second attempt. Let me unveil the treasures concealed within the Crimson Light box after such prolonged efforts. With these words, Li Qi opened the second Crimson Light box and retrieved a vibrant green leaf. This leaf measured roughly the size of half a palm, possessing a thickness akin to that of an ordinary leaf. Its petiole, stem, and veins shimmered in a lush green, while the leaf blade exhibited a translucent quality. At first glance, the leaf appeared somewhat rigid, reminiscent of jade. Li Qi felt an unusual allure, as if an invisible force was drawing him in. The more he gazed, the more extraordinary it seemed. Eventually, his mental consciousness became enraptured, and in a hazy vision, he perceived a tree, adorned with jade-like hues, though its details remained indistinct. Upon catching sight of the jade tree, he was abruptly awakened, simultaneously sensing a subtle tremor of cosmic essence, which resonated harmoniously with the primal energies of his own genes. This is, he thought, compelled to exclaim inwardly, the resonance of the loss. Indeed. Merely sensing this faint ripple of cosmic essence enlightened him to the realization that he had grasped the essence of the loss. I have truly comprehended the loss. Li Qi marveled at the incredulity of his revelation, feeling an unparalleled connection to the fundamental laws of wood. What could this leaf possibly be? How could it enable me to perceive such laws? He glanced at the leaf in his hand, his mind swirling with curiosity and confusion. How could such a treasure exist in the possession of a mere stellar-level space pirate? It defied all logic. Having attained an understanding of the fundamental laws of wood, Li Qi could not resist the urge to examine the jade leaf once more, quickly becoming immersed in its allure. This time, rather than glimpsing the jade tree, he felt as though he were enveloped within the jade leaf itself, observing with clarity its petiole, stem, veins, and blade. Initially captivated, his intrigue soon morphed into bewilderment, as if a myriad of enigmas awaited his unraveling. Suddenly, an excruciating pain pierced his mind, violently severing his connection to the jade leaf. A splitting headache compelled Li Qi to utter a low groan, as if his very soul had been wounded, rendering him unable to summon even a flicker of mental energy. This object is rather sinister. The throbbing in his head made it clear that the source of his torment was indeed that jade leaf. Cradling his head in his hands, Li Qi curled up on his bed, enveloped in the primal energies of his genes, attempting to alleviate the pain through sheer will, yet achieving little effect. After what felt like an eternity, the agony in his mind began to subside, and upon checking his communicator, he realized a day had elapsed. Li Qi rose, wary of glancing at the jade leaf, hastily returning it to the second Crimson Light box. Upon sealing the box, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. I must refrain from gazing upon that jade leaf for the time being. He placed the 2 Crimson Light boxes close to his heart, musing. Having just grasped a fragment of the fundamental laws of wood, I possess neither the understanding nor the means to wield this newfound knowledge. Should I gaze upon the jade leaf again, I would undoubtedly find myself further ensnared in confusion, unable to extricate myself. In such a case, I may once more experience that excruciating headache, and the potential for my soul to be irrevocably harmed, if not extinguished, would not be beyond possibility. He felt at that moment like a person who had overeaten and found himself unable to digest. Consuming any more would surely lead to distress. And the notion of overindulgence resulting in dire consequences was not entirely unfathomable, as I have yet to recuperate. It seems improbable that I can invoke even a trace of the elemental laws of wood in the tangible world. Perhaps I should venture into the virtual cosmos instead. With this thought, Li Qi donned the consciousness sensor and stepped into the virtual universe. Chapter 92. The Emergence of a Target. In the vast expanse of the virtual universe and Oppo's combat arena, Li Qi deftly maneuvered the Triflower against a group of stellar-class warriors. The once blood-red Triflower now bore a hint of green, imbued with a trace of the wood source law, reminiscent of a poisonous hue. With a resounding thud, the Triflower spun like a dragonfly, delivering a swift strike against a warrior's shield, instantly shattering the warrior's arm and inflicting grievous injury upon him. As the 3 flower blades whirled and sliced through the warrior, clad in a second-tier energy battle suit, he was cleaved in two. Following the demise of that warrior, the Triflower surged towards the remaining foes, leaving a trail of devastation in its wake, swiftly dispatching them all. Such power! Li Qi marveled in disbelief. With just a hint of the wood source law's enhancement, I am capable of achieving results that would be arduous even in the real world. In reality, with his life gene level at 32 times that of ordinary beings, he could easily overpower several warriors of the same tier. Yet he could not do so with such effortless grace. Incredible! By merely crudely channeling that trace of the wood source into the Triflower, I have amplified its might severfold. His heart surged with excitement, only to be followed by a sense of helplessness. If only I possessed a telekinetic weapon inscribed with the wood law's secret patterns. I cannot fathom the heights of my power. However, acquiring such a weapon of this caliber is exceedingly difficult. He understood that a telekinetic weapon inscribed with law patterns must be at least of the 4th tier, and with his current standing and wealth, obtaining such a weapon was beyond his reach. Summoning the combat space interface, he increased the number of adversaries to 10. In the distant sky, 10 stellar-class 8th-tier warriors armed with 2nd-tier energy weapons and shields materialized. Li Qi directed the Triflower towards the 10 warriors. With the enhancement of the wood source law, the Triflower became an unstoppable force, swiftly cutting down the 10 warriors. Laughing heartily, he felt an unparalleled exhilaration within. Not only for his ability to dominate enemies in the virtual universe, but also for the enlightenment he had gained regarding the wood source law. The comprehension of laws is a hallmark of the universe's peak genius, a prerequisite for participation in the finals of the cosmic genius battle. Occasionally, one might advance into the top 1,000 of the cosmic realm through mere luck and strength, earning a chance to compete in the finals. Yet such individuals would merely be fodder, unworthy even of being the backdrop for true peak geniuses. To be regarded as a backdrop, one must at least participate in a tournament. Those who fail to even enter the arena can only be deemed as cannon fodder. With the understanding of the law, I shall earn my right to step upon the stage of the Cosmic Genius Battle Finals, Li Qi contemplated. Yet, I wonder how long it will be until the Cosmic Genius Battle commences. I hope there is ample time for me to enhance my strength. To further elevate his power after grasping the law, entry into the Lava Secret Realm is essential. However, he still did not know how to access the Lava Secret Realm. Suddenly, he received a notification from the virtual universe, indicating that his physical body in the real world was exhibiting unusual activity. Upon opening the message, he discovered it was from the Stellar Training Camp, informing him that a new trial task was imminent and he needed to board a spaceship without delay. Is it already time for another trial task? He pondered, somewhat perplexed. This marked his 10th trial, which was bound to be a hunting mission. Yet he had not anticipated it arriving so swiftly. Equipping himself with the Bloodblade Spike and the recently exchanged heavy defense disc, Li Qi proceeded to the spacecraft docking station at the Sanxi Stellar Training Camp to embark on his journey. Whoosh! Once all the participants in this trial task had gathered, the spaceship ascended into the heavens. A month later, Li Qi and the other trainees followed their leading instructor into the military vessel of the Lava Empire, set to eradicate space pirates. Inside the military ship, several trainees engaged in hushed discussions. Another mission to eliminate space pirates? I've heard that recent hunting tasks have predominantly involved this, unlike before when planetary hunts were more common. Indeed, the space pirates have become increasingly rampant. It seems there is no end to them. Just as these trainees observed, the Stellar Training Camp was currently inundated with missions to eradicate space pirates. In the past, a few hunting missions would occasionally lead to an encounter with space pirates. As their groups were limited and their operations, along with base selections, were conducted discreetly, often taking considerable time to uncover their lairs. However, now pirate groups seem to emerge in droves, one batch eradicated only to be followed by another, akin to the unending harvest of chives. Listening to the trainees' conversation, Li Qi also sensed the burgeoning presence of space pirate groups. Otherwise, there would not be so many missions aimed at their eradication. The following day, the military vessel of the Lava Empire approached the vicinity of the space pirates' lair, deploying several small assault ships to attack along various routes based on the terrain of the lair, with each route accompanied by a cosmic-level commander. As Li Qi and his companions advanced towards the pirate stronghold, a spaceship equipped with an E-class scanning radar lay concealed within a meteorite, hundreds of kilometers away from the lair. Thanks to its advanced scanning radar shielding, the military vessel of the Lava Empire failed to detect this hidden ship. Inside this small spacecraft, 3 cosmic-level beings donned in third-tier energy battlesuits were sipping beverages while monitoring the internal surveillance of the pirate lair. One of them, a cosmic-level gray-haired ape, remarked, "I wonder if any of the individuals among us hails from the stellar training camp of the Lava Empire." Another cosmic-level leopard chimed in, placing a small wager. "I bet 100 million ancient thunder coins that there are individuals from the stellar training camp this time. I'll take that bet." "I wager there are none from the stellar training camp." The last of the trio, a blue-skinned shark-like being, listened intently. The leopard, jesting, teased, "Ha! I see your disinterest stems from your yearning for a partner. If you can't bear the solitude after just a year, how will you endure 10 more? The blue-skinned shark nodded in agreement. "You must temper your impulsive nature, otherwise." All right, the ape interjected, eager to shift the focus back to the task at hand. "Have we spotted the target yet?" Soon, the surveillance screen revealed violent tremors occurring within the pirate lair as multiple small squads from the Lava Empire's military launched a surprise assault on the stronghold. Shortly after the forces of the Lava Empire infiltrated the lair of the space pirates, all screens within the spacecraft flickered with crimson light, accompanied by the blaring of alarms. Witnessing this scene, the 3 cosmic-level beings immediately steeled themselves and exclaimed in unison, "A target has emerged. Prepare for our approach." The blue-skinned Sharkman commanded, "Initiate the ship's launch to capture the target." The other 2 nodded in agreement, affirming, "Understood." With a resounding roar, the spacecraft ignited, breaking through the concealed asteroid field and swiftly advancing towards the stronghold of the space pirates. Chapter 93. The Mantis catches the cicada outside the stronghold of the space pirates. Aboard a warship of the Lava Empire, there exists a concealed chamber. Within this room, a vast luminescent screen reveals a spacecraft approaching the pirate's lair. A cosmic-level individual proclaims, "Lord Andal, the radar has detected a small spacecraft closing in." The figure addressed as Lord Andal is a burly man with a fiery red complexion and prominent fangs. He lightly taps the armrest of his chair with one hand. "Hey, after so many attempts, I have finally awaited this moment." With a chilling glint in his eyes, Andal caresses his fangs and states, "Let us strike once they have entered." Another cosmic-level individual murmurs, "Lord Andal, the target of interest from the cultivation planet division no. 1 is inside. If those individuals are after number 1. Andal clicks his tongue, sensing the predicament, yet he cannot disregard number 1's safety. Thus, he commands, "Instruct the lead instructor of the stellar training camp to safeguard number 1. I do not wish for the cultivation planet division to create trouble." "Understood. I will contact the lead instructor of the stellar training camp immediately." Upon hearing this, the cosmic-level advisor hastily relayed the message. Within the pirate stronghold, the 3 cosmic-level instructors leading the stellar training camp concurrently received the information transmitted by the intelligence department of the Lava Empire. They focused their mental prowess to comprehend the message, learning that a spacecraft is approaching their stronghold, urging them to protect the target of interest from the cultivation planet division number 1. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the trio began to coordinate with one another, ultimately concluding to launch an offensive against the pirate stronghold, with 3 teams converging in unison. This strategy ensures that should any team encounter an assault, they can provide swift assistance. Outside the pirate lair, the small spacecraft neared its destination. Inside, alongside the 3 cosmic-level sentinels, 3 additional cosmic-level individuals gathered in the control room, creating a cramped environment with their imposing presence. These 6 cosmic-level figures engaged in pre-battle planning, with the blue-skinned Sharkman leading the charge. This mission is of utmost importance to Lord Ennio. Thus, success is mandatory. and failure is not an option. The consequences of failure need not be elaborated. You are all aware. At this, the 5 cosmic-level individuals shivered involuntarily. The repercussions of mission failure are far beyond their capacity to endure. They would prefer to perish in battle rather than face such a fate. The capricious primate, now bearing a serious demeanor, declared, "Rest assured, I will not eliminate the target." The others are to provide cover for the primate, obstructing the cosmic-level instructors of both the Stellar Training Camp and the Lava Empire. Should they fail to do so, they must resort to the substance, as it is imperative that the primate successfully captures the target. Upon completion of the capture, assistance will be provided. Understood. The 4 nodded in agreement, their expressions tinged with melancholy. Consuming that substance would render them worse than dead, yet the burden of failing the mission is unbearable. When the moment comes, they must take it. As the spacecraft approached the pirate stronghold, it did not decelerate. Instead, the hatch opened, and in an instant, 6 figures darted from the vessel, rapidly descending towards the colossal meteorite below. As the 6 cosmic-level beings swiftly navigated the corridors of the Star Pirate's lair, the ape-like psychic practitioner utilized his mental faculties to scrutinize the surveillance, pinpointing the location of their target. The target is... The psychic practitioner conveyed the information to his companions, articulating the whereabouts of Li Qi using code names. Having memorized the map of the lair and the designations of all locations, the 5 individuals quickly comprehended the target's position. Rather than following the conventional route, these 6 cosmic-level beings opted for an unconventional approach. Armed with their telekinetic weapons, they began to carve through the walls. With their combined efforts, they swiftly breached the wall, entering a room, only to break through another wall to reach the next chamber. Through this unorthodox method, they rapidly approached the team where Li Qi was located, while the other 2 teams from the Stellar Training Camp were still far from rendezvousing. Having suffered an injury from the crocodilian foe Ritaku during the previous trial, Li Qi had learned to employ his psychic scanning to survey his surroundings, preventing any unexpected encounters with cosmic-level adversaries. Suddenly, with a gentle explosion, the wall of the corridor shattered, sending a cascade of debris into the passageway due to the forceful impact. Li Qi's psychic scan detected this disturbance, leading him to investigate further and discover a large hole in the wall from which figures emerged. 1, 2, 3, until 6 cosmic-level beings surged forth from the breach. Upon witnessing this, Li Qi's expression shifted dramatically. How could 6 cosmic-level beings appear at once? Without a moment's hesitation, he urgently relayed a warning to the cosmic-level mentor leading their group. "Mentor, 6 cosmic-level beings have appeared behind us." "What?" The cosmic-level mentor ahead was taken aback. 6 cosmic-level beings. How could they arrive so swiftly? He immediately contacted the other 2 cosmic-level mentors while also sending a message to the Lava Empire's warship outside the lair, requesting reinforcements in light of the 6 cosmic-level beings' emergence. There was no doubt in his mind, as he was already aware of the approaching ships. Yet he had not anticipated their rapid arrival, especially with 6 cosmic-level beings. The cosmic-level mentor shouted, "There are 6 cosmic-level beings behind us. You all must flee through this corridor. I will hold them off." The other students, filled with alarm, hastened their escape. Facing even 3 cosmic-level beings was more than they could bear. In stark contrast to the frantic flight of the students, the leading cosmic-level mentor darted back, simultaneously transmitting to Li Qi, "Focus on your own safety. Do not concern yourself with the others." He had never intended to confront the 6 cosmic-level beings and, thus, required no further justification for his actions. With this statement, he could abandon his post without regret, and even if he unleashed power far exceeding that of stars, none would question him. Meanwhile, the 6 cosmic-level beings pursuing Li Qi and his companions noticed someone coming against the tide, attempting to impede their advance. The leader, a blue-skinned shark man, communicated telepathically, "Do not engage with him. Send one to delay him while the rest continue the pursuit of the target." Soon, the 6 cosmic-level beings encountered the cosmic-level mentor. Chapter 94, Life and Death at Full Speed. Do not look back. The cosmic-level mentor bellowed, his voice echoing through the void as he unleashed his domain, a brilliant crimson radiance expanding outward from his center, enveloping the 6 approaching cosmic-level beings in an instant. A domain. It was indeed a domain. The 6 cosmic-level entities felt the weight of the situation. They had not anticipated that their first encounter would involve an adversary wielding a domain. Time was of the essence for these 6, and they were reluctant to squander it against a cosmic-level opponent with such an advantage. Thus, the leading blue-skinned shark man communicated telepathically, "One of us must ensnare him with the capture net gun. The rest shall continue." At this command, one of the cosmic-level leopard men retrieved a formidable firearm from his spatial ring, aiming it at the cosmic-level mentor. The weapon was substantial, particularly its barrel, which had a diameter exceeding 20 centimeters. A C9 level capture net gun. The seasoned cosmic-level mentor recognized the weapon immediately, understanding its capability to launch a resilient net designed to ensnare ninth-tier beasts and formidable creatures alike. Boom. The capture net gun discharged, propelling a spherical projectile of considerable size toward the cosmic mentor with alarming speed. The experienced mentor, anticipating the attack, hurled his shield toward the gunman in an attempt to deflect the incoming projectile. However, unbeknownst to him, the opposing force included a psychic wielder. A psychic weapon shot forth, colliding with the shield and sending it careening aside, allowing the capture net bullet to narrowly graze the edge of the shield. Boom. The capture net bullet detonated, unfurling a massive net that surged forth toward the cosmic-level mentor. He attempted to evade, but he was ultimately a fraction too slow against the rapidly expanding net. Though it did not completely ensnare him, it effectively restricted his movements, rendering him momentarily unable to break free as he watched 5 cosmic-level beings slip past him. Damn it, he seethed, witnessing the 5 cosmic-level entities disregard him completely as they pursued the students ahead. A most peculiar behavior indeed. Suddenly, a gust of wind signaled an attack. The cosmic-level mentor had raised his blade to block, and with a resounding clash, he easily parried the leopard man's strike while maintaining his domain. Do not think you can escape. The leopard man transmitted coldly while launching a relentless assault, managing to suppress the cosmic-level mentor. He was determined not to allow his opponent to escape the constraints of the net, thus continuing his offensive. He seeks to buy time. The cosmic-level mentor realized the leopard man and Apos' intentions. However, bound by the net, even with his domain, he could only match the leopard man and Apos' strength, making it difficult to extricate himself from the net's grasp in the short term. Consequently, the two were locked in a stalemate, with the leopard man achieving his goal of delay. Meanwhile, in the front corridor, Li Qi soared ahead at an astonishing speed, far surpassing the other stellar-level students. As he flew, he utilized his psychic abilities to scan his surroundings, quickly detecting the approach of 5 cosmic-level beings from behind. They and Apos' caught up so quickly. Li Qi felt a surge of alarm. In the face of the cosmic-level team leader's obstruction, the opposing party managed to pass swiftly despite being one person short. It seemed one individual had successfully detained the team leader, allowing the others to continue their pursuit. The speed of cosmic-level flight was extraordinarily rapid, far exceeding that of stellar levels, and these 5 cosmic entities were no exception. They quickly closed in on the last fleeing student. Logically, one would expect them to unleash a brutal onslaught on the straggling student, yet the reality left him utterly dumbfounded. To his astonishment, the 5 cosmic-level pursuers disregarded the other students and charged directly towards him. What in the world is happening? He exclaimed in disbelief. In the passage behind him, aside from a few students who were effortlessly dispatched, the remaining students were left unscathed, watching in astonishment as the 5 cosmic beings advanced towards Li Qi. Could it be that their target is me? He wondered, surmising. Are they after the crimson light box? Aside from the box, he could not fathom any other reason they would fixate on him. Refusing to surrender easily, Li Qi employed his domain to decelerate the pursuers, while simultaneously exerting his utmost effort in the energy escape technique to enhance his own speed. To his surprise, he managed to maintain a consistent pace with the 5 cosmic entities behind him, making it difficult for them to close the gap. How is this possible? How can the target's domain be so formidable? They gasped in disbelief. Not only was his domain powerful, but his flight speed was astonishing as well. What now? We can't catch up to him. The 5 cosmic-level beings, enveloped by Li Qi and Apos' domain, were struck by shock and panic at his overwhelming abilities. Even the weakest among them was a 4th-tier cosmic-level entity, whose flight speed should have far surpassed that of a mere 8th-tier stellar mentalist like Li Qi. Yet they found themselves unable to gain on him. Continue the pursuit, commanded the leader, a blue-skinned shark man, through telepathy. His previous speed was not so rapid. He must be employing some secret technique. Such a burst of speed must come at a significant cost. He cannot sustain it for long. Upon hearing this, the other 4 cosmic beings felt considerably reassured and pressed on with their chase, witnessing that the 5 cosmic-level pursuers had not yet given up. Li Qi inwardly cursed in frustration. They truly are relentless. His alarm stemmed from the fact that his genetic energy was nearly depleted. If the situation did not change, he would inevitably be caught by the 5 behind him. Suddenly, Li Qi's eyes lit up with joy. Aha! Salvation is at hand. It turned out that his mental energy had detected two cosmic-level team leaders from the stellar training camp approaching around the corner. The cosmic-level mentors from the stellar training camp had undoubtedly mastered powerful domains. Otherwise, they would not have been appointed as mentors. Two cosmic-level beings were en route. Not only Li Qi, but the primates behind him also noticed the approaching mentors and quickly relayed the information to their companions. What? They are arriving so swiftly. The other three were taken aback, as they had anticipated that the additional two cosmic entities would require more time to arrive. The lair of the Star Pirates has been remodeled, with its convoluted passages rendering it time-consuming to traverse from one entrance to another without taking shortcuts through the walls. They had examined the routes and distances of three teams prior to their entry, calculating their respective speeds of advancement. Their encounter with the target was brief, and the two cosmic-level entities could arrive swiftly. Apart from taking shortcuts, there was no other option. Leave someone to hinder them, while the others continue the pursuit. The leader, a blue-skinned shark man, transmitted through gritted teeth, "We must accomplish this task. Otherwise." Upon hearing this, the other four fell silent, shedding all negative emotions. Their minds solely focused on the completion of the mission, for the cost of failure was one they could not bear. Chapter 95, Obstruction and Fury. Two cosmic-level mentors from the stellar training camp hastened to the scene, one of whom was a psychic master. Even before rounding the corner, he had already detected the fleeing figure of Li Qi. The two mentors exchanged thoughts, urging each other to act swiftly. The target of interest is just ahead. The enemy may possess net guns. We cannot allow ourselves to be ensnared. The military personnel are en route. We must intercept them. With a swish, the two cosmic mentors soared around the corner and, upon sighting Li Qi approaching, promptly communicated, "You must go ahead. We will hold them off. Continue your escape along this corridor. The military is closing in." Grateful, Li Qi expressed his thanks to the two mentors before brushing past them. His psychic awareness noted the mentors diverting towards the pursuing enemies, and he felt a deep sense of gratitude for their willingness to shield him. He understood that their intervention stemmed from the high regard the Lava Empire's elite held for his exceptional talents. Now, having grasped the fundamental laws of wood, he was determined not to disappoint such expectations. Meanwhile, upon the arrival of the two newly appointed cosmic mentors, the five pursuers had already devised a strategy. One individual retrieved a net gun from his spatial ring, quickly aimed it at the two cosmic mentors ahead, and pulled the trigger. With a resounding bang, a net projectile, over 20 centimeters in diameter, hurtled towards the targeted mentors. However, the newly arrived cosmic mentors were already informed by their comrades that this band of star pirates possessed C9 grade net guns. As the assailant drew his weapon, their psychic armaments had already been deployed. This third-tier psychic weapon, capable of defensive transformation, reconfigured itself into a shield that effortlessly intercepted the net projectile. With a thunderous explosion, the net burst apart, its vast and resilient strands enveloping the third-tier psychic weapon. "To think the net gun could ensnare me is quite naive," chuckled the psychic mentor among the duo. With a mere thought, the ensnared third-tier psychic weapon disassembled, morphing into hundreds of blades that pierced through the gaps of the net before reconstituting into a defensive form. Simultaneously, the other mentor expanded his domain, a yellowish light radiating from him and swiftly enveloping the five pursuers. It's a psychic master, in a domain. The sight of the net projectile being thwarted by the third-tier psychic weapon, coupled with the overwhelming suppression of the Earth domain, caused a sense of trepidation among the pursuers. While net guns were highly effective against warriors, they proved considerably less so against psychic masters, who could effortlessly deflect net projectiles with their psychic armaments, which could also reconfigure, rendering most nets ineffective against disassembled psychic weapons. The leader of the blue-skinned sharkmen swiftly made a decision. "Monkey, you pursue. Ensure the target is captured. We will hold them off." Recognizing the formidable strength of the two cosmic-level opponents, equipped with both a domain and a psychic master, he concluded that the nets would be futile against them. Thus, they needed to retain sufficient personnel to delay the adversaries. Upon hearing this, the primate man, a psychic master, realized that he could not possibly pass by the two formidable opponents. Thus, he resolutely began to break through the wall. The wall, merely composed of B1 level metal, was utterly incapable of withstanding the assault from a third-tier psychic weapon and was swiftly penetrated. "You shall not escape." As the primate attempted to tunnel through the wall to circumvent them, the martial arts instructor leading the team flickered and moved into attack. Bang! Bang! The sound of two capture net guns firing echoed, with one net projectile aimed at the martial arts instructor and the other at the psychic master. Bang! The third-tier psychic weapon intercepted one of the capture projectiles, which exploded into a net, enveloping the psychic weapon. The other martial arts instructor, witnessing the capture projectile hurtling towards him, retreated explosively, simultaneously retrieving a spare shield from his spatial ring to throw at the incoming net. Bang! The capture projectile struck the spare shield, detonating into a net that ensnared the shield. With this obstruction from the capture nets, the martial arts instructor contemplated pursuing further, yet was thwarted by two cosmic-level beings, while the primate psychic master had already tunneled away. Damn it! Witnessing this scene, the martial arts instructor erupted in fury, wielding his third-tier energy weapon to cleave at the two who blocked his path, while the three engaged in battle. The other two charged towards the psychic master leading the team, not seeking to kill or defeat the enemy, but merely to delay them, which they deemed a victory. Meanwhile, Li Qi, seizing the opportunity presented by the two leading instructors who were holding off the enemies, swiftly fled down the corridor. Regrettably, his genetic energy had been nearly exhausted, rendering him incapable of employing the energy escape technique, and thus his speed had diminished from its peak. After scanning behind him with his psychic power and confirming that no foes were in pursuit, he couldn't help but exhale a sigh of relief. It should be safe now. Boom. Just then, the wall on the inner side of the corridor erupted in an explosion, sending metallic shards and fragments of meteorite crashing against the opposite wall. Amidst the cloud of dust, Li Qi vaguely discerned a figure darting about, prompting him to decelerate and employ his psychic scanning ahead. As he engaged in the scanning, the figure amidst the dust burst forth. It was none other than the primate psychic master. Upon seeing that furry visage, Li Qi's expression slightly altered. It's him. The enraged primate psychic master transmitted his thoughts. At last, I have caught you. At this moment, the primate psychic master was consumed by rage and hatred. He had believed this task to be merely challenging, yet unexpectedly, he encountered three cosmic-level adversaries, among whom two had comprehended the domain. Meanwhile, his comrades, who stayed behind to stall the enemies, faced overwhelming odds. The situation was likely dire for them. These were his brothers, comrades forged through the trials of slavery, battling and growing together. Yet today, they were all gone. Li Qi followed the large hole from which the primate psychic master had emerged and scanned, discovering no one else aside from him. He then inquired telepathically, "Is it only you? Because of you, I am the last one left." The primate psychic master's expression was filled with wrath as his third-tier psychic weapon surged forth, alongside an immense wave of psychic energy directed towards Li Qi's sea of consciousness. The psychic shockwave surged faster than the psychic weapon, racing ahead to invade Li Qi's consciousness. Confronted with the formidable psychic onslaught of a cosmic level 4, Li Qi merely swayed slightly, yet resolutely withstood the assault through his extraordinary mental fortitude and the formidable willpower he had honed over time. His willpower? The ape-like psychic master, witnessing Li Qi's minimal reaction to the mental strike, was taken aback. I am of cosmic level 4, while he is merely stellar level 8. The disparity in psychic strength is staggeringly vast. How could he remain unscathed? Utilizing his resilient blood blade spike to deflect the opponent's psychic weapon, Li Qi coldly conveyed through thought, "Against 6 cosmic-level pursuers, I am no match and can only flee. Against 5 cosmic-level pursuers, I am equally outmatched and must escape. But you, a solitary cosmic level 4 psychic master, what grants you the audacity to presume you can best me? Now that you stand alone, allow me the honor of escorting you to reunite with your companions." Chapter 96. Outburst and kill. Li Qi was engulfed by a fierce intent to kill as he unleashed his domain, a verdant radiance rapidly expanding outward from his core. Simultaneously, he manipulated the blood blade with his mental power, clashing it against his opponent's psychic weapon. The blood blade, a second-tier psychic weapon, was crafted from the durable materials of the stellar training camp, although its amplitude runes could not compare to those of third-tier weapons. It became extraordinarily formidable when augmented by a touch of the primordial wood law. Bang, 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 amidst the collision of psychic weapons. The third-tier psychic weapon of the ape-like mentalist was surprisingly overwhelmed, being suppressed by Li Qi's second-tier blood blade. How could this be? His psychic weapon was merely second-tier. How could it subdue my third-tier weapon? The ape-like mentalist was taken aback, his worldview shattered. First, he had witnessed his opponent and Oppos while disregarding his psychic onslaught, and now he found himself overpowered by a second-tier weapon. This was beyond his comprehension. Die! Li Qi bellowed, commanding the blood blade to repel the third-tier weapon of his adversary before striking at him. With a slicing sound, the ape-like mentalist, despite donning a third-tier force armor, was grievously wounded in the chest by the razor-sharp blood blade, which rivaled the third-tier weapons, enhanced by the primordial wood law. How could this happen? Wounded. The ape-like mentalist was bewildered, feeling powerless against such an exceptionally powerful foe. You have forced my hand. He roared in madness. I will kill you. He retrieved a crimson pill from his spatial ring and swallowed it without hesitation. At this moment, he had abandoned any pretense of completing his mission. How could he capture his opponent if he could not even defeat him? When he first received this task, he was informed that his adversary was a stellar-level 8th-tier genius possessing a domain. Yet the strength displayed now was far beyond that of a mere genius. It was akin to a cosmic monster. As the crimson pill took effect, the ape-like mentalist experienced excruciating pain, accompanied by an overwhelming surge of genetic primordial energy and mental power. His face contorted in agony. He roared, "Die!" In his fury, he executed a secret technique that consumed immense mental energy, amplifying the runes on his third-tier weapon to suppress Li Qi's psychic weapon. He simultaneously drew a second-tier force blade and shield, enhancing his speed by burning genetic energy, charging fiercely towards Li Qi. Li Qi had attempted to thwart the ape-like mentalist's consumption of the crimson pill, but was a moment too late, allowing his opponent to ingest it. The increase in his adversary and Oppo's strength took Li Qi by surprise. The blood blade, which had previously held the advantage, was now being subdued by the opponent and Oppo's psychic weapon. Concurrently, the speed unleashed by the adversary under Li Qi's domain was alarmingly swift, compelling him to rely on his heavy shield for defense. Confounded and astonished, Li Qi pondered. What exactly is in that pill? How could it enhance his power so dramatically? With his psychic weapon faltering and the heavy shield struggling against the ape-like mentalist and Oppo's ferocious assault, Li Qi found himself on the brink of peril. He also noticed the abnormality in his opponent. What was once a normal face now bore prominent cheekbones and sunken eye sockets, the body having withered somewhat. Clearly, the crimson pills he had consumed had granted him immense power, but at the cost of his physical condition, leaving him to endure excruciating pain. If time were to be prolonged, his body would inevitably collapse. Yet, he could not hold on for long. The sheer force unleashed by his adversary had him suppressed to the point that he would not survive long enough to witness his opponent's decline. The ape-like mentalist smashed through the heavy shield with a battle shield and lunged forward, delivering a vicious strike to Li Qi and Oppo's chest. The sound of metal clashing echoed as the second-tier energy blade struck Li Qi with tremendous force, sending him reeling backward. Regaining a semblance of his genetic energy, he executed the Oppo's energy escape technique, and Oppo's, utilizing the momentum from the mentalist and Oppo's powerful blow to create distance. Li Qi silently rejoiced. Thank goodness I have the crimson light box for protection, otherwise that strike would have. Wait. His expression shifted, as if a realization dawned upon him. Yes, I possess the remnants of a 5th-tier psychic weapon within the crimson light box. He retrieved the first crimson light box from his chest, gripping the activating sigil with one hand, attempting to open it. Death. The ape-like mentalist, his body emaciated from the crimson pills and tears streaming from his eyes in agony, charged forward with his blade raised. Unbeknownst to him, Li Qi transmitted a thought while using his psychic power to unlock the crimson light box. As the box opened, a faint yet profound and terrifying aura surged forth, spreading wildly in all directions. The approaching ape-like mentalist was momentarily stunned by the chilling presence. As an ordinary 4th-tier psychic, he had never encountered the residual aura of an immortal deity. Its depth and terror, though faint, were beyond his comprehension. Is this divinity? In that moment, the nearly deranged ape-like mentalist regained clarity, seemingly beholding a towering, sacred, and imposing figure. Now is the time. Having undergone extensive mental fortitude training, Li Qi had long since acclimated to the residual aura of the 5th-tier psychic weapon fragments. Observing the mentalist overwhelmed by the profound terror, he focused his intent, manipulating the 5th-tier psychic weapon fragment to pierce toward the mentalist's head. At that moment, the ape-like mentalist, who had glimpsed the divine figure, perceived a godlike entity raising its hand to strike him. Lacking the courage to resist, he could only watch in despair, ultimately letting out a hopeless scream. No. The 5th-tier psychic weapon fragment was incredibly sharp. Despite the protection of his 3rd-tier energy armor, the mentalist was pierced through the head in a single blow, meeting an irreversible demise. With the Master's death, the previously subdued 3rd-tier psychic weapon, momentarily immobilized by the overwhelming aura, disintegrated into hundreds of shards that clattered to the ground. Crash. As the body of the ape-like mentalist fell, Li Qi's taut heart finally relaxed. And he let out a long sigh, exclaiming, "At last, it is over. I nearly capsized." Originally, he had been suppressing the ape-like psychic master. But upon the latter consuming the crimson pill, the tide of battle shifted dramatically, as the unleashed power proved to be extraordinarily formidable. Who, he pondered, were these 6 cosmic beings? Glancing down at the lifeless form of the ape-like psychic master, he realized that the pill he had just ingested was evidently a means of extracting the body's ultimate potential. If he could not vanquish his adversary swiftly, he too would succumb to the collapse of his own physique. Suddenly, as he continued to contemplate, Li Qi abruptly lifted his gaze. A look of astonishment etched upon his features.